come to his house for parties and things?
Well, I think I think a lot of it was this strange commentary on, I know there's some secret club, secret society you're part of.
Right,
And
of course.
Again, it wasn't explicit, but that was the big vibe of the whole thing.
People love those stupid things. They love like exclusive clubs that very few people fucking Soho House. Like, look at that stupid thing. I mean, just go to a place that you have to be a member to go to, and everybody wants to be a member.
Yeah.
And then you get like the Malibu Soho House. It's different from the other ones. You have to have membership only there. Ooh, do you have membership there? People love that kind of shit. Socially, they love being part of a walled garden. They love it. They love it. And if you're a guy like Bill Gates or similarly wealthy, you probably have a very small amount of people that you can relate to, very small amount of people that you can trust. Probably very difficult to form new friendships.
Yeah, I think they were probably different things that were pitched for different people.
Sure.
I was pitched on the taxes. I think, there are probably other people that were, more prone to the, the social club part.
Yeah.
And then there were probably people, and there was probably a fairly limited group where it was, off the charts fast.
Wouldn't it be wonderful to know what the fuck was really going on? And maybe one day we will. Maybe one day some Whitney Webb type character will break it all down to us and explain to us in great detail exactly how this is formulated and what they were doing and how they were getting information out of people. But I think people have to age out. They have to die.
We still don't have it on the Kennedy assassination.
That's
JFK.
Well, one of the wildest things that Trump said was that if they told you what they told me, you wouldn't tell people either. Which is like, what the fuck does that mean? What does that mean? I don't think legally he can tell you, right? Because I think those things are above top secret. If they did inform him or something, there must be some sort of prerequisite to keeping this a secret.
I haven't studied that one that carefully, but isn't, there are all these alternate conspiracy theories on who killed JFK. It's, the CIA and the Mafia and the Russians, the Cubans, and there's an LBJ version since he's the one who benefited. So there are all these happening in Texas. You have all these, alternate theories, and on some level, it's I always think it's just a commentary where in 1963 America wasn't like Leave It to Beaver. It was like a really crazy country underneath the surface, and
absolutely.
And even though probably most of the conspiracy theories are wrong, it was like Murder on the Orient Express, and all these people sort of had different reasons for wanting Kennedy dead, and that's what the theories are right, even if they're wrong on the level of factual detail. And then the sort of more minimal one that I'm open to, and I think there's some evidence in this from the stuff that has come out, is, Oswald was talking to, parts of the U.S. deep state. And so even if Oswald was the lone assassin, or someone got the magic bullet theory and all that stuff to work, let's say Oswald was the lone assassin, did he tell someone in the FBI or CIA, I'm gonna go kill Kennedy tomorrow? And then, maybe the CIA didn't have to kill him; they just had to do nothing, just had to sit on it, or maybe he was too incompetent and didn't go up the bureaucracy. And so it's, I think we sort of know that they talked to Oswald, a fair amount before it happened, and so there's at least something, that was grossly incompetent.
I think people have a problem
very minimum
with two stories being mutually exclusive. Two stories being the lone gunman or the CIA killed Kennedy, and that they're not connected. I think Lee Harvey Oswald was a part of it. I think he probably did shoot that cop. There's some evidence that when he was on the run and he was confronted, there was a cop that got shot, and they were alleging he might have done it. He might have taken a shot at Kennedy. He might have even hit it. I don't think he was the only one shooting. I think there's an enormous amount of people that heard sounds coming from the grassy knoll. They heard gunfire. They reportedly saw people. The amount of people that were witnesses to the Kennedy assassination that died mysterious deaths is pretty shocking.
For Jack Ruby.
Well, Jack Ruby, that's a weird one, right?
Oswald.
Yeah, Jack Ruby walks up to Oswald, shoots him, and then Jack Ruby, with no previous history of mental illness, becomes completely insane after getting visited by Charlie West, which is nuts. Like, why is the guy who's the head of MK Ultra visiting the guy who shot the assassin of the president, and why is he left alone with them? What happens? What does he give him that this guy is screaming out, they're burning Jews alive, and just crazy shit he was yelling out? He went nuts.
Like some amount of LSD that's dangerous for you.
Enormous amount.
Some amount is
dangerous for you. Glass of it. They probably gave him a glass of it and told him it was water. Drink this, and who fucking knows? But the point is, I think it's very possible that Oswald was a part of it, and the way they did it, and the way they just shot Oswald in, and then they write the Warren Commission. We don't even see the Zapruder film until 12 years later, when Geraldo Rivera, when they play it on television, when Dick Gregory brought it to Geraldo Rivera, which is why a comedian brings the video, the actual film rather, of the assassination from a different angle. Well, you actually see the video of him getting shot. His head snaps back into the left, and everyone's like, what the fuck is going on? When you look at all that stuff, this mirrors what happened with this Crooks kid. This Crooks kid, somehow or another, gets to the top of the roof, is spotted by these people. They know he's there. They know he has a rifle. They see him walking around the crime scene half an hour before with a rangefinder. The whole thing is bananas. And then they go to his house after he's killed. It's completely scrubbed. There's no silverware there. They know that there's ad data that shows that a phone that's coming from the FBI offices in D.C. had visited him on multiple occasions because they tracked ad data. And if he shot Trump and Trump got murdered and then they shot him, it would be the Kennedy assassination all over again. Everybody would go, what the fuck happened? What happened? What was the motivation? What was he on any drugs? What's the toxicology report? How did he get up there? Who knew he was up there? How did they not shoot him quicker? Like, what the fuck happened? How was he able to get off 3 shots? What happened?
I think there's like a slightly less crazy version that might still be true, which is just that people in the Secret Service, in the Biden administration, don't like Trump, and they didn't have full intention to kill him, but it's just we're gonna understaff it. We don't have to do as good a job coordinating with the local police. There's all these ways, to
make someone arrested. But it seems more than that. If they knew that the guy was on the roof with a rifle, that seems a little more.
It's always a question who they is, though.
Right. Well, if I'm a sniper, and I'm on
people in the audience, there were people there telling it to people.
Right, but I think the authorities knew this guy was on the roof before as well.
Well, I suspect some of the Secret Service people were told that, and then who knows how that got relayed or who all.
The snipers already have eye on him. I believe the snipers already had eye on him.
I don't know.
Find out if that's true. Jamie, find out if the snipers had eye on
Secret Service. I don't know about the snipers. I don't know about the thing. I don't have a good sense on with shooting, and maybe you have a better feel for this. Is my sense it was a pretty straightforward shot for the guy in the Trump assassin. I think the Oswald shot was a much harder one because Kennedy's moving.
Yes and no. Yes and no. Okay, because Oswald had a scope. So Oswald had a rifle, the Marcon rifle. One of the snipers stationed inside the building reported he first saw Crooks outside and looking up to the roof of the building before the suspect left the scene. Crooks said he came back and sat down while looking at his phone near the building. CBS News reported that a sniper took a photo of the suspect when he returned. But I think they saw him on the roof, though. Crooks then took out a rangefinder. Right then. Arrest that guy. You got a fucking rangefinder? About the suspect's action, Crooks then disappeared again and returned to the building with a backpack. Again, arrest him. Secret Service snipers again alerted their command post about Crook's actions. According to the source who spoke with CBS News, Crooks had already climbed to the top of the building in question by the time the additional officers arrived at the scene for backup. The suspect also positioned himself above and behind the snipers inside the building. By the time the police started rushing the scene and other officers attempted to get onto the roof, the source told CBS News that a different Secret Service sniper killed Crooks. So it's like they fucking fumbled it at every step of the way. If they knew that guy was there, if they knew he had a range finder, he returns to the backpack, he gets onto the roof. All that's insane. That is at the very least horrific.
Down to the 7-yard line.
At the very least.
Let me go back. Yeah, okay, but back to Mike. Was it? I thought it was a much easier shot.
It's not an easy headshot. He's shooting at his head.
But why was shooting at the shooting at his head?
Well, you know, he's wearing a vest, right? He could be wearing a vest. Which you'd have to have ceramic plates in order to stop a rifle round. So was it a 308? What did he have? What kind of rifle did he have? I think he had an AR-15. So
and are the scopes a lot better today?
He didn't have a scope. We're pretty sure he didn't have a scope. It was good. They said it was off. This was one of the conspiracy theories that the scope was off, but that doesn't mean anything. The scopes can get off when you knock it against the
on the first week,
wall, and he drops it. He makes the shot and then drops the scope, and the scope hits the windowsill and then bounces off. That's excuse me. That scope's off.
Was there anything about the high angle on this wall to make it harder?
No, not a difficult shot. Very difficult to get off 3 shots very quickly. So that was the thing, that they had attributed 3 shots to Oswald. The reason why they had attributed 3 shots is because one of them had hit a ricochet. One of them had gone into the underpass, ricocheted off the curb, and hit a man who was treated as option. They found that. They found out where it hit, the bullet had hit. So they knew that one bullet missed Kennedy, hit that curb, which would have indicated that someone shot from a similar position as Lee Harvey Oswald. So then they had the one wound that Kennedy had to the head of the horse, and then they had another wound that Kennedy had through his neck.
That's the magic bullet.
Right. This is why they had to come up with the magic bullet theory, because they had to attribute all these wounds to one bullet. Then they find this pristine bullet. They find it in the gurney when they're bringing Governor Connolly in. Nonsense. It's total nonsense. The bullet is undeformed. A bullet that goes through 2 people and leaves more fragments of the bullet in Connolly's wrist that are missing from the bullet itself. And then the bullet's not deformed after shattering bone. All that's crazy. All that defies logic. It doesn't make any sense. If you know anything about bullets, if you shoot bullets into things, they distort. It's just one thing to happen. That bullet looks like someone shot into a swimming pool. That's what it is. They would do ballistics on bullets and they try to figure out, like, it's this guy's gun or that guy's gun, and by the rifling of the round, they can get similar markings on bullets. So when they do that, that's how they do it. They do it so the bullet doesn't distort. So they shoot that bullet into water or something. Now that bullet was metal jacket, right? If you look at the bullet, the top of it is fucked up. But the shape of the bullet looks pretty perfect. It doesn't look like something that shattered bones. And then you have to account for the amount of, there's little fragments of the bullet that you can see that they found in Connolly's wrist. The whole thing's nuts. The whole thing's nuts that you're only saying this one guy did it because that's convenient. And the Warren Commission is whitewashed. It's nuts. So the whole thing's nuts. It's much more likely that there were people in the grassy knoll, and then possibly also the pointers or whatever. I mean, I don't know. I don't know about what. All I know is you got a guy in a convertible, which is fucking crazy, who is the president of the United States, and he's going slowly down a road. Now, if you are in a prone position, so Oswald is on the window, which is a great place to shoot. It's a great place to shoot. Because you rest If you rested on the windowsill, there's no move, right? So you wrap your arm around the sling. You rest it on the windowsill, and all you have to do is you have a round already wrapped. You never And so you scope smack. That's all you have to do. You wait until he's there. You leave him just a little bit and squeeze him on. And then boom, you can do that pretty quick. I used to think it's not outside of the realm of possibility that he did get off 3 shots. What doesn't make sense is the back into the left. It doesn't make sense that all these other people saw people shooting from the grass and knoll. There's all these people that saw people running away. They saw smoke. There's smoke and some photographs of it. It looks like there was more than one shooter, and it looks like they tried to hide that. They tried to hide that in the Warren Commission report. The shot to Kennedy's neck initially was when they brought him in Dallas before they shipped him to Bethesda. They said that was an entry wound. When he got to Bethesda, then it became a tracheotomy. Why do you give a tracheotomy to a guy who doesn't have a head? You don't. I mean, none of it makes any sense. They altered the autopsy. This is a part of David Lipton's book, Best Evidence. Kennedy's brain wasn't even in his body when they buried him. Like the whole thing is very, very strange.
But then, do you get to anything more concrete than my murder on the Orient Express, where just, it could have been a lot of people. The Russians, the Cubans, the mafia.
Got suspicious for 12 years.
I think people were suspicious.
Sort of, kind of, but what do you have to go on? You don't have to go on anything. Like this Crooks kid. We don't have anything to go on. We're just going to be left out here, just like we're left out here with the Epstein information. No one knows. The people, whoever organized it, if anyone did, you're never going to hear about it. It's just going to go away. The news cycle is just going to keep flooded with more nonsense. And I think there's probably a bunch of people that want Kennedy dead. I think there's more than one group of people that want Kennedy dead. I think there's probably collusion between groups that want Kennedy dead. And I think there's a lot of people that have vested interest in ending his presidency. And I think he was dangerous. He was dangerous to a lot of the powers that be. He was dangerous. His famous speech about secret societies, crazy speech. Guy has a speech and gets murdered right afterwards. Kind of nuts. The whole thing's nuts. He wanted to get rid of the CIA. He wanted to. I mean, there's so many things that Kennedy wanted to do.
There were also a lot of crazy things. Kennedy was the Cuba, the assassination. You had the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962, about a year earlier. And then the deal that we struck with the Soviets was, they take missiles out of Cuba, and we promised we wouldn't try to overthrow the government of Cuba. And I guess we no longer did no longer did Bay of Pigs type covert stuff like that. But I think there were still something like 4 or 5 assassination plots on Fidel.
Yeah. Well, we executed very well.
And I think there was, again, I'm going to get this garbled. I think a month or two
we knew we had plenty of
JFK assassination.
We'll take quite a few guys.
Castro said something like, there might be repercussions if you keep doing this.
Yeah, well, listen, I'm sure there's a lot of people that wanted that guy dead, and I'm sure they would coordinate. I mean, if you knew that Cuba wanted Kennedy dead, and you knew that Cuba can get you assassins or that they can help in any way, I'm sure that they would want as many people that knew for a fact they wanted him dead and had communicated that. But back then they were doing
Similarly, you could try
and
to
this is when they were doing
simulate
foundation.
This again, where I think it is. I don't think we're alone in this was happening. I still place right directionally have a different feel for it. I think so much less of this stuff is going on. It's so much harder in this internet world for people to hide with whistleblowers as well. And there are legacy programs that are internal letters that are being kept. And I don't know this for sure, but I think even the NSA FISA courts a lot of stuff. It was out of control deep state thing that was going on through about 2016, 2017. I suspect even that at this point, can't quite work because people know that they're being watched, they know they're being recorded, and it's just, you can't do waterboarding in Guantanamo without bombs going all over the place.
I hope you're correct.
And
I hope you're correct, but it brings me back to this whole idea of getting
But then I think there's, and then on the other hand, there's also
And they're going to say,
a degree to which our government,
yes,
our
our
deep state,
for the official.
across the board is shockingly less competent, less functional, and it's less capable.
Okay.
This is where I'm not even sure whether this is an important
Look,
right? So it's sort of like maybe the 1963
created a reduction by
US,
walking off with a guy that
where let's go with the craziest version. Our deep state is
all
capable
that.
knocking out the president. Maybe that's actually a higher functioning society than the crazy version where they're incapable of doing it.
Right.
Well,
And
that's
it's
his
all
goal.
down with
He told us
They can't get the gun even to have a spoke on his rifle or whatever.
Yeah, I don't think we haven't.
I mean, it's like what's
I don't believe we did.
man, it's like much bigger loser. It's terrifying to someone as competent as Oswald
Right.
or something like that,
Yeah,
So
that's a good point. It's a good point. And
so I veer more to the explanation that it's gross
Every coach
incompetence,
wants to do that.
but I don't know if that makes it better. It might make it worse.
I think they weren't as competent, right? Because they only had one guy doing it, and he wasn't effective. If you had this thing, if you had much better organization, you wouldn't have just one guy. I mean, there's people out there that I know that can kill someone from a mile away.
It's
Very effective.
you can do things as a solo actor. It's hard to organize because it gets recorded.
Everything does get reported. That is a fact. But it brings me back to that thing about having dirt on people that we were talking about with why the Epstein documentation wasn't released and why they probably did it in the first place. They did it in the first place. You have dirt on people, then you know those people are not going to tell on you.
And there's and that is still a strange counterpoint to my thesis. Why has the dirt not come out? And so somehow there's some way the container is still kind of working.
Yeah, it's kind of working. It's just everyone is aware that it's working, and then they're frustrated that nothing happens. Like Julian Assange being arrested and spending so much time locked up in the embassy, like finally recently released, but didn't he have to delete like a bunch of emails in order to be released?
Again, just to take the other side of this, both in the Assange and Snowden stuff. It showed an out of control deep state. It was just clearing up all the data in the world. And then, it didn't show like James Bond terms of there weren't like exploding cigar assassinations. There was none of it. We're doing so little with this. Or at least that's the. But it's. I think there's so much less agency in the CIA, in the Central Intelligence Agency, so much less authentic.
I hope you're right.
Again, I don't know if that's
incorrect with all these people with overseas stuff. I hope they're really good at that. That brings me to this whole UAP thing, because one of my primary theories is start reviews. Because Tommy John knows how comfortable you are. I think that's a lot of Tommy John. I think there's people programs that are beyond congressional oversight that have done some things with propulsion that's outside of our understanding. Our current, the conventional understanding that most people have about rockets and all these different things being the only way to propel things to the sky. I think they figured out some other stuff. And I think they're drones. And I think they have drones that can use some sort of, whether it's anti-gravity propulsion system or some,
So do you, that's your placeholder theory, or that's what you think more than space aliens, or do you think both space aliens and those? Which version is
the latter? I think both.
You think both?
Yeah, I don't think we have indifferently. I think we have. I think if life exists elsewhere, then it most certainly should. It just makes sense.
But do you think the UFO sightings from the 50s and 60s were already grown programs?
No, those are the ones that give me pause. That's why when I named my company Club, the comedy mothership, is all UFO themed. Our rooms are named after men. Our rooms are named after because those nuclear bombs, when they drop them, that's when everybody starts seeing these things. And think if I was a sophisticated society from another planet, and I recognize that there is an intelligent species that has developed nuclear power and started using it bombs, I would immediately start using it. And I would let them know, hey, motherfuckers, there's something way more advanced than you. Hover over the nuclear bases and shut down the missiles and do all the things that supposedly the UFOs did, just to keep the government in check. Just to say, hey, you're going through a transitionary period that all intelligent species do, when they have the ability to harness incredible power, and yet they still have these primate brains. They have these territorial ace brains, but yet now with the ability to literally harness the power of stars and drop them on cities. I think that's when I would start visiting. And I think all throughout human history, before that, there's been very bizarre accounts of these things, all the way back to Ezekiel in the Bible. Very bizarre accounts of these things that are flying through space. Yeah, there's a bunch of them. There's the Imanas in the ancient Hindu texts. There's so many of these things that you got to wonder. And you got to think that if we send drones to Mars, and we did, we have a fucking rover running around on Mars right now, we did. And we send the James Webb Telescope to space, of course we do. We have a lot of stuff that we send into space. If we live another million years, we're blowing ourselves up, which is just a blink of an eye in terms of the life of some of the planets in the universe. How much more advanced would we be? And if we were interstellar, and if we were intergalactic travelers, and we found out that there was a primitive species that was coming of age, I think we would start visiting. You know,
So that is the world of knowledge.
I hear everything you're saying. I'm strangely undermotivated by it. Me too. If it's plausible. Me too.
Believe it or not.
I guess on the space aliens, which is the wilder, more interesting one in a way. You know, I don't know, Roswell was 77 years ago, 1947. And
Transportal edition.
the phenomenon is real, and it's from another world, space aliens, space robots, whatever. You know, probably one of the key features is its ephemerality, or its cloaking. And they're really good at hiding it, cloaking it, at scrambling people's brains after they see them, or stuff like this.
Right.
And then, you know, if you're researching,
Breaking loose is P1's
so you can make progress. And so, this is it's not a harnessing field. And, you know, academia is messed up. If it was academia, they're not messed up. This would not be a good version of trying there's been so much progress in 77 years. So, right. If you think from the point of view of Jacques Vallée, or some of these people have been working on this for 50 years, and yeah, it feels like there's something there, and, but then it's just as soon as you feel like you have something almost that's graspable, TikTok videos, whatever. It's just always at the margin of recognition. It's the ephemerality is a key feature, and then you know, then you have to. I think you have to have some theory of you know, why is this about to change? And then it's always, you know, I don't know, the abstract mathematical formulation would be, you know, something doesn't happen for time interval 0 to t, and time interval t plus 1 next minute, next year, how likely is it? And maybe there's a chance something will happen. You're waiting at the airport, the luggage hasn't shown up. It's more and more likely it shows up in the next minute. But after an hour, you know, at some point the luggage is lost. And if you're still waiting at the airport a year later, that's a dumb idea. At some point the luggage is lost. And like, you know, I don't know, 77 years, it's like, maybe it's like 77 minutes at the airport. That's at 77 minutes, you should stop. You know, I'd start getting very demotivated waiting for the luggage.
Perhaps. Let me give you an alternative view. Now, if you were a highly very sophisticated society. They understood the progression of technology and understood the biological evolution of these animals were going through. And you realize that they reached a level of intelligence that required them to be monitored, or maybe even help them along the way. And this is some of Diana Pasolka's work, who works with Gary Miller on these things. They claim that they have recovered these crashed vehicles that defy any conventional understanding of how to construct things, propulsion systems, and they believe that these things are donations. That's literally how they describe them, as donations. If you knew that this is a long road, you can't just show up and feed your time machines. It's a long road for these people to develop the sophistication, the cultural advancement, the intellectual capacity to understand their place in the universe, and that they're not there yet. They're still engaging in lies and manipulation and propaganda. Their entire society is built on a ship of fools. If you looked at that, you would say they're not ready. This is what we do. We slowly introduce ourselves, slowly over time, make it more and more common, and that's what you're seeing. What you're seeing is when you have things like the TikTok, the Commander David Fravor incident off of the coast of San Diego in 2004, and then you have the stuff that they found off the East Coast, where they were seeing these cubes within a circle that were hovering motionless in 120 knot winds and taking off at insane rates of speed, and that they only discovered them in 2014 when they started upgrading the systems on these jets. Like, what is all that? What are those things? And if you wanted to slowly integrate yourself into the consciousness, much like we're doing with, well, AI is quicker, right? But it's also a thing that's become commonplace. We think of it now, it's normal. ChatGPT is a normal thing. Even though it's past the Turing test, we're not freaking out. You have to slowly integrate these sort of things in the human consciousness. You have to slowly introduce them to the zeitgeist. And for it to not be some sort of a complete disruption of society where everything shuts down, and we just wait for Space Daddy to come and rescue us, it has to become a thing where we slowly accept the fact that we are not alone. And I would think psychologically that would be the very best tactic to play on human beings, as I know and understand from being one. I do not think that we would be able to handle just an immediate invasion of aliens. I think it would break down society in a way that would be catastrophic to everything, to all businesses, to all social ideas. Religion would fall apart. Everything would be fucked. It would be pretty crazy. It would be beyond crazy. It would be beyond fucked. And then, although you could say that's what ChatGPT is. It could be. It's like an alien intelligence. But I think that's what ultimately they are. But I think, there's so many parts of it that I find puzzling or disturbing. Let me go down one other rabbit hole along this with you, which is, I always wonder, and again, this is a little bit too simplistic an argument, but I always wonder, I'm not to give, but what the alien civilization would be like. And if you have faster than light travel, if you have warp drive, it's probably what you're going to cover interstellar distances.
4 minutes to go.
What that means for military technology is that you can send weapons at warp speed, and they will hit you before you see them coming. And there is no defense against a warp speed weapon. And you could sort of take over the whole universe before anybody could see you coming. This, by the way, this is sort of a weird plot hole in Star Wars, Star Trek, where they can travel in hyperspace, but then you're flying in the canyon.
They shoot so slow you can see the bullets.
Yeah, it's like you're doing this theatrical Klingons versus Captain Kirk at 10 miles per hour or 20 miles per hour. Right?
It's funny when you put it that way.
It's absurd plot. Yeah. And so it tells us that I think that if you have faster than light travel, there's something really crazy that has to be true on a cultural, political, social level. And there may be other solutions, but I'll give you my two. One of them is that you need complete totalitarian controls. And it is like, it is the people, the individuals, they might not be perfect, they might be demons, doesn't matter, but you have a demonic totalitarian control of your society where it's like you have like parapsychological mind meld with everyone, and no one can act independently of anybody else. No one can ever launch a worldwide weapon, and everybody who has that ability is in like a mind meld like everybody else, or something like that. You can't have libertarian, individualistic creations. Right. And then I think the other version, socially and culturally, is they have to be like perfectly altruistic, non-self-interest. They have to be angels. And so the Pazolka literal thing becomes the aliens. It's not that they might be demons or angels. They must be demons or angels if you have astral light travel. And both of those seem pretty crazy to me.
Well, they're definitely pretty crazy, but so are human beings.
Well, they're crazy in a very different way.
Yeah, but not crazy in a different way. You compare us to a mouse. Compare us to a mouse and what we're capable of, and then from us to them. And not much of a leap. And here's my question.
It is a very big leap on a, if you say it's something like evolution says that there's no such thing as a purely altruistic being.
Right.
If you were purely altruistic, if you only cared about other people, you don't survive.
Why would you necessarily think that they'd think that?
Because then beings that are not perfectly altruistic are somewhat dangerous. And then the danger level gets correlated to the level of technology. If you have faster than light travel, it is infinitely dangerous.
Let me address
Even
that.
if the probabilities are very low.
Here's my thing. I think that what human beings are, the fatal flaw of it is that we're still animals, and that we still have all these biological limitations and needs. So this is what leads to violence. This is what leads to jealousy, imitation. This is what leads to war. This leads to all these things. As AI becomes more and more powerful, we will integrate. Once we integrate with AI, if we do it now, and then we look at 1,000, scale it up exponentially 1,000 years from now, whatever it's going to be, we will have no need for any of these biological features that have motivated us to get to the point where we're creating AI. All the things that are wrong in society, whether it's inequity, theft, violence, pollution, all these things, essentially poor allocation of resources combined with human instincts that are ancient. We have ancient tribal primate instincts, and all of these things lead us to believe this is the only way to achieve dominance and control, allocation of resources. The creation of technology, new technology eventually reaches a point where it becomes far more intelligent than us, and we have two choices. Either we integrate, or it becomes independent and it has no need for us anymore, and then that becomes a superior life form in the universe. And then that life form seeks out other life forms to do the same process and create it. Just like it exists and it can travel. Biological life might not be what we're experiencing. These things might be a form of intelligence that is artificial, that has progressed to an infinite point where things that are unimaginable to us today in terms of propulsion and travel, and to them it's commonplace, enormous.
I know that you're trying to be reassuring, but I find that monologue super non-reassuring. There's so many steps in it, and every single step has to work just the way you described.
Not necessarily. It just has to one sentient artificial intelligence. That's it, and we're on the track to that 100%.
But it has to be almost otherworldly in its non-selfishness, its non-humanness.
Well, what is selfishness? What is all that stuff? All that stuff is attached to us. It's all attached to biological limitations.
Yeah, but I don't think it's fundamentally about scarcity. Scarcity is what exists in nature. It's fundamentally about cultural, positional goods within society. It's a scarcity that's created culture. Are you familiar with this 90s spoof movie on Star Trek called Galaxy Quest?
Yeah, I remember that.
So this was sort of a silly PayPal digression story from 1999, and we had sort of this business model idea we had known as Palm Pilots to do money. Voted one of the 10 worst business ideas of 99. We did a sort of infrared torque paying people money, and we had this idea on December '99 as a media promotional thing to hire James Doohan, who played Scotty in the original Star Trek. He was going to do this media promo event for us, and it was like an 80-something older Scotty character who was horrifically overweight, and so it's like this terrible spokesperson. But our tagline was, it used to be people, now he's beaming something much more important. He's beaming money, and it was this complete flop of media event, December '99 that we did. It was some of the reporters couldn't get there because the traffic was too bad. San Francisco, so the tech wasn't working. We had a much lower tech level, but anyway, we had a bunch of people in our company, and there was one point where one of them, William Shatner played James D. Kirk, Captain, the original Star Trek. He was already doing price, making a lot of money off price line, doing commercials for that. And one of the people asked James Doohan, the Scotty director, what do you think of William Shatner doing commercials for price line? At which point, Doohan's agent stood up and screamed at the top of his voice, "That is the forbidden question. That is a forbidden question. That is a forbidden question." And you sort of realize, because the conceit of Star Trek, the '60s show, was that it was a post-scarcity world. Transporter technology could use and figure matter if anything you wanted. There was no scarcity. There was no need for money. The people who wanted money were weirdly mentally screwed up people. Only need money in a world of scarcity. It's post-scarcity. It's sort of the communist world. But Galaxy Quest was more correct. It's a spoof on Star Trek that gets made in the mid-90s, where the Galaxy Quest, this is not the other way I'm telling the story, but Galaxy Quest is this movie where you have these retread Star Trek actors, and Mr. Spock opens a furniture store or something like this, and they all hate the person who played the captain, because the captain was a method actor, where he just lorded it over everyone. Because even in the communist post-scarcity world, only one person got to be captain, and so there's a great scarcity even in this futuristic sci-fi world, and that's what we witnessed in '99, because that's the way William Shatner treated the other actors. He was a method actor, and they hated him, and that was and so even in the Star Trek world, the humans, obviously they were stuck in the 1960s eventually. So that's what you'll say. But I don't think it's that straightforward for us to evolve.
They're humans. I don't think we're going to be humans.
But then I hear that is we're going to be extinct. I don't like that.
I don't like it either. But I think logically that's what's going to happen. I think if you look at this mad rush for artificial intelligence, like they're literally building nuclear reactors to power AI, right?
Well, they're talking about.
Yeah. Okay. That's because they know they're going to need enormous amounts of power to do. Once they have it, once that's online, once it keeps getting better and better and better, where does that goes to some sort of an artificial life form? And I think either we become that thing, or we integrate with that thing, become cyborgs, or that thing takes over, and that thing becomes the primary life force of the universe. And I think that biological life we look at like life because we know what life is. But I think it's very possible that digital life or created life by people is just as not just, it might be a superior life form, far superior. If we looked at us versus chimp nation, right? I don't want to live in the jungle and fight with other chimps and just rely on berries and eating monkeys. That's crazy. I want to live like a person. I want to be able to go to a restaurant. Why? Because human life has advanced far beyond primate life. We are stuck in thinking that this is the only way to live because it's the way we live. I love music. I love comedy. I love art. I love the things that people create. I love people that make great clothes and cars and businesses. I love people. I think people are awesome. I'm a fan of people. But if I had to look logically, I would assume that we are on the way out, and that the only way forward, really, to make an enormous leap in terms of the integration of society and of technology and of our understanding our place in the universe, is for us to transcend our physical limitations that are essentially based on primate biology. And these primate desires for status, like being the captain, or for control of resources, with all these things. We assume these things are standard and that they have to exist in intelligent species. I think they only have to exist in intelligent species only that have biological limitations. I think intelligent species can be something, and it is going to be something that is created by people, and that might be what happens everywhere in the universe. That might be the exact course where there's a limit to biological evolution. It's painstaking, natural selection, it's time-consuming, or you get that thing to create the other form of life. I keep I keep thinking there are two alternate histories. There are alternate stories that are more plausible than one that just told. And so one of them is, it sounds like yours, but it's just the Silicon Valley propaganda, where they say that's what they're going to do, and then of course they don't quite do it, and it doesn't quite work. And it goes super haywire, and that's where there's a 1% chance that works, and there's a 99% chance that that ends up to. You have two choices. You have a company that does exactly what you do, and is super ethical, super restrained, does everything right, and there's a company that says all the things you just said, but then cuts corners and doesn't quite do it, and once it's 1 to 99. That sounds more plausible as that it ends up being corporate propaganda. And then, my priority, even more likely, this is supposed to argue the effective altruist, the anti-AI company, is, yeah, Joe, the story you're telling us, that's just going to be the fake corporate propaganda. And we need to push back on that.
How you living? How your fucking courthouse doing, dog? Absolutely. So, how's the unofficial mayor treating you? Yeah, dude. Do you know about my Discord? Okay, excellent. Excellent. Yo, pimp. Yo, I'm here. I know you're probably like, hey, where are you? I'm here. Just for a moment. I'm adjusting something. Hey, dog, I'm adjusting something just for you. So just one moment, and you will see it, and you will, I think, much appreciate the effort. If you don't, I don't really give a flying fuck. I'm just making you aware that it's gonna be tight as fuck in a second. Okay, so I should be streaming the Virginia Tech Vanderbilt game. Okay, let's talk. How you been doing, dog? Excellent. Excellent. How's your girl Caitlin Clark doing? You know, she just had a career high 31 points in honor of you. I would, I would be as well. All right. So here's the rundown. I recently, as of yesterday, in fact, I'm going to take a look at this right now. Somebody organically, meaning I didn't do this, on Reddit, posted about it, and they wrote, does anyone know what the deal is with that rabbi guy who spams cats? And some of the chats I watched, this rabbi guy keeps spamming the chat with paragraphs of junk about his YouTube channel. He gets banned by months and then comes back later with another alt account and does it again and again. People say he does this all day every day. I eventually found his channel and no one was watching him, even though he spams. Says he's viral and record breaking and all that. Does anyone know what this is about? I've been seeing it for months and it still keeps happening. Why does he do this if it's not getting people to watch? Why hasn't he found a way to stop it? Or why hasn't anyone found a way to stop it? So this is what people have said. A kickbot that the streamer made to get people to talk about it, thus more engagement. And then one of my friends uploaded that and said he's going to talk. So I wrote a response to Twitter in the Rothschild here in one phrase why does Rabbi do what Rabbi does? World peace. First, apologies to my boss. Rabbi's trying to make everyone aware of Rabbi's World Peace Project. Rabbi's live in Discord if you ever want to chat. Yada. And I put some really good ideas that we're going to review. De-extinction, the process of bringing extinct species back to life using techniques such as cloning or genetic engineering. Agricultural drones and aerial vehicles used to monitor tropical assisting soil conditions and optimizing farming practices through precision agriculture. Dude, the idea of agricultural drones should make you come. It should make all of the Midwest come. This is an idea that we see. Floating greenhouses. Greenhouses built on floating platforms, typically on bodies of water, to maximize land use and grow crops in areas where traditional farming is not feasible. Saltwater greenhouses, structures designed to use saltwater, typically from the sea, to cool and humidify the air within the greenhouse, allowing for crop cultivation in arid environments. Hydroponics, a method of growing plants without soil using nutrient-rich water solutions to deliver essential nutrients directly into plants. Vertical farming, the practice of growing crops in stacked layers of vertically inclined surfaces, often in urban environments, to maximize space and increase yield per square meter. Cloud seeding, the process of introducing substances into clouds to encourage precipitation, potentially improving water availability or irrigation and reducing traffic. Desalination, the process of using salt and other impurities from seawater to produce fresh water, which can be used for irrigation and drinking, especially for regions. Plant-based diets and trending diets that rely on liquid animal products, which can produce resource use and increase food availability and utilize crops more efficiently. Aquaponics, a system of combining agriculture, raising fish, and hydroponics growing plants. Fish waste provides nutrients for plants and filter water for fish. Okay, so precision agriculture, the use of technology and data analytics to optimize field management of crop farming, improving efficiency and productivity while reducing waste. Life extension technology, advances aimed at significantly prolonging human lifespan through methods like advanced medicine, genetic modification, and biological interventions. Mind uploading, the hypothetical process of transferring supports rapid speed exploration of interstellar travel, currently speculated not proven feasible in modern physics. Stem cell therapy. The use of stem cells to treat or regenerate damaged tissues and organs, potentially offering cure for various diseases and injuries. Ambrosia therapy. A treatment approach that aims to reverse aging or extend lifespan by using substances derived from young blood or related compounds. Cryonics. The preservation of human bodies or brains at very low temperatures after death. The hope of future revival and control. Okay, so there's a bunch of shit in here, but basically, it's like, hey, this is what I do, this is what we talk about. These are things that aren't normally discussed in society. If you want to talk about it, I'm live in Discord discussing it. What do you think about that? I think that's what I'm saying. And okay, so I've really been able to try to, when we go viral, okay, so let's say all of a sudden, 100,000 people, 1 million people are watching. What are we going to do? Well, the first thing we're going to do is go to the Wikipedia page. There's a Wikipedia page known as List of Unanswered Questions. So, what is this? It's all of the questions that exist in society, and I want to get an answer. But honestly, questions like, have we answered everything, or can't we answer everything for using AI? Especially on everything. And so, list of unsolved problems. So here's just like a strong. And I would say we have 100,000 people watching. Look, I know some of you are interested in astronomy, some of you aren't. But those of you who are inclined to astronomy, or maybe you aren't studying anything right now, and astronomy is of interest to you in the future, listen up because here are some questions that we have. Orbiting bodies in rotation. Are there non-dwarf planets beyond Neptune? Meaning, when I was a kid, they used to say that Pluto is a planet. Now they say that it's not. But we don't have a really good handle on what's going on past Neptune. So let's figure it out. Why do extreme trans-Neptunian objects have elongated orbits? The rotation rate of Saturn. Why does the magnetosphere of Saturn rotate at a rate close that at which the planet's clouds rotate? What is the rotation rate of Saturn's deep interior? When it comes to like black holes, gravitational singularities. Does general relativity break down in the interior of a black hole due to quantum effects, coercion, or other phenomena? I mean, these are just some ideas. Extraterrestrial life. Is there life in the universe? Is there other intelligent life? Is there potential of infinite amount of extraterrestrial general throughout the universe? If so, what is the explanation for burning there about? Okay, so that's just with like unsolved problems in astronomy. We have unsolved problems in biology, like with human biology. Handedness. This is a great fucking question. It's unclear how handedness develops, what purpose it serves, why right-handedness is far more common, and why left-handedness exists. So, if you're out there, one of those 100,000 people, and you're like, hey, Rabbi, I don't want to study black holes, well, that's fine. If you're raising your hand right now, whatever hand you raised, why did you choose that one? And tell me why. And if you're like, well, I don't know, that's what we're talking about here. This is handedness. No one knows why we do these things. I want to be able to figure these things out. Why is it 10% of the population is essentially left-handed, but 90% is right-handed? Are these learned characteristics? Is it something that we inherit from our parents? Very good question. Laughter. What is generally accepted that laughing involves? While it's generally accepted that laughing involves is a form of social communication, the exact neurobiological process that leads humans to laugh is not well understood. It's a very interesting thing. AI is very good at many things, but it's not particularly good at humor yet. But I think in the next 10 years, it will expand on that. I want people to start studying it more. The heritable components of homosexuality. How to reconcile evolution with the heritable components of human homosexuality. Homosexuality is critical for human society past and present. These facts constitute an evolutionary puzzle. The decline in average human body temperature since the 19th century. This one is fascinating to me. Medical data suggests that the average body temperature has declined 0.6 degrees centigrade since the 19th century. The cause is unclear, though. think that handedness is cool, and I don't think that black holes are cool. Okay, that's cool. We'll find whatever's interesting to you. But how about this? Why do we have different blood types? It's unclear what the origin and purpose of having different blood types is. That's a really great question. How about this one? What causes a photic sneeze? What in the fuck is a photic sneeze? I don't even know. A photic sneeze, as a Chu syndrome, is an inherited congenital dominant reflex condition that causes sneezing in response to numerous stimuli, such as looking at bright lights or perinocular surrounding an eyeball injection. You know, I have this sometimes. So I think it is. Human sex form. There's contradictory evidence on the existence of human pheromones. I had always heard these were a thing. I want to know more about it. Okay, here's a great one. The existence of the Grafenberg spot, the G spot. Does the G spot actually exist? If so, is it present in all women? What exactly is it? Yes, it does, and we should study it in further depth. Why do we have to sleep? Why do we have, what is the role of neuroplasticity? I don't think I even know. But these are really great questions for the world. Okay. And so when people start to hear this, they're going to go, wow, this motherfucker has more to say than most people. These are really great questions. Let's look into it. Anyway. No, I didn't really expect it to. There were some people who listened to it as well. Like, you know what? This was somebody wrote, if that can't find an auto dancer, feel free to join our Discord. These motherfuckers have a whole Discord for me. And I joined it, and it's a really smart bot. So I responded to them. Shout out to your team and your excellent solution. Like, I'm the nicest fucking spammer in the entire world. When you come up with a really creative solution to stop me, I'm gonna fucking give you your flowers, man. Oh, she's gonna spam like a motherfucker. You ever seen this? Yes. Well, the thing is, though, with the amount that I spam, it's absolutely ridiculous. Like, you have to understand, this has been going on now for 4 months or so, constantly, and these people are streaming so much that we become very familiar with each other. Like, almost like, I would say, friends. I mean, I hate to say it, but like, you annoy someone enough that it's like, oh, okay, here's Rabbi again. Everybody, don't pay attention to Rabbi if he's spamming again. So let's ban him. But when this happens 5 times every single day for 3 months straight, it's like at a certain point, there's no way to avoid it. That it's just like, wow, this motherfucker's trying to get our attention. Bravo. I mean, here's what happens. I developed this. It was so funny. I was on Reddit the other day. Well, let me first say this. This fucking Reddit post that somebody made about me, it was totally organic the way I found it. I was just scrolling through Reddit, and my eyes, whenever I see the word rabbi, it's like seeing my name. So they automatically attract to it, and I see this post that says, is anybody aware of this rabbi? Yada, yada, yada. Now, what's the really interesting thing is I had posted a very similar entry to the Kick Streaming subreddit, and it got rejected. It's almost as if somebody saw me posting it and they rejected it, and then they rewrote it, but a little bit more enhanced, like we just read. And so I read this and I was like, no fucking way. So this tells me that, like, not only am I doing my job, people know about it, but now I'm starting to cross social media platforms where, you know, people are asking like the internet about me, like, what is this fucking guy's problem? That's a great problem to have. All right, so what else do you with all of this fucking spamming type of people, you know, a lot of really nice people come into this Discord. One thing that I was able to do though, I was on Reddit a few days ago and I see somebody post, hey, does anyone know really, really long message. And it's like emoji 21345 and then a bunch of X's, like 500 X's. And I see this message and I grab it, I copy it, and I paste it into Kick, and I see that it works. Now, what's special about this message? Normally, the message that I was able to post at a maximum length was like, I'd say 4 sentences or something, maybe like 100 characters. But this really long message allows me to post 500 characters. So when I start spamming someone, it's like this huge fucking wall of text that no one else has. Most people don't have a wall of text coming. So I've got this huge fucking wall of text that comes in. And a lot of people display their chat over their screen, like their display. So you just see all my fucking wall of text coming, and the user run to their fucking computer to bin. And these, I mean, it's like a full-time job. It's more than a full-time job. It's literally as much as I can make a 24/7 make these robots run. It's so funny to me though. Whenever I walk into someone, whatever, virtually walk into someone's chat and I spam them, they're getting the point. They were originally just ignoring me. Then they essentially got mad. And then a lot of them begin to laugh at me. And then a lot of them become want to be my friend because they realize that I got that dog in me, grinding around. And I see what they do. And what I also do, I create really funny usernames. And the way that I do this is by utilizing like a couple of glitches in making usernames. So, by the way, I'm the username Michael Jackson. But instead of it being MICHAELJACKSON, it's really all in capitals, and the I in Michael Jackson is really a lowercase l. So you can't tell the difference when you're reading it. It just looks like Michael Jackson. But, because somebody already did that name, that's a good name to do. So anyway, I go into fucking people's chat, and I just go, hee, Shimon. And people fucking go nuts. They're like, oh, how the fuck is Michael Jackson here? Welcome. They want to talk to me and do all this shit. And then I say, hey, do you know how I found out about your stream? And they're like, what? How? And I go, the Rabbi was talking about you in Aiden Ross's Discord. Is it true? Yeah, because I'm in Aiden Ross's Discord and I talk about them. I'm the fucking person hearing me. But nevertheless, I talk about them. And then these people are like, Aiden, they were talking about me in Aiden Ross's stream? No way. Then they come and check me out. It's a really fucking great way. One other way that I've gotten a lot of attention, which is a really great way, I'll come into somebody's chat and I say, hey, you want to be on a podcast? They're like, fuck yeah, I'll be on a podcast. Like, that's one interesting thing. I don't want to say everybody, but a lot of people, if you go up to them and hey, you want to be on a podcast? Like, yeah, I'll be on a podcast. And so I did this thing where I hosted a podcast. I asked Vogue Magazine 73 questions, and they're like really easy questions, like what's your favorite color, what's your favorite clothes, etc., etc. And but I didn't so much do it for me to get a lot of attention for a podcast. What it would allow me to do is hijack a creator's channel for like an hour, actually usually like 30 minutes, where I'm asking them questions, but all of their viewers are learning about who I am, and they've got my video stream. So basically, I would just ask them 73 fluff questions. They would answer them, and it allows their audience to know that I'm a real person, that I'm a serious person, and basically, I'm down to look. And so I've been getting a lot of people who are talking about me from there, YouTube, from Discord, but the big one is Kick. I keep pumping out this fucking message. Everybody follow Rabbi. Everybody is Rabbi. I mean, life extension technology, de-extinction, all that other shit. It's big time. One last thing, de-extinction. I did not know this. I don't think basically, like less than 1%, I think, of the global population knows this. And I hope you'll know after I say this. They have already done the first successful de-extinction. When I say big science, what did happen? In 2007, basically, there was an animal known as the Pyrenean ibex. An ibex is like a deer, and the Pyrenean ibex was in northern Spain, southern France, and the Pyrenees Mountains. It was hunted to extinction around the year 1999, but scientists were able to take DNA samples from it while it was still a viable species before extinction. They were able to take that DNA and impregnate like 200 different ibexes and of different species, and one of them had, one of them was able to give birth, and even though the offspring only lasted 7 minutes, it's considered the first de-extinction in global history. I did not know this. I did not know that de-extinction was already a thing. Basically, Jurassic Park shit has already happened. That all seemed like a future thing to me, but it is not. It actually just happened. So then I dug into this topic a little further, and there's a company called Colossus Biosciences that has plans by the year 2028 to de-extinct the woolly mammoth and reintroduce it into the Arctic Circle, and they're going to do so using African elephant and a hybrid. And I think that's absolutely positively fascinating. That's what I like. How do you like that, baby? I imagine at this point you got to get going, my man. Well, how cool is that shit? So you're a big Jurassic Park fan? I'm where you are. I wasn't crazy about it. I couldn't name every fucking dinosaur out there, but I thought it was pretty cool. Yeah. And so that shit's gonna be real. And you should know, I really mean this, and I tell this to people, and some people get it, some people don't, but I really mean this. I don't think you're gonna die. And if you're like, okay, Rabbi, how's that happen? Well, like I said, life extension technology is a hypothetical technology that perhaps may not be hypothetical in a generation or two, where you scan your brain into a computer, essentially your entire central nervous system, for later download into an Android and Android avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. You could be whatever you want to be and live for as long as you want, essentially with digital immortality. You could have potentially biological immortality if you wanted. We could preserve your body for indefinitely. But at a certain point, you're going to have a breakdown. So you're going to want to transition into a new body, perhaps. You could be a mech warrior. You could be whatever the fuck you want to be. And the way that you're going to be able to afford this, but I know you're like, Rabbi, I don't have the money to be able to necessarily afford this kind of technology. But you will with cryptocurrency. The reason why is this is not a 1 year or even a 10-year investment. It's a 100-year or a 1,000-year investment. Very, very early. It doesn't seem like it because you've got these highs and lows that keep happening, and you haven't been able to retire off of this. But give it enough time. When we have a major global depression and everyone ends up running to cryptocurrency, I don't care what cryptocurrency you have. I think it will have some value. Additionally, and this is really the interesting one, I think if you have any NFTs that at one time were worth a lot and now actually worth nothing, I think those will have a huge amount of value in the future. And here's why. They'll be like antiques. Like, you know how antiques, basically a lot of it didn't have any value or don't have too much value, but the older they get, the more value that they gain. And I think that in the same like in 50 years, when people are like, oh, look at the value of what this NFT was. This person bought it for $800 at the time, which was a lot of money back then. But then it basically basemented in for 1 cent for 5 years, and then all of a sudden there was a global recession. Everybody started global depression. Everybody started running to cryptocurrencies and NFTs, and then it began to spike again with its value. And now it's one of the most valuable NFTs in the world. I think the most valuable NFTs in the world in the future may be the ones that at one point were like worth pennies because it's a better story. Oh yeah, excellent. Excellent. So what's your what's the Nebraska Cornhuskers? What are they going to be this year when it comes to that? That's what I like to hear. All right. Are you in the fantasy football? Why? Why? Okay, that's honest. There's a way for it to like how to manage your team, right? So I think we have one spot available, and shoot them a question. Hey, could I still be there? Why? It will make the season so much more exciting for you. You're playing with a bunch of guys. Very few of us are, if any of us, like, consider experts. I've only played one player in my life. So for as much as I fucking watch it, I don't know that much about it. And you know, it'll make the whole season really exciting. And yeah, I wish it was NCAA. NCAA fantasy football doesn't necessarily exist in a mass scale. You can play it, but you can't play it like on ESPN. And the reason why, traditionally, it had to do with the NIL, the name, image, and likeness. You couldn't use that of an amateur athlete. And also, it's like too unpredictable of what can happen in college football. Meaning, like in pro football, the most amount of touchdowns that a player's going to have is like 4, maybe. But in college football, sometimes like both sides of the ball, you might have like 6 or 7 touchdowns. Maybe you might have 4 touchdowns, 2 touchdown runs, and an interception, pick six or something. So basically, the numbers are more difficult to anticipate. That's why it's not done so much in college football, but I think it will be in the future once you start getting these that's exciting. It's the first official day of the college football season, and then the pro football season starts a week from tomorrow. Well, I think actually a week from today. So you still have a little bit of time. I think we're doing our draft on it's the first day. So send a message to Leo and say, listen here, baby, I'm interested in this. It's a way for you to make like $600 or something, perhaps, even more at the end of the day. So, yeah, exactly. So, no, it's just known as auto picking. So, so here's what would happen. And I mean, um, if you have any interest, it's definitely a cool thing to do. It'll give you a lot more interest in the NFL season. You'll become closer with the people here kind of about this time. You'll be stronger for the player. But on top of that, if you're like, I don't know that much about the NFL, or I haven't watched the NFL in 20 years, that's absolutely fine. You just have it auto pick. When I say have it auto pick, we're going to do a draft. I think it's like a week from today, where there's whenever I draft it, that's good draft information. And the reason why we build it is because we don't have that much knowledge, which in 4 days, you can do mock drafts if you don't know what to do, but you just have the computer auto draft for you. So what does that mean? It takes the best player that's available for you every single time, unless there's something on your team that there's like a big hole in your team and you shouldn't draft the player for one reason or another. Your team is full. But basically, like, if you don't know what to do, you just have it auto draft. I played ESPN fantasy, and I had 25 teams there, and they're all auto drafted. I don't pick a single person. I just let the computer do everything, and then I follow along with it throughout the weeks, and then I just follow the teams that are with it. And basically, I'm guaranteed to win when it comes to football at the end of the year, which is kind of exciting to me. I did lose. Actually, last year I did pretty well. I won about 50% of it. But, you know, kept me excited and intrigued in the season. And I tell you, it's going to be the same thing too. And it's one of those things that 50% of the time, the person who knows nothing about the NFL wins. So, okay, send your a message. I know I blew your ass up about it, and let me tell you who's in it. Let me tell you who's in it. We have, and as I say, all this shit, I need to have maybe. do it. I don't know if you know all these people, but you might know some. Hurricane Rate. Oh, dude, yeah, I know much. There's VMU, there's Crypto World, Halloween, Red Cloud, Speed Demon, Bitcoin Forever. Oh, hold on, I'm not reading. Team VMU, No Clean Outboard, Team Halloween 2008, Team Red Cloud, Speed Demon, Camp Ketchum, Team Schiller and Crew, Sproto 69ers, $1 Million Number, Team Hurricane Rate 14. To be honest with you, I don't know those people. That's like, well, don't you like how I just spent, I don't know, 10 minutes wasting your fucking time about how great fantasy football is, and then I didn't even check how to get definitely the way to go. And, you know, exactly. A really fun thing to do if you, I don't expect you to do it this year, but if you're ever going to do it, this is the way to do it. Okay, you go to ESPN on their fantasy league, and you get the maximum amount of teams that you can get there, which is 25. You have the computer do everything for you, manage your teams, auto pick everything, and because you're in so many leagues, you'll have the. I just think like you'll have the ability, a lot of recognition of who becomes a really good player, and you'll see like really good opportunities in some of your other leagues because like not everybody sees the same amount um, of teams that you do. So what am I saying? Let's say there's a really good opportunity in one of your leagues, league one. You get that opportunity. Then what you do is you search all your other leagues to see if that same opportunity is available. And chances are it is. So you take, like, basically, if you're able to take advantage in one of your leagues, there's a chance you can take advantage of 25 of another one. Why am I saying this? Because if you're going to do it, go big, go home, and then have your league that counts. Why? Because you get a lot of practice at your free leagues, and then you can use that knowledge in your league. Well, you can live vicariously through me. I haven't had a chance to name the team yet. I'm going to come up with something interesting, and I'll keep you updated how we're doing. And yeah, hopefully, well, I can tell you, I did 25 leagues, 25 teams last year, and I won like 14, which is incredible high. Now I had nothing else to do but make sure these teams were fucking amazing. Meaning, like, I knew when the fucking waiver deadline was. I got really fucking into it, and so the teams did really well. And hopefully they do the same this year. And if you want to do 100 years. Excellent. All right. When is Caitlin Clark going to accept your hand in marriage? I know I would. Now, would you marry her? Wow. I bet she's really down to earth. Do you have talent? Yeah. I didn't know if you meant like houses and real cows or cows with your eggs. I get what you're saying. Both. Hell yeah. Do you know where the tallest point in the state of Nebraska is? Okay. There's like, you know where Panhandle has like the inns? It's like a little grass like by Colorado. high point was like much higher than that. Grass was actually pretty high elevation wise in comparison to like Florida, but it's just flat. So it's Nebraska, high, the Bears, green. It's 5,429 feet, which is taller. If you had sex there, you could consider yourself a member of the Mile High Club. That's pretty fucking tall. Um, that's exactly where I'm getting to. It'll be a great place. Dude, doesn't it sound amazing? So she's telling Angel Reese and Brittany Griner, you're never going to believe it. Caspian Sea drove down to Panorama Point after feeding the cows. And he fucked on the tallest point in the state of Nebraska. It was amazing. Dude, this is fucking unreal. You see the elevation of 5,424 feet, and you look around, and it's literally flat everywhere you go, which is hilarious. So it tells me, like, it basically it's just like a very slow rise. Like, normally if you're like, oh, this is the highest point of the state, it's like you can look down on shit. But this one, literally, like, it's like if you took a plate, you flipped it over, and then stood in the very top of the plate. It would be like, all right, well, we're out of the top now. Exactly that. Do you know what the tallest peak is in the solar system? It's Olympus Mons. It's on Mars. And I want to be the first person to climb it, and you heard it here first. What do I mean by that? Now, if I'm going to be living like forever, digital immortality and shit, then, you know, doing shit in the solar system is potentially up for grabs. So I'll let Sir Edmund Hillary and Tenzing, forget his last name at this point. And this is important. Edmund Hillary, Tenzing. They were the first people allegedly to climb Everest. I'm going to be the first person to climb Olympus Mons. The difference is Olympus Mons is very much like the high point in Nebraska. It's like Olympus Mons, I think, is the size. It's a mountain, the size of the state of Arizona, but it has a very, very gradual rise. It's like a 3% rise. So when I say I'm going to be the first person to climb it basically just means you were going really long enough. So I'm excited to do that. Don't you like the goals that I set for myself? I don't think I'm goals to take over this planet, but I'm in goals to take over the other side of time. Yes, 100%. Hey, have you been watching Platonic? Yeah. Well, it's getting bigger and bigger. Oh, I'm a Normie about it. Yeah, definitely. I go way back to Joe Rogan. Really good. Yeah, so, bro, you know all about it. Amazing. Well, I'll tell you what, it's getting bigger and bigger for me. But I'm telling you, you don't know what you're talking to about it. You know that. Well, it's going to be on Netflix. Have you heard this? Yeah, so basically, Tony had got some kind of Spotify-like deal to present it on Netflix. And the way that I think they're going to do it is similar to the way it's done now, where it airs like a week later, or usually it's actually 2 or 3 weeks later, but it's going to be like a 250 million video. You heard it here first. Do you know who Brian Redban is? Exactly. I think he would be more successful at the end of the day. The reason why is he started the Joe Rogan, started Kill Tony. He also helped to start the Rob's House and 2 other podcasts. Kill Tony is going to be bigger perhaps than the Joe Rogan is. The reason why is there's more appeal to it. Joe Rogan can have people on for 4 hours and talk to them. That's not that exciting. But what is exciting is a fucking 2-hour comedy class every single week that's very consistent. In fact, some might argue that it's one of the last, even though it's not completely live because there's tape delays, it's one of the few bastions of free speech that we have in society. I think people like it overall. I think they might get bored with some of the negative, maybe aren't always who they want to be. Like there is something very exciting about the talent show, whether it's American Got Talent or American Idol or some talent. If you have some kind of talent, whatever it is, you can come up and surprise people with it. That's hard to replace, you know, kind of social media. So huge, so huge. American Idol was huge, and then it had all kinds of branch offs like X Factor and America's Got Talent. All of those came from American Idol, and then you can make the argument American Idol came from like Star Search. You know, what Star Search was? It started in the yeah, so they would take people who had a certain talent and they would put them up against each other. So there were some really famous people on Star Search. Beyonce was on Star Search. Justin Timberlake was on Star Search. Britney Spears was on Star Search. Christina Aguilera was on Star Search. Like, if I said this, like, this is the biggest fucking show ever. But they don't really talk about it. But if I told you Britney Spears, Justin Timberlake, Beyonce, and Christina Aguilera were all on the same television show, you'd be like, what fucking television show was this? And where the fuck was I? Usher. Usher was on. Leanne Rimes was on. Alanis Morissette was on. Aaliyah was on. Kelly Rowland was on. Who was it? Destination Abigail. Martin Lawrence was on it. Ben Bailey was probably the. Oh, he was the guy who did Cash Cat. Who else? Mark Summers from like Double Dare. Jenna Jones from like she was like a talk show host. Lauren McDonald, the comedian, was on it. Sinbad was on it. No, it's Star Search. It had Ed McMahon. Jessica. You catch a falling star. Isn't that? Wasn't that? Is that Korean? Oh, okay. Jessica Simpson, David Archuleta, Sharon Stone, like all these people who were on it were no one. Tatiana Ali from The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Like there were a bunch of Carlos Mencia. There are a bunch of people I'm just skipping over because, but I mean, like right now, Angkor is on top of the vendor. There are so many things. Like it was. Street Beyonce and fucking. But I mean, what a big show that had all those people. That's incredible. In fact, it makes you realize how what's the word? Like choreographed, like how how handpicked like our celebrities are. Basically, every single person that I named eventually got their 15 minutes of fame or whatever to become a celebrity. Like a deep, what's the word? Not choreographed, but they're like handpicked. What did you say? Groom would be, yeah. And so it's like, oh, I heard about this really great band, Destiny's Child. Oh, okay, great. But little did you know that like 2 of the 3 members of Destiny's Child were already on another television show. Um, and you see how you watch one of these shows, and then those people get an agent or manager, and then eventually they become like lifelong connected to the industry their entire lives. 100%. I love how until Tony, there's a freedom for people to do in the city what they want. They're gonna have to take the backlash of that, but they can say what they want. And I think that's really right. And here's what I can't stand. Oh, hold on. So he inspired me to write my own stand-up, which I did. I'm gonna perform for you. All right. So here's Rabbi Rothschild's one minute. Sure, y'all know Rabbi Rothschild. If you want to be super popular with the ladies on TikTok like I am, here's some surefire pickup lines for sliding into a showers of feelings. But I haven't repeat, you might message. Are you not digital? Because I'm going to tag you on every piece of furniture I own. Perhaps that new person on your page should that they remind you of the rear end version, since you're going to get it from your back. You could always use the tried and true. Is there a mirror in your pocket that I can see myself in your pants? For an international flair, you might send something like, you remind me of the Bank of England, since you got me interested in a pound. What about I lost the number? If you admire an animal lover, you might say you hope they have pet insurance, because that pussy's getting beaten. For the thick girl in your life, you might say, you keep the cell phone in your back pocket, is that asking common? You might message, are you sure you're not a parking ticket for baby? I'm going to tear you up. For that future food, you may say, damn girl, are you a haunted house? Because I'm going to scream when I come inside. And finally, for that person you never want to message you again, all you need to ask is, are you a pinata? Because I'm going to need a blindfold to get that. My name is Rothschild. How do you like that? So, there you go. Bing, bang, boom. Maybe someday. As of right now, I gotta go viral with my streams. But the second that people know about my streams and I have the freedom to do what I want, fuck yeah. I'm gonna go to Austin, Texas. I'm gonna fucking stand in line with all those other motherfuckers, and I want the same opportunity that everybody else has. 1 minute where I go present to myself and they get to rip me apart. Wait. Oh, definitely. Perhaps. Maybe what we need. We might have to hitchhike to Austin, Texas to do that. It makes me regret not having done it while it was in LA. like, oh man, I could have just hopped over there and read these fucking things, and it would be done. But they moved it. So yeah, I'll suck a few dicks to get to Austin, Texas, and do whatever I have to do, and get the comedy and other shit, and then hopefully I get on the secret show with Red Band and all that other cool shit that they do. I love the fact that literally people who are basically friends can go there, and if they're funny, they'll put you up in a hotel. You get to be in the Thursday show, make a few bucks here and there, do some open mics, and then you can basically get your start. You can become regular. You know what I would know? They do not pay. So Tony does not pay. Not even the regulars. So they're paid in exposure, obviously. Right. I don't know if he deserves to. You know, I mean, here's what I can tell you is funny and what is not in 2023. Things that are funny are puns, are alliteration, are rhymes, are like creative things like that. What I don't think is funny is race jokes, things that you can't make again. Race jokes can be funny, but when all you're doing is the same shit, um, when you make fun of someone for something they can't control, basically, whether it's because of their race, because of their size, because of their economic status, because of um, their sex, their gender, or whatever. If you're making fun of somebody because of that, that to me is not funny. You can too easily. Those are people leave themselves open for those. If somebody comes up in a wheelchair, it's actually you're funnier to me if you make fun of everything but the fact that they're. Thank you. Yes, the rolling, and it seems like Tony just cannot resist that temptation. If it's there, he's gonna go for it. And it's like, dude, this isn't a game. It's a game to see who can make the people laugh the most. The loudest, not necessarily who can make the most amount of jokes. Because when you're making all these jokes and they're not landing, you're kind of seen as a hack. Well, it does seem to get to his head. In my opinion, he seems very cocky to the point where it can be obnoxious. But I'm that way too, so I understand. But like it was so funny. He described it perfectly. He's like, yeah. So I was at the comedy store, like I don't know, one day a few months ago, and this was right before the Tom Brady roast there, and he's like, I get up there, and there are people who want to bump me, and like, he's like, I've been like doing stand up for more than a decade. Like, I'm at a point where you shouldn't be able to bump me. And then all of a sudden he says, the Tom Brady roast landed, and then he had a special spot at the comedy store, which means like now they're finally treating him the way that he feels like he should be treated. But he did this on Joe Rogan, and he was just kind of in this afterglow. And so I can't really hate on the guy. He did it. I didn't see what he said, but I heard he did it. But it was just almost like, yeah, now I'm a real celebrity. Now I'm a real powerhouse. I'm no longer going to get bumped in or I'm a big time comedian. And I think that's cool. But what I don't like about it are the cheap shots that he takes at people. And I think that eventually they could just get away from it. You know who I can't say? You've ever seen David. No, I shouldn't say I can't say it. I did like him a little bit, but when you watch enough of his shit, it's the same stuff over and over. And then I don't know. I'm somebody who I like self-made motherfuckers, and I come to find out like he's the son of like politicians in Georgia, and his great uncle was what's that guy's name? That Lucas guy who ran the hair, maybe the American Games. about him? Frank Lucas. So he's Frank Lucas's granddad, which is honestly, if he were a good comedian, I wouldn't put any. I'd be in addition to being a good comedian, he's Frank Lucas's grandson. No, his fucking grandson. His stand-up is the same shit. It's literally just I don't even use the words, but it's like Edward, you're so gay that your booty hole puckers every time you cross the street. It's like, dog, it's the same fucking shit. In fact, when you do well enough on Kill Tony, they eventually put you in the Hall of Fame. When they put him in the Hall of Fame, he was reusing his old material that same night. So what was it? Basically, he made a joke that said, Tony, you look like a gay puffer fish. And that's like a thing that he says a lot. And even in his like compilation highlights, they even had him saying that. So he made the same joke essentially twice in one night. One was a recording of him, and the other was when he did it live. Nevertheless, like if you saw like his showdown with Carlos Williams, I tore his ass apart. I don't think he's that fun. There are some people on there who I think deserve the opportunity. I don't even. Who do I think is fucking funny? Is Cam Patterson. You know who Cam Patterson is? Yeah, 100%. He used the right words. And shout out to Tony Hinchcliffe, who saw it from the beginning. But he said he's the future. He's 100% the future. It's his delivery. It's that dirty southern drawl that he has that it's kind of hard to hear, but it just makes it funnier. It makes shit that he says funny. Yeah, that's a good question. I think he's funny. And he has this one joke that I heard that made me laugh so hard. Okay, so what is it? It's from his set or his it's from his stand-up. It's not from something he did at Kill Tony. Well, Kill Tony's or Tony Hinchcliffe said, "Wait, give us something from your set." So he performed it on Kill Tony, but it's usually from the stand-up. But it was this. He says something like this: "I ain't getting on that boat," and then he says, "That is the name of my upcoming novel about the first African American to escape the Titanic." I just thought that shit was so funny, just the way that he was like, "I ain't getting on that boat." That was so funny. Is that a race? Relationship? Yeah, but it's almost more a historical joke at this point. That was kind of funny to me. Anyway, so he has some jokes that I think are funny. And he brings a lot of energy. And so, for those reasons, I think that he's an excellent audition to Kill Tony. Hans Kim, I don't think is very funny. All he talks about is his girlfriend. That is fucking Cam Patterson needs to get into other shit because all he does is talk about having sex with white women, which is cool, but it's like, come up with something else. I want to hear you talk about sports. I want to hear you talk about growing up or doing whatever. But nevertheless, you can just tell he has a lot of material to work. He's young and has a lot of opportunity. William Montgomery brings a lot of energy. Is a like I did not know this, but it's like hugely successful on camera. Makes like $250,000 a week. Camera. Huge amounts of money. And do I think you're funny? Yep. Are there things that I didn't like about it? Sure. What do I think that he does that's really fucking funny? It's totally rude, but it's so funny. When somebody is like in the audience and he's just up there giving a stand-up, and somebody like will laugh at a long time, and they'll go, "What in the fuck is your problem? I'm up here delivering my jokes, and you want to laugh? You want to laugh at the wrong time? God damn it! I ain't never gonna stop." Like he just goes above and beyond, way way over the top. Exactly. And I think that's very funny. Yeah. Red Band and his soundboard, I could see how people would really hate that. But I just got them related to Red Band enough that I just know that I know how he is. I think everybody loves to hate him because he's so perverted and shit, and like a total, just a self-centered person. But it's hard to deny that he had the hand in creating two of the most successful podcasts in all of history. Kind of like mine. Exactly. Yeah, so we've been watching, we just watched every Tony that took place at Rothschild. And really interesting to see where they do like some comedian that you never heard of, and then all of a sudden this person becomes a best. And it's funny to see now that we have so much of this on video, it's funny to see like Joe Rogan in old conversations with Ryan Redband if you're like, hey, do you know Tony, the guy I introduced you to the other day? He's like, yeah, who's this? He's like, Tony Hinchcliffe. He's really, really funny. You should listen to it. And Joe's like, yeah, okay. Yeah, he's a guy, whatever. Like, they barely knew each other back then, and now, they're both wildly successful. I think that's true. Or when they did kill Tony, it was like the third episode in when they actually got the name. So originally it was just called, it's like a working title of Hinchcliffe's Notes, and Cliff's Notes, like Hinchcliffe's Notes, and Red Band is like, yeah, so we can go with Hinchcliffe's Notes or whatever, and we'll do that. But, there were people who were saying kill Tony. It's like a good suggestion. Some people, even Hinchcliffe's like, what do you guys think? Kill Tony or Hinchcliffe's Notes? And they're like, yeah, all right, I got to kill Tony. And that's how they get the name of the biggest fucking live podcast in the world. I love that shit. When it's organic, and it's like, it could have been named anything. It could have just. I'm sorry. I think that Netflix. Yes. Yeah. And on top of that, Shane Gillis's impression of Donald Trump. Right. And I gotta say, that's kind of what looped me in. Actually, the thing that looped me in more than anything was Mel. I don't know if you know who that is today. He's a here live. He's like, who's your favorite? Or he told me his favorite comedian was this William Montgomery. And I'm like, yeah, I've seen that guy before, but I don't know too much about him. He's like, you gotta watch him. He's really funny. So that was a few weeks ago. And then I think I was just watching Joe Rogan's, and eventually until Toby got into my algorithm or whatever, then it just started showing me those. Then I realized, oh, this is a really cute idea where it's like 1 minute, make you laugh as much as hard as you can, and then I'm going to interview you for a little bit, and then you can come back again. Perfect. I liked it. Yes, you do. I understand. My man, I want you to know James Kaminsky, if anyone in the Harry Potter about he holds a special place in my heart to you. I'm glad that we were able to catch up. Know that I'm always here to support the coin, and hopefully more and more viral moments occur where I get people to notice the project, which means they know Harry Potter about Sonic Tempino, which means that we're all going to be reaching it. I love you too, James Kaminsky. You take care, my friend. Absolutely. You're amazing. Take care, baby. Take care. James Kaminsky, everyone. What a G. What a G, baby.
First pimp is the way in there.
Biggest pimp on earth. Biggest pimp alive. The East Side gangster, the West Side pimp, the West Side gangster, the East Side pimp. Sideline to sideline, baby. All day, every day. All day, every day. Greatest motherfucker in the history of mankind. If I could suck my own dick, I would, and you'd never hear another word out of it.
Shakes out.
Yes, but
That doesn't seem to be the way things are written. Or maybe it is in the overall picture, but I just can't see it.
well, I think what happened was, I don't think in 2016 they ever anticipated Trump was going to win. All the projections were that Hillary was going to win by a landslide.
No.
That was all the polls, that was all the things you saw on television. And then when Trump started winning on television, you could see it in the look of the faces of the pundits, the people that were on TV that were calling the election. There was they couldn't believe it. And then it was over. Because that famous video of the lady with the sock hat and the glasses in the street on her knees going, exactly. When it's announced.
Trump's last ceiling still exists. Not been broken.
Oh, it was crazy times. And then, which was funny, is right after that, Jim Brewer had a great joke about this, that there was those women's marches. There was marches. Trump said that grabbed by the pussy thing. Like, these right. Women marches. And Jim Brewer goes, isn't it funny that you know what a woman was then?
Yeah.
Which is crazy. That was only 2016. Yeah. 2016, there was no trans women, this woman.
Right.
That kind of conversation was not on the table at all.
And Me Too movement, all of that just completely gone out the window in favor of what 0.0000 point whatever population.
I know, it's nuts, and it's also, it's like now women's sports are because now you're having biological and mental disease, mental disorders competing as women, saying that they're women. Winning weightlifting events, winning cycle boxing,
Italian boxer, it's complicated, really dangerous. I have really dangerous people.
The boxing
I was a drama department. I was a drama.
Right.
Most of the drama department was gay. It's not. I used to play golf with Caitlin.
When it was Caitlin or Bruce,
Really back when he was Bruce. So it was just be us because Sherwood was very important to me people. Just, I love the guy. And when he came out like that, I was really happy for him, to tell you the truth, because you're like carry that around what you feel inside. That's really important.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that the entire nation has to like flip over and change to accommodate. Yes, it could be I'm all for it. And in fact, our system already accommodates everybody.
Yes.
It does. Yeah, it does. But I just don't like being beat over the head and told what to think and what to feel and to pretend this and pretend that.
No, it's terrible. It's terrible for everybody. And it's just this very loud vocal minority that's very invested in pushing this agenda. And everybody else is just going to scratch their heads and going, what the fuck? And if you have a daughter who's to do some sort of sport and there's trans athletes on that team, like, Jesus Christ. Like, this is the reason why Title IX was created in the first place. Like, to give women an opportunity to compete with women.
Exactly.
So you can't say, I feel like a woman, so I'm a woman, and I'm going to compete with women with all of male biological advantages. Like, you want to talk about science? There's your science right there. You're denying biological science.
Yeah, and then just by the time it hit 3 times harder than a woman. In that Olympic match, she's the girl started about 45 seconds.
See, that's a different story. That person has a disease. That male boxer who was allegedly male, who allegedly has XY chromosomes. There's a complicated issue with it. This is like a genetic disorder where they have very high testosterone and allegedly have XY chromosomes. They should do chromosomes. This is one of the things. Do you know what the enhanced games are?
I think I know what you're getting at.
The enhanced games, they're putting together this new form of athletic competition. It's going to be this enormous event where they're going to let people take performance enhancement drugs. And so I asked, I had them on the podcast, I said, what are you going to do about trans athletes? They said, I think we're going to go along the chromosomes. So if you have XY chromosome, no matter what, You're competing with other people that have XY. People who went through male puberty. That's it. End of discussion.
Yeah.
Now, socially, I'll call you a woman. I'll call you whatever your name if you want to be called. I don't care at all. But if you want to compete athletically, we're going to pretend that the shape of the hips, the density of the bones, size of the lungs, size of the heart, the ability to react quicker, all these different advantages that we know exist.
Mm-hmm.
This is stupid.
Right.
And this is now you're putting ideology instead of ahead of facts and ahead of science and ahead of the biological reality we know about the advantages that men have.
Yeah. Ideology. It's like don't work in the current way.
Yeah.
It's like
Well, look over there. It's people that don't have religion is what it is. I mean, they have a new religion, and that religion is this woke ideology. And that is they're acting that way the same way a religious zealot would act.
Yeah. Complete with the documents everyone of those to spout, and there is no argument.
Excommunication, everything.
There is no exclusion of ideas. Right.
Well, they can't debate because if you debate about it, then the facts outweigh their ideology. Right? You look at the biological facts of this stuff; it outweighs the ideology. And then you look at the transitioning children. I mean, have you ever seen any of these interviews where people go up to people and they say, do you think that a child of 12 years old is old enough to get a tattoo? No. Do you think, they ask those, do you think they're old enough to know their gender? Yes. Yes. Oh, that. Oh, that. Yeah, that. Puberty blockers are fine. Literally chemical castration drugs that were used on pedophiles in the past. Those are fine. Yeah, those are fine to give to kids without telling them confused.
Yeah.
The whole thing is
parents having no say about it.
Yeah.
I think people, in a way, if you know their gender when they're young, in a way, maybe later they look back and realize that they were that way when they were either gay or a place of hindsight in a way. But to let someone who was under at least 18, really, even in 18, how much do we really know ourselves? How much, and then you can't right. And people are very easy, very. And if they're taught by the people around them that they get positive reinforcement, if they go in a particular direction, people do that. I mean, how many people are trans kids? And how is that? All of a sudden, there's an epidemic. How's it? Yeah. How's it possible? Is it just the openness that's always been there? Or is it that this is some sort of a fucking mind virus? And these people are being influenced by the positive reaction they get from saying they're LGBTQ, plus, AI, whatever the fuck it is now. It's like there's a social contagion, and there's an aspect to that that's real. These are educated people. Yeah. Well, that's nuts, right? But educated people that are not paying attention to this thing called gender dysphoria that has always existed. How do you think we get back? How do you think we get back to being able to have an exchange of ideas and not just, try to try to dismiss them from society? It sounds ridiculous, but I think the only way is what we're doing right now, and to continue talking about it as reasonable people and have people listen to it, and it shapes people's opinions of things. They go, yeah, they're making sense. It is reasonable. And to pretend that these psychological conditions, there's a psychological condition called autogynephilia, where men get sexually aroused dressing up as women. But they're usually attracted to women. So now these men are pretending that they're lesbians. So they're calling themselves lesbians. They're getting on lesbian apps, and lesbians are fucked up. Because now these men that are pretending to be lesbian, that are occupying these lesbian apps, that are responding to their agenda. And if you don't want to date them, then you're transphobic and they'll attack you. And it's like, holy shit, these are the people that were servers in the past. And now all of a sudden they're part of the protected class. It's very strange. It's very strange, and it's not good, and it's not sustainable. And I don't know when people are going to fully recognize the harm that they've done to all these children, that they've had vasectomies and forced these fucking drugs on that kill their body's ability to produce testosterone, and they try to say that they're reversible. There's no fucking reversing damaging someone's puberty. That's not true. You put puberty blockers in a
boy that is not reversible. It's not true. Not only is it not true, there's a tremendous amount of evidence that shows that there's significant danger to taking these drugs. There's blood clots and strokes and all sorts of other, and then there's the fact that it's not natural. None of it's natural, right? Even injecting them with estrogen, like just so they can be their true self. If you're your fucking true self, chemicals are not involved. It's not injecting chemicals are not involved in maintaining your true self. That's nonsense. And it's a crazy sort of a leap, a mental leap that you have to have.
We've got to get back. Like something I look back at the 60s, and we've always been a nation, at least in some real experiments, that go on as a society as a whole. You have the flower children back then, and that whole counterculture. Sure, the relationship around. Back then, even the leaders. It seems to be brutalist. With Black Panthers, you had Malcolm X, you had Martin Luther King, you had leaders of all these movements that you could have this dialogue with, or this debate with. And now it's,
33 comes out of nowhere.
who are the leaders of Black Lives Matter? Who are the leaders and spokesmen for this whole trans that's going on? And some of it is political, but where are the leaders for that?
Well, I think that these are the top places.
Yeah.
I think that's what it is. I think the tech businesses are becoming a factor form of government.
Yeah. As the only, to me, that the only motivation of that could be control.
100%.
And first to control the bottom line, if you have money, but then the more people that you get have kind of acquiesced control over the more your bottom line is going to go on, and then it's about power.
Yeah.
And I think we've been shown in this, getting back to what we were talking about before, that really is what is going on. And what was going on in 2020, if you ask me, was the tech companies deciding to, what we were going to see and what we were going to hear. And it's pretty much exposed and it's dangerous.
It is dangerous. And it's we're not prepared for that influence. We didn't know it was going to exist before. There's no laws in place to keep it checked, which is why Google's curate the search results and why they're allowed to censor conservative voices on social media. And in fact, one of the things we found out was thank God for Elon Musk, because if Elon Musk had not bought Twitter, we would not have known the extent of the government's amendment into information distribution. We wouldn't have known. They were literally trying to get them to ban legitimate news stories, and they were successful with the underground laptops. But other legitimate conservative perspectives and points of view, and people that were legitimate doctors and scientists that had questions about the way we're handling the pandemic.
Which also turns out true.
Yeah, it's also 100% true.
Yeah, and then when there is no kind of, okay, we were wrong about this. It just kind of dismisses it.
I got in a conversation with a guy who was like, well, what about
you? These are not ideological issues that you're talking about, medicine especially. Exactly. Everything gets turned into.
That's what's crazy, that vaccines and pharmaceutical drug companies playing a democratic and liberal like supporting that. Like these corporations that have the biggest criminal fines in the history of medicine. It's all back at these companies, these pharmaceutical drug companies, for doing things that were illegal. They were fined billions of dollars, and people still wholesale bought everything they said. And if you disagreed, you were some sort of a fringe conspiracy theorist who was a danger to everyone around you.
Right. I know a little bit about turned their blood, their consistency of water, and they were often connected to scales back in the way. coagulation of the blood for
I'm here.
more than 48
I
hours.
never
And
cared.
it's the scariest moment.
How are you living?
Worry about what I learned about. We did not just sue the hospital. It was also sue the teams but the drug company also.
What's good? What is good? Oh, tight. On YouTube? Amazing. Oh, I see you out there. You're amazing. Thank you for that. Okay, well, wonderful. We are watching college football. Texas versus Colorado State. It's kickoff. Yo. What's the population? Oh yeah, it's known as de-extinction. So there's a company called Colossus Biosciences. They're based out of Dallas. And they're right. So it's called Colossal Biosciences, and they are solving the problem of extinction. And they stated in 2023 that they would have a woolly mammoth hybrid calves by 2028, once they reintroduce them to the Arctic habitat. Likewise, it launched the Tasmanian I think that's the Tasmanian tiger advisory committee, a fascinating research project to release the Tasmanian tiger, Joey's, back into the original Tasmanian wild Australian habitat after a period of conservation activity. How fucking amazing. Yeah, I think that the Earth could realistically have been or potentially house over a trillion people. And when I say that, you're really mean yes. There's a lot of land over the course of the world that is underutilized. And so if given the right opportunities, I think that the world could, if wanted, if the people wanted, could have potentially a trillion people given enough time. But the powers that be do not want that. They want depopulation. They feel that the population around 800 million is ideal. And so, because of that, that's about 1/10 of the population. Um, but I do think that the Earth can support many more people than it currently does. If you look, I looked at a statistic the other day. Yeah, I mean, all of that is very easily solvable with agricultural drones and cloud seeding and floating greenhouses and saltwater greenhouses and cloud seeding, desalination plants and vertical farming and hydroponics and like we just don't utilize that. Like if we just if we just took if we just took, let's just say, the state of Kansas or whatever, and just said, look, we're just going to have agricultural trends work on this for to be able to feed the world, we would be able to. Then, when we're done with Kansas, we can do the same thing to Missouri or to Illinois, or Indiana, or to Ohio, or to Wisconsin. Any of these ensure that all of the weeds are removed. This was a fascinating one. This is one that I really like, and that is utilized currently. It is a technology I've seen it used where instead of using pesticides, you use lasers to eliminate all of the weeds. So what does it do? You've seen it. Okay, there you go. There you go. So that kind of technology is only going to get better, and essentially you'll be able to autonomously program. You'll be able to autonomously program tractors and yeah, right. And then you'll be able to utilize greenhouses in a much better way. So there's this area, Canada. It's actually it's very close to New York State. Um, you can see it. It's on Lake. It's on Lake Ontario, I think, and it's the world's or one of the world's largest indoor greenhouses. There's a similar equivalent in Spain. Basically, what I'm talking about is it's an entire city that's a greenhouse, and the one in Spain provides for most of the produce in Europe. So basically, we are able to using greenhouses, large greenhouses, provide for large amounts of produce. So if you're thinking like, we can't do this, we already do it in some areas of the world. Exactly. So what are we gonna do? Here. If you want to know, like, uh, I mean this, like, I don't mean to put down religion of anyone, whatever their creed is, but I think that religion is perhaps closed-minded thinking, and I'm an open-minded individual, and so my contributions to the world, certainly I have religious contributions to give, but I really think that exactly. I look forward to a world really of monism, of one world religion, and once we get past all of the things that divide us, we need to focus on that which unites us, specifically some of these technologies that I mentioned, and that is what is of importance to me. Anti-gravity, antimatter, these types of mind-blowing technologies. So to just continue my conversation I had with Jim with you, if I go viral, here's what I would have people do. I don't know if you've been here yet, but the first thing I would have people do, you've been to my blog, and I know my blog is like not that organized, but there's a lot of really good information. You've been to my blog, right? Okay, excellent. Okay, the next thing that you want to do is Google list of unanswered questions. Wiki. It's something like that. List of unanswered. And there's a list there of things like, it's a list of unsolved problems. And so I would read those to the world. Like I've read some of them, but like, what are some problems in philosophy? Okay, philosophy of the mind body problem. The question hinges on whether color is a product of mind or an inherent property of objects. Like, these are really great questions. We would just go through them. Then what you want to Google is list of list of emerging technologies, and then you want to look up list of hypothetical technologies. List of hypothetical technologies is really interesting, like things like acne vaccines and ethnic bioweapons and things like male eggs and female sperm. Yes, you heard that right. Male egg and female sperm. All kinds of really interesting technologies. Is it quantum computing? Yeah, all that stuff. So you want to take a look at that. It's all very interesting. I found it very Did you see someone wrote a Reddit post about me? Excellent. Go to Reddit and then type in, it's in the Kick subreddit, and you can read what they said. I'm really proud of it. It tells me all my hard work from spamming these motherfuckers is paying off. And I'm just going as long as I can. And eventually somebody's going to say, what in the fuck is this person doing? I'm going to look into what they're doing further and then see how much. What'd you say? So it's the Kick subreddit. So go to the Kick subreddit and you'll see it's like the first post and hot. Because I'm hot damn. From police to firemen. Yeah, r/kid. This is all organic. I love it. Like, do you know how much I've had to fucking spam people to have somebody create their own Reddit, and I fucking found it organically? That's pretty good. Exactly. I don't care what they say about me in the news, just as long as they spell my name right. Isn't that wonderful? I mean, it tells you that I've really put in that fucking time. Oh, totally. And the funny thing is, the way that it spams is it spams this huge wall of text, and then it spams the letter W, then a huge wall of text, then the letter W. The reason why it's not just wall of text, wall of text, wall of text without the letter W is because you have to have it alternated, and the letter W is really short for me to be able to just type it like automatic in an automated fashion. So, but what I found people are doing is when I start to spam, they also type the letter W, like Rabbi. They'll type Rabbi W. Like it's becoming a thing now. Like whenever I start to spam, the people see it and they start to spam back with a W. It's kind of becoming a meme. That's cool. No, somebody put in there, and I commented. They built a bot that silences it, and I'll just figure out a way around that. I did it there. If well, I don't want to hold it hostage either. Yeah, exactly. Well, it's getting there little by little, and that's one of these days. Who's that? Yes. So I have seen versions of that. At least Kit Kats, I don't know if it's the same one. I think it's a really cool idea. I've talked talk to people about it, the issue becomes parking that RV and in a safe location. A lot of places don't want people in their neighborhood with a big fucking RV. Oh, if you're there, then you're good. Right, but their argument is, I think I agree as well. They don't own a home. They're not in a traditional home setting, so they can consider themselves homeless. That's why the term unhoused has become the preferred nomenclature because oh, I'm sure they are. That's why they do it. Yeah, I mean, I know that they can be pretty well. So. Well, I am not exactly sure what if they have an issue. Maybe they do. I don't know. I don't know if it's the same people. I do know that it's very hard to do a 24/7 shift. I'm all in favor of it. I mean, I've been doing it for more than 3 years now, so I want other people to do it. I think it's a beneficial thing of society to have more data being generated. How is Oliver? Oh no, still doesn't have that. Wait, what did you do though? Oh, he ate an extension cord. Oh no. Oh, I know you just said something, but I couldn't hear that. Can you repeat it? Yeah, exactly. He's still a puppy, so you can't blame him for that. Yeah, right. So, absolutely. I appreciate it. Thank you. You know, you are always welcome. And come back again. Come back again today if you can. Come back again in 2 minutes if you can. Come back again whenever you can. Excellent. Sounds great. We'll be watching football in a week. We'll really be watching football, pro football. Hey, I'm actually whoever's going to be on my fantasy team. That draft is in 4 days, so I'll know a lot more about who for whom I root in about 4 days. Are you excited? Are you excited for Cameron Williams? Yeah. it's really something that the number one pick overall, choosing the quarterback as a Heisman Trophy winner, that has all of the makings of a miraculous opportunity, and knowing the Chicago Bears, they will let it fly. Again, I don't know what you heard me say it. I don't think that they will win a Super Bowl in the 21st century. I think it'll be like a Chicago Cubs like thing. I also don't think the Chicago Cubs will win another World Series for the 21st century. I think that 1985 Bears and 2016 Cubs will be seen as like the two big teams for the city of Chicago. 100% right. There's the same strategy that's utilized in New York City for the Knicks. And why is that? Basically, the Knicks haven't been good, and they were pretty good in the 90s, but they haven't won a championship since the 70s, which is pretty unreal. New York is the largest city in the United States, and for a long time, the New York Knicks basically went unchallenged with their superiority and dominance in that market. And they haven't put on the court of quality product in many years. And the reason why is they don't have to. Spike Lee's still going to show up. They're still going to pack Madison Square Garden. It's still a place to see and be seen. And so, why do you need to have a winning product? It's a way to save money. Exactly. And then when you do want to be good, the whole place blows up because then they've never had it before. It's the biggest market in America. You watch the New York Knicks have a lot of opportunity in the future. Blow up. There you go. There you go. I'm surprised they didn't have to change the Blackhawks. Well, it's got a picture of a Blackhawk that could be considered racist, like the Washington Redskins. I know that's different, but they're very similar. Pardon me? Pardon me? I understand, but it's still one of those things where they were getting rid of everybody's mascot because they didn't get it. I think also all that exactly. 100%. They didn't get rid of the Celtics, they didn't get rid of the Blackhawks, but they did get rid of the Indians and the Reds, which is kind of weird to me. I would have figured they would have gotten rid of everybody. Like you could not have any kind of national origin right there. Oh, I get it why it's racist. I totally get it. And I think the argument was made that Blackhawk was not a racist term. And or like Chief. Chief Chief wasn't considered a racist term. But or Brave. Brave wasn't considered a racist term. Right. Have you heard about Forgatonia? Have you heard about Forgatonia? It's an area of Illinois that has like deemed itself there's a lot of Illinois that isn't explored. I don't know if it's explored. It isn't settled. Like there are like big areas just because there's such a concentration in Chicago. Anyway, it's called Fort Daytona. I wondered if you'd ever been there. It's in western Illinois. It was like a census designated place or something. It was like it's not a state, obviously, but at one time petitioned to become its own state, or there were talks of it. Exactly, it's that kind of area, and it's called Fort Daytona. I was just like, that's an interesting name. Yeah. That slug that you found, did you still have it? That's always fun. Is that the oldest thing you've ever? Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. I forgot it. I don't remember all the stuff that you had, but that's right. You're right. You're right. That is a older. Hold on. Let's remind me of this story. You were driving. There was like a big, maybe you weren't. It was something like this. Like you saw something flash in the sky. Everybody did. But it was like a year later that you found this or something. Is this correct? That's what it was. Just one of the most fascinating fucking stories anybody has ever told. That's an amazing story. That's what it was. I remember you. Yeah. Well, that was an amazing story. Honestly, people tell me stories all day long. But that one, I didn't remember it exactly. I did remember that there were two parts of it, and one of them went to a field museum. That's super cool. So you're right. That's it. Definitely. I remember you said it was like the end of like Raiders of the Lost Ark or something, where like when they're closing all of the drawers of everything, where all that shit is stored. Exactly. Right. Welcome, welcome. Caspian Sea. Do you know Jacob? No one can hear you. Can you speak up? Okay, what did you say? Sir. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Don't give me that bullshit. No, I'm gonna come after you this way. Okay, so post this 600 fucking thing. You have this work 800 fucking times perfectly. So all you have to do is get it to 600. Okay, so I'm gonna tell you this. I use a free VPN, download it, it's Proton VPN, it works every fucking time. Yeah, it's free, 100%. You can download it right now. It's the nicest free software that I'll use all year. I shouldn't say the fucking bot that I use. That's the best one. But it's the second best one. So what do you download? It's called Proton VPN. PROTON VPN. You didn't know that they offered a VPN. It's because they just launched it, Bia. Oh, that's what I should say. You're 100% right. They just launched the free, or to my knowledge. I never did that. You don't see it? Okay, scroll down, and then you should see it says, forget the free above things, give me the free version. James, and we're watching college football. It's kickoff Saturday for college football, and college football starts in a week, and the days, like 8 days, should be really big. And James just talking, or James and I were talking about, well, James and I were talking about the extinction, and James and I were talking about the extinction. And we were just talking about sports, and you came in and you made our day. So I have to ask you, did you do the fucking download? Or did you do the update? That 635 time update? Oh, I got you. I see. Yeah, I 100% see what you mean. Dude, when I when I awoke this morning, I saw that one of my computers, it gave me a warning I've never seen a computer say before. It said, "Are you sure you want to delete this? This is very important. This is important to your computer or something." I'm like, "What kind of warning is that? No one will delete this." My fucking robot got out of control and started opening up like the file system of my computer within program files within the C drive. It was about to delete stuff, and it kept getting into this loop. Unfortunately, it never pressed the button that it needed to press delete button. It's one of those things. It was like deleting a registry key. It could make it the computer unusable. %. Yep. I should have warned you. This bitch could get it's sexy. I think you could anticipate that though. Given enough time, anything could happen. So, with that being said, exactly. Did you download Proton VPN? Why not? Why not? Okay, I can live with that. You are sick of it. Caspian Sea, are you a fan of sports? No. Okay. Shit happens. But we all understand. Darts. Darts. Dude, Jacob and I played this game. I forget the name of this game, but we played darts on the phone. It's pretty fun. That's what it is. Play that. Yeah. Hey, Jacob, can 3 people play it? Okay. Well, I can. Good grab. All right, man. Daddy's got a stretch. I have a question, and I could be the only one to hope this happens. But do you ever stretch, like do a full body stretch, and your jaw locks up, like because it becomes cramped? It's okay if it doesn't happen to you. It happens to people online. No, no, no. So have you ever gotten it where your jaw gets really, really tight? Gotcha. Yeah, no, this is different. Basically, it's like the muscles in your jaw. That's what I said. I thought you guys had that. All right. Yeah. So Caspian Sea went by Caspian Sea. Jacob went by who's that? That's how that went down. Yeah. How are you, Caspian Sea? No. How are you? How are you? Shit happens. I get you. How'd you see? That's pretty amazing. Right. 100%. It's definitely. If anything ever happened to it, you're not going to get any of that. It's all on this channel. Right. What are you gonna name your podcast? What's a suggestion? The people demand answers. That's what you should call it. No, it should be like the George Costanza variety. Wait, hold on. It should just be called Costanza. It's a phenomenal name. No, no, that's a really great idea. It's just called Costanza. It's not even the Costanza podcast. It's just called Costanza. Oh, hey, do you be on Costanza? It's like being on Oprah. Nobody called it, like some people did. It was normally the Oprah Winfrey Show, but everybody just called it Oprah. You'd be Costanza. Costanza. Dog. Are you gonna call it Costanza? What are the odds? Give me odds. Give me odds. Okay, very good. Okay, what else you think of? I like it. So your first name, I think could work. So give me another. I like it. You guys are so secret. Right, this is right there. You know, my many viewer is out there watching, and at any moment they're going to hear you with the name of your great podcast, aka Costanza, and they're going to get it across all platforms. God, I don't know so badly. I mean, it's like I told you before I went to bed the other night. It was one of the last things on my mind. But I mean, I like the Stanford. I think that's a good name. You know who won't get Costanza? Anybody born in the 21st century. But I like it. I fucking think it's great. But it would be like me saying, like, I don't know, it's just a different name. But I think it's great. Hold on. I think actually that is a good way to go. You know how Harry Potter Rothschild said, it's so fucking long? Exactly. So, did you ever see that episode of The Office? Did you ever see that episode of The Office with the fun run? So, Do you know the television show? Do you know the television show, The Office? Oh, okay. So what they they have a charity race, and they name it Dunder Mifflin Inc. Paper Company. Michael Scott's Dunder Mifflin Scranton Meredith Palmer Memorial Celebrity Rabies Awareness Pro-Am Fun Run Race for the Cure. So what is that? It's just like a really, really fucking long name that becomes very funny. So what did you say you think it should be? It's similar, exactly. It's a common trope that's used in plays and film and television. Exactly. Okay, so then there's another way to go with this, if you want, which I think is creative, is if you choose an acronym and you basically work your way backwards. So what's a really funny acronym? I don't know. Sex robot. Okay, fine. So if you could come up with a podcast that is abbreviated sex robot, whatever the fuck. I gave it a thing. It could be like sphincter. It could be anal. It could be whatever the fuck you want it to be. But basically, that's a way to be creative. When's this motherfucker gonna come to the Discord? Tell him I can a personal insult that he has to do. Oh, tight. All right. Then tell him that he's the most amazing motherfucker of all time and that I'll straighten his ass. He's amazing. You're amazing for inviting him. Your podcast is going to be fucking amazing. Everybody loves you. No one dislikes you. And you're going to the top, man. Absolutely. Sure. But don't. You know how many people we have in here? It varies, but 50, you think? Hey, have you ever seen the guy on here named Jackie? He's like an older guy. Have you ever seen a guy on here? I think his name is Jackie Lee. He's on Twitch. He's on Kick. It's like the oldest streamer on Kick. He must be in his 60s or 70s. It's Jackie Lee. He's got a mean toupee. I like him. So I developed a new kind of bot. It's interesting. You know that the bot, like the bots that you use, are pretty. Let's say they're simple. They're pretty complicated, but they don't use any of the advanced functions of that software. And in order to do some of the things that I have to do, I do use some of the advanced functions like um, image recognition. What would it do? What movements? Oh, scrolling movements. Yeah, no, there's a way to do it though. No, there's a way. There's another way to do it. It's a function, and it's a you program the scroll wheel. So if you want to be able to scroll, the way to do it is to program a mouse click and then click on the mouse click and change it from left click down to scroll wheel down, and then however long you need to scroll. I understand what you're saying. Scrolling isn't easy, but there is a way to do it. Yeah, shit happens with it. There's basically a 50-50 chance when you will win. It's going to be working, which is an amazing feeling, or it's not. That happens. Though. Let's just get upset with this fuck. Exactly. I don't think you count 24/7. Everybody knows. Even the best things.
They put other words in the document down. You know, and you believe it. I mean, you've seen it.
Right.
And, so, yeah, it is scary. And it's also can be used for great things, you know, as well. You know, for computing ability.
Oh, that's a big one.
Yeah, which is, you know, I think, of course, it takes away extras, you know, ability to earn a living, but it also means that you can make a like $4 billion movie instead of a $40 billion movie. You know, you get smaller movies. bad ideas.
Fully established.
As long as I can play golf and somebody else comes to say initially, okay.
Do you think that expressing your conservative viewpoints and doing what you don't want Reagan, do you think this ultimately has the potential to hurt your career?
Yeah. Times that I was kind of concerned, kind of like speak my mind to speak up. But in this, really, in the last couple of years, I feel it's really important that we do all of this speak up. In this election, everybody's got to choose a side, and we have to, in order to have this exchange of ideas and dialogue, we have to speak up. And so, like I said, they when I was doing Reagan, there was a story that came out. I was taking money from the CDC, $400,000, the Trump administration arranged so I could do a commercial for the vaccine that was come out, but none of which was true. But my son called me freaking out, because he was like I was going to get canceled. Because I was taking, I guess, taxpayer money, CDC, making money off this. None of it. I really have no idea. It's something that circulates through social media. So I really don't know. But that, and I remember when COVID first started, I was political that I had a phone conversation with, because I was involved in this podcast that we were promoting. And it just happened with COVID, and the guy asked me what I thought about the way Trump was handling the COVID. And I said, well, at least he's there every day, He's there every day trying to do something. And I think when it comes to things like this, we need to get behind our president as a whole. We need to come together to fight these things. Just like Franklin Roosevelt getting behind, during World War, at the start of World War II, in order to. Well, anyway, that became that I was a, right-wing Trumpster, and that's, supposedly in danger of getting canceled over that. And then I also gave a speech about Reagan to a group in Florida after we made the movie, and I think there were two people that were January 6th. People just happened to be there. And by association, that was my agents freaking out over that. Like it was going to be canceled. Just be quiet and let things go by, and no. I just can't. I'm not a very good Good for you. Yeah.
I think that kind of makes you a good actor too.
Well, it's
a rebellious nature.
Yeah, well, maybe it's there's a lot of rebellious people I know.
Just have to touche. Yeah, there's a lot of that.
I don't know. I think we all have got a obligation, you want to call it, or a duty, or whatever. We're citizens of America. We're citizens of the United States. The country is ours. It's the people of the United States. So we're supposed to run things, right? And so we have to speak out. I hated when actors spoke out about politics. I remember the days like Richard Dreyfuss, whoever, talk shows that always just sounded so stupid because they didn't know anything. But, so what little I know, I do have to speak out about, and I'm sorry, Richard, I broke first saying that about you, we're still a little pinky. And
He's
I
very
love
vocal.
you. Yeah, he always has. And but that's our mission. You know, it just if they have the right to go on TV and talk about how I've seen several actors go on there and talk about how Biden is played. I saw him; he was in great shape. Yeah, but I have the right to go on and talk about that I'm voting for Trump because people might call him an asshole, but he's my ass.
Yeah, well, we don't have the best choices here. And it's interesting that we put so much weight on famous people. We put so much weight on their opinions and perspectives on things. We want a guy like George Clooney be out there endorsing Kamala Harris and talking about the threat to democracy that is Donald Trump and all that.
Right.
I mean, look at
Because it's a way of news. You notice Tom Hanks.
Yeah.
It's no play. I don't play. Yeah. And it's we do. I also think that presidents are a reflection of who we are as a people and what our culture has become. You go back to what Reagan reflected his times. He probably couldn't get. He probably couldn't get elected. Come off our campus, a lot of times Trump swears. It's okay. Over time, whenever you want on TV before that, cable news, and so you can say it. It took somebody like Trump to actually say it. He was the first one that opened up that. Yeah,
remember that speech that he gave about how you deal with traffic? You don't say you're going to tax you 20%.
Yeah. Whoa. I love that. Smooth speaking, just like you said.
Like an actual human being.
Yeah.
That's how actual human beings talk about this.
Yeah. The emotions it brings up.
Yeah.
That's what you feel. I mean, I guess Obama was the first one to really use social media. Because he understood it. And so Trump, I mean, just tweeted. Why the fuck is what was going on?
Well, the tweets are so ridiculous. He can't help it. He just down there and insult people and go after people, and that's how he made his career. And that was him.
It started with Rosie O'Donnell. I remember in that feud that they got it. That was so ridiculous. I think Green sometimes, I know where he is at the bottom now. He really does care about the American people, and he really loves this country. And he's really smart, really smart. And he knows how to deal with foreign policy wise. Which is a huge thing. Especially, it has an effect on everything else, our culture, our economy, just the way we feel.
Yeah.
And I think he's so much, he's the best for that. I'd like to see focus more on the issues. Be very disciplined about doing that. Because everybody goes off that, they love that.
Yeah.
Any chance they can make it personal, they will love it.
I also think that he gets sucked into some things that I think are traps. I think one of the traps that's been set recently is the use of computer-generated imagery with Kamala Harris's campaign. I think he got sucked into the trap because he made a post about how the crowds that were at the airport to meet her were fake, and it was CGI.
Right.
And a lot of people thought they were CGI, and there was a lot of people tweeting about it that it was CGI. And I was looking at it, I was like, this is interesting because it's so obvious. Why would they do that? Well, one of the ways they would do that is to put out fake images or put out the idea that they're fake images so that he makes this approach, he bites on.
Yeah.
And then they go, actually, there's video
And then
of
they
it,
can go back
and
and really
video
in the
reporters
crowds and
were
all
there.
that. Prove that it was exactly. It's been so used to like Biden doing a rally and you never see the size of the crowd and you can feel that there's nobody there. And
Yeah. Also, you can hire people to go to this.
Yeah.
It's not difficult to hire a crowd. You can get a crowd
Yeah.
to go to a comedy show if you wanted to.
Yeah.
You can get a crowd to do almost anything. I mean, also, they did this very wise thing, the Harris campaign, where they would have famous singers.
Yeah.
They'd have famous singers and entertainers perform there, and then she would be there as
Right.
well. So people would essentially get a free
basically
concert.
at a concert.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Not hard to
Yeah,
get,
not hard to do.
especially if a big urban environment.
Yeah.
If you want to get 10,000 people to go to a place. Not that
Hey,
hard.
and granted, you know what? It did energize the Democrats when Joe stepped out.
Oh, yeah.
Because there was,
They knew they were fucked.
yeah,
They
they
did.
knew it. And
Every time we talked, it was
it
getting
was a
worse.
ray of hope. Somebody done, and so all the people that they want to get volunteers that they have to go on all in. Yeah, supposedly, unless they really catch starting the Republican agenda, which it seems like she's trying to. Yeah, that's what before you did that actually in '94. He was going to be a lame duck president. He was going down, and his response was in the State of the Union's address. He said the age of welfare is over. They basically took over the Republican agenda. We had like 6 years of just the economy was amazing. It was a force. And you see, she started with Kamala now is taking over the whole tax on tips.
Yeah.
Trying to take that over. Trying to say that she's never was the borders are, and that from day one she's going to do something about it. And she, I think it was like 4 or 5 months left in the administration.
Yeah.
Let's go back to some of
Also, the denying she was the borders are, there's hundreds of people talking on television calling her the borders.
oh yeah,
That's
and
crazy.
Joe Biden himself said border is gone.
Yeah, they said it on CNN, and then CNN later said she was going to
Yeah,
Oh, she was it? Yeah. Well, why'd you say it back then? You guys are misinformation.
yeah. So great. You go to the border. She went to the border of Nicaragua and the border country or whatever. You know, talking about the roots cause and all that.
Well, it seems very coordinated, and that's the border thing. Yeah. That one I really want to know. What are they trying to do? What's the end goal?
I mean, it seems the obvious thing would be for the old idea is that that's for voters, that people coming into this country are naturally given credit. But that's not really true. You know, I have so many Latino friends, and the people that came here the right way can't stand what's going on. They really can't. And they have a tendency to really kind of in families and church and stuff, you know, become conservative, believe in the American dream. And that's not, I mean, the only other thing would be to, I guess, you know, create, right, you have probably have less Republican votes. I guess they created that. And you create chaos, and you, which is another kind of like, Soviet, you know, if you want to foment revolution, that's what you do. You create chaos.
Yeah.
So, you know, that's really going to be a conspiracy theory. I don't see the sense of it. And then I have people like my house people, Joseph, you know, who was over here illegally for so long, and are like, all right, so, you know, if Trump was going to get elected in 2016, she was like really afraid. I said, you know what, we have to do this the right way. You apply for citizenship, and I'm going to sponsor you. And so we started the process there. got her green card and everything. And she went through her citizenship test with me, which she was doing. She's failed twice, but I went through the citizenship test with her. She got everything perfect. And she goes over there and she gets treated like dirt, really.
Which is crazy that people trying to do it the right way.
Yeah, and she gets treated like she's doing something wrong or whatever. And I know she could pass it because I went through the whole thing with her randomly. And yet, if you come into this country illegally, they're going to take you to hotels. They're going to give you $1,000 to spend. They're going to say, well, what state do you want to go to? And you don't get those rights.
Well, it's just insane. We have so many poor people in this country that are U.S. citizens that aren't being taken care of. And you're just letting people come here. Yeah, better. Letting people come here illegally and giving them this money. Like, what's the end game?
Yeah. What is the end game?
And also,
because even the mayor of New York is complaining about it.
Yeah. He's call it a sanctuary city.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Come on down.
Yeah.
Well, also, Kamala Harris has said that terrorists aren't coming in through the border. That's not true. They've arrested terrorists.
Of course, that's been going on for a very long time. I mean, even by the Bush administration, where they would send floods of like kids and cartels come down to, people way down in Mexico. So we're taking your kids, and that's it. And couldn't say a single thing about it. Cartel, I believe, that's a fact. And just bringing them to the border and in a flood of sending in a flood of kids or whoever to get across the border and embedded in that are terrorists. You send, extending 1,000 with 4 terrorists, and the odds are a lot better of getting in there.
Yeah.
And that's been going on for a very long time. And
it's just never been as porous as it is now, right? Because now it's not just porous, it's an open invitation.
Yes.
Which is just insane. And then if you want to come here from Europe, like say if you're a mathematician or something like that, or like even a friend of mine from Estonia, a comedian, it's very hard to get a green card. It's a difficult process. Yeah. If you want to come here illegally, all you have to do is watch. They'll let you in, they give you a cell phone, they'll give you money. They'll put you up in a hotel, they give you free food. It's just crazy.
They throw away their IDs and everything. Before they come across the border, you can say you're anybody from any country.
Yes, no genetics testing.
No questions asked. Hey, come to a future court date.
Yeah, it's not right. And then the court dates are years ahead. So you get to live in this country illegally subsidized for years. And you would assume that those people are going to vote for the people that did that for you. And I think that's part of it.
Yeah. And, a lot of dollars of the free deals in cartel. Cartel is charging $5,000 a head.
It's all Texas.
$5,000 a head times 15 million. What does that come to? That's a lot of money. Jesus Christ. I think basically our government has been paying for it a lot. Subsidizing and dealing with cartel. And the world is turned upside down. It really is. From at least a little bit. I'm old. So,
represent the state of Texas in the
maybe not so relevant.
So they've got to move over a little bit.
I don't think common sense. I think it's always relevant.
It's relevant.
Yeah.
Everything's relevant. It's also everybody recognizes that this is not the best place for everybody. For the whole country. Regardless of if you're a left-wing person, you do not want to understand. You don't. Of course. So if there's an option where they can get here easily and quickly, you want to see that for everybody. Even if you're a kind person, I think you should make some sort of path to citizenship, which I agree. Like your housekeeper, I agree. Yeah, absolutely. Just be some sort of a path for people who are here. Look, I'm the grandchild of immigrants. People came across because they wanted a better life. It was easy to do back then. 20s, not hard. Get over here. Once you're here, you can settle down. Yeah, there should be a path. That's one of the things that makes America so interesting because it's a melting pot of all these ambitious people that came here from places that suck, and then they carved out a life. Yeah, there should be a path.
I'm all for immigrants
It should be illegal.
Yeah, everywhere. Use the right way. Everybody.
Yes.
You know, that's just the way it is. As it is now, it's just a Venezuelan gang. You know, living in the same neighborhood. Very much.
But you see that thing in Aurora, Colorado?
What?
The Aurora, Colorado apartment building? You know that issue?
No.
Okay. There's an apartment building in Aurora, Colorado that has been taken over by Venezuela gangs.
Yeah.
And so they essentially, no one can collect rent anymore. The gangs are collecting rent. They're evicting everyone out of the building, and they're controlling this building. And everyone's aware of it.
Yeah.
And
They basically squatting,
Exactly.
using the laws.
Exactly. Just Colorado.
Yeah.
So you can find that story on the Venezuela gangs taking over the apartment building in Colorado. There was a Washington news piece on today where they were, expressing real confusion and frustration that there was nothing to it. Different doors have X's on them. The red X's are the people have been evacuated. They shut down slumlord apartment. Slumlord. Are they saying anything about the gangs? Like slumlords? The word addictions draw attention to one's neglect at other apartments. Yeah, maybe that's true. But what about the gangs? So that's a problem with Google. There's some stories of the Special Task Force. Check that out. Okay, here we go. Special Task Force investigating Venezuelan gangs alleged ties to Aurora. Aurora City Council officials say that apartment complex on Elm Street is closing to the code violations, but some council members allege they're committed to destroy. So this is what I believe. Whatever the reason is Venezuelan gangs. The gang known as Trendu Aladua started out as a prison gang in Venezuela, expanded throughout the Western Hemisphere. Last month, the Biden administration designated the gang as a transnational criminal organization accusing it of engaging in human smuggling and trafficking, gender-based violence, money laundering, and illicit drug trafficking. The Florida Police Department, in partnership with the Raven Task Force, has assigned 4 detectives to a special task force that includes additional local, state, and federal partners to investigate the violent crime impacting on migrant community. So Aurora PD spokesperson late Thursday. Yeah. Well, they take over the apartment complex. Yeah. The city is closing the closed facts in Florida.
So they just basically take over the apartment complex, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah.
That's the situation.
Yeah.
You can report all you want.
Well, especially if our laws are so lax. Yeah. Yeah. That's not good. And if they're all flooding in through the border, and these are the type of people that are flooding, those guys aren't coming over the Venezuela anymore. So that is in fact what this
Basically, especially Venezuela, that's been going on for a while. People trying to leave the country, and then they enter the jails. Get into the jails, and they'll come out. The gangs are their political force. That at some point they become a political force.
Yeah.
That's what they're doing.
Especially in warfare. You have things like defunding the police, this lack of appreciation for law enforcement.
Yeah. Like that fails.
All of it is crazy. It's all you have cops as an illegal immigrant on film, and you just get let out of jail, and the kids give them the $2 double finger salute.
Yeah.
Crazy. But this is what is the end game of this type of behavior, and how is there no course correction? That's what's scary to people, and what should be scary to people. Because this seems like if I wanted to throw the country into complete chaos, that's how I would do it. I'd have gangs come in through the border.
That's why Stalin did it. They were involved in bank. Stalin in his earlier in his career, they robbed banks. Wow, that's what they did. They were gangs. They basically mayhem. They robbed banks to finance the cause.
Very weird times.
Yeah.
Listen, Dennis, I appreciate you very much. I always love your movies. I really
Come on,
enjoy
man.
talking to you.
Yeah, really. Couple of conspiracy theories, just get together, talking it over. Couple of little get that a dream.
When does Reagan come out?
Reagan comes out August 3rd.
All right.
And
I'll be watching.
quite a few theaters, actually. And I'm very proud of it. I love the movie. And number one, I hope people are entertained. And also, if you're born for 1985, you can go to remember how great this country used to be. And if you're after 1985, you can see it and you can realize how great this country still could be.
All right. Thank you very much, brother. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Bye, buddy.
Creativity, making plays, that puts a smile on his head coach's face as well. Nice job by March Manning. And his second collegiate game. Got into the regular season finale last year, 11-1 win against Texas Tech. And started his third game, and now March Manning along the whole season. Here with this, and something I love.
Yeah, brother. Let's hear it.
Free my day, Joe Rogan, podcast my night, all day.
It's your brother. My pleasure. It's your fucking pleasure. How fun was this weekend? It was insane. It was not since Cher was at the Garden has there been so much pandemonium.
Bro, like Ryan Holtz was screaming about Billy Joel.
I was going right through that because I was like, how long are we going to wait until we talk about Holtzman?
He was
Isolating the man.
amazing. He was amazing.
He, seeing him at the Comedy Store, which we've seen him many times, and the mothership now, seeing him in an arena like that go full on Holtzman is a real treat.
16,000 people that went.
He just like with the whole game. Yeah. And then he's like, I don't care if you're fine like that. It's your time. Look at it. Yeah, it was wild.
He was amazing.
The surprises on that show. I want to hear from your vantage point real quick. From obviously doing arenas for a while now. A show like that, getting to see you for a moment before you walked out backstage, and you were just like, it was cool to see you looking at it like, what the fuck? This is
I
wild.
was blown away. First of all, I have seen Kill Tony evolve from the very beginning.
Yeah.
So I saw some of the earliest episodes in the belly.
Well, you were telling me Tony Candy was like, we did my show. I got this new and you were just like, yeah, fucking all right, I'll be ready. And then you have no idea what it was.
No, when I first did it, I was like, okay, that sounds so fun. I think I first did it, you brought up, I might have first did it at the Ice House. They stood at the Ice House in the Little Room.
Yeah.
So that was probably one of the first ones. I did a bunch in the belly room, and then I moved to the main room, and then moved to Texas, and shut down. But we tried to do it in the main room for a while with no audience.
Yeah.
We did quite a few episodes with zero audience. It's just a story of persistence. And
That's what I keep telling the comments. The consistency is so overlooked in this business. I mean, Tony just believed in it and also kept finding ways to evolve it. And the more people, you guys coming on, and then like Saget come on, and like, more and more people start to go, oh, something different to fuck around with, right?
yeah, and he just got better at it too.
Yeah, that's
You
what
know,
I
I
mean.
mean, he's a wizard.
Yeah.
He's managing all these moving parts. He knows when to bring people in, when to, he knows like how to work the panel. He knows how to like let you go, let somebody else go. It's like it's a dance, man. And the dude is the best at it. He's the fucking best at it. So for me, walking out there and seeing that crowd, it's insane. And you see the black keys on stage, like this is Jelly Roll singing New York.
Yeah.
So what the fuck is happening, man? This is crazy.
Yeah. The pops and everybody got, like, all the surprises.
Oh my
So
god, when
cool.
Joey Diaz went on stage, it was the loudest I've ever heard an audience cheer for any human being ever in my life.
I thought he was going to be so, taken aback by the people that he was legit going to run for president. Because he came out, he was like, "You're not shotgun back here, I can't do this." By the way, he came in so high and rode that high and got in like 3 or 4 bangers. And I saw Tony at the airport last night, and he was like, I need
he can hear what he said, and I go, dude, he said something about like, I was on Quaaludes, they put me in the handicap section, and then I became a circus. There was a different circus, but it was known that the clowns fell, they just fucking swept them out of the way. So he went off. That was awesome. And you've never seen maybe Dr. Phil play live, right?
No, I don't think I have.
How was that?
I think I might have saw it once at the mothership. How many shows have done to it?
I've only done it on Kill 20 twice, and then I did 2 full shows on a Sunday there, but you were going to put that.
No, so that was the first time I ever started doing it.
Yeah.
And I know them.
No, I know.
I know. They're friends with his son.
Yeah.
So,
So what is that like?
it's gotta be weird for him. It's gotta be weird for him. This guy is doing a comedic version of him. It's like the most popular guest on Showtime. It's a great guest, dude. It's a great guest. And you know, the fucking that's not the best image because you're easy to see them get that thing. But you can't tell when you're on stage. It's fucking incredible.
Yes,
So funny too. You have that character. The character is like
wasn't it still got the abrasiveness of like talk show flow, right? Like busting chops. That's why it makes sense when I'm doing these roast jokes. Right. You're like, it doesn't seem, because even for me, I didn't watch like a whole season of Phil episodes. It was during COVID. My wife and I were just stoned and drunk and watching bullshit, and then these Phil reruns, and I was just laughing because these kids would come on and they're like, you know, my mom tried to tell me I can't smoke weed. He's like, well, maybe you should shut your fucking little twat mouth. Like he would say. He would just, in a version, he was just like, well, maybe you need to look in the mirror and see that you aren't exactly perfect. And he just was real abrasive in a funny way, and it was it's a funny type of character to do this with because everyone has some idea of who Phil is, but he's not so known that you're like this wouldn't, like, how do I know this isn't who he is, right? And making him. I'm not defaming him either. I'm not there saying silly shit that's like racist or whatever. It's good. And I think he picks up on that.
Oh, he's a great guy. I'm sure he does. I'm sure he's fun.
Well, his publicists are trying to get him to come on our show. And what would break the internet, because what I want to do at the store or wherever, because now we're doing these theater, I'm doing the Beacon in November, and the Philly, the Miller Theater in Philly, and he's kept on the Gramercy, yeah. But all these Phil theater tours that we're doing now, like theater shows. Wow. So we're going to do the ACL Live here next year in Majestic, and Celebrity Theater in Arizona. No. I mean, fucking, where's my Phil? Are you still cool with this cam? Right here? Hey, gosh. And so when he comes on, I'm like, dude, I'm like, there's the whole intro video, and then, please give it for Dr. Phil. And so I'm thinking, instead of me coming out, he walks out, and people just go nuts. And then maybe after 20, 30 seconds, I come out, shake hands.
Well, it's also it's an opportunity for him to shit on you for having the biggest thing in your career.
Well, that's what he said when he gave me Guest of the Year last year. Yeah, you finally figured out a way to be famous, pretending to be with someone other than yourself. And you know what, isn't it though a great, like, as much as it like is so fun, and I want to say this about with Tony too, his openness to go, I am always expanding, not only, I want to be involved in exploring and expanding comedy, but the Kill Tony show. For Tony to go, Tony, I think film Kill Tony would be fun. He's an advice guy, you're giving advice to comics, but for Tony to be like, fuck yeah, let's add more characters, is really awesome.
No, Tony takes a lot of risks, and he likes to fly up the field. He likes a little bit of chaos on the show. Like twice, I showed up with people, and I just brought them on stage. One time was supposed to be Loans, and the other time was Tucker Carlson.
I saw that. Wait, that was impressive.
Totally impromptu. They had no idea they were going to do it until they did it. When I got there with Post, I was like, you got to come to the club. Let's go. Now we're on a Tuesday. I fucking love that guy. He's such a nice guy. He's so nice to everybody. He's nice to everybody at the bar, downstairs, all the staff. He's just so normal. He just hangs with you. He can just hang with you. And so, anyway, we're just hanging out. So, we're like, let's go to the club. And so we get to the club, and Tony was there. I think we went to there? Yeah, we went to there. And then after dinner, we were editing. So we leave there, and I go, let's go check out the club, and it's Kill Tony. We got to the show. Kill Tony, it's crazy.
Last year.
So no idea. There's no idea why. There's no idea. So I don't even have an idea. But Tony sends me his text, can't stand me. Okay. I go, come on, we'll leave it. He's like, fuck yeah,
really?
Yeah, LED, and he just went with it. 100% went with it. Sat down, hiked away, fucking miles, 20 lines. David Lucas, he looked at unemployed crowd. Like, there's God.
Dude, some of David's lines are so spot on. The joke is just as good as like what did Jeff Ross called David Tell when he came out on night 2 at the Garden? He goes, "You look like you won you managed a circus in Bosnia."
Lucas said that I looked like Lucas was crazy for college and glasses. He goes, "You look like my 11th grade teacher that you catch outside of school."
Dude, I caught Dave once. I go, eating a bloated fish. Dave, that's another part of the show too, where it's like there's now been so many established parts that people look forward to, which makes the league show so exciting for the fans because they're like, "Wow, I'm going to see surprises and bucket pulls or." There's so many elements that are spontaneous, right? And that's
David saying those things is spontaneous on 16,000 people and crush them. He's the best at that. Him and Tony back and forth. I told him they should do a podcast. Just David, Lucas, and Tony talking shit to each other. There's compilations on the internet. They're like hours long of just David and Tony just shitting and laughing while they're shitting at each other. It's the best lighthearted shitting on people I've ever seen. Wizards at it.
And underlying respect to where and that's really important. So there's no personal offense.
No. They love each other.
Had you ever seen? You watched, I'm sure, some clips of Shane and I before, like after we did that show.
I saw a lot of clips. Oh my God, that show is like, what is the number of 2 that episode?
We were in, it was a Friday. Tony calls me. I was doing Tony, but he goes, "Change of plans, need you to come Sunday. Bring your makeup gal, Shane's sticking around doing trim." And I go, "Holy shit." So in my head, I'm like, this will be fun. You never still know how anything's going to be received, right? But I'm just like, I don't know, man. Shane is popular and fucking likable and funny as it gets. And he has only been Trump on his sketch show and on SNL. And I feel like I'll be able to figure out a Biden to whatever. But I know that Shane's down to play. So I knew that it was going to be like, we're in the back of the room in the makeup chairs. And I'm shuffling around. And Shane's like, "What are you doing for the face?" I'm like, "I kind of got to get the half smile going." And then, I was shuffling around. And I did the face a few times. He started laughing. And then one point I just looked in the mirror and he's just going, we locked eyes and we started laughing. Like, what the fuck?
He's the best Trump.
Yeah.
Like his Trump is impossible.
He was so good. And which is why we made each other break a few times when we did the mothership, because it was like, I can't believe you're doing this for 2 hours. But to run it back to the garden,
Oh, yeah. It was amazing. The whole thing was amazing.
It was incredible. Do you love,
just to me, it seems surreal. Like just standing there, taking it all in. It's like, what's going on?
and how many people want to come in to fight for Joey, to come in for Holland, to come in, like,
Yeah.
Sean's fooling up from vacay just to like be there so that,
He was supposed to be, he definitely threw something to win, but he was supposed to be anyway. There was a bunch of fights. I was like, still amazing, but still, what a cool pop.
coming out mid-show.
Incredible. It was just so fun. Just so ultimate fun. It's really just a great celebration, the success of the show, and the comedy is just fun, raw comedy.
Do you, after all the years of doing these, do things like that? I don't know, like meeting more to like be able to see that, like something like that live, or is it like, does it give you, I don't know, like just more juice for just comedy in general to know that like we're in a cool time where shit like that is possible to happen, I guess?
We're in an amazing, it's an amazing time for stand-ups. If you're funny and you're trying to have fun and you just go out there and be silly, people are looking for that. And they're looking for something that rebels against the design that's telling you how things behave. We don't shut the fuck up. You're not compassionate, you're also controlling. That's not possible. This fucking scolding, shrill fucking stupidity that you hear from people telling you how you have to think and behave. That these things are not up for debate. These are like existential threats to humanity and civilization aren't up for debate. Shut the fuck up.
I'm getting more and more just cognitive of like just jokes. Like, I get more and more wrong that people get really offended by social
This
stuff.
guy's not patient. The key is like
It's just jokes. Like, no one's really, it's like, it's a low level. Like, people taking those jokes, it's like, because it sounded funny, and it, like, was saying, you know, I don't know. You know, to each his own.
yeah, but this is what's going on. There's always going to be people that didn't enjoy it, but they didn't get to see it. Whereas before, people just found out what you did. You went to a club, you know, you liked the guy, you saw the guy on TV, you went to go see him live, and that was it. Now you're getting exposed to people that would never go see him. And they just want to talk so much shit. But that is just because you're getting exposed to more people. So there's pros and cons. The pros is this show gets 16 million views. That's insane. Like, what is an average Jimmy Fallon show? Let's find out what that is. Like, what's the amount?
It could be the mills, probably.
Let's find out.
Yeah.
I don't even know. But he's probably the most popular of the late guys, right?
Yeah.
So what is he?
I think Jimmy tried to start right. No, he's still going. Yeah.
Oh, he's good.
They just have Jeff Goldblum hosting that. I think he's on vacation, maybe.
I would get to
Did you ever get asked to do that?
Yeah. No,
You doing a song with somebody?
the whole reason why I started a podcast is no one would ever give me money for a radio show. Not even a radio.
Oh, wow.
Like, I was thinking about that. I was like, I remember when Opie and Anthony they got taken off the air because they brought on a homeless guy who said some wild shit about Condoleezza Rice, like one of the great rapers. Fucking awful.
Like this guy was like,
No idea.
at least didn't know enough to know who was like
Yeah, but he was
in the
just a
government.
crazy homeless guy. And Opie and Anthony was a wild show. I mean, those motherfuckers, especially when they got on XM, they could say whatever the fuck they wanted. Oh my
But they definitely
God.
at the kind of the precipice of things kind of getting a little edgier.
Yeah, but
radio-wise.
so an average gets 1,720,000 views. That's for Jimmy Fallon. So he's number one. Oh, okay. Fallon is 1.4. Oh, Colbert is in the 2.5 million. So out of those people, how many of them are tuning in? It's just us tuning in. Sure. There's a thing that people do. It's 11 o'clock. What's on? You know, and especially they're locked. That's what they've done their whole fucking life. Yeah. See what's on TV. And they just watch the show. Those are the same people that believe the news. Which is ironic. You see that with Colbert's audience.
No.
So Caitlin Collins from CNN is on, and I retweeted it. It's fucking hilarious. Constantine from Trigonometry tweeted it. I retweeted it. I was like, this is crazy. I just want you to see it before I describe it. But it is the audience laughing at CNN being watch this. This is crazy. What's that, bro?
This is
Oh, it's the government. They're attacking Twitter. The Elon Musk thing. Guaranteed. Start from the beginning. It's a big screen. This is so preposterous.
together. Get started today because he looks like this. He's not really sure how to go after Vice President Harris. He knew his attack lines on President Biden. He really has struggled with how to go after someone who's 20 years younger than him, or a different gender, a different phrase. It's kind of been this moment where he hasn't been able to call us from a single attack.
I know you guys are all designed over there that you just work to use as it is. I know, CNN makes it look I guess it is.
Bro. How crazy is that? You know, it's like, shut the fuck up. That is hilarious. They thought he was being a joke. They thought that was a joke. That's how crazy this world's gotten. Where fucking CNN being unbiased is a joke to people. That's so crazy.
Yeah.
And why? What got accomplished? If you were running a business, what did you accomplish by doing things that way? You've ruined your business. Because now people think it's bullshit. And you could have just been actual, just straightforward journalist and been beyond reproach and probably got away with it.
Yeah. Do you think that's what they teach to? Sure. I mean, I don't know. At some point, like maybe you figure out when you're in journalism school or whatever that like there is probably obviously a handful of people more than that that are going to say like authentic and true and really. And then at some point you just get an offer to go somewhere or somebody above you goes, dude, you got to get that story out. Like I don't know. And if you're trying to get a name for yourself, like any sort of sports pundit, right? Sometimes they say wacky shit just to get their name out there. But,
well, it's for the business, right? So if they're writing a thing that says, hey, everybody used to like Trump. So everybody you are I really like them.
Yes, but I can't remember what
you should because it's fun. Literally fun. Keep going around.
The barbers, he's just being.
Dude, it's nuts. It's like literally nuts.
Like Sean Connery saying he can be women nuts.
No. They love him. They love him. Everyone loves him.
Trump on the
Whoopi loves him. Yeah, Barbara Walters loves him. Everyone loved him. Everybody was friendly. Everybody was like, they were considerate. They were talking nicely to each other. There's no attacks. It was a wonderful conversation.
Whoopi, I love your hair. What would you want? What do you wash it with? Syrup? And they just laughed.
Connected with student, change everything.
It's going around. Somebody posted. That's bad. I can't remember who posted it on Twitter. This is crazy. Watching is just bananas.
Do you think they've seen what's that at all? Do you think they've seen what you've done there?
Yes, this is bonkers. Go for it. This is literally bonkers. Watch how they conceive.
President of the United States to his resident. Please let's find out who's
My friend.
Watch this. Just watch this. This is nuts. We're in an alternative universe. Okay? Because this is not that long ago.
Go standing. Oh,
bro, watch this. Just watch how this goes. Watch this. So she's a Republican. That's easy. But everybody else.
I can't wait to get a hug.
Yeah, everyone's hugging. Look at this. Look at this. Kisses, hugs, kisses to Whoopi. Everybody hugs and kisses. Even Joy hugs and kisses. See? Now watch this.
I'm going to say what you words that you went back to inside the pit when you guys are what you're thinking about it and then explaining some of your views. It's very controversial and you know, let's say that you can decide right? And your ideas are right. Marriages and divorces. You've had 3 marriages. So how comfortable divorces. You think that
I think the country is doing so bad that they want somebody that's going to help it. I think the country is never going to understand it's being ripped off by every nation, every intelligence nation in the world, whether it's China, they're taking our jobs, but they can all our product, and then they lend us back the money we pay them with drugs. Whether it's Coca, that's crazy. I think it's Russians feel better. How about the Arab League? They say, we want you to go.
How about that? So,
these are the wealthiest countries in the world. The fact is, I think people want somebody that's going to protect them and protect this country because we're not going to be a great country for long if we keep going being
He's living his best life. He lives on 300 acres. He's living his best life back here. He's got his things to film. It's his back here. I love this animal. He's a little intimidated. I'm not gonna lie. I did about 2 minutes next to
I'll tell you this, they very much reached out.
I'm going to make a decision. I'm thinking about this family. I think I do a really good job. I think I protect this country like it's not being protected. So many of the things I say, no politicians are saying, if you look at my family, protect themselves. They're making a fortune. Let's call it hundreds of billions of dollars of profit on this. We have 25,000 soldiers over there protecting them. They don't pay us. Why are they paying us? A business without, believe me, there's a lot of harm. It's a business, but it's also a business with all. We will destroy this looking war if the economics of this country keep going the way they're going. We're not going to have
But you're kind of a social liberal, Donald. You know, you're a social liberal. Could you actually give the base to both of you as far as
polls are just saying that the music is the best. You know, they're doing polls. And
John Boehner?
so it's just
He's very poised. He's listening. He's
grass. The wanting that the media has taken on since he decided to be president. When you see the machine go after that, you've never seen the machine go after someone as bold-faced. To prosecution, Russiagate stuff on television every night, all of it. And then to see just a few they loved it. You know, he's like like 2000 something. 2008.
Yeah. Little house, right? There's
That makes that seem
Like, I think he said they had to pay them to come to a wedding. Like they have a price.
you get to play as a spectator.
Accusation. It's a Trump accusation. See, the thing about it's like apparently he said that he was in a helicopter with Billy Brown, but it wasn't Billy Brown. It was Joe Brown. It was a different Brown. And so now Willie Brown's saying that's not true. You know,
Yeah.
it's just.
People always say,
Donald Trump says money drew Billy come to his wedding.
remember
She had no
before
choice
I
but
would
to
get
give to
the
a
text,
conviction.
ask if we could do this.
Yeah.
Is that what I just said?
What about
Is that
taking a
true?
photo and
Yeah,
Joe
the
Brown.
Brown thing, Joe Brown
remember
thing.
all votes pretty much
I
did
think
the
that was like a mistake that he made.
I thought they didn't.
The people, he's old, she's young. Like, you fucking seeing a mistake. This is crazy. The gaslighting is nuts. It's the same gaslighting they did to turn Trump into a monster. Now they're doing that same gaslighting to turn into our future. And it's working. It's crazy to watch. It's crazy to watch.
Is it crazy to like? I mean, I don't know. Do you think it's only going to get like 20 years from now? Because the upswing, I guess, of just all social media and media in general, and then also you're taking the people that are involved. Like it's the perfect meshing. It's crazy. Right?
So this says former Trump executive he's saying that Lee Brown was on board, right? This is a woman said, Barbara Rez, the Trump Organization's former executive vice president of construction and development, said former state senator Nate Holden was on the plane, not Brown. They're the same helicopter thing. So it was a helicopter crash. It was. So no Brown was on, not Willie or Joe.
Yeah, all right. So, yeah. Keep it down so what's going on.
You know what she was saying? You know, she was saying, like, he doesn't have an attack strategy. That's the whole thing. You know, this is what I was trying to say when everybody got mad. So, like, JFK Jr., or RFK Jr. Robert F. Kennedy is a guy who just goes after issues, goes after action. He talks about this. Trump has, like, always in the past, he's like attack people. And it's just, in this case, I feel like, I don't know.
You hear me? Hello, you are for either. We are watching football and giving special
Just
Yeah, 100%. But I do have to say that one speech that she gave, right after they decided that she was going to be nominated, that one speech, she said, if you're going to say something,
Why don't you say it to my face? It was great timing. It was
school research.
It wasn't just that, man. The way she delivered it was like very clear. It was prepared, right? And so that means like she's coached, which is very important when you want to be a president. Right? You got to coach. Yeah, so she figured out how to deliver a banger of a speech, right? Like play that. Watch it. It's pretty powerful.
I think she'll have something to say back to him.
But this is the thing. That's a speech. When you go to change all the time, you just talk about what we did. That's where she has issues. Yeah, I think people walk up when they know that everybody is criticizing every word they're saying. And you're applying for a job as essentially the mom of the world or the dad of the world. If you want, that's what you are. You're the fucking dad of the free world, right?
And she just does a Biden impression.
There's so many people watching you. Your brain just freezes up with anxiety. But listen to this. This is amazing. This is really,
We're still pushing, and Biden's one of his candidates.
Oh, she nailed it. She nailed it. So that alone can get you the president. This is we're an idiot. That alone, like she, that is
a couple banger sound bites, right?
You can't say that's not outstanding. She just crushed it. She crushed it. She had the big moment. She had the big moment and she crushed it. And she did it without any ums or stammers, no fucking missed words. She had a smile, the laugh made sense. It made sense. For the first time. She laughed. Sometimes she laughs like a nerve. Just trying to get everybody to feel lighter about the situation. But that wasn't that one. That was like a genuine smile on the laugh. Crushed it. That's a problem. That's a problem. I don't think they thought she was going to be able to do that. That's the thing. You think she can control something? It's hard. I mean, maybe she should practice these coaches, just public speakers and stuff. Yeah, coaches. Yeah, this speech analyst, people that
imagine there's two people. David Lucas gets hired to give her like some one-liners. There's a crazy world where there's shit like that, where there's somebody goes, you need a couple of zingers in your back pocket. I don't know, 100%. That's not you're loading your brain as an operator like that. Trump does. He's looking at like, to make a little put down or he's just quick in that way.
So he is quick in that way. Also, it would be to hire a few great comics, just tour with them, and just write one-liners about all these different fucking people. If he could remember them, I mean, I know he likes to go off his own head. If he could remember a few Hinchcliffe bangers, we hired Hinchcliffe to take him on the road. It's fucking insane. That was Hinchcliffe writing bangers for Trump to shit on the
comedy cures, and it also is like sometimes what kind of just pushes things over the top.
The things you're getting from him is no one's coaching him, right? He's going off the cuff. Nobody gets the time much different. But he goes out there and he talks about things. It's like he's just off the cuff, and that's why it gets sideways sometimes. It gets a little fumbly sometimes. But what I'm saying is that what she did was like a pro. She did that like a pro. That's where it gets dangerous. Because
you don't think that was calculated? You think that was off the cuff, like just responding to
that? No, that was 100% planned out. 100% and well executed. Like she fucking nailed that. The problem is, that's what we're looking for. It's not even necessarily who has the best policies for the country. It's not necessarily who's going to make real reform, who's really going to change things and make it better for everybody, versus who.
Yo, do you know what Discord is? Yo, baby, what's new? What's good in the hood, son? Big dog. Big dog. Big dog. I know you're here. Join the Discord I just sent you. Look at your DMs. Excellent. We'll see you there, big dog.
Hilarious. He was like he was a comic. He was killing it. And I guarantee you, he probably had an idea in his head that he was going to shit on Biden. He had an idea how he was going to do it. But it's like just, hey, look at me.
That's good. Bitcoin Lizzo. How you living, Pam? What is good? I'm glad that you're here, big dog. We're watching football. Do you like football? Hell yeah, baby. All right. Yeah. Texas or Colorado State? Hell yeah. Hell of a pick, dog. Shout out to Bitcoin Lizzo. You know Lizzo lost a bunch of weight? See all the bullshit that you learn when you're on the internet as much as I am? So what's good, Bitcoin Lizzo? What's good? Bitcoin Lizzo. What's good? Hey, Bitcoin Lizzo, are you speaking into your phone? Okay. Did you take your phone and put it under a pillow? Speak into the microphone. Speak into the microphone. I want you to know something. I love you. I love everything about you, and you're a beautiful baby. Don't ever forget it. Excellent, big dog. So what's good? We love you too, man. Come in here whenever you want. You're always welcome. You know that. Mi casa, su casa, Bia. I love you. I space LOVE space YOU, baby. I love you. ILY, baby. 143B. You're amazing. Everyone loves you. Everyone loves everything about you. No one's ever not loved everything about you. And you're the greatest motherfuckers ever lived. Remember Rothschild. That's what's good, yo. Doug, I love how it sounds like I'm listening to you through a tunnel. I'm sure it's the same on my end. I want you to know that you're amazing and everyone loves you. You're a great person. You are a great person. You're welcome, big dog. Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10, Inu, to the moon. Shout out to the Costanza podcast. Shout out to the Costanza podcast. Shout out to Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10, Inu. Shout out to Bitcoin Lizzo. Hell yeah, dog. Everybody loves you. You're a pimp. Everybody knows it. What a pimp. What an absolute fucking pimp.
And she had a stage in my face, but she was, and she made jokes about like, and you know, we're gonna swallow the competition. I don't know. She did, you know. Well, the problem was Tim's fault, right? So we got on the dress. Yeah. We'll clean up all the mess. We'll make it just. We'll clean up every dress and mess. Yeah. It's just. It's just I think this was a good idea. No, it's like I see it. It's just that's what we used to get for choices. Yeah, like they made sense. When you saw Arnold in the mix. Because I feel like, at least for me, that was because I wasn't, around obviously for the Reagan stuff, but like the Arnold was my first taste of like, oh, anybody can do, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I was wrong.
Right.
It doesn't make sense to us, but if you were someone who grew up during that time, I was a movie star.
Yeah.
It's like, Dennis Quaid being the president.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he's playing Reagan.
Oh yeah. Same guy that did his makeup does my first house. Good coach, Jen Asper.
It's just like, the world has gotten real weird. It's real weird when you know what the trick is. Everybody's talking about the trick. I mean, there's all these videos on script. She doesn't talk nearly as clearly. It's not, but if you just keep her on that script and focus, everything else, now you're still running the trick.
Yo, dog, there you are. I didn't know this happened. You're looking good in the hood. What's up? You're an East Side gangster. You're a West Side pimp. You're a West Side gangster and an East Side pimp. You're amazing, motherfucker. You're amazing. Everybody loves you. Dog, you're the entertainer the world wants. You're amazing. Look at you. Look at you balancing that fucking bottle on your head. Look at you. Look at you. Look at you. Look at you. Beautiful. It's a beautiful baby. Look at that. That's talent. Take this show on the road, baby. Amazing. Dog. Amazing fruit. You are fucking amazing, dog. Everyone loves you. Everyone loves you. There's never been anyone on earth who doesn't like you in the history of mankind. I'm going to go back all the way back in the day. Everybody since that day has loved you, and no one has disliked you ever. Everyone loves everything about you, and everything about you is positive. Your aura is positive. Your vibe is positive. Your riz is unmatched. You're the man, and everyone else can go fuck themselves. You're wonderful. Everybody likes you. Yes, sir. Hell yeah. Hook this motherfucker up. If you're listening now or in the future, hook this motherfucker up. You're amazing. We love you, and we love everything about you. You are so amazing that, look, I'm going to just review what we've summarized already, but we're going to get into the detail, into the nitty gritty about how fucking great you are, okay? In the history of mankind, going back to the day, back in the day, since that fucking time, there's never been a greater motherfucker aside from Rabbi Rothschild than you, my motherfucking friend. You are amazing. Everyone loves everything about you. You should have an ego the size of planet Jupiter, and you're the best motherfucker we've met today. Thank you so much for being here. Everybody loves you. Your riz is sensational. You are amazing. Hey, yeah, dog. I'm the hype man for all of Nigeria. Your whole fucking continent needs hype, and I'm doing it, baby. Hells yeah. Shout out to my man, Bitcoin Lizzo, slinging dick from the East Coast to the West Coast, from the West Coast to the East Coast. He's an East Side pimp, a West Side gangster. He's a West Side gangster and an East Side pimp. Everybody loves you, baby. Everybody loves you, baby. Excellent. That's fucking amazing. Hey, yeah. I'm always here, baby. All day, every day. Well, I'm glad you're here now. Do you like Lizzo? Hell yeah, it is, motherfucker. Hell yeah, it is. Discord is the home of Bitcoin Lizzo. say like that, Bia. Bitcoin Lizzo, Dick slanging pimp of the stars, playboy extraordinaire. There you go. So what's good, son? Excellent. That's what I like to hear. Football time, baby. If you got questions, let me know. In the meantime, enjoy yourself.
Kind of comedy.
Next is
But it's like, who are you to decide?
Yo, dog, I wish I could help you, but I cannot. Yo, dog, I can hype you, but that's about all I can do for you. Yo, dog, I can hype you, but that's about all I can do for you, okay? I may be the greatest pimp of all time, but I don't have the beats to change your life yet. In the future, hell is fucking yeah. So all I gotta tell you is you gotta hang on, baby. You're good, you're beautiful, baby. I see you. I see you. I've seen a lot of fucking desperate people in Africa, and you are not one of them, motherfucker. You got your shit together. You got the fucking internet. You are live streaming. You are gonna be just okay. Just keep on keeping on. Dog, I don't have any money to give you. If I did, I would. If I had the money, I would say, what's your address? And I would send you the money right now, and you would thank me, and you'd be on your way, and I'd never hear from you again. That's exactly how I anticipate our relationship would be. Instead, our relationship is this. I have no money to give you, and you keep asking me for it. Let me make you aware. Just going to break it to you straightforward right now. I don't have any money to give you. But I can give you all the love and attention that you want in life. Yeah, no, I don't. And if you keep asking me, dog, I'm just gonna watch you. See, this is how we play this game. Keep asking me, I'm gonna turn on the TV, then not go to sleep. You want to talk about other things? I can talk about whatever you want to talk about. But if you're just gonna sit here and ask for money, you are trying to get blood out of the turnip, dog. You're trying to get water out of your rock. Ain't gonna happen, pimp. Now, we can talk about how amazing you are and how amazing you point Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10. Do you love Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10? Excellent. Well, Pip, I want you to know that I'm going to continue watching this game. It's the University of Texas versus Colorado State University. It's the Longhorns versus the Rams. Who do you want to win, the Longhorns or the Rams, dog? Who do you want to win, the Longhorns or the Rams? Hell yeah. I knew you were a Colorado State Rams fan. Fuck yeah. Shout out to my man, Bitcoin Lizzo. Shout out to the Colorado State Rams. They are losing by 30 plus points right now. But nevertheless, shout out to them.
Because he was the
And shout
first guy
out
to ever
to
sell out
Bitcoin,
Right.
Lizzo, shout out to Caspian C, shout out to Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Eno, and shout out to the man, the myth, the legend, the greatest pimp of all time, the East Side Pimp, the West Side Gangster, the West Side Gangster, the East Side Pimp.
And he was doing a different thing. Because he was doing this thing where everybody.
Yo, Pimp, I
knew
swear
the
to
jokes
fucking
they
God,
wanted
if you
to
ask
say
me for
and
money one more time, I am going to freak, dog. What's up? What do you want to know?
Thousands of people. It's like if you've seen a band
Go,
play,
dog. How you doing, Pimp? Go ahead. Say what you want to say. Yo, Doc, I have a question for you. Do you ever eat your own boogers? Go. pose this question to you now in a different way. Yes or no? Do you ever eat your own boogers? Go. Hell fucking no, you didn't know it.
Cultivated. It's putting, having dice on like that is like
I looked at the fucking
people who may or may not have fully been educated on Andrew will now be like, oh, and then go back and do a deep dive. And then
These kids are it's history, yeah, because they're 20. Yeah, they're 20 years old.
yeah, it'll
Okay,
surprise
I'm just gonna tell you this. Looking at you in this fucking camera is like looking at myself in a goddamn mirror. You are so goddamn good looking. Everybody should know it. Everybody should know that you are an amazing person. You have the charisma of an entire stadium. You slay dick like it's going out of style and everybody loves you. Do you have any other questions? If you have other questions, please pose them to me now. I just want you to know, baby, everybody loves you. Everybody loves you. Everybody loves your hat. I love your hat. Caspian C loves your hat. All of 1990s love your hat. Everybody loves you. I'll keep going to the top. And in the meantime, we are now going to watch the University of Alabama versus the bullshit school, and we're going to watch the Crimson Tide roll over these motherfuckers. Dude, who the fuck are they playing? Some bullshit team that no one knows, Western Kentucky. No one's even fucking heard of that school.
and I go, hey, Andrew, I'm talking to my friends. Will you fuck off? He goes, Jesus fucking Christ, this guy. And then he puts it back and he goes, I thought I liked this guy. And he goes over to Sal and does a little video and yeah, he just was like, he was fucking out, man. It was like, and that's what the backstage vibe should be,
Dude, he used to do these little sketches at the store, and he would do it with a VHS handheld camera. He would do sketches at the store, and I asked him, what are you doing these photos for? He's like, what am I doing it for?
Great answer.
Put it together. He was just having fun.
Yeah.
Just having fun.
Oh, the first time he brought me up in the OR at the store, Jeff Scott was running on the keys, and he goes, Jeff, who we got next? And I've met him maybe 3 times, but expect whatever. But he goes, and Jeff goes, I'm May. And he goes, oh, I love this guy. And, we didn't know each other. And he goes, this guy, you've seen him here, you've seen him there. Keep it going for my friend, Alan Gray. And then I get up, and he goes, sorry, I had to, right? Like to be. And I just laughed, and I was like, yeah.
I would love when he would go on stage in the OR and he'd do like 10 crowd. And he would just fuck with them.
What a treat to
this
see.
fucking guy. Look at this fucking guy with his pants. It looks like he got attacked by a fucking mountain lion. How much did you pay for those pants, you fucking moron? This is right. I call it mean dice.
Yeah.
That was my favorite dice to watch in the OR when he do mean dice. You're just mindful like dice is roasting. They get the fuck out of here. They were done. It was fun. It was like, it sounds mean, but mean dice was fun.
Has he, he's been on the show, yeah.
I'm just happy. I was always freaked me out to become his friend because I
Is that one for you that's just crazy? That as far as like in the business, you're like,
because I was young then. I was friends with him in my 20s.
wow.
And I was standing in the back of the comedy. He's the reason why I started going on the road. Because I was standing in the back of the comedy store. He's like, you should do the road. And I said, why? I feel like I'm here at the store. I said, yeah, I know, but you know what? You don't want to be attached to Hollywood, these fucking jerk-offs. He's like, you can make all the money that you need on the road.
Wow.
He goes, and you get an audience. He goes, you're a funny guy. You should do the road. And I was like, I should do the road. So I started doing the road for years.
Yeah. Opened you up to the idea.
100%. For years, I was mostly just doing the store. And I would do the Laugh Factory, and I would do the improv. I was just doing Hollywood sets. And occasionally, I would do something else where it was a long set. But it was a little awkward because I was mostly doing 15-minute sets, you know? And so then I started headlining again. I was like, oh, yeah, you have to do this. You have to do hours.
Yeah.
You have to do like 4 hours on a weekend. Like two on Friday, 2 on Saturday. But it's like, the problem is I always had like 1 foot in and 1 foot out. Because what 1 foot in was like, I was always working on television. So that was like most of my day. Most of my day on news radio was working on the TV show. It dampens your enthusiasm for doing the thing that got you to dance. But I was on the set of news radio once, and the producer said, why don't you still stand up right after that? I was like, oh no.
Oh shit.
I was just like this whole cycle of needing people to pick you for something or like, get me out of this.
Why are you deciding that I should, be to people?
And it was at that same time where Dice told me, it was the same time. So it was like a fortuitous convergence of this guy that I couldn't believe I was friends with. It was just weird.
Would those news radio days be so long that sometimes you wouldn't want to go up and do a spot? Or was it
but I
pretty
still did it.
conducive?
I always did it. I never canceled. Yeah, I always did it. Even though size was exhausted.
It was your reward too, right? You were looking forward to it, like I can get through the day, so I can get on stage.
It was a little bit of that, but it's also those are my people. You know, the comedians are my people. I had to be around.
Watch this motherfucker get spammed.
I had to be around the weirdos, the Holtzmans. You know, I became friends with Holtzman in '94. Wow. Yeah. So I had to be around those guys. Like, those are my compatriots.
It is wild how quickly you find that out that you are in the right spot. I remember when I first started going around the store in 2000. I started exam in 2007, so it was right around there. Just doing open mics and waiting for 4 hours, and Tommy telling me I'm going up, and then not going up, and then be like, you know what? Maybe come back tomorrow, and then just being around. Even if I didn't go up, I was around for 4 hours, and I didn't just sit and wait. I milled around, and that's where I met Tony and all these guys that you're like, oh, cool, you're doing this too. And that was the connecting over that is an immediate bond. That's just like once you kind of lock eyes with someone, like, oh, you're trying to do this too, unspoken respect, and then also like, oh, cool, somebody that like, oh, we both didn't go up, or you got up, oh, cool, yeah, well, dude, next time maybe do this, and then, oh, where are you going now? You know, it's late, like I'm jazzed from watching 4 hours of comedy and not going up, and I feel like it's sad if I just go to bed. So, oh, well, let's go fucking play video games and smoke weed and just talk about our experience of that night. And
they're wild times and you don't appreciate that at the moment because you're worried. You don't know if the future is ever going to be real. You don't know if you're ever going to be a real comedian, you know, because you want to do it. You're obsessed with it, but it's hard to even get on stage. It's hard to even take the first steps towards the dream. So it's like, even though it's an amazing time, you're going to look back on it so fondly forever. At the time, it's crazy. At the time, you just don't know. And that not knowing and not being able to control your destiny as a young person is one of the most terrifying and paralyzing feelings. Because you don't know what's going to happen in whatever you're trying to do. You're a fog of, hope and dreams. I don't know. I can't see the future. I don't know if it's ever going to work out.
The uncertainty that is a constant cloud over your head. But also the appropriate amount of delusion and enthusiasm for wanting to make, right? Just wanting to give it work in this world.
Well, I was very fortunate that I'm a very determined person. So I was terrible when I started.
It's gonna be amazing.
Yeah, occasionally I had some good jokes, but I was bad at putting it together. But I didn't know how to write. I didn't know. I just knew what I liked, and I knew that I could make people laugh in inappropriate ways. I just couldn't figure out how to get that.
Were you comfortable on stage?
No, it took a while. It took a while for me to come on stage. It was just so crazy. I was so nervous about it, but I had fought like 100 times. It's just so weird that like getting kicked in the head didn't make me as nervous as talking about it. It's so wild to me. It's so crazy. There was a lot of fear that came with fighting that didn't come to stand up. Driving to New York to go get kicked in the face. I would just make jokes because it's very likely that one of us might get knocked unconscious. And I've seen a few of my friends get knocked unconscious. And it's a terrifying thing. I saw a friend of mine get actually kicked in the face. And he was really never the same guy. He was a really good fighter. He went up to Canada and fought this guy named Jersey Long. Jersey Long was this national champion. I didn't think my friend should be fighting. I didn't think my friend was good enough at that point. He was experienced enough. He was good. He was very talented. But he didn't have enough experience on a national level. And this guy was at the peak of his form. He was throwing hard, walking frontal and consciousness. It was one of the worst KOs I've ever seen live from a friend getting KO'd. KOing people make you reevaluate. Watching people snoring on the ground and rolling back all over easily could have been used. Easily, you know, easily. There was definitely guys that could have knocked me into the shallow realm. They just didn't. And he just got lucky. I got lucky and I never really got knocked out to my last kickboxing fight. And I get TKO'd and I was still conscious. It was awesome. I got wrong. I got really left hook and dropped. My leg just disappeared. My leg just went, oh, it's weird. It never happened. I've been dropped before in the gym, but I've never been dropped where I was really exhausted. It was my third fight.
Because even that's a crapshoot, right? Like when you're getting kicked in the head, you go down, or whatever it is that knocks you out. Yeah. It's still right. There's always the a couple centimeters to the left, and that would have actually
this got perfect on the jaw, and I think I had my mouth open because I thought I was tired. Because it was, like I said, it was the third fight of the day, and I remember being exhausted. So I would get sick a lot of times before fights because I would get nervous. So you get nervous, and your immune system drops because you're freaking out all the time. And also you cut your weight. Be cutting our down. So I can refresh your different weight class.
But those nerves don't enter in the comedy. Like before your last special, which I told you, this company was awesome. Thanks. And also, I love doing it different. When Harley Williams did a special outdoors in front of animals, I was like, fuck yeah. You know what I'm saying? But the live thing is so not guaranteed, man. You're prepped, you're ready, you've done live, but like still it's still a new challenge, right?
And now I put it spin you every goddamn now you get spammed by Rabbi all goddamn day. This is your life, dog. This is your life. Don't you love it? Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah, dog!
I know. Maybe I'll do a special. At that time, I wasn't even thinking about doing a special. Just doing comedy. And then we came out there. And then I said no, and then I wanted to. Maybe the 24 was one month.
Let me think conversations with other people about it, or just kind of had a carpet talk.
24 all day. Rabbi Rothschild all day.
Just do something that scares the shit out of you, because that scares the shit out of you. But I just realized, like, I'm having great shows. I know that the material's tight. It's funny. I'm like, what am I worried about? I'm not going to I do it every night. I do every night, and I do everything live. I do the UFC live. I do YouTube videos we do live.
Yeah.
I stream the podcast live. I've done so many shows live. Like, what am I worried about? I'm like, are you worried about fucking up? Okay, well, don't think about fucking up. Think about doing it the best way you can do it. And the best way to do it was I was at one point I was doing 6 hours a week. So I was doing 3 nights, 2 shows a night at one. after
you're ready.
like an hour and 15 minutes of the other guys, an hour and 15, an hour and a half sometimes. One time it was an hour and 45 minutes. Because the Protect Our Parks guys were all with me. So we all went up and were playing. We were all so drunk. We were so drunk. When we got there, we hopped out of the limo and ran upstairs. It was ridiculous. At one point, Norman got so drunk during the podcast, he went backstage, threw up, and then went to sleep. So you know that backstage area? Like right behind the stage? Yeah, he was sleeping up there. Yeah, I'm cold. So he goes up, and Harvey Summer, he goes up. Brian Simpson was there, Tony was there. Like, it was a giant crazy show. So, but all those shows, when you're going up that late, it's like one in the week. We gotta keep that momentum. We gotta keep things tight. So all I did was just I just really listened to a lot of recordings. I watched the video from Friday night. We recorded Friday night too. So I watched that video. I was writing bits out that I knew. I was writing them out word for word over and over again.
And when you're over here, I'm assuming, I don't know if you riffed anything in the moment, but I feel like when you are that in the pocket, you're like, all right, now you feel comfy to shoot from the hip.
Yeah, you can just do a show, like a regular show, like how you would do it. That's how I thought. I got there, but I just want to do it like a regular show. But it's also a regular show in the theater, which was odd because I had only done like clubs for a year and a half. I hadn't done any other thing for a whole year and a half. Friday night, I had not done any other big places. Yeah, for a long ass time. I think the last time I did a big place was one of the rooms. And he played weather. And then I went to the club, and then I stayed in the club for a year and a half.
So next special would have to be Blackout Drunk. Just to mix it up.
No, I think I'll do a live one again. Yeah. It was fun. It was fucking terrifying, but fun. Like, in the moment, it wasn't terrifying at all. Yeah. I was just in the moment, and all I was doing was just concentrating on staying in the moment and enjoying myself and having a good time and doing it the best I can do it. And being, I was so prepared because I knew, like, what my transitions were going to be. I'd done that set in that order for like 3 weeks.
Yeah. Yeah, we're going to live stream these Philip theater shows, I think. Just taking a page out of the Kill Tony book. It's like, why not? If people, because there's only a handful of theaters we're doing, but it's like there's people, you can reach way bigger audience doing that. And I mean, it's all, the films are all unscripted, so it's like there's a little more room for, something, whatever. But
there's a lot of room for it. But the most important thing is, the most important thing is that's what people like.
Yes.
They like that you're going without a net. Right. They like it. That's why they like the live Kill Tonys. That's why they like all this stuff.
Yeah, I think that.
Yeah, the Kill Tony at its base, the whole thing is, there's no net. It's like you can go up. Some guy went up in Madison Square Garden the first time he ever went on stage. It's so crazy.
That's so crazy.
What a mind fuck that must be. They walk out in front of, by the way, those people are harsh. I was going to ask you, how do you feel with like a joke in? They're like, so my mom is, it's weird. They're like, fuck you. Whoa. The instrument's so quick sometimes. Okay. There's people out there, they've been ready for the show all day. They've been day drinking. They probably went to a pub, got fucked up.
New York,
yeah, they're walking. And then they're walked into this most iconic arena, their favorite show. It's live. There's 16,000 people. They're fucked up. Yeah. Let's go, correct. Yeah. And then sometimes on stage, and it's not that good. Like, I paid for this. Yeah. Especially in New York. Yeah. Especially in New York. They're not polite. If it's going south, they're gonna let you know. But that's part of the fun. Because when it goes great, they let you know too. They're great laughers. God damn, they were laughing. They were laughing hard. It was a fun show. It was really fun. But it's that weirdness of like it could go sideways, it could be awesome, but it's always gonna be fun. Yeah. So and then you got the regulars. Like William Montgomery is a goddamn national treasure.
I just can't get enough of him. I me too.
Like so funny. He's so fucking funny. And he's so I love too when people are just so he's such a kind guy, but he's so like he just commits fully. Yeah, and he's just always in the pocket, and he's always. That's the thing too is going on. Like I've only been on his long panel or a 5-10 minute bit, and it's like to go on for a minute and then however long the interview part is. He always delivers, I guess, which is he's a he's a character, right? He's this maniacal character, and you can get away with so much as that maniacal character.
I met he's got two brothers, by what met one, and he goes, "Hi, my name's Vance. I'm William's brother." And I was like, "Of course you are." He just had all the William, like, really just like very just like good to see
how
you.
William hugs you.
Oh yeah,
he hugs you like you might be stabbing.
He hugs you like a Trump handshake. Like he pulls you in, and then it's
weird.
Like he's stabbing you. Actually, that's
very tense.
You
might want to stab you.
What is that? That's just.
I don't know what it is. I'm trying to relax them on it. For several years now.
Yeah.
He just hugs you like, "Am I in trouble? Right? Danger here? Yeah. It's just.
Are we jumping out of a plane? What are you holding on to me so?
What a writing exercise that show is, to have to come up with a whole new minute every week.
Yeah.
That's bananas.
Yeah.
It's a bananas experience. I mean, it's such a crazy job. And to do it live in front of a crowd and then have it on YouTube, and if you bomb, it's on YouTube forever. It's like, that's the ballsiest shit you can do, man.
Let me ask you this. Would you ever go on, like now that there have been, I've gone as a few characters, Shane Gone, doing Trump, if there was ever a pitch to you from Tony or whoever, because you're a good actor, and would there ever be a world if somebody was like, "Dude, Joe, let's get you up and to come on and do like
an impression,
like a bucket poll that was like a wild person, not even like a long panel thing, but like a,
I would do that.
Like a fake, you know what I'm saying?
It would have to be a person that I could actually do an impression of.
Okay.
Because I'm not that good. I only have a few. Like, I can do Dice and I can do Joey, but it's only a few.
But what about an original?
There's a guy named Earl Strickland. This is my best impression. My best impression is a professional pool player.
That's good.
For real.
His voice or just the way he is?
No, there's a video of me doing an impression of him. I sound exactly like him.
Awesome.
And I say the crazy, he's a genius pool, one of the greatest pool players of all time. But like all people that are incredible at what they do, they're nuts.
Yeah.
Almost all people that are really, really good at things are out of their fucking mind.
Oh yeah.
And he's out of his fucking mind. And he's famous for things like he puts like ankle weights on his wrists when he plays and tapes up his fingertips and puts like shooting goggles on. Meanwhile, he's like one of the greatest pool players that's ever lived. So he has all these like gadgets and shit he does. But I do this impression of him. I'll play it for him because you got to hear him talk. Mr. Earl Strickland. That's my buddy Justin.
Pool is a beautiful game played by ugly people. Okay, first of all, how you got to play pool if you're not properly equipped? Where's your beekeepers out there? You don't have no ass weights. I don't see you in waivers. What are you doing? Put goggles on? No, and get the fuck up with the damn.
So this is
wow.
Now
dude.
you gotta listen to the.
It doesn't sound like you.
Listen to the. That's like, if that guy was famous, yeah, I could do like a whole tour as him.
Oh my god, that's your next chapter.
I could do a tour of pool walls.
Oh my god, meet and greets with that.
But that's the only one I could do that good.
Well, here's the thing. Even that voice, I'm like, dude, that's a Kill Tony guy. You see that guy come on?
Right. This is him.
Bro, you nailed it.
I know how to do his chores.
Oh,
It
Joe.
was a beautiful game. Played by a bunch of ugly people.
The stash, bro.
He's a wizard.
Now, is he so famous that like a biopic is in the works? If something happened,
They could do a biopic of Earl Strickland, and I could play Earl Strickland. I can't play as good as Earl Strickland, not built like Earl Strickland, but I could definitely do an Earl Strickland impression. Oh my god, he'd be so mad at me.
I've been waiting. So you met him, yeah?
Yeah, I met him. He was happy when I met him. I ran into him, and he was like, "Why are you picking on me?" Like, I'm a giant fan. It's the only way I could do an impression of you that good. Because I'm a huge fan, and we became friendly. But then I tried to get him on the podcast, and he doesn't want to come on. He's mad at me for something.
Doing his voice.
He like did a
Keep fucking saying
he did a podcast saying that he like turned me down. He didn't want to do my podcast. Oh god! I'm only a fan.
Yeah.
I'm only telling. I'm only joking around because I think you're awesome.
Is pool your? Oh, man, how do I ask this question? Advice. Number one, like if you had the ideal day, like a joint, a show, maybe post show for however long you're hanging. Obviously, I know you like your dinners or whatnot, but like, is pool your true, like you're in your happy place then?
Well, it's just to me, it's like a game that's also a mind cleanser. So there's a social
aspect of it, right?
Yeah. Social aspect. Well, if you're hanging around a pool, sure. Yeah. Also, it's like pool players are also obsessed with it the way you're obsessed with it. So you can talk about stuff that you can't talk about with other people, like tip millimeter sizes and carbon fiber shafts and shit. but the pool players can't wait to talk about it. But you're talking about these weird aspects of the very particular aspects of this game. But while you're doing it, when you're just trying to concentrate on running out, just trying to concentrate on putting that cue ball perfect for the next ball, perfect for the next, you're 3 balls ahead, you're plotting your lines, and you're going, there's no room for anything else. There's no room for, oh, I forgot to call that guy back, oh, I got to do this, oh, I got to do that, oh, I didn't do this today. There's no room. While you're shooting, it's a mind cleanser. So all the things, should I do this, should I do that, all that goes away. And it just cleans your mind out because it requires all of you to make a hard shot, especially on tight pockets. A long shot on tight pocket requires all of you to stay in line, have your stroking arm follow through smooth, have the proper grip on the cue where you're not gripping it too tight. You gotta like you're cradling it like a little baby bird, in your hand, and you're just letting that weight and the acceleration from your arm push through that ball. And you want to watch that spin as it collides with the other ball and moves perfectly to the next ball. That requires all of you. So while you're doing that, it cleans your head out.
Dude, Strickland, you're just making me realize it's like Bob Ross for pool. The way that you described all that, I was like, dude, that all made sense. You just basically broke down pool in the most beautiful way. And it really is, there's so much finesse, there's so much like strategy, there's so much, there's athleticism involved.
There's a little bit of body control.
Yeah.
But you have to have execution. You have to be able to execute the shots. And that requires like a finesse that's learned over thousands and thousands and thousands of shots.
I thought I was going to be a pro pool player at one point. My mom was a single mom, 4 jobs, ran an assisted living homes, activities. That was one of the jobs. Like we would bring in, flyers and then just coming up with games home. And so I'd go there for school, and there was a guy that was like kind of a fucking janitor. Who knows? This guy even like worked there, but all of a sudden I'd always be upstairs with my pool and my sister, and he just like was so good and would like show us trick shots, and I got so into it. It was one of those things you got so into for like 3-4 years, and then
There's someone who's good that showed you how to do it right.
Yeah, I always think back every now and then. I always think back to like, what if I like had really made that a thing? Because I mean, who knows where I was, but all I know is I was playing like anything as a kid, right? I was playing all the time to where I was like, hey, what if I was like, yeah.
That would be crazy.
I know, right?
Yeah.
He said, Rabbi, I swear to God, not today.
You know, that thing that you start doing
And that was me on the bus, personally doing Ace Ventura scenes. Because I was a fat kid, and then I was getting teased all the time. I couldn't take care of myself. That's right.
You're like this guy in It 2. Remember the fat kid in It 2 comes back handsome in It 2? You know, I watched it the other day. In It 1, the chubby kid who gets cut up by the bully.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Then in It 2, now he's a stud. He's got like 6 pack, but something happened.
Appreciate it. Yeah, it was getting teased all the time, so it was fat kid, and I started making friends with them. And they were like, oh, you're the funny kid. So then I was like, oh, this is making them laugh, which feels good, and then it's also changing the way they're looking at it, which I felt like a crazy superpower. I mean, it was 6th grade, and I was just, I just was like, oh, I gotta chase this thing. So then it was, but I was doing it naturally. I wasn't going out my way to do it. It just came. Like I'd watched Ace Ventura, and then I was like, oh, I want to, do that to a couple of friends on the bus, and now I'm like telling stories, and then I would prank call Seattle sports radio stations and record it on like my first Sony and play it for friends on the bus, and they'd be like, just seeing them laugh was fun. Or prank call. One of the first things I did was there was a girl in our class that everybody had a crush on, and
everybody on earth has been waiting for you to be here. In the history of mankind, there are few things that have been anticipated as much as your arrival. Let's talk about it. How you living, Pip? Do you have a kid? Pip, do you have a kid? Ask. Excellent. I'm going to give you a username, and you're going to go and look at their chat. First person. I don't know if this is always going to work. In fact, it'll only work like 50% of the time. Okay, first person. Dambit. D-A-M-B-I-T. Just, you're good. Okay, so some people have like timers on. So, yeah. Is it Joe Rogan? Just wait. Is that Caspian C? Caspian C, do you have music on in the background? That's Caspian C. So, just mute, or don't mute, but like turn down Caspian C. That's what's bothering me. Okay. I can't. Do that. Let me know.
Petrochemical production of nylon versus beaver trapping. You know, like how many things lives get lost?
Yeah, no, it's not just that. It's a lot. Okay, go to Bashly. Bashly. Go to Bashly. 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 Go to Bashly. Bashly. You focus on this one.
I mean, you kill them for food. It's weird, but like there's places that are fur-free zones. Okay, right? Like states. It's not like places you can't sell furs. I bet you can still wear them. It is America.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: you can't sell fur. I think you can't sell fur in parts of Los Angeles. See if that's true. I think they put a ban on selling fur, but you can still sell leather. Do you know how fucking insane you are? When you have animal skin on almost everything. You have animal skin on the inside of your car. You have animal skin on your shoes. You have animal skin on your belt. You have animal skin in your wallet. You have animal skin everywhere. If it's better, it's leather upholstery. Look at this beautiful leather upholstery.
Yeah.
It's better if it has leather. So you have animal skin everywhere, as long as there's no fuzz on it. Fur sales are illegal in California. 2019, state of California became the first state to ban fur. State's Governor Gavin Newsom signed into law AB 44, which bans the sales and manufacturing of new clothing and accessories made from fur. I get it. I get people wanting to be kind and not kill an animal for its fur. I totally understand where you're coming from. But it is a little weird that we're okay with that's a little weird.
Yeah.
Man, let these motherfuckers. That's not my point. My point is, shut the fuck up and let people do whatever they want to do. Okay, I don't think you should ban furs. I don't want one. I'd rather have a fake one.
What do you think about the
Does that feel bad? Yeah. But I get it. If I was living in a place where they couldn't, like, where did it all come from? It came from. That was the only way to stay alive. People wore big ass fur coats because it protects you. They don't wear fur coats. The Inuits don't wear fur coats because it looks good. They want to stay alive. Yeah, that's all it is. The best way to stay alive, especially when you're getting it from these animals that you're killing.
Yeah.
Like, that's literally how you get your clothes and your food is from these animals. That's the origin. Now it's a weird thing because you're wearing it to show everyone you're like, oh, yeah, they full length mink coat. What's up, playa? Like my ostrich hat. Yeah. You have feathers on your cap. An exotic bird that has lost its fucking life, so you look like a pimp. And you just to go to the Polish game and style. Gold all over your alligator pussy rings. Diamonds carved out of the ground by child labor. You know,
You have to walk in like that, by the way.
Yeah, if you have a coat.
You know the coat's doing the top and for you.
My friend Bill had one. I forget what he was. So, oh my God, this is amazing. You're an aspect. Yeah, I mean, I go, what is that? Let me try that. I put it on. I said, oh my God, wow, this is amazing.
Yeah.
It insulates you so perfectly. It's like,
Pimps made mink coats popular. Is that?
I don't know. But they're popular with rich ladies. Rich ladies. And then it's like, I think pimps caught on. But there wasn't a lot of things. Don't name it, don't name it like famously wear like a mink coat.
Yes.
Yeah, baller shit. Baller shit. Yes, it looks like. But back then, people didn't think twice because everybody's just trying to stay alive. They were just trying to not starve to death. But those animals, and once things get soft and sweet, and people just start doing way better, you know, in society, you know, it's like, you know, they're all starving. Why are we killing these little animals?
Absolutely, please do.
What do you think about the tax stuff? The full-on people that have rumors with just.
I don't agree that with animals because I like what's called a European mount, and a European mount is the skull with the animals on it. Just the actual skull.
Yeah.
I know what it looked like. I don't want a fake representation of it on my wall. It's basically a doll. First of all, the people that do it are amazing, and the art of it is pretty incredible because it is an art. What you're doing is you're using this mold, right? So you have a mold that's roughly the size of the torso of the animal you killed. They have a photograph of the animal, okay? And then they take the skin from the animal you killed and mold it around this foam and do it so perfectly that it looks just like the animal. They put fake eyes and they do it all up, and it's got the antlers from the actual animal on it. And they've made a fake version of this animal you killed. I get it, but it's not right.
Also, I feel like I would get pretty baked in my own house and have some late night freakouts with some of these things. A buddy of mine has a full house gym. He's his name's Doug. He lives in Jersey, and but he's into it for the artistic. Like he says, it's beautiful. It's got this big. Jim, you don't have that thing I was going to show Joe, do you? The little trailer. You know, I made this doc called Doug about my friend who was a lifeguard when he was 21 in the 70s, jumped into a pool in Jersey to save a kid who was faking drowning. And he ended up being paralyzed from the neck down. And his brother Brian was an accountant, quit doing that to save his brother mentally, physically. He was in the hospital, wanted to die, was like leaving me in the pool. I don't want to live like this. He was a college football star, going to be a lawyer. Brian not only gets him physically fit and mentally stable, to a place to where he wants to live, gets him so strong that he enters the Paralympics, ends up becoming the world champ, setting all the world records, gets on the cover of the Wheaties box, travels the world with Michael Jordan, Joe Montana, Bo Jackson, speaking to people all over the world, becomes a criminal lawyer, gets a disability act going. And so I meet Brian, who's now a physical therapist to the Stars in New York. And he goes, he's telling me about it. So he's like, dude, I mean, my brother, this guy's he's incredible. Come to New Jersey, be my brother. You hear me? It's your Strickland impression. And so I go to Jersey and I see his place. He shows me all his pictures and videos of him with the Pope and Christopher Reeve and Regis and Kathy Lee. And I'm like, holy shit.
Is this doc out already?
Yeah, it's on YouTube. And it's a one-night trailer.
Let's see the trailer.
Yeah, let's see the trailer. Thanks, bro. Our director is the first time.
On the Wheaties cereal box.
It was 1978 when Doug Air, as a lifeguard, dove into the pool to save the drowning boy.
This man kicked back, and my head hit the bottom of the pool.
So great. I'm
Clear intonation.
They let that do them.
We're here.
He was up to walk out this week. He told me about which was
breaks the first, breaks the second.
Dude, that's badass.
Crazy story.
That's a great story.
So I went there and I was like, I at least got to kill the interviews and I'm all just asking Brian Doug in because the stories of the brother, just being there for Doug is inspiring. And I don't know, having that amount of pictures and video to accompany any doc, I feel like it's pretty imperative. And it was overwhelming. So I was like, I'm going to come out and at least interview you guys. And then it took a couple years to put it all together. But it's on my YouTube channel, youtube.com/AdamRayComedy. I tried to pitch it a few places, didn't really have enough juice, and then I was like, I'm just going to put it up because I want them to, it should be out there. A movie on that story, it's wild, Joe. I'll text you a link. It's only 50 minutes.
So that you've never did a documentary or nothing like that?
First one's right there.
That's crazy. So you just got inspired because this guy's story to put this together?
1000%. I was like, I can't believe that your story is not more. I'm like, how the fuck have I not heard about this? And I've talked to a few people since who've been like, oh, I remember seeing something on the news about this. Yeah, fucking a quick news, a 10-second whatever. But and Brian's such a character. The brother, that's who I put in the voice of.
That's a pretty impression. It might be better than my first.
No, easy. But Brian now that's his life now. So that's also crazy. He dedicated his life to helping his brother, and now he is to the stars in New York and whoever else. I mean, he'll be on I flew him to Vegas once when I had a major back thing and 3 days of aggressive stretching and fucking fixed me. And on the plane, he's like, there's a woman next to me. Her shoulder was fucking fucked up. Like, there's a shoulder. She was living in the for fucking 40 years. And he kept telling me about Doug, and I was like, what did he do to her shoulder? Just did a little, I don't know.
Release.
Yeah, he's there's a name for the type of physical therapist he is, but he says that in case we don't understand. But he's a wizard, man, and he, So I was like, I need to do this.
Does he like do rolfing, that kind of stuff?
What's that?
That's a really painful kind of soft tissue manipulation. You ever had it done?
No,
It's brutal.
not really. Well, I mean, it's that's why I say aggressive stretching. It's really, but he just a lot of unlocking things, but there's days when I've seen him. I stuck around New York an extra day to get work done, and I get just with flying and carrying a lot of shit here. My quads get real tight all the time, and so I'm just not stretching enough, which I know I got to, but he's like, I could use 2 more days with you to like really get you,
loosen you up.
Yeah.
I've been doing a lot of stretching lately because I'd done a lot of like especially getting ready for the special. I was working on a lot, all sorts of shit to calm my mind.
Yeah.
And I might have overdid it a little bit. And then
so?
I just was sore, man. My back was sore because
Is it you're moving around?
and I decided on Saturday. No, not Saturday. Just mostly like back in the morning.
Yeah.
I'm going too hard here. But what it really was I wasn't stretching enough. And everything was just tight because I was doing a lot of like kettlebell shit, and it was just tight. And I spent like 2.5 hours on Saturday just stretching in my hotel room, just stretching. That's all I did. I just watched some YouTube videos and stretched, and I felt 100% better.
Yeah,
when I got, and I was like, "Oh, you fucking idiot! You should be doing this all the time."
I know.
You're not putting. I need to do like long stretch sessions like that all the time.
That's patience, man. 2.5 hours.
Yeah, you just watch YouTube. Just
Yeah,
put your
I know.
phone down and watch.
You have no excuse to not.
documentary.
I tell my sister that now too, and she's like, "I need to find more time to, exercise." And I'm like, "Dude, you watch shows like already after work, just like for even 20 minutes, like walk around and just space out." But,
Well, it's also if you want to exercise, like get on some kind of a cardio machine and watch a movie on an iPad.
Yeah.
It's a cheat code.
Yeah.
It's a
it's
cheat
how
code.
I watch anything is on the bike.
But it's the best way to distract yourself from the fact that you're exhausted.
Totally.
If you watch a good movie with headphones on, then an iPad on like a stationary bike,
Oh yeah. Yeah.
you can enjoy the movie.
Yeah.
You actually can enjoy the movie and actually put in some serious cardio.
Yeah.
And you'll be distracted. You won't be thinking about the fact you're exhausted on the bike. You'll be thinking about, oh my God, don't go in the basement.
Yeah.
Don't go in the basement. I can't fucking believe this. This fucking movie's insane.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know?
What's
Especially a good thriller,
Oh yeah. It keeps you engaged. Yeah. What's your go-to workout movie? Or can you not watch? Are you a rewatcher?
Yes. John Wick. John Wick's the
Whoa.
greatest ever workout movie.
Whoa.
Ever. Yeah. Yeah.
I have a confession. I haven't seen it.
Oh my God. It's like
Let's
a
watch
girl
it.
saying she hasn't seen
Put it
Barbie.
up, Jay.
It's like a girl saying she hasn't seen Barbie, really.
Right. Oh wow.
Yeah. It's the
I'm
most
sorry.
insanely
You can edit
violent
this out.
movie of all time. It's so
Keanu,
insane.
right?
Yeah, it's so Keanu. It's so ridiculous.
And they made 15.
They did 4, I think. 4? Right, yeah.
I
4.
remember hearing this last one. It was the talk of the town. People were like,
It's a fun movie.
Yeah.
But it's a really good movie to work out to because it's just so crazy. Cool. Because like so many people are getting killed. You're just like,
"Oh yeah.
You get in those extra reps
Yeah.
watching people engage
You
in
get
like
fired up
Mortal
on that.
Kombat. Yeah.
Right, yeah.
It's a crazy movie.
Mortal
It's
Kombat.
fun.
Remember when that became a game? Remember when that I understood why my mom was like, you can't play video games, because I remember sitting downstairs. I had my bar mitzvah. She goes, I'm not buying you a video game system, but you can use some of your due money to buy. And she didn't say it. She goes, you can buy some of your, you can buy, what does she say? She goes, you can use some of your money from gifts to buy. And so I bought a Super Nintendo, and then I got, I think, a Sega, and then Mortal Kombat. Or my buddy had a Sega, and we played Mortal Kombat. And I remember just being like, what is happening? We went from Street Fighter, which is, throwing, Haruki's and whatnot, and then just ripping a guy's cock off.
Yeah. Yeah, you could kill people.
Yeah.
Pull their fucking skull out with their spine attached to it.
Pretty cool. And then just
Pretty
go have a fucking crustable right after.
And it's very addictive.
Yeah.
All those games are very
Were you ever a gamer? Yeah.
Yeah.
What was your
Quake? But it's just because they're fun. It's like they're not addictive because they suck. They're awesome.
Yeah.
They're just too awesome.
Yeah.
Like playing Quake is too awesome. It's crazy fast paced. You're shooting rockets at people. They're electrocuting you to death.
Yeah.
It's nuts.
Yeah.
And it's such an adrenaline rush that you just don't want to stop. You just want to go to the next game.
Oh, yeah.
The next game. Keep playing. Next thing you know, you're exhausted. You're dehydrated. You haven't had any food.
Oh, yeah.
8 hours.
Oh yeah.
What's wrong with you?
And
And then you have to go to bed. You're lying in bed. What the fuck is
Why
wrong
am I
with me?
still awake? Yeah.
This is crazy.
I've only played Halo a handful of times. My younger brother is pretty obsessed, but he's really good. And I played it online, and I was real high. So I started to kind of get emotionally invested to where, like, I see guys getting shot. And I was like, fuck, I can't. My heart was beating so fast. It was too much. I probably, if I was sober, I would have been less.
You lost a comrade.
Yeah.
That was real.
It did. I was fucked
But
up.
they have virtual reality ones now. My friend Matt Serra, he plays these virtual reality.
With the goggles.
What's the one that Matt plays? What is that the game he plays? That is Population 1. So it's a VR shooter.
Oh, yeah.
So he's running around with VR goggles on. So he really feels like he's in the game. he's like, "Hey, get down!" They're shooting at each other and shit. It's nuts. He's got goggles on. He's like in his fucking house, moving around.
Give me
Like
that security
you
footage.
feel like you're in a war.
Yeah.
Like you're so immersed in it. This video game is now a whole next level experience.
Yeah.
It's just that in front of the computer is pretty involving.
Yeah.
You get the headphones on, especially with these computer games now have 3D sound, so you hear sound coming from there. You know, those guys over there. You know, you run towards them.
Smack your wife. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's
Another thing about these goddamn games. You can beat the shit out of people. Like there's a lot like what is it, Red Dead?
Red Dead Redemption, right?
Yeah, where you like you take someone and fucking tie a noose to their neck, drag them behind your horse. Do wild shit. You can drown a prostitute in the river.
Yeah.
You can do wild shit, and people are like, "Hey, maybe you shouldn't be able to do this in a fucking game. This is a little
Your
crazy.
7-year-old shouldn't be able to see that that's possible.
You shouldn't be able to beat a prostitute dead with a shovel."
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Maybe a super sucker. Just hit her in the face or something. Yeah, something lighter.
Well, it's just the whole game is chaos. You know, it's like you can do chaos to anybody. Just like Grand Theft Auto, you can do chaos to anybody. You know,
First time playing that though and driving down Sunset, it seemed like the Comedy Store was pretty cool.
I think Grand Theft Auto. I think I read this. They were comparing the amount of money that Grand Theft Auto has generated versus like almost any other like movie game. Like
I believe it.
comparison to how it does to like big Hollywood blockbusters.
Sure.
Like how much money has Grand Theft Auto generated? And that has got to be one of the most popular games of all
1,000%.
time.
That maybe.
And it's about Stephen Cars. And one,
Yo. Good call, dude. Yo. We'll be right back. That's a fucking holy shit. That's so much money.
so much money.
Joe, that's wild. Thanks for pulling that
Now,
stat
do
up.
you think you deserve that amount of money?
What have you done other than show teenagers it's possible to beat, steal, and rob from a hooker? Hold that thought. We'll be right back.
Do you remember the guy who used to run bump fights? And he came on Dr. Phil as Dr. Phil and
Yes.
shaved his head, the top of his head.
Joe, that's what we could do. You want to come on the Dr. Phil live show? Oh, yeah, there's no stash on you.
That guy, he fucking.
Phil goes, what are you doing? He goes, what? What? He goes, what are you doing? What are you doing? And he's like, I'm doing what you're doing. I'm exploiting people. He's like, I don't like it. Get out of here.
Yeah.
Get out of here. There's Robin. Dude just kicked him off his set.
But it was weird, right? Like you knew that's what he did,
Of course.
and you invited him on the show.
Yeah.
He probably just didn't like, that path of the argument.
I bet.
Because that path is a legitimate path.
Do you think he knew? Maybe he didn't know
Well,
he was
let's
going to
hear
get into full makeup. Because I'm sure Phil's not visiting the guests, right?
Listen, this is not a surprise.
If you think I exploit people, every time you bring a guest on the show, you exploit them and spread whatever problems they have to the whole world. You think that's helping them?
Keep telling yourself that. You can go.
You know what? Who do you think you are? Huh? No, I'm not finished talking to you.
There you go.
No, I'm not.
There you go.
Yeah, you're done. Don't even grab a complimentary Dr. Phil hat. Just go. I hate me right now. I mean, this guy, yeah.
The thing about that guy, though, is that guy, that bum fight thing is crazy.
It was wild.
That guy beat people to pull their teeth out.
Yeah.
There's some awful shit.
Yeah, you want to talk about using YouTube for the wrong reason.
Well, it wasn't YouTube.
It wasn't?
No, these were cassettes. Those like VHSs.
Maybe my first taste of bum
When
fights were.
what was Bum Fights originally released on? I don't believe it was YouTube. I think it was pre-YouTube.
Yeah, it was sold for $22 a piece.
So bum fights. So people were either. So
People
was,
used
was bum fights for people that couldn't get Girls Gone Wild? What? Because those were both probably popping up.
Basically, what Bum Fights was a lot of shit that you see already on the internet. You see, how many bum fights have you actually seen on the internet? I've seen so many guys that are like on heroin fist fight in the streets of Los Angeles. Like, there's a shitload of videos of bums duking it out. The pants fall down, guy gets kicked in the head, knocked unconscious. There's a lot of that you can find.
Yeah.
I get sent it all the time by Tom Segura. Yeah, he sends
Just
me
cell phone with it, you.
no,
The
Instagram
actual
reels.
guys. Oh yeah.
Like terrible things that you can see people just doing to each other all over. So the thing is, like, this guy's made a living on it, though. He was like selling these DVDs, and I think we didn't want to admit that people want to see that. Just like we don't want to admit people want to drown hookers in Red Dead Redemption, but they do.
They do,
You know,
man.
they do want to see that.
Yeah.
They do. If you let people slap each other in the face on television, people will tune in. If you let people dress up like fucking medieval knights and sword fight, then people will watch.
Yeah.
That is 100% a fact.
Yeah.
And back then, we didn't want to believe that, and there was no internet, so we didn't really understand our nature until the internet came out.
Dude, think about Two Girls, One Cup.
Think about porn. Okay? Think about the amount of porn that gets digested by the average American male versus that of 1950.
Oh, God.
This a huge. These guys were jerking off to underwear ads. Okay, guys were starving for things.
Oh, that's weird.
And they were jerking off to them. They didn't even. They had no idea.
We had a lot of solid imaginations, probably.
That's
in the
all you
50s,
need.
60s, and 70s.
Good idea in your head. That's all you had. That's all you had. That's all you had. And then now everyone has a phone, and anyone's phone can connect to a plethora of porn sites.
Had a guy on my flight about 3 months ago. No joke. Porn on the phone, no headphones. Yes, heard, oh, fuck my belt, fuck my belt. And then was just kind of like, and then saw this, people kind of like turn. No one wanted citizens arrest this guy, so everyone was kind of like,
They probably was doing it to make people uncomfortable.
for sure.
Because what is the law?
And it was wild. I mean, I was 2 rows
Are you
behind him.
allowed to do that? Like, what's the law? Like,
I
where are
think
you
it's
allowed?
probably illegal, but
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like you shouldn't be looking at this, but if you can hear it,
yeah.
like what is the law, right? Because like, what if you're playing a podcast that's offensive? But if you're playing a podcast on your phone that makes me upset, but you're playing it after I'm getting upset.
Right.
What is the law?
Right.
I feel like you're allowed to do that, right? So if you're allowed to say like fuck that guy and fuck this, but you can't say fuck my butt, it gets a little weird, right? It gets a little weird. It's
Yeah.
like it's his phone. Why are you even looking at what's on his phone?
Totally.
You shouldn't be a fucking.
The 2 rows back. Well, your headphones on.
How about stop paying attention to his phone? But also, why does he have porn on his phone and it's loud? Like I don't think
Is it a public? It's almost like urinating in a public decency thing. Like you can't.
it's just like that according to the law that I'm looking at.
You can't pee in public or watch someone talk about peeing.
Right, but can you listen? That's what I'm saying. Like, what is the law in like?
Because are you a peeping Tom? If you're listening, defendant convicted of watching porn at parking lot fails in constitutional challenge to public obscenity law.
Watching pornography in public serves no legitimate purposes. What else? Fucking racehorse.
If you're trying to get first class, you turn things up a notch.
Doing so with one's window down and in a restaurant's busy parking lot in full view of families recklessly expose pornography to young children. Oh, this is a little different. This is like a business, and he got in there with his window rolled down and he's beaten off. He might be a little bit of a freak. But it depends on, like, was he in the corner of the parking lot away from everybody?
Yeah.
Like, was he by himself? He's like, I just got to rub this out. I got to make a decision. Right now, I'm real confused. You know, it could have been like a mental health thing. You know? Like, I'm losing my mind here. I didn't see the public libraries can't block porn, and it's not illegal to watch.
Wow. No way.
That's just what this is.
That's crazy.
Look
Look at libraries staying cool and hip.
If that's true, how many people are jerking off in San Francisco in a library right now?
Oh, I don't know. 1,000% of the people attending the library. Hundreds, yeah.
I would certainly recommend against doing this, one lawyer says.
But he said Missouri. Scroll back up.
Yeah.
It said under Missouri statutes, depending on the exact circumstances, the prosecutor could file at least 2 different charges. But this is Missouri.
Every state's different with that too.
Right, but wasn't the article about San Francisco or any public library?
Yeah, this is public library.
Oh, it's any public library. Oh, God. Anywhere?
I almost got arrested for taking photos mooning a camera when we were like 21 or something like that.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's how crazy San Francisco is. He didn't say San Francisco. I assumed.
Wow.
I just assumed, right? We didn't even bring up. In my head, I'm like, that's so crazy. That's how crazy San Francisco's gotten. Where a story comes up, and it's almost like with the Bernstein Bears. What's that called?
Yeah,
that thing. The Mandela effect. Yeah.
The Bernstein Bear effect.
Yeah, it's the Mandela effect.
Oh,
These
yeah.
people thought that Mandela died in jail,
Right.
but he did. Right. And so there's this thing like people have like a whole narrative in their head, like a glitchy matrix type thing. And that might apply to this. Like instantly, I was like, "Oh, it happened in San Francisco." I would have told the story. In my head, I would have gone on. Did you hear what happened in San Francisco?
That's crazy.
You can watch pornography in the fucking library. Meanwhile, it's every library. Every library. That's
Is that one person making that?
how close it is.
You sound like a thing.
If you had a guess, what state's going to produce the most parking lot jerkers?
Did you do that story about the guy? It was maybe a few years ago. It might have actually been during COVID when everyone was doing big water shows. And the guy thought he was yeah, and he stayed on. He had to turn his computer sound off. It was one of those things where you log on for the Zoom. You know, the boss is like, "All right, guys, everyone's here, blah blah," and then you can just turn your screen off. It turns off. Dude,
One time, fucking hundreds of guys. I have a thing about it. Hundreds of guys. It was that was that Jeffrey Tubin guy, the CNN guy.
Yeah, that's what it's offense.
Yeah. But it was like
That's a wrap, right?
You're fired. He's back. You're doing that best.
So let's say it was like a Jamba Juice conference, and you're on Zoom.
Yeah, it's a wrap. That's your wrap. I could feel it all. Whoops! I didn't know the camera was on. Sorry.
All right, yeah. Also,
Sorry,
you're
y'all.
welcome. We're getting to see some beautiful.
Yeah. I didn't know it was welcome to. But it's one of those things where it's just like you can see. It's even illegal. It should be. The best hope for prosecution currently looks to be an offense against public decency. What an archaic notion that sounds now. If the government wants to retrieve any credibility from this debacle, it can order a legal review. Can old laws be repurposed, or is new legislation required? That's interesting because, like, when all these laws were put in place, they probably never anticipated porn on the internet.
No.
Especially the way it is now. You know, we're talking about businesses that never got bailed out. This is what, imagine if I told you there was a business. And this business is going to eat up about 30+% of all the internet traffic. And this business is used by some ungodly percentage. That's way more than it takes to elect a president, right? What does it take to elect a president? You know, 51%.
Yeah.
Way more than 51%
Yeah.
guys use pornography. But yet, when that business stopped making money because DVD sales went like, bail out banks, or bail out this business and that business, and you know, too big to fail, but not a porn business. Everybody's like, I don't know. And is it still real? I don't even know that I can find it there. I don't watch it.
Did you see the Ashley Madison doc?
What is that?
Ashley Madison was
Oh, is that the dating site?
yeah, the affair
No.
site for where people could have affairs.
That's
Joe, it is a wild. It's
oh, they got doxxed, right? Didn't something
yeah, they
happen?
got yeah, and so that basically it was yeah, people signed up to have it was a wild
Yeah, whole lecture.
oh man,
And they bunch of rich people. A bunch of people just lucky doubling down. Yeah, run away from the
hit me on
husband.
20s. Yeah,
2 o'clock in the afternoon.
maybe it's just yeah, next to the KFC. Where's that Mike Vince? It was it was wild. Yeah, and then they interviewed a couple of couples that were all about that were doing it together. That were just like they were just
Swingers. Swingers are weird. They're like that from S&P's. Like to something else. It's different.
you had a few swingers through Brad Williams. Yeah. Swingers and little people know each other.
Oh, really?
There's a direct, yeah. There's a interesting. Yeah, they have the same agents. Yeah. I met my first through Brad, porn stars, swingers, and other little people through Brad, and comedians. But these swingers were wild, dude. I'm coming from a small town in North Seattle. I'm like, I didn't even know. It's not something I just is in my zeitgeist. I never met, and so just talking to them so normally was just wild. You know what I'm saying? It was.
I did these gigs in, God, I can't remember what state it was, somewhere in the South. Might have been Nashville. So I did this gig through Oregon, and we had this guy drive us from the club. He picks us up at the hotel, or at the airport, takes us to the hotel, and then he's driving us to the gig, and everything's normal. And then he eventually, at the end of the weekend, he's driving us to the airport. And when the guy's driving us to the airport, he opens up about his swinger life. Like out of nowhere. He's like, you guys ever swing? Yeah, we were swinging a swinging club in town. And we're like, swing? Like, what do you mean? He's like, you know, like we wife swap and the like. He goes, I've been doing it for a while. Do you like swinging? He goes, well, yeah, I love it. Yeah, we swing. You know, I get to decide though. You know, like if he's too good looking or he's too buff, I get to decide. Shit, I don't like that guy. She can't fuck that guy. And they make like decisions like that. And this guy just opened up to us out of nowhere.
What preceded that conversation?
Nothing. Like,
It's hot today, huh?
I like swinging. You guys like swinging? Like what? Out of nowhere, this dude just chatting up about the guys he lets his wife fuck. It was crazy. That's wild. But he was one of them dudes that like had a ponytail, but it was also bald. Like the whole thing. Of course, he was chaos. He was a human. Just example.
If you bring up swinging unprovoked, you have a ponytail.
It was bizarre. But it was just. I've only met a few groups of people that are really into that. And one of them was I was doing improv Tampa, and it's a fun gig. Yeah, fun gig. And then there's this foursome of people who are like, we're swingers. You should come here. I'm a swinger. That's what I did. They look like people that would be swingers. I'm just like, it's just a mess. Tampa is the swinger capital of the U.S.
No joke, I had a guy come up to me and proposition me in Kansas City to just one of those features for Harlem, Kansas City Improv. And he goes, man, it's funny. He's like, you're staying alive, you guys are doing it, you're going to life. I was like, well, I didn't ever propose like that. Then she comes over, what are you guys talking about? I go, oh, he's trying to say he wants us to do something and whatever. She goes, what the fuck? Had no clue that was even. I was like, oh, he said, and then it was just super weird. She's like, Daryl, what the fuck? What? How would you, like, I'm crazy, but what the fuck? I would never do that. And I'm like, oh, this guy must just be going around doing that. Just his thrill. Yeah. He wants him to fuck. What he wanted me to say yeah, and then, like, yup, yeah. Could be a trap. It was fucking wild. Because I was at a trap, yeah.
But it's just, that's a weird culture. But, whatever. Not hurting anybody. They fuck each other. They have clutch where they go, and then they
the eyes wide shut, right?
People fucking each other. It's not wrong. It's like in the 90s or something like that.
Of course it is.
Told me that he went to one of those. You walked in, people were fucking all over the place.
Those are things where you like drop your keys in the bowl, or you took a fuck like right there.
That's like a party that they would like throw all the keys in the bowl, and then the guy would reach in and pull out one of the women's keys, the woman would reach in and pull out one of the guy's keys, and you figured out who you're going. Wow. And they just swap lives.
And then have to get a show.
Yeah. There's a wife swapping show.
Yeah, I
wonder if it's real though. Those shows, they fuck around. Those shows, they manipulate your.
I remember in Fountainhouse recently, it's a commercial from Ohio where I'm from.
Sun Bubble Hot Tubs.
Oh, bro, we
had Red Private Room.
Jamie, I love you for pulling this up. We had one in Seattle called Tubs.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean,
kids swimming in fucking shit. $20 an hour or something wild. Oh, that's crazy. But that's like couple. That's very different.
Bro, we had a place like this. We had Tubs near a comic book near Giggles. You put Giggles in Seattle? That's before I first
did Giggles in Seattle. I did Giggles in Seattle.
It was like one comedy club that was in the 90s that was thriving near the University of Washington. And they had a place called Tubs there. But we also have a place called Tubs, the sandwich place. So that's all I knew about. Cool fact, thinking about sandwiches. And my friend's dad were leaving soccer practice. I'd scored on my own team. He called me a fucking idiot. That was a rap for me in soccer. And so we're driving by, and he's like, I see Tubs. I'm like, Tubs. I'm like, you should stop. Get some food, We just lost to score on my own team. Some sandwiches sounds good. And he's like, oh, that's not. They don't do sandwiches there. It's just the same name. And I was like, oh, but there's like people rent hot tubs, and they go in there and just kind of hang out. I was like, what do you mean hang out? So they go in there, you meet somebody, you bring them in, you have some fun. No clue. And they're like, 10 years later, I'm like, oh, people just go in there just to fuck. Like you said, just
the hot tub. Yeah. Probably better than a hotel room.
For sure. And it's a hot tub. Who doesn't love a hot tub?
Yeah, people just want to go and bang it out. Maybe on a date and get a wild hair.
How do you feel? Dude,
let's go.
How do you feel about hotel hot tubs? When you're on the road,
what are the odds? That's dangerous.
That's literally.
You know, a guy got Legionnaire's disease from a hot tub in LA.
What is that disease?
Oh, it's like a disease that's like archaic. It's like one of those old world diseases that's not supposed to be around anymore. This guy got it from a fucking hot tub. See if you can find that article. I'm pretty sure it was California.
Yeah, they never.
My memory's a little foggy on where it was. I feel like it's, but maybe I'm thinking everything crazy is in California. You know, I assume that other story was from San Francisco.
Yeah.
But this guy, he got in a stanky ass hot tub and he got Legionnaire's disease. He fucking died. He died. No, he died. Yeah, he died. Do you have it? Because if you're not, I saved the article. I definitely saved it on my phone. Like, this is the craziest.
Just don't relax.
So, in 2023, California spot the source of an outbreak of Legionnaire's disease. They caused the illness of multiple people and the deaths of 2. Contra Costa Health announced Monday it has been investigating Zen Day Spa in Contra Costa, California since August. How about you step in? Keep looking. How about don't investigate? Just fucking test the waters. That's so crazy.
1 dead, 11 sick, and Legionnaire's disease outbreak in that.
Oh my God, it's a hot tub disease.
Yeah, that's gotta be a
Man who died of Legionnaire's disease from Bay Area Spa was celebrating his birthday. Oh, God. It's your birthday. I want to take you to the hot. You got a group on. Oh my God. That's so disgusting. It's probably just a combination of jizz meets shit. And this has become this monster virus that kills people that are going to celebrate their birthday. Yeah, bring your kids. Bring your kids to the spa. Catch Legionnaire's disease. What is that? What is that? Oh, why should they? It's only a spa where you make it.
It's wild. It's like
water. Why would they have a hot tub?
Yeah, hot tub is a wild invention. I mean, even a public hot tub is just such a wild idea. Like, what are you doing?
Water that gets hot like that is so perfect for bacteria.
Yeah.
It's so wonderful. If you don't have the right amount of poison in there, which is what it is, you pour chlorine in there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow. This is a beautiful pneumonia, wrong inflammation, usually caused by infection. It's caused by a bacterium known as Legionella. Why did they name it? Let's Google that. Because it sounds like some shit that happened in the old world.
It does.
There's a bunch of diseases that are starting to emerge in the homeless community in Los Angeles that are ancient diseases.
No shit.
Like,
From
I think
what?
they got typhus just from being disgusting. The American Legion State Convention, Philadelphia. What? Okay, it's commonly known as legionellosis, which is a generic term for a respiratory infection caused by the Legionella bacteria. This disease is named after a deadly outbreak of pneumonia in 1976 that occurred during people attending the American Legion's State Convention in Philadelphia.
Legionella sounds like Coachella for people that have swallowed a lot of hot tub cum.
So that's why they named it Legionnaire's disease? Because it happened during that was the outbreak?
Oh, man.
Wow.
Yeah, no thanks.
What is the American Legion? What's that? What's the convention of the American Legion? Do you know what that is?
Led to the name of the Legionnaire's disease. No
right.
clue.
What is the American Legion? The Veterans Association. Wartime veterans. Oh my God.
Aimed at
So
advocating
they're wartime
patriotism.
veterans and they die from a fucking disease and then they name it after the Legion.
Wow.
Which is like really bad for business.
Yeah.
Really bad for business.
Yeah.
They shouldn't have done that. Don't call it Legionnaire's disease. Don't name it after us, you fucking assholes. Call it some fucking weird Latin name and come up with some spooky monkeypox type definition. Don't name it after us. Imagine somebody caught pneumonia and they called it mothershipitis. And they got people who died from mothershipitis. Like, hey, fuckheads, don't do that. It just happened to be there.
Yeah.
It's not the Legionnaires.
Yeah.
It's not the Legion Center that was the problem.
No.
They didn't do anything wrong.
No.
But they probably had some dudes who were coming back from Thailand. You know what I'm saying?
1,000%.
You know what I'm saying?
What is herpes
Those
thing?
old dudes that come back from Thailand.
Oh, yeah. With everything.
They go over there for like 4 months a year, come back looking like, who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Looking around over that. Yeah. There was a meme that I saw today of this older man, like he was in his 60s, and he's holding hands with two hot Asian girls, and it was saying something about like when I cash my VA check and I disappear, don't worry about me.
Cool.
Because I'll be in some strange country.
Oh yeah.
Where there's rampant sex trafficking.
Oh my God, I know, right? Oh. I thought you were going to bring up the 91-year-old who just died and who was married to a 42-year-old.
What are you talking about?
91-year-old billionaire. Just that's it. That died.
Well, it's true love. That's what's important.
That's what's
she's
beautiful.
probably hot as fuck. She's probably super, super hot as fuck.
She was way into it.
Let's see what he and she looked like.
He had a great personality.
That gives me hope for the future. If everything goes sideways, like should be, men should be happy because that's even possible to even trick.
There you go.
Look at that. Totally looks like they would love each other.
It's like Mr. Bean's dad.
Yeah, she looks like she should be married to a farmer. Some big old buff farmer.
How does she even meet this guy? I mean, I guess,
some billionaire dating.
Yeah.
He gained fame through high-profile dates. Just weeks after marrying his sixth wife, she got a pill over it. Yeah. But if you're a woman and you're 40 and this guy's nice, he's worth fucking $30 billion. He wants to marry you. Like, let's go. Let's fucking go. I can deal with you. Maybe she likes him. Maybe she even likes him. Maybe she also likes being super fucking rich.
Totally. She might like that a little bit more.
Yeah, like people were always about. Remember Anna Nicole Smith?
Yeah.
J. Howard Marshall.
Yeah.
And people were like, they knew what it was. But guess what? He knew what it was too.
Totally. He was having a good time.
It was caused by a tough bike workout. Oh wow. He was rushed to the hospital with crippling back pain. With a ruptured heart valve. Wow, he blew his heart out. I was thinking of fucking her.
1,000%. Yeah, he was still. Oh, yeah.
49-year age difference. So, look at that one right there. Is that her? Oh, the previous one? Damn, let me see that one. That one's even more preposterous. They'll scroll up so I can see.
Oh, this guy's been doing it forever.
That's the most preposterous.
Yeah.
One. That's perfect. That's what I like to see. It does give me hope. See that. Yeah, because you can be disgusting.
Also, it gives me hope that it, I don't know how old he was, 80, 90, but
bam. That's what I'm talking about. Well, how about
even Betty White before she passed was saying how she was I think at 99 maybe, that there was some article I read and she was just talking about still banging it out. Wow. Yeah, dude. Wild. And now
all ladies don't give a fuck.
Oh no.
I don't worry about your approval anymore. Dude, she'll tell you what she wants. She'll tell you. Who's that guy who owns the Raiders? He's got a really hot 24-year-old girlfriend.
Oh yeah.
He's got that crazy mo haircut.
Yeah.
That's it. This guy's a character.
He truly looks like a Nickelodeon cartoon character.
Is he having a baby? Is that what's going on?
Or is it? And Bill Belichick's got a young girl. I mean, Pacino's got. Pacino's a dad at 92 or whatever.
Sounds normal. Sounds totally normal. Seems like it's going to work out. It's so. I think Pacino wanted to take a paternity test too to make sure it was his. And what? I'm shooting live rounds.
Yeah.
At fucking 90 years old. How is that possible?
Yeah, it can't be. But it is.
Yep. That's the crazy thing about men. Men can keep having babies when they're geriatrics, but women, nature says, that's a wrap. They get to a certain age, they go through menopause, and that's a wrap. But the dudes can just keep impregnating gals. Look at that. Bam, son. What's up?
Looks like you.
Bam.
Yeah.
Bam. Yeah. Wow. Oh, she's a mystery woman. She's a mystery. She's hot. That's not a mystery. Congratulations, sir.
For him, yeah, you did it.
This is a fun thing about that.
Lottery.
But when you see it the other way, you get creeped out.
Yeah.
If you saw Betty White with Thor, you'd be like, what the fuck? What's going on there?
Yeah.
That's kind of gross.
Yeah.
Why are you doing that to that old lady?
Yeah, you'd be worried about Betty White. Yeah.
Yeah, are you having sex with her the way you would have sex with a young lady? Because that's disturbing.
Yeah, that's tough.
What are you doing to her? Can she even take that kind of abuse?
Maybe she could.
Jesus.
Maybe she wanted it.
Maybe she's just one of them old school ladies and immigrant ladies with strong bones.
Oh, God. Stiff spine. Arlen used to do a joke. When I'd open for Arlen, he would do a joke where he'd go, he'd take somebody's tortilla chip out of the front row. And you go, here's my impression of a 75-year-old woman having sex. And then he would just crinkle the chip over the mic. And it was it sounded exactly like everything breaking.
Oh.
And,
yeah, it sounds wrong, right? Yeah. But an old guy, having sex with a hot young lady, go Pops.
Kind of a cool way to go out, too.
Yeah, sure. I guess.
Yeah, actually, yeah, maybe not. And I guess everyone's looking at you like, oh, you couldn't keep it together enough.
There it is. Oh, this is the one. She's not. They're not this. Oh, it's wildly untrue. Well, of course it is. People love saying silly shit that's not true. Hopkins is pictured sitting next to Davis in December 2022, fueling rumors that two were romantically involved, but they're not. But we're hoping that he can get together. That's what it is, right?
Oh, yeah.
They're hoping.
Oh, yeah.
You're not going, oh my God, because he's so old that he's past the creepy into the novelty.
Yep.
Right? So there's a creepy firm.
Yep.
The creepy version is like, a guy who's in his 60s is dating a girl who's 20. Right? That seems creepy. But if a guy's in his 70s,
Yeah.
he's dating a girl who's 20, it's like, okay. Yeah. It's so ridiculous.
Why is, a little more acceptable.
It is what it is. It is what it is. You know what it is. I know what it is. Everyone knows
Stop
what it
acting
is.
like you don't know what it
He
is.
probably knows what it is
He
too.
knows exactly
Maybe
what
he
it is.
lies to himself.
That's fine. That's
We
his,
all know what it is.
that's his deal.
So when it's 60 and 20 or 50 and 20, we feel like that person is probably taking advantage of that 20-year-old.
Potentially.
Yeah. Maybe not. Maybe she's a real mature 20.
Sure. That could be.
Possibly.
Sure.
Okay,
Family
I
loves
can,
this guy.
I can deal with that. But there's a weirdness. If it's like a 60-year-old guy and a 20, that makes me creep out.
Oh my God.
That's too.
Oh yeah.
But if it's a 70-year-old guy and a 20-year-old, you're like, it's
My buddy went to school and there was a 45-year-old dating a 20-year-old in their in college, and that felt very weird.
But it wouldn't be weird if it was a 20-year-old guy. This is my problem with it all. Like a 20-year-old, let's assume that men and women are equal, right? A 20-year-old man and a 45-year-old lady is great. Like, no problem. Like, look at her. She's got a hot young guy. Like, no one cares at all.
Yeah.
At all. It'd be weird, but not weird where you would think, oh, that lady's a creep.
No.
Right? No. Like a 49-year-old guy and a 20-year-old girl, you're like, maybe.
Same thing with the
Look,
teachers.
I'm not one to tell people what to do.
No.
But if it was the other way around, like Cher. Like, Cher is what? How old is Cher now? Don't ask the lady her age. How old is she? She's 77.
Wow, I was going to
He's
say,
37.
wow.
Okay. But listen, that doesn't bother me at all. Right? That is what it is, too.
Yeah.
Right? It is what it is. You know what it is. Yeah. you know what it is.
You know what it is.
I know what it is. You know what it is.
She knows what it is.
Everyone knows what it is. We all know it. And we're fine with
We're
it.
fine with it.
But it's
You
just
can still go about your day and eat pizza. Let them live their life.
so like a 49-year-old lady and a 91-year-old guy. Like, fine.
Let me ask you this: when you heard about Mary Kay Letourneau, that happened in Seattle, where I'm from, and that was the first teacher that was fucking around with the kid. That age gap was I think 35 and 12, but also
she's the first teacher to get caught.
there it is.
Yeah, there's freaks all over this fucking planet. Freaks. There's
Also,
women that are just
Did you
as
see this kid? He was
crazy as
charming.
some men are crazy and some women are crazy. And some women are crazy and they have great features. Yeah. And they're just nuts. And they want to blow the whole football team. And they don't give a fuck who tells who, what, who cares.
They got into teaching for that reason.
Well, who knows why they got into teaching, but they're crazy people. And some people just have no impulse control and they want to get teenagers drunk, and maybe they want to relive their high school and freak these young boys out and suck their cocks. Suck their cocks in front of their friends. Like, I can't believe this
Can
happening.
you imagine
Some
seeing
mad
that?
teacher's got her tits out and she's blowing you. You're like, what am I seeing? How is this even real?
I don't know what I would do.
Bro, and they're always in Florida. How many of them, like, if I hear a story like that, like, I think of another story in San Francisco, probably if it's
You're
a teacher,
exactly right.
talking to her students, like, oh, probably Florida. Some
Tampa.
hot blonde with big tits.
Tampa teacher took the pickleball team. Oh, Jacksonville? No, Tampa. Yeah,
The swinger state.
sweet state.
It's just something in the water out there.
It is.
It's probably alligator farts.
They're
That's
fearless.
turned everybody confused.
Yeah,
The methane in the air from alligators fart. It's got everybody high.
they are fearless down there. Yeah. Hurricane warnings, they don't give a fuck.
Well, they do give a fuck, but there's not much you can do.
Well, do those
You
people
choose to live down there, like, that is the fucking gamble you play.
Don't you ever see those stories when there were 1,000-mile-an-hour winds coming through, and then some guys just like, I ain't going anywhere. I'll be up this house.
Some people
That's what
just
it is.
ready to check out.
That's what it is.
Think God's going to take them out by flattening their house.
Sucking you out of your house.
They're like, I'm not leaving. I'm not going anywhere.
Kind of respect that.
Yeah, maybe their car doesn't have any gas and they don't have any money for gas. You know, if you're going to drive away from a hurricane, you are going to have bumper-to-bumper traffic for a day. You ever been in that? You ever seen it?
Oh, yeah.
Did you? You ever get stuck in one of those?
Oh, yeah. Like just a big pile up for hours. And,
No, like a hurricane.
oh, hurricane. Oh, shit. No.
It's a unique pileup. because the whole state's turned over. Like the highways are not set up where everybody can leave. The highways are set up for normal stuff.
So you're better.
Normal stuff is you're going there, but I'm going there. We're not all going there. So everyone's going there.
We're not even just park that back up.
You got to think about that.
Yeah.
Normal traffic is we're all going all over the place.
Yeah.
I got to go to the east. You got to go to the west.
Yeah.
That's fine. You get multiple cars going there.
Rarely is everybody
all going that way.
Oh, yeah.
That's fucked. That is so fucked. Look at this, dude. This is what it's like. 56 hours on the road to escape from Hurricane Irma. 56 hours. That's what that looks like. That's why you don't live there. You don't live there unless you have a fucking private jet or a helicopter.
Yeah,
they can get you the fuck out of there. Because if you get stuck in that shit,
you're arguably less safe, right?
Right. It depends on when you leave.
Yeah.
Okay? Because the thing about the modern storm, the way they're meteorologists and the way they're able to predict the paths of these things, they're pretty good. They're pretty fucking accurate. And they see them coming pretty far away. So you get a couple of days. But that's 56 hours. 56 fucking hours. Look, that's what it looks like. So nothing is set up for that, dude. Nothing is set up where, see, they have both lanes on both sides going this way. No one's going the other way. You notice that? So they changed the lanes. So instead of on the right lane, people are going forward, and this one, they're going back. Nope. Everyone's going the same fucking way. Yeah.
And no amount of podcast can get you from that drive or roadhead.
Nothing. Because you might not have the money for the gas.
Right, okay.
Like, you're going to run out of gas.
So
You're going to have to pull over and get gas. You better hope they have gas. A lot of times they run out of gas.
Yeah.
In a lot of places, we run out of gas with hurricanes. So you have to have a full tank. You have to make sure your car's not gas guzzler. You're going to have to shut it off because you're stuck in the middle of this fucking road. It's not going anywhere because there's 10 million people on the same road. That's a mindset that people don't take into consideration when they think about living in places like that. You have to take into consideration the fact that everyone has to go in one direction. Not good. Florida is shaped like a dick, right? So it's a narrow-ass bullshit state, and everybody's towards the north.
So scary about LA too, even with these like last few earthquakes happening. Like, oh man, dude, like we're just not set up. We'll leave town.
Oh no, the LA's not set up like that at all. For example, Texas 146, which travels through Liberty County, dumped 600,000 people into a county with only 7,000 residents. Oh, that makes sense. You know how insane that is? 600,000 people in a place that only has 70,000 residents. That's crazy. Thousands of people ran out of gas, their cars were heated from all the inching along, causing many to stop and sleep along the highway. Even reports of price gouging by convenience store owners inundated with customers. Crazy. Death of 24 Bel Air nursing home residents who died when their chartered bus caught fire and exploded about 6:45 a.m. on traffic fogginess. So the car overheated and caught fire.
Yeah, so that's happening just with the influx of people, right? There's just cars popping off.
Dude, when you like it, that is,
you get one or you sort of tornado?
Not like that. No, nothing like that.
Any desire
hurricanes that had made it all the way, like Gloria made it all the way to Boston when I was a kid. That was a, but it wasn't.
You know, a shelter and all that.
No, it wasn't that scary. It wasn't. By the time it got all the way up to Boston, it was nothing like the tropical ones. The ones where you're catching them hot off the ocean, and you're getting those fucking Florida Keys, those fucking Miami ones. Like, bro, those are bananas. I was in a rainstorm in Miami with a whole highway stopped.
You couldn't see it.
You couldn't see a goddamn thing. The whole highway stopped.
That's why a lot of people will drive still too. With people you just can't see.
No one was driving. Okay. It was so bad, no one was driving. You learned. I was doing a gig in Miami. I was doing a jiu-jitsu seminar in Miami. I was doing a gig in West Palm. That's where it was. I had to go down and travel to Miami with me and stuff. Stopped dead. The whole highway. It was. You couldn't see anything. It's
how long?
That wasn't that long. Because they just dumps and it goes away in a few minutes and it becomes passable. Or it's just written in it now. It's not so insane that no one can see it. Right? But you've never seen that before. I've never been in like a tropical place. Yeah. That was a normal rainstorm. That wasn't like a hurricane. Right? You just get so bananas you can't fucking see a car. You can't see anything. Yeah.
I had to go in there and shelter once, a tornado. My grandparents and mom from Oklahoma, and when they were living there, we went into the shelter. Tornado people, like we were down there with people that were just like, we might have to live down here. This could be the new, no, this Like it was my grandparents, a few of their friends, and people that were just like went to the shelter. And I'm fucking 10, surrounded by true doomsday guys who were just like, this is where we live now. Like, you might need to, and you look like you're the fattest kid here, you know, Adam, so you might need to be chopping these jerky titties. It was wild, but even just the idea that like, oh, we're running away from this was because Seattle didn't have any of that going up. We just had, you know, torrential rain.
One time when we were at the Nashville airport, there was tornadoes in Nashville. Like nothing happened.
Right.
We got lucky. That's the craziest. The craziest one is tornadoes because you can't even predict those. Those just show up.
Twister?
No, into the I saw the old like into the heard the new one's good. It's wild. It's good. Yeah.
The effects are wild. I mean, it's like compared to the old Twister. Oh my god, dude! Yeah, Helen Hunt. You believed Helen Hunt was in danger, right? You were very concerned for Helen Hunt, and now you're. I thought about going to one of those theaters. I don't know how you feel about this. The ones that like shaking the seats. Yeah, no thanks.
Fuck that one thing. You're freaking out around me. Let's go to see a fucking horror movie and the seat is shaking.
Oh yeah.
People start screaming.
Okay.
Yeah,
Too real.
Yeah. Maybe in some movies it'd be cool. You know?
Well, when I worked at Universal Studios, they had a Shrek 4D. And so, like, when Donkey would sneeze, you get, you know, blown with snot and stuff. People like that. But that's a theme park. You know, I hosted a Computer Side Your Live show at Universal.
No way.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
And it was not anything close to a show. But it was like, you know, but you have to make people think like, you know, the first stuff was like, these guys are going to be hanging on to these, you know, 5 handlebars 30 feet in the air. And there's a platform below. And when the platform drops out, you hear the sound effect. They got to hang on, but they're attached to a bungee cord, so there's no real difference. And then it was, the only real thing that was kind of close to the show was the eating of stuff. It was like, you have this picture of like sour milk and, you know, beaver clits and just all this. It was just crazy shit. And one guy projectile vomited on me. And I said, what the fuck, into the mic in front of 1,500 kids. I got suspended for a week because of cursing for the kids. But I was dude, yeah, it was wild.
Hilarious.
It was nuts. I mean, it was very, I mean, dude, the show was
You, me, and Ludacris.
Yeah, dude, it's a song. Pretty fuck killer. That is, that, did you ever go to Universal when you were there? The kids are, yeah, sure. Yeah. I probably saw you. I was Wolverine there for 3 years.
I did. You know what we used to love at Universal? The zombie place.
Oh my God, it was up.
Fucking, what am I thinking? Walking Dead.
Oh yeah, the maze. The
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's fun.
it's incredible.
That's fun.
Yeah.
That's pretty scary.
We had during Halloween Horror Nights before they put a clamp down. Like dressed up as Scarface on me, so I was Pacino on me, so Robin go, just chasing people around, scaring them, and oh shit.
Is that you as Wolverine?
That's me, dude. For about 4 years.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
The
That scared the shit out of people.
Universal has a great Waterworld thing too. Like Waterworld, the movies, it was not that good, but Waterworld, the like show,
The show's the best part.
It's fucking great.
Oh yeah,
It's
dude.
better than the actual Waterworld, right? Isn't it crazy?
Costner's like,
They
can I be in
banked on
this?
a movie that turned out to be a tremendous flop.
That's insane.
They put together a theme show for a movie that was a tremendous flop.
Yeah.
But the theme show is so good that people still come to see it
Oh yeah,
about a movie that no one cares about.
bro. It's wild.
They spent so much money.
Millions of dollars. Maybe billions.
One of those things where
It sounded like
it just didn't work out.
didn't work. The pitch sound must have been like, so it's like Last of the Mohicans on water. And the guy from Field of Dreams and Tin Cup. Jet ski? Yeah. Dude, there were days when you'd see people, dude, some of my Universal days where I'd see a guy dressed as SpongeBob. I mean, I was a 1940s cop, was the best job I had there because I wasn't filming anything. I'd improvise as Wolverine and do bits. My boss was like, Wolverine's not funny. Stop doing fucking stand-up because I'm doing open mics this time. So my 1940s cop walking around can make fun of people, do whatever. And at one point, I picked up a squirt gun that was on a kiosk. It was like 120 out. And I'm just shooting people with it and doing all these bits. And Japanese tourists would walk by and I'd shoot this one guy in the back. And then all these people would watch me and I'd be like, act like I didn't know what was happening. And my boss pulls me over and she goes, what are you doing? This is 1940s New York. This part of the park, there's a New York people out of the window. There's a cabbie. You're supposed to be making people think this is 1940s New York. And I go, Jenna, with all due respect, a trolley just drove by with 5-0, Curious George, and SpongeBob SquarePants, blasting the song Ooh Ee Ooh Ah Ah Ching Chang Walla Walla Bing Bang. And I was like, I'm not a history buff, but I'm pretty sure that song wasn't also a part of the 40s. And she's like, it's your job to make people think that this is 1940s New York. And I was like, fuck, I gotta get out of here.
Jesus,
Yeah, it
it's
was
your
wild.
job to make people retarded.
What does that mean? And I was like, people are walking out thinking that
You
I didn't make
hypnotist?
them think that this is, then they shouldn't be in the park in the first place.
That's ridiculous.
Wow.
That's fun. That's like people that go to those fairs, those
Renaissance
medieval
fairs.
Renaissance fairs, and then some people like break character, and then the other people like try to talk to them in character.
Oh, yeah.
You ever seen that happen?
Oh, yeah.
That's hilarious.
Oh, yeah. I broke character all the time. Dude, Dave Matthews came in one time with his family. I'm in full 1940s cop. He's like, is there any way I can get a beer? And I was like, yeah, come with me. Come in. There's one Irish pub down here. I'll take you to it. And I just seen him the night before. Like, dude, you guys fucking crushed it last night. And he goes, oh, shit. He goes, can you break character? I go, dude, I don't want to be here. Fuck yeah. And then I went and he offered to give me a shot at this bar. And I was like, dude.
You ruined the experience for him. You ruined it for Dave Matthews. He was like, he's breaking character. This is bullshit. I wanted to get the cop thing. I paid for the cop thing.
I paid for the cut.
This is bullshit.
Yeah,
Dave Matthews. That's funny.
cool as fuck.
That whole Universal rides thing is the best thing the Harry Potter thing.
1,000%.
That fucking
The
roller
whole sim-
coaster
the
with the
sim-
dragons.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my god, it's incredible.
Yeah.
It's
You don't get
really
sick from
good.
those?
No.
Yeah.
No, I'm lucky. I don't have the motion sickness thing.
Yeah.
The motion sickness thing's a weird one. You can't read in a car. You can't, it's
What is Dramamine is your fucking cocaine.
you can throw up for reading in a car.
Oh,
which
yeah.
is real weird. Your brain gets so confused. Like, why am I looking at something that's stationary when I know my body's in motion?
I know. Doesn't make sense.
Your body does not like it.
Yeah.
At all. Your body's like, "Ugh, you must be sick. Ugh." And you have to tell it, I'm not sick, bitch. I'm looking on the phone. I know. You know? Yeah. I tried to read a book once in a car, and I was fighting off the nausea. I was like, don't be a pussy. And then I was like, oh my God, you can't fight me. I was like, oh, it just happened. Yeah. No, I held it in.
Oh, you did?
But I was like, ugh. You know where it like comes up into your throat,
Oh,
and you
yeah.
have to swallow it
Oh,
back down,
God.
and it burns your throat. You know those films? I was right there.
I had a kid have to do that in science class. He had chew, 8th grade, and the teacher found him. Mr. Moore taught Joe, Antoncic, R.I.P., and he had a big thing of chew in his mouth. And Mr. Moore goes, Mr. Antoncic. He looked like David the Gnome. Huge beard. You couldn't see his eyes barely. His beard came up to here. Big fro. He goes, Mr. Antoncic, I see that chew in your mouth. And he's like, I don't know what you're talking about. He goes, swallow. They didn't swallow it, dude. Puked right after.
That's crazy.
Wish that story was better.
I would be mad at that teacher. You can't make my kids swallow chew. Fucking
It's just
idiot.
fucking
That's
1995,
really
dude.
bad for you. Really bad.
Hey, Mr. Moore didn't give a fuck.
Poison Mr. Morgan. How about you shave your stupid fucking face too? Cocksucker.
You could tell this guy. I mean, he was a tiny little like science guy that you could tell like I don't know. He didn't give a fuck. He was gonna.
Well, they don't like kids fucking around.
Yeah.
I get it, but kids are gonna fuck around. And you gotta be a little bit more even keeled.
Yeah.
Can't make kids swallow tobacco, you fucking idiot.
It's pretty wild now that I'm saying it out loud. That's crazy.
Well, when I was in school, they used to paddle you. When I lived in Florida,
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, you get in a fight, they paddle you. And they'd whack you in the ass with a piece of wood.
In front of people?
No. It was just the principal. The principal would paddle you.
Jesus. That
Yeah,
wasn't
it's
like a weird
nuts.
fetish. It was just like this is-
No, it's punishment. You did something wrong. You got whacked.
I got whacked. Did you get whacked?
No, not really as a kid.
Yeah.
Not much.
Yeah.
Nothing like where I got hurt.
Yeah.
You know, just like a
Just yeah, of course. A little
nothing serious.
spoon to the back.
Nothing critical slap.
My sister threw a high heel shoe on my back once during a fight.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it fucking hit me right in the back. I went down.
This piece of wood. It's a goddamn deadly weapon.
Yeah. Then she locked me in the garage. Then I got out.
Jesus.
Locked her in the garage.
Jesus.
And then she made fun of me for being a fat kid and having bigger tits than my mom.
Oh my
And then
God.
she was adopted, so I go, you mean my mom? Fuck.
Oh.
Mic drop, but also, yeah, that one. that one. Yeah, that was fucking. I said, Natalie, I'm so sorry, even to this day. Yeah, that was wild.
That's too well.
Yeah, she's crushing it now. Isn't that deep? As a fucking dude, 10 years old? That's not even like.
Kids are fucking mean because they don't understand what it's going to do to someone. That's why bullies in school are so dangerous because you can ruin someone's life for no fucking reason other than you can.
Yeah,
And you see kids ganging up on kids
it's fun.
for no reason
Oh, yeah,
other
dude.
than you can. You're going to ruin that kid's experience
Oh, yeah.
for the rest of their life.
Oh,
Because some kids, they get bullied in high school and they never recover.
1,000.
They become recluses. They hide. They always associate people with pain.
Yeah.
And it becomes a real problem.
Oh, yeah.
It becomes a real fucking problem.
Yeah, the kids that would tease me for weight stuff, like, I try, as I got a little older, I try to give benefit of the doubt. Be like, oh, they didn't know any better. They're just fucking kids. But, like, and thank God I found a way to maybe, get around it. But, like,
Kids can be so mean. They can be mean. They don't even know.
they don't even know, man.
They're just doing it because they're experienced. Louis C.K. had a whole bit about it. I forget how it went, but it was essentially about his. Well, he's dead on right. It's like they know that they can do this thing.
Yeah.
So they do it. And it's just like it's like throwing a rock in a window. It's
Right.
like they can, so they do it. And young kids don't think about consequences.
No.
They're little animals. They're not fully developed yet. And so they're mean, but the problem is when they're mean to if you're mean to a 14-year-old that's just coming in 9th grade, you might fuck them up forever. Forever. Yeah. Especially if you're like 16 or 17, you're a big older bully and you're picking on some 14-year-old kid. Like, whoa.
Yeah.
I know so many people who just got destroyed from their experience in high school. They just destroyed their confidence.
Didn't recover.
Well, it alters the course of your life.
Oh wow, yeah.
You're always thinking you're a loser. So it kills your confidence to try anything. Kills your confidence to meet people.
Yeah.
You're afraid of interactions.
You're always harkening back to that. Yeah.
I mean, that's why parents, old school parents will tell you, and some boy bullies you, go back to school and you punch that kid right in the fucking face. Like, imagine sending your kid to school and telling them that, like, go punch that bully in the face. Like, what the fuck?
I know my mom used to tell me, she said, tell me, go tell the teacher, or call me and I'll call the parents. Like, that's the fucking last thing I want to do. At least I'm like savvy enough to like not.
You're not going to be there all the time. Yeah. So I'm going to have to go to school and I'm going to have to deal with this guy. If you intervene, you're not going to intervene every day. So what's going to happen?
Yeah.
Just to remember that you intervened. The next time he sees you, he's going to put me in a locker. It's going to be a real problem.
I ran for vice president in the 5th grade, and my mom had run my speech. She was running me this, and I go, big kid again. And I was running on the platform of, if you vote for me. I was like, I think I'm okay. And she was like, put this. And she goes, say, if you vote for me, you have ice cream. I promise we'll have ice cream and LP every day. Not. Joe, I did that in front of my school. Crickets. One teacher in the back. Oh, shit.
Your mom? Yeah. Oh,
terrible idea. Roll the dice.
Don't see your mom.
Also, come on, kind of applaud the confidence to fucking try. I mean, open mic night in front of the school.
Yeah,
let's do it. It's also when Not was still kind of there.
So you think that was like the first joke you ever cracked publicly? Probably has to be. Right? I mean, when did you ever address? Never, right? So first time ever, first bad joke.
Crickets.
Right out of the bat.
A couple kids who were like, dude, this guy's fucking on this shit.
Well, some kids just like a little bit of chaos. Like, say something stupid.
Yeah.
Something to think about other than my miserable existence. Yeah, which is a lot of people. That's a lot of online activity. Like, people are just looking for someone to fail so they go,
I don't read the comments right now. I'm trying to.
Right now?
Yeah.
When did you start?
A couple of years ago. I was reading both, and then it was just like I'd love to live in like the present. Yeah. I know how I think it felt good in the moment. Why would I want to take away anything from that? I don't know.
It's an unnatural way of human beings interacting with each other. It's not good for it.
Sometimes I look at stuff just to go like, oh, did they, like when Shane and I did the Trump Biden thing, I was like, I want to see if people are digging it. You read a few nice things, and then it's like you just have to have self-discipline to go. But,
But listen, it's good. You know that's good. It kicked. You guys, when it was you guys doing Biden and Trump and going back and forth to each other, it was magic. It was hilarious. Just get it, what it is.
What a wild thing to have as far as like SNL does these political things. They're like, what, 8 to 12 minutes?
Bro,
like 2 hours of it? Like, that's a wild.
They can't even come close. First of all, it's not possible for them to come close. They can't come close to the subject matter. And they don't have Shane. Shane is the greatest Trump that's ever existed. Shane should be writing for Trump. He should be writing for Trump. Like, if Trump was smart, he would hire Shane and Tony Hinchcliffe to write to
go on the road.
Because Shane could show him how to do it. This is how you say a joke. He would
do when he came out and was doing the dance and the low clapping. Oh, I don't know if you saw this too, the way he was drinking his Bud Lights.
Yeah. Fully in character. Yeah. For real, he could show Trump how to deliver the lines.
Dude, when we were the first time we did it, because Shannon and I would maybe seen each other and chatted about 10 times at clubs prior to that first time. So this is really the other thing I love about comedy. It's like we got to really kick it like this past weekend a lot and chum it up and like just get to know each other more because we were thrust into this thing kind of together, Mm-hmm. And during the first time of the mothership, I lean over in character and I go, hey, Shane, you realize this is the most we ever talk to each other? And the character goes, Joe, shut the fuck up. And I start fucking biting my lip. It's so funny, dude.
Yeah, it's a fun time for comedy and a fun time for politics if you're a comedian.
Yeah.
For the rest of the world, it's like, ooh, yeah. I said that when Joe Biden was operating the country, it felt to me like how I feel when my Tesla is on autopilot.
Mm.
Like, does this really work?
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's like, Jesus,
Oh, yeah.
what's happening there? And now it's seeing you as Joe Biden. You're way more coherent than the actual Joe Biden, which is so nuts.
Some singers, yeah.
Yep, some singers.
What's the balance you have to find? Like, I can't just be. People were like, "Dude, just mumble and stumble, and you'll be fine." I'm like, I'm still there to be funny.
Yeah.
Like I have to, you know.
But you figured out how to do it in character too, which is fun because you have that thing where you can do the bumbling and it's actually funny. Like you on purpose bumbling,
right?
You know, like because sometimes he just bails.
Yeah,
he just bails on what he's saying.
Totally.
And you just we beat Medicaid.
Yeah. Oh, that's what I said the first. I go, we beat Medicaid, Megatron. We took down the Transformers.
Yeah.
And even when I got there with the tail, I go, we got Dave Chappelle. We got Adele up here. Come on.
How long did you do the character before you did it on Kildroni? Did you fuck around with it? Or
no. Just I've done a couple like voices in my act, talking about the debate, maybe, you know, some.
Oh,
so that's the first time doing it. I've done Phil. Jeremiah Watkins and I did a bunch of during COVID, like Lost Phil episodes, and that's kind of how I started to find whatever my version of it was that. But this was just the first.
Have you met him?
No.
Dr. Phil?
No.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. But I think he's going to come on my show at the store.
How are you going to feel when you meet him?
Personally,
you going to handle it better than you handled Jim Carrey?
Oh, God, fuck. I think so. I hope so. Yeah. I hope so. For your sake.
So.
I think it'll be awesome. What's to happen? Yeah, what if he just is that? Honestly, when they were playing
I need to be in charge of what you're allowed to say. You might be saying things. Yeah, he might get to it.
I thought he was going to come out at Madison Square Garden when they played that video montage when they put me in the Kill Toy Hall of Fame. I thought he was going to come out behind me and I don't know, fucking like stab me in the back and go, we won't be right back. Just take me down.
Yeah, he's.
I think he'll be. I want him to come out on my show at the Comedy Store, and when they announce Dr. Phil, he comes out instead. And then everybody goes nuts, and then I come out, we shake hands and chat for about 20, 30.
Well, Kill Tony's so big now, I can see him coming out. Especially now because he's got that.
He's got a network and a book.
Yeah, he's got some stuff to sell.
Dude, I plug his book on every episode of the show. People buy books now, Joe, and bring them to my club dates and have me sign and do a thing. Tiffany Haddish was on one of the shows, and I go, Tiff, this guy's got a question for you. And he's like, Tiffany, I can't stop. I stopped drinking, but I can't stop jerking off. And she goes, you got to stop jerking off. She goes, you ain't go blind. You jerk off too much, you got to go blind. I go, I actually talk about that in my book, We've Got Issues. I go, chapter 25, if you come too much, you're going to lose your ability to see the world. So I'm like finding ways to like plug the book. And now I'm sure
that'll definitely sell.
I think it's kind of not a bad move, right?
No, it's a very good, solid move. Yeah. Good move on your part.
And it's a fun bit. It's like people now, like, I don't know.
No, it's definitely fun. Yeah. But what would happen if you said stop doing it?
You stopped doing it, and it was fun. It was a fun run.
Oh, keep going right
Okay, you were here first.
Right over to go to court, but
I don't know,
bro. Let it go.
It's it's parody, and it's all this. So I don't think there's a real. It would have to. I mean, it'd be a cease and desist of some sort, right?
Well, parody is an interesting thing, right? Because people are really worried about parody now with AI. Because there's a lot of parody now with AI.
Oh, yeah.
And people think, like, there was this one Kamala Harris thing that was going around where she never said any of these things. There's the original speech that she gives, and there's this, like, ridiculous version of, like, the worst thing that a person, like, the dumbest.
Oh, God.
And it's AI. It's like, dude. That's one of the weird ones. That's a weird one. Because if you could do that, then you could have people saying all kinds of things. Like, if that's okay to take, like, a famous person who's, like, the vice president of the United States and have her say a bunch of shit that she didn't really say because it's parody. Like, you can kind of get a little slippery with that. Like, you can get, like, subtle parody.
Yeah.
Where it's like you barely know that she's not saying those things.
Oh, yeah.
And then it becomes like people believe it's real.
It's pretty obvious, though, right? The videos of
not always, man. They're getting good. They're getting really good. They're getting really good. They're getting close enough that they can trick a lot of people. And I think the best version of it now is pretty fucking tight, man.
The vocal stuff is pretty wild.
It's all wild. Yeah. They can take your voice and have you say almost anything. And if they do a good job with it and manipulate it and tweak it, like the intonations, God, get it's like so goddamn close.
Scary.
there's still a little part of you that listens to it and goes, this seems a little fake.
Yeah.
But I always wonder if, like, if I didn't know that it definitely wasn't real, I wonder if it would feel fake to me.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like, yeah. I don't know. They said we're going to have flying cars about now, and it's not happening. So maybe AI won't be as scary as.
They do have flying cars.
Yeah, but like a part of society.
Yeah, they're not common, but they would help in the hurricane place as long as you don't catch them winds.
I remember when Dallas had Uber helicopters for about 2 months.
Right. Could you imagine Florida had flying cars and hurricanes? And in the middle of the hurricanes, you know there'd be a bunch of the same kind of dudes that shoot out their window at people in road rage. They would be flying in winds that they shouldn't be flying in and crashing into the whole highway in a burst of flames, killing everybody. It would be on YouTube Reels the next day.
Florida is the guinea pig of states for all the stuff that's.
Well, it's a state that was essentially founded. Okay, there's two findings, right? This original, the Spaniards landed in Florida first. The first city was in Florida, in this country, right? So you have like the colonizers, the first original colonizers landed in Florida. Then you have all the fucking prisoners that Castro releases. He gets them out and puts them on fucking boats and sends them to Miami. And then you have the crazy cocaine days in the 1980s. And then you have an economy that has, there was more, at least at one point in time, find out if this is true still, there's more banks per capita in Miami, like for a city than anywhere else in the country, because it was all money laundering. People were just like, they were moving money around with cocaine. And people were making millions of dollars and putting it in trash bags and digging holes in the backyard. You ever see Cocaine Cowboys? Fucking incredible. Fucking incredible documentary. And it's all just two Cocaine Cowboys, 1 and 2. Yes, it's all about cocaine in Miami. At one point in time, one graduating class in Miami Police Academy, every single one of them either went to jail for corruption or was murdered. Oh my God. The entire class. It was cocaine. Everyone was out of their fucking mind. They're all on it, and they're all committing crimes on it, and they're all making millions of dollars, and they're all going to nightclubs. It's Scarface. Scarface was based on that. Brian De Palma's Scarface, written by, it was Oliver Stone, right? Didn't Oliver Stone write it? Sounds right. It is, right?
For how long? How long was this time? A couple of years or what?
Like a decade. Sure, maybe more than a decade. Maybe 20 years. I had a buddy who was an ophthalmologist who did his residency at University of Miami during the cocaine days. He said, dude, it was nuts. It was nuts. Gunshot wounds, stab wounds, people with things up their asses. Like, so many people got brought into the emergency room with things they stuffed up their ass while they were coked up.
I didn't know that was a side effect.
Army soldiers.
I thought it was like stories
toy
with
soldiers. No, like light bulbs, the ones that are shaped like pine cones, stuff light bulbs up their asses. Like, people were doing all kinds of wild shit and being brought into the emergency room.
That coke was just supposed to, like, you take the party at times. It was more fun.
It depends on where you're starting.
Yeah, like, hey, man, in some places, something to rub up the ass was,
like those fucking swingers in Tampa are already on the 29th floor. It's not much of an elevator to get them to the roof. You know, these fucking people are out of their minds. And the whole town was like founded by cocaine. And it still has that feel, it's part of the feel to that city still.
Yeah,
I'm sure cocaine's still an issue there, but I mean, it's not the whole thing. But it's like, that's a frivolous area. I would say if you want to starve to death, open a bookstore in Miami. You know you're reading there. You're reading.
Yeah.
Fuck up. We're out here studying.
Pot hasn't had a similar type
Effect on town?
Yeah.
Not really, right? Maybe pot and the LSD was San Francisco in the 70s, 60s. But, like, not really. You know,
the people were putting stuff up their butts and whatever.
No, that's really fun. Stuff. Yeah. That's the opposite of what you would do if you're high. You take that toy soldier and you put this in my house. What if I get stuck?
Yeah.
You start freaking out. What do I have to go to the hospital? It's stuck in my house. When you're on coke, you're like, get out there, soldier. Do your fucking
where there's a will, there's a way.
Just murder. What did you sign up for?
I didn't want to Joey Diaz's Death Stars. The last one was Parliament in LA.
Yeah, he would do that too.
That might be the highest I've ever been.
Uncomfortable, very dangerous, bad for people's psyche.
I was good for about 20 minutes, and then don't remember what happened after that.
Yeah, he takes people like throws them into the darkest pits of their soul.
Thank God he just talked. Like I got quiet. I remember looking over at Lee at one point, and I was just like,
Lee's probably asleep.
he was.
Lee was probably asleep standing up.
So I finished the story and go, and then when we got here, and then let me tell you something, man. This one time we were pumping. And I was like, when he got real low like that, I was like, okay, I think this. I got another 10 minutes to be quiet because there's another story, and then it was
catch your brain.
totally catch. Wow, dude, what a great way to put it.
Yeah. Where is it? Where's my fucking brain?
And then
over here. You know how to make it.
Yeah. I've never been so paranoid. The amount of times I told myself to breathe was terrifying.
The old days of the church and what's happening now is all just Joey doing edibles. Insane amounts of edibles and just being obliterated. Or at least I had like so many episodes where his eyes are closed and he's just rocking back and forth. He's hallucinating. He's watching like neon cartoons behind his eyelids.
I remember he gave him another Death Star. He was like, eat another one, Lee. And he was like, he woke up to eat it, and then it was wild. But it was like, I wanted to participate.
Oh yeah,
How do you not?
Yeah. If you're doing Joey's show,
Yeah.
I'm the same people.
Otherwise, but I was too.
Especially being a sober person, listen to that conversation. Watching the same. Look at me. Look at me. Yeah.
Dimension right now.
It's literally in another dimension. He's gone.
Eyes in the back of your head.
Over.
Always smiling, so he was on some sort of journey.
He's on the church. What's happening now with the OTA? He's having a great time. Which is what you want to be like that. Around nice people, having a wonderful time.
By the way, another stamp in the comedy zeitgeist of the history books of like, I feel very fortunate to have been in a time where I got to be around that and then beyond, you know what I'm saying? Obviously you guys have been homies forever, but like, yeah, that's like, that was a stable time.
Well, also, it doesn't exist anymore. Like, people forgot. I keep trying to tell them to bring back the church. And I'm trying to get him and Lee together. I think they're talking about it. And Lee was out here. Goddamn, those two together were so fun.
Yeah.
It's just, Joey Diaz like that was so funny. It's just so Joey Diaz.
Yeah.
And if you know him, you love him. Like, when on the July 4th one, and he was like screaming, and he's like, oh yeah. Joey Diaz, it's incredible.
Those are also some of the wildest nights at the store that I will never forget. Of seeing a lineup that's just, Tom, Bill, you, Joey. Like, you bring up Joey, Joey bringing up you is a half hour that I don't think I'll ever forget. That's so wild. And I know you hit that now some other shit, but I don't know what you guys are doing here, what you've created. But man, like, seeing it for the first time of me seeing it is what I'm, I guess, getting.
Yeah.
Of being, and getting to a point to where it was like, open mics in the store, then getting phones for a few years, and then being a regular, then just being around, and being around enough to be comfortable to stick around and sit in a bucket seat and watch that transition happen was wild. The pops and the roars, and then you sitting down and watching him was so fucking cool. I don't know. That's other stuff that is not. You have to just be around to see that. Like, that was cool. It was
sitting in time.
Yeah.
It was like, you could do that thing, and you could hang out in the back and you could get bothered, and you could. The store was an interesting time of the store because it was so heavy. There was so many people there. It was such a magnet for crazy people too. So there's this energy in that place. It was so different.
Yeah.
That's also like Seaver's nightclub. And people were killed there.
Oh, really?
Bugsy Siegel. You don't know their story? Oh my God, Bugsy Siegel.
That's what it was a nightclub.
It was a mob-run nightclub.
Holy shit.
Yeah. I'm sure you've talked to people who've seen ghosts, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. How many places people see ghosts? That's like the most ghostiest of ghost places in LA. Like those fucking ghost freaks.
Oh, really?
There's a bunch of stories about the comedy store people. Yeah, I know multiple people who've seen ghosts there. Carla Bowie's got a crazy story of sleeping on the stage, and something grabbed his leg and dragged him to the end of the stage. And then he heard a bunch of chairs clanking, and the door slammed, and no one in the room. He was asleep on the stage. He got kicked out of his apartment. He's had a fight with his girlfriend. Fuck you, I'm gonna make it, and that kind of shit. He's young, and he was working as a doorman at school, so he had the keys. Goes in, he said, "I'm gonna sleep on stage." He's fucking make it. And then he's on stage, and he hears like a chair's clanking. He's like, "Hello, hey, it's me, Carl. I'm here. I got kicked out of my place, so I'm just sleeping on stage." Hey, who's there? And he hears like a sound again. He doesn't see anything. Then all of a sudden, a hand grabs his leg and drags him to 6 feet, and then lets go. Oh my God, that's fucking terrifying. Yeah, he made me yeah, but it's an amazing story.
Hey,
the way he would tell, I want to believe. I want to believe.
I want to believe too.
I've never heard anybody get touched by a ghost, though. It might have been one of his friends. He might have been blackout drunk. One of his friends like, "No, Carl sleeping on the stage. Let's fuck with him." And they probably never told him. They probably forgot they did it. They did it acid and fucking a pile of coke.
That sounds more believable.
Because he was a part of Kinnison crew, right? So like, Mark Maron said that when he partied with Kinnison so hard that he had voices in his head for a year. A year after he got back, he went to Boston after he was hanging out in Los Angeles, and he had voices in his head for like a year.
Saying what?
I don't know. Not good things, I'm sure. They're never good voices.
Start a podcast in your garage.
That took years to happen. This is like the 90s. You know, this is like not even. This is the 80s.
That's
right. So this is like when I met him, it was 88. So this is like.
So these are leftover residual voices from.
They did so many drugs. They did so much coke that he like had voices.
Like, where's that? I guess just the coke.
It's like probably a breakdown of the natural neurochemistry.
Fucking with your brain.
100%.
Yeah.
You're robbing your brain of its ability to produce dopamine. Like, you destroy all your serotonin levels. You fuck with everything. When you go that hard with coke and then you have to get off, like, those guys get wrecked. I've met people that are getting off coke and they are wrecked. Like, it's just empty and they're so drained. It's just like, it just fucks up and it makes you want to do more coke. Get back on the horse. There we go. Ooh, and we're back. Yeah, I see it. Like, oh my God, that's a demon. That's a demon in powdered form.
It's not around as much anymore.
Of course it is.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's around all over the place. The problem is now it's got fentanyl in it.
Yeah,
now
fuck
it can
that.
kill you. Fuck that. People are still doing it. That's how nutty coke is. They're going to roll the dice.
Isn't that crazy?
I know. It's not from the cartel.
It's fucking wild. I don't even take, people bringing me weed now all the time, which I appreciate. But I mean.
Well, they found weed with fentanyl.
Yeah. And it's also like, the one kid had a bag. It was a Comedy Castle in Royal Oak. And I walk in the bathroom, he pulls out this little bag, and he goes, "Bro, buy you something." And it's just all a bag of shake. I go, "Oh man, thanks, bro." I'm just trying to be polite. I go, "Thanks, man." He goes, "There's more where that came from." I go, "Can I be honest? This looks like it just fell out of your pocket." He's like, "Yeah, but I brought you the bag." I was like, "The gesture's sweet, but like, I just feel like this is not the move. Like, maybe if it was a nice joint, maybe in a tube and stuff." He's like, "Okay, you're a Hollywood guy, huh?" I'm like, "Oh, that's nothing to do with it. It's a bag that was stuffed in your cargo pants of shake." Yeah, of shake.
Yeah.
You know, and joints that are, yeah. That's right.
Yeah.
You can't roll the dice in.
Yeah, you can't today. You know, there's places that are trying to outlaw fentanyl tests, which is insane.
Who's doing that?
Where is that happening? Is that a Texas thing? Where's that happening where they're outlawing the fentanyl tests? And I think the concern is that it would encourage people to do drugs or sell drugs. And that maybe the thing's going to discourage them is the fact that people are dying from it, which is an insane way of thinking. Let's just prevent people from dying. Yeah, first. I guess the fear is that it would make people feel like it's safe to do coke again. Center for Disease Control and Prevention and most public health agencies endorse distributing fentanyl test strips to people who use drugs. The practice is illegal in 42 states and the District of Columbia. Wow.
Oh my God, that feels like way too many places.
That's insane. I thought it was like a state. I thought it was like a Florida thing. Idaho, Indiana, Iowa, North Dakota, and Texas. They're now allowed in every state except Idaho, Indiana, Iowa, North Dakota, and Texas. That's nuts,
and
Texas.
An easy way to save lives.
Jesus Christ, that's insane. Why does Texas have it illegal? Why are fentanyl strips illegal in Texas? Texas is one of the few states where fentanyl strips are still illegal and considered drug paraphernalia. One argument that has been made against test strips and other harm reduction practices is that they may encourage people to do drugs or continue doing drugs. So let's just kill them. Let's just kill them. Let's let your kids die because they made a mistake because they're 16 and someone gave them some coke and they wanted to be a cool kid. That's insane. That's insane. Yeah, we don't want to encourage kids to do drugs. Correct. And you know the way to do that is to have positive role models who aren't doing coke.
Yeah.
That's the best way to do it.
Yeah.
The best way is, your favorite country music singer doesn't do coke. Like maybe that. Maybe your favorite athlete doesn't do coke. It tells you, listen, I don't do coke. You shouldn't do coke. It's fucking scary. Yeah. What the fuck? That is crazy. Wild. Crazy that you would have a test strip and make it illegal. You could save lives. That's the only way you should look at that. You're going to save lives. They're already doing something illegal. You're not encouraging or discouraging. If it was not killing people, probably the same exact amount of people would be doing coke.
I can't believe that we got rid of, what was it, Jamie's Sun Bubble? What was the place that you put up, the hot tub, the cum tub place? We got rid of those, but we can't get fentanyl strips approved?
Crazy. Well, also, the real elephant in the room is why is it a problem? Why are these drugs tainted? And it's because they're illegal. Yeah. That's the problem. And the problem is we don't want to make them legal because we don't want to encourage drug use. Right. I get that too. But the thing is,
we're going to find
the only way you're going to make it safer for human beings to do these stupid things and live is if you make it legal. Yeah. It shouldn't be legal in terms of it should be, it certainly it should be legal, but it shouldn't be something that someone can profit off of. Right. It shouldn't be something that someone can sell to people. Maybe the best way to do it would be to make drugs free and legal. Sure. Like if you want it, I catch you selling coke, you're death penalty. But if you want to give away coke, if you want to make coke and give it away, it's totally legal. If you want to make your own cocaine or a pharmaceutical drug company makes cocaine, they can sell that cocaine for exactly what it costs to make it and nothing more. Okay. So no one's going to make it. Yeah. But then then you will have a supply problem. And then you'll have, my ideas. I failed on it.
It was adorable to watch you go through it.
Because I was like, no, because then people just don't make it. And so they get the fentanyl. You got to allow pharmaceutical drug companies to profit, otherwise they have no incentive to make it. Then they're going to tell you, they're going to have fucking ads like CNN brought to you by cocaine. That's going to be the Anderson Cooper Show brought to you by crack.
The Cocaine News Network.
Yeah. That's real big. They'll become pharmaceutical drug companies sponsor those shows now, right? It'll be cocaine sponsored.
I would watch a full news network if it was just everyone's fucked up.
Responsible use of cocaine. Just a little before we talk about the weather. I'm going to talk about the weather.
If you're going to have any segment of the news.
You
better got 2 coats on today, baby.
That fucking car gassed up. It's going to be in 56 hours of traffic. Let's go. It's going to be hot. Let's go. I'm not even going anywhere. All right, this motherfucker out in the basement. Oh, meanwhile, your basement gets flooded. Some of those places get flooded. I was watching the last hurricane. This whole community is underwater. Did you see any of that, Jamie? There's a community in Florida, and it was not even in the flood zone. They're all underwater. Their houses are underwater. Everything's underwater. No thanks. Yeah, not good, dude. Not good at all. You're living in a place where the sky becomes an angry monster. It can snuff out life.
Have you scuba dived?
Fuck all.
No, thanks. There's sharks out there. My wife is like, we don't know, I think 73% of the ocean. She's just like,
I think it's 90.
Yeah, it's got to be.
I think it's 90.
Every day there's a new fish, or dolphin, or whale, and you're like, I just saw this video of, I think it was a swordfish coming out and like flying across the, whatever, did it pop out of the water? I was like, I didn't know they could fucking jump like that. Yeah, no thanks, dude.
This kid was on my podcast recently. Bob Gitlin is his YouTube channel. He had a very interesting point. He said he thinks that, and this is coming from someone else who observed this, he thinks that sharks are attacking people not even to eat them. They're attacking people because they don't want them there, because they get in the way of the seals and all the things they eat. That's why they're killing people. They don't want you in their water. And I was like, oh my God, that makes sense.
Ooh, 1,000%.
I haven't even thought about it.
What are we doing there?
I want to think of them as like these fucking thoughtless killing machines just biting everything.
Imagine just walking into a stranger's house, opening the door, just opening the fridge. You guys mind if I make some tater tots? That's what we're doing in the ocean.
There's a video of a kid in Hawaii who's on a small like paddleboard, like fishing off a paddleboard, and a fucking tiger shark bites the paddleboard. Have you ever seen that video? No. It's terrifying. But it is, I mean, if you wanted to think about it, look, the kid's out there fishing.
Yeah.
So he's stealing fish from the sharks.
Sorry. Yeah.
Like the shark knows that that's not a fish.
Oh God, is
Watch
this it?
this, dude. Watch this. This is crazy. So he's out here fishing. Look at this. Bro.
Dog and shark ran me.
No, bit you, bro.
Rammed me, yeah.
That thing bit him. Watch this. Oh, look at that. It bit the boat, man. It bit the boat.
Yeah, dude, you're taking food out of its mouth. And its family's mouth. Again, you walk into a stranger's house, you take the meatloaf sandwich out of your kid's mouth. Your dad's going to punch you in the face.
Knows for sure that's not a fish.
Shark attack seems like maybe the worst way to. I mean, die for sure, but like, it's a hard way.
Oh, first of all, you can't get away, and they move real fast, and you can't move at all. It's not even like a bear on the ground. You feel like you maybe can run, maybe run up a tree,
I
maybe.
just saw this video of an alligator attack. It's like if it bites your leg, you're supposed to roll with it and then play dead, and then you like play the playing dead thing. Always to me, I'm like, you're not that good of an actor. Keep it together while that thing is clamped on. Dude, I don't even think Pacino could fake dead in front of a gator. I think they're gonna be like, dude,
can't keep you underwater until it knows for sure. So you have to not move. Yeah, you're not like.
Are you that zen to reduce your panic around a gator attack?
Nobody is.
But a shark, dude, that just flew. And they say punch him. They say punch him. Who's got enough wherewithal, or just in the moment?
Who survived? This punched a shark was wrapped around their torso. Who survived?
Maybe Tom
They're just gonna rip you in half. Man. The bite force is insane. Yeah, it's got filled with knives.
Go to your happy place.
Imagine the last
Knives
moments of
in
your
your
life, you're looking down at your entrails and no legs. That's it. That's the end.
Wow.
This is the end.
How long do you think you get to look at that
A
before?
few seconds. You get a few seconds. What is that thing biting? Oh my God. It's his mouth. Oh my God. It's just a killing machine. But it does make sense when and now that I see that video
That's a great perspective.
of the shark biting the boat, that totally makes sense.
Taking his snacks.
Yeah, because I used to think that it was, just they'll bite anything. No, they're mad that you're there. Get out of here, bitch.
Because they're pretty smart, right? Or no? Okay.
They're ancient. Most of these are really ancient things that haven't changed at all. They're not that smart because they're just about killing. Like if you think about how old sharks are, I think sharks are older than trees. Yeah, I think sharks predate trees on Earth. See if that's true. 99% sure it's true.
I talk about that in my book. We've got issues.
Sharks are older than trees. 150 million years old.
Wow.
This tree is 350 million.
So there was sharks for 100 million years before there were ever trees.
That's fucking wild, dude. Wow.
And they're out there in the water. And you want to scuba dive, Adam Ray?
No.
What is wrong with you,
Go,
bro?
I'll go to some bubble with
You're
Jamie.
going to see you down there with your stupid gear, and then you fucking cocksucker, you're ruining my fishing. Yeah. No, thank you, sir. Not interested.
Okay.
Not even.
Glad we're on the same page.
What's that? Picture of that shark. Oh my God! What kind of shark is that?
Little ants on its mouth.
Is that the early sharks?
Helio Coprion.
That's what its mouth looked
Like
like.
240 million year old fish.
Jesus Christ! You ever see the movie The Meg?
Oh yeah.
One of the dumbest movies that's ever been made.
Yeah.
It's so dumb. Like, why are you watching it? What has she done to me, dude?
And even Statham was just like, you gotta see what's down there. No, you don't, Jason. Go back to fucking The Italian Job 2 or
Things biting the window.
Yeah.
It crashes through the window. It's a giant 50-foot shark.
Oh, yeah.
What
what about Open Water? Was that the name of that one where it was just outshot found footage?
Yeah, that was a good one.
That was good because it was realistic.
Realistic.
And,
The Meg 2 is even dumber.
Yeah.
It's even dumber than the Meg 1.
Yeah.
But they're fun. It's fun dumb,
Those are good popcorn movies from time to time.
enjoyable.
Yeah.
That's not really happening. Imagine it's like a megalodon down there. But there could be. That's what everybody thinks.
Maybe that's what took the rich guys in the submarine that went down there. You think something, they got them? No.
Yeah, incompetence.
Yeah.
Human folly. I think that gets more people than sharks. That's a big one.
I do like the idea that the further down, like all the way down, there's something like where the Titanic really, where at the fucking very bottom is something that's living down there. That's just, you can't comprehend. That's never even trying to come up. But if you go all the way down there like they did, or you make it down for whatever, I saw Will Smith in some video where he went down right with some people for some Discovery show, like really down there to where it was like they shouldn't be down there. Yeah. fuck out of there.
Oh.
Even these astronauts are going to space that are stuck until February.
They're stuck.
Joe, why?
If they can get them in
Why are we still
February.
going? Like, what are we? Is down here not good enough?
Yeah, but it's also if they can get them in February.
Are you fucking serious?
Yeah. What if that doesn't work? What if something goes wrong with that? Something went wrong, which is why they can't get them. Guess what? Things go wrong. And you might not have rockets available that can do it. You might not have a shuttle available that can get them. You might not be able to you might have like some sort of problems in your software. Who fucking knows?
Dude, that's so scary.
Terrifying.
And they have to like either be saved by another, I guess, SpaceX. Or,
Just make friends with the Russians. Or the Russians right now. I bet they can get them. Wouldn't that be funny? That's all I slap in the face. The Putin says, I'll do you a favor.
that's
Go
cool.
and get your friends.
Okay.
Yeah, just put them nice. You'll be nice with me. I'll be nice with you. Get your friends. We'll give you Whitney time. We'll bring back the restaurants.
Or give us back.
There was a sound that was recorded once by underwater microphones. That was a biological sound. It was louder than anything that any animal had ever made before. And they don't know what it is. See if you can find that. It might not be this, but remember we did that home plate? Yeah. Oh yeah, they make crazy sounds, but I don't think they think they took that into account, and this is different. They don't know what it is, and they never found it again. But whatever this thing is, it sounded biological, like it was a biological sound. It wasn't a geological sound. It wasn't like a sound the Earth makes, or a little underwater earthquake. There's something about the sound that they determined it to be biological, which is like, what? What are you talking about? Is there fucking Godzilla down there?
Just not finding out about this.
About the balloon? Yeah, that's it.
Doesn't sound risky.
What is it? 19 what? We'll put up the details of it so you can read it. Do you have an article on it? Yeah. So whatever the sound was, they don't know what the fuck it was. And 1997, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration recorded a mysterious underwater sound that lasted for 1 minute. It was detected by hydrophones 5,000 miles apart. The sound was named the bloop and came from a location off the coast of Chile. The bloop captured people's imagination, led to theories about what it could be, such as the call of a dinosaur, an undiscovered sea creature, or a giant squid. In 2005, NOAA scientists discovered that the sound was actually caused by an iceberg breaking away from the Atlantic Ocean. Oh, shit. What the fuck, dude? I didn't even know. So they solved it. I was hoping it was a fucking monster. That was the only one? There wasn't one. So, yes, it was. So it was probably one of those things where they had talked about it for so long that it stuck in my head that it was a biological thing. I still don't know.
Got an article in 2017 talking about it. I said, I don't know what it was.
Oh, okay. So this is someone trying to cover up for Godzilla. That's some state-sponsored CNN type bullshit. They're trying to cover up for the fact there's a goddamn.
You're reading the AI overview, so maybe a made up.
Oh, AI, you piece of shit! You fucking lied. That's probably what it is. AI lies.
What?
Yeah, it's a thing called hallucinations. If AI does not have an answer to something, it will come up with an answer. And then that could be searched from the web, right? So it could be some blog somewhere where some guy made up something about it was an iceberg that caused that sound, and AI will spit that back out. It's a thing that AI does when it doesn't know the answer to something. Apparently, they call it hallucinations. This is coming from AI scientists.
I don't want AI to have hallucinations.
They don't even know how it works. They don't even know exactly why it's doing what it's doing. They don't know how it's being created.
No. Once you see those things too about like some of these robots, like what was the thing? It was like I don't know. It had having them have feelings or any sort of.
They're not going to have feelings. That's even scary. They're going to be able to think really clearly, without any emotions, no remorse, no morals, no ethics, no worrying if people like them, no reading the comments. They don't give a fuck. Just sit and do money. They're fucking robots, man. That's my fear about aliens. My fear is that that's what aliens are. That they've already bypassed the human body and all of our primate systems.
Oh yeah,
they bypassed all that. They're all gone. That's all gone.
Do you think they listen to our podcast?
Yes, 100%. They're listening right now. They love it.
What up, guys?
It's fun for them because they don't get to think stupid anymore.
Yeah.
Because everything's clear.
Right.
It's like, it's like you want a little bit of chaos and they don't have any chaos. I think that's why they visit us. That's why, like in my special, I said that I think aliens look at us the same way we look at Waffle House fights.
Yeah. That's right.
It's just like, what the fuck is going on over here?
What if the aliens like love Danny DeVito? Like, what if their favorite actor is like
They love Despicable Me. They like Gru.
Yeah, they love them.
We love Gru. Yeah, maybe that's it. I mean, who fucking knows? But if these lying AI cocksuckers, do we find out about that 2017
Yeah, I
thing?
found another thing.
Okay, that might be real.
Might have just been an article they were putting up headlines before I watched the video.
Oh, right, probably. And what year was it when they recorded that sound?
Before 97.
Yeah, see, anything back in those days, that's, like, we didn't even barely had internet in 97.
Yeah, out of the facts together.
I didn't even know what we're talking
Anything pre-internet, I don't
Yeah.
believe you.
about. Well, it could be a biological sound. It could be a dude that just into dinosaurs.
Sure,
But there's probably some shit down there we haven't discovered.
I think so.
They always find new fish. Like, there's a bunch that washed ashore during a tsunami. They're like, what the fuck is this? Was that in Thailand, where there was like a gang of them that washed ashore in a tsunami? These undiscovered deep sea creatures.
Cool.
Like, crazy, like blind things
Yeah.
that live in a place where there's absolutely no
They can
light.
pop up and show up here. I don't think we need to go down and try to find them.
Yeah, wait for a storm.
Yeah, it's a storm to come through.
I'll
Man.
go down there.
They'll wash up.
July.
Yeah, dude.
That was in Oregon. Look at that fucking thing.
Oh yeah, I'm going out of my way to find that. Fuck
Oh,
off.
that's like some kind of an anglerfish,
Oh my god.
which is one of the craziest inventions of nature. That nature invented a fish that has a fishing rod off of its nose.
Yeah.
Like, how does that even happen? Look at that fucking thing. Is that real? Come on, that can't be real.
Oh my god.
Is that real? The thing is with AI, man, you could think something's real and they just fuck. This is in the New York Post. They might have something. Jesus. We'll go pre-AI. And wait a minute, they probably did a sample of that thing. What is it? Let's find out what it is. I bet they figured it out. Look at that.
Fang tooth
Could be a
snake eels.
fang-tooth snake eel or garden or conger eel. All three species occur off Texas and have large fang-like teeth. Look at that thing. Imagine if, like, we lived in the ocean. Show me the picture of that again. Imagine we lived in the ocean. You got to deal with that.
There's a more. I'm surprised Pixar they did Finding Nemo, but they should do something that's like highlighting all these lost creatures. Like, there's got to be an underwater lost city where you can see the.
Yeah, mermaids versus monsters.
Yeah,
They should. Why don't they do that? Fang-tooth snake. Look at that fucking thing.
mermaids aren't real, right? I know.
It's
me
a-
too.
it's
It's
like-
one of those things where I'm like, I don't fuck like. Who the fuck knows, dude?
But isn't it like the
Probably
ultimate
not.
trap? A beautiful girl and she has no vagina. She's just fish. She's a fish. Like, fish don't have sex.
What are you supposed to do?
The part where you have sex with doesn't exist. It's all just fish.
So how you
lay
know
their
we're any
eggs.
kind of the ocean?
You ever see how fish breed? The female lays their eggs. The guys just jizz all over it. Like, we used to catch rainbow trout when I lived in Boston, and we'd go to this lake and catch rainbows, and they would be jizzing when you pull them out of the lake. Like, because it would be the time where they're spawning and that they're making babies.
Yeah.
And you're allowed to fish for them. At least back then you were. And you're pulling them out as they're jizzing. Like, as you're holding it, like, just nutting all over the place, trying to get their last loads out before you fillet them.
Wouldn't you? If
I
a bear's
guess.
about to eat you, wouldn't you just try to fucking empty the tank?
I guess no one probably ever touched them before. It's probably really excited.
There you go. It's the first time
Like,
going
oh
out.
my God. Like, imagine you just like blue balled all day long. You're so blue balled that you just jizz in the ocean.
Yeah.
On the floor.
Yeah.
I bet all they have to do is run a finger by you. Like,
Gust of wind.
you know? Like, you ever seen where your dog is humping a leg?
Yeah.
And the dog is like, they start humping the air.
Yeah, dude. Committed.
A fish. And you grab them right when they're in that
In the
peak,
perfect spot.
peak rut. Just squirt all over the place. You ever seen a fish do that?
No.
Yeah. Rainbow trout, they do it all the time. You catch them with the jizz and
Good for them. Good life.
I had that.
Because you come in and die.
It failed.
Yeah.
It failed.
Yeah.
It jizzed all over the inside of the boat.
The opposite of what you're supposed to do.
Not good. But yeah, so if that is a mermaid, like, what the hell? What are you saying?
That's why the Little Mermaid. I mean, Eric was only into her because she came out of the water and had some human features.
Exactly.
And lost her
Otherwise,
voice.
Like, what the fuck?
Maybe that's
are
why
you?
he was into her. He was like, dude, I've been dating all these
You son of a bitch.
these girls that just talk too much. And he's like, wow, I met a girl that just doesn't even know.
Super hot, can't talk. But if she does talk, you can't have sex with her. She doesn't have a vagina anymore. Take a pic. Honey, you gotta use the sign language. All right. right, Adam Ray, let's wrap this up.
John, I
Tell
appreciate
everybody, my pleasure. I appreciate you too. One more time, the name of the documentary.
The documentary is called Doug. It's on my YouTube channel where you get all the Dr. Phil Live specials. Dr. Phil Live tour. It's all AdamRayComedy.com. We got October 25th in Philly, October 26th in DC, the Beacon Theater in November 15th, Celebrity Theater December 6th, San Diego Civic Theater December 7th. All that at AdamRayComedy.com. My special is like and subscribe. It's on YouTube, my YouTube channel.com/AdamRayComedy. And then all my tour dates at AdamRayComedy.com. Got Columbus Funny Bone coming up, the Buckhead Theater in Atlanta, Pittsburgh Improv this weekend, if this is out in time, Hilarities in Cleveland, all at Adam Ray
Website, AdamRayComedy.com. Okay, and one more time, Dr. Phil's book.
We've got issues, because Joe,
We've got it.
we've all got issues, but we've all got solutions, okay? You could fuck a mermaid with your eyes closed, but does that mean you're going to make it in time for breakfast?
This is what Dr. Phil's going to use to say you can't be. That's enough. Son of a
I would
bitch.
never say that.
What did you do to my reputation, you son of a bitch? All right, thank
You're
you.
a man,
Appreciate
Jake.
you.
I appreciate you.
Appreciate you. All right, bye, everybody.
Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink my day, Joe Rogan Podcast my night. All day.
I'm so happy to be here, buddy. Thanks.
I'm happy to have you here.
I was excited to see you. We know each other a long time, and I was excited to come to Austin, of course.
We were just talking about how Zookeeper was 14 years ago.
That's shocking.
How?
It fucking flies by. Yeah, it's terrible. It's terrible. That was a fun time, though.
Oh, yeah.
JJ was so excited.
That was very fun. That was very fun. Yeah.
You and KJ with Sussy.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
That's how you guys. That's how you guys.
I've known Kevin for 30-something years. I've known him forever.
It's funny because even your stand-up, I watched your stand-up the other night. You guys remind me of each other. There's something. You take your time on stage. You set it up. Say your shit. And you live in it. Like it's not the same, but you can tell you guys are buddies. There's something about it. That's feel like it. Everybody feels like I would hang out. It's cool. But did you and KJ start stand up together? Or
Well, we didn't start together exactly. I started in Boston. He started in New York, but I met him when I was like just 2 years in. About 2 years in.
Where did you guys meet?
In New York.
At the Strip or something?
I think we met at East Side.
East Side. I don't think I did. That's downtown.
No, East Side Comedy Club was on Long Island.
Oh yeah. I
Yeah.
used to go there. That was in like Huntington or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great club. That was a great club.
I
That was
thought-
Richie Manavini's place.
That's right. That's
Yeah.
man. Yeah, that's a funny bastard.
Yeah, he's fun.
I first one of the first comedy clubs I watched. I think I saw Carol Lee at the East Side Comedy Club. My sister lived in Huntington, and she said, "You want to go see?" It wasn't my first, but it was like first couple. She said, "Do you want to see a comedian? There's a club around here." I said, "Yeah." And I sat in the back. I think I might have been like 15 or something, 16.
Wow.
I saw Carol Lee killed for like an hour. I was excited. That club was rocking.
Yeah, it's gone though, right? Are there good clubs in Long Island? What's that? There was always Governors. That always existed.
Yes. I remember there was a few bars that were right now. But back in the day, when I was young, I could go out to the island. No, but I don't think I got on there much. Maybe a couple times. When I was young. That was kind of
Oh yeah,
Steve O. Was it Steve? You remember Steve O?
Steve. No,
He was
I know Steve-O.
Comic and John Mulrooney. He used to be a cop, right? I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. I remember Mulrooney was him and Kevin Lee was pretty good. I remember the Roadies would destroy it. They just so loose and would dominate the room, and then they'd let you up.
I saw Kathleen once at Catch a Rising Star in Cambridge, and it was insane. It was absolutely. I wasn't even thinking about doing comedy. I was just a comedy fan. I went with a friend of mine from high school. I think we were both 18. We went and saw him just fucking destroyed for an hour to the point where I got out of there. It was like I got an ab workout. I was in pain. Yes. I was like, Jesus Christ. Yes. He was so in the groove. Like everything he was just.
Man, and I've never in my life killed this artist. I mean, there's nobody who killed. I remember me and Rock would be on the side at Catch a Rising Star watching me do whatever he did, and he was just like, I think I can get that laughs that loud. It fucking blew up.
He was on fire. He was on fire. But it was weird. It's like it didn't sustain. Like he later in his career, for whatever reason, it just whatever he had for those few years, like in the 80s and the early 90s, it didn't keep going for some strange reason. He kept doing stand-up, but something was missing. I don't know what it was.
I know he killed on the Tonight Show with Carson. I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know what he wanted. I don't know what the next thing he wanted. I just remember. Didn't he do a TV show, Uncle Buck?
Yeah, but that was not that good. That was the John Candy movie as it turned into a television show. He was in the closet. He went out of the closet. And he was kind of like right before he died. I did
when I was 17. I came off stage. I mean, I bombed and my dad was getting watched. It was a terrible feeling. And even the MC, who I don't remember when I came off stage, after eating it, I'm walking, you know that awful feeling walking through the crowd. And then the fucking he stopped me. He goes, Adam. I turn around, you know, with your head spinning and shit. I look at the guy, he goes, class clown? And I nod my head like, yes. He goes, maybe stick with that. I go, okay. You know, I fucking walked up. And then I went into the dressing room because I was wanted to. And Meanie just said some nice shit to me. I always remember. I can't believe good dude, man. He was
some encouragement from a real comedian when you're just starting out can call it.
Yeah,
because it's so in the beginning, it's so shaky. You don't know if it's gonna work out.
Yeah, you go home at night.
What am I doing this?
Yes. It truly is the thickest feeling. And then there's the days or nights you go on stage and shit, you're not doing good. You have a time and you're like, pretty good. Even though I'm fucking 80, you're like, I'm doing pretty good right now.
You feel like this is the, I'm gonna figure this out.
You're right, exactly.
Yeah. Your movies kept my family sane through the beginning of the pandemic. We went on an Adam Sandler run. We watched basically the only one we didn't watch is Little Nicky. For whatever reason, we never got to that one. We watched other ones like two or three. I watched the Zodiac. I might have seen the Zodiac 20 times. Wow. I fucking love that thing.
Yeah.
Such a funny movie. Why didn't you ever do a second one?
That's fucking always talked about it. I mean, dude,
it's a no-brainer.
It would
be a little tough selling
right now. We'd have to wait a minute.
Put that one on the shelf for a little bit.
We had to put that one on the shelf a bunch of times when we were about to do this shit. Go on. We'd be like, it's a tough time to do it right now. And then we got it. We did it. The intention was good to try to get some peace out there. But yeah, and then another part of it is I'll never fucking be in that shape again. I don't think I can ever do that. And then
get a return.
I know, but I can't stick with it, buddy. You are doing great. How the fuck are you eating so good and hitting it so hard? I'm like, I used to take working out so serious when I was in maybe up to like 25, 26. I can't fucking do it. I played hoop. that I eat, and every time I'm eating, I'm like, what are you doing? You don't need to do this. I can't stop. Just got a little bit of thickness all over.
Yeah, it's something that's just you have to stay on the horse. You can't back off at all. Especially as you get older, back off at all. You just start, what is this? Start feeling this thing.
Yeah, I know I have a new.
This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. Being an MMA fighter takes a lot of different skills. You need to be strong and durable and quick. And if you really want to be good, it helps to master all different kinds of moves from different types of sports, from wrestling, boxing, jiu-jitsu, and more. Having that mix of skills is a real help in the ring. But that's true for any job. If you're hiring, you probably know just how valuable it is to find people with a mix of skills and specialties. A great place to find those people is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. ZipRecruiter can help you find qualified candidates fast. More importantly, though, when you find a strong candidate you want for your team, it can connect you with them right away. With ZipRecruiter's pre-written invite to apply message, you can personally reach out to potential hires and even encourage them to apply sooner. In the fight for top talent, ZipRecruiter is undefeated. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan to try ZipRecruiter for free. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Well, you fucking walk in now and I go, Jesus, that like that. I always fucking wanted to be. I had no shit. When I was 18 to 23, I hit it so hard. I never looked like you. I never was jacked.
You look good during the Zohan.
Pretty good.
Really good.
Pretty fucking good for me.
Yeah.
That was as good as I could get. And I naturally had a little something going on when I was real, like the college years, but now it's fucking rough. My kids go, one daughter, he's always saying, Dad, get the train from the Zohan. Why would you ever keep that up? Why did you stop? I was like, it's a lot of work. Yeah, but did you like the way you felt? Yeah. Well, you should do it. Get the people and stuff like that. But I just can't jump.
Well, she sounds like a good coach.
She's good. Yeah, she's saying the right thing.
Saying the right thing. Saying the right stuff.
She's right. Everything she says, I have a thought where I don't promise her. I go, let me think about it. That's a good idea.
The whole thing is just not overdoing it in the beginning. Start slow, where it's maintainable, and then slowly build up. That's the key.
So you give yourself new goals?
Well, I never stop, but I mean, when you get started.
Yeah.
And the thing is, like, people try to go too far, like, oh my God, I'm out of shape. I'm going to run fucking 10 miles, then I'm going to lift weights, and I'm going to do. And then you're too tired. And then you're so fucking sore in the morning, like, I can't keep this up. The whole key is just give your body enough where it's pushing it, but it's not exhausted. You're not breaking your body down. You're just strengthening it slowly. You got to get sick the same way, or you got to get better the same way you got sick. Right? You got sick over time.
Yeah.
Over time, eating food and fucking up. And then you got to get better that way. Over time, slowly start to morph your body back into a good condition.
That's good.
You can't just go too hard. They try to go too hard.
You get excited. You get excited to get it going. And then
you get injured, break yourself down.
Yes.
Hurt your knees, hurt your back. It's too much. Yeah. The key is just not do too much. Just do enough and just cut back and say, I'm going to only have 2 cheat days a week. 2 days a week, I'm going to eat whatever the fuck I want. 5 days a week, I'm going to eat clean. And then break it down to 6 days a week, I'm going to eat clean. 1 day a week, I'm going to fuck off.
Yeah.
You can go 1 day a week just fucking off. You can get a lot done.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
The fuck off day is from start to finish. You can do whatever
the fuck you want. 1 day.
That's good. Then the other days, the good days, what do you like? Do you eat a breakfast and all that?
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah.
I skip breakfast. So that's my new move the last year.
It's like intermittent fasting.
I guess so, but I'm supposed to fucking lock in on 8 hours or 6 hours, and I always say I do 1 to 9, say, and around fucking 10, I go, let me have some grapes. And then I go, I think I'm not supposed to have grapes. And then I go, grapes. And then it opens up to some other shit.
Grapes aren't the problem.
The grapes lead to some bad.
Grapes lead to waffles.
The fucking skinny cow.
That's the new thing. Skinny cow ice cream sandwiches in the house started a little problem.
What are skinny cow?
They're supposed to be a little better for you because the calories aren't awful. I think it's like 130. So I go 130. Usually they're fucking like 330. So then I eat two of them. I got still under that 330. Then I go, if I have a third, it's still in the threes. So I eat a third. I stop.
Yeah. If you really want to be serious about it, just hire somebody. Yeah, man.
I got the best guy. The guy who did me for the Zohan, and I love him. It's just I see him, and I love him so much that I go, let's keep this a friendship. Let's keep it. I play so much basketball. That keeps me okay. Doesn't want me to take I don't want to take my shirt off, but I
How
don't.
often you play?
Maybe 4 or 5 a week where I get out there and
That's great.
that's pretty good.
That's very good. That's a key. If you could do something that you really enjoy doing,
Yes.
you know, if something that keeps you active that you enjoy, that makes it so much easier because you're playing a game, so you're getting fit, but you're in the middle of a game.
Exactly.
You really like.
You don't hate that at all. That is the best one. I think that's the only thing I got. That you fight. That's fucking fun, right?
Martial arts are fun. Yeah.
Martial arts are fun. KJ always fought. I never even thought. One time KJ, we left a hotel. I think he just came from fighting with one of the guys who were teaching him some shit, and he was so riled up from it. Put me in some fucking crazy hold out of nowhere. We were going to dinner. All of a sudden he came at me. I was like, holy shit. And he fucking grabbed me, twisted me around, and had me in some weird hold. I was like, oh, okay. He's just letting me know he can destroy me. But I remember just going, fucking something I should get into, man. But I just can't. I'm not flexible at all. You're very flexible.
Yeah.
That helps.
Well, I start stretching before I hit puberty. That's the big thing. Or during puberty, really. So it's like while your body's thickening, you're
Keeping it
stretching.
loose.
Yeah.
Buddy, by the way, KJ being flexible is very odd. He can put the hands
Yeah.
on. He's fucking weird.
He's a very athletic guy. He
Yeah.
just eats like a fucking army.
He does get excited.
Yeah.
I sometimes, when we were young, I say, tell me your McDonald's order, and he'd be like, we go to Ben's. We big Mac. Whatever the fuck it was.
He goes hard.
His McDonald's order is the same.
Kevin go hard. But he also, when he was on the podcast, he fasted once for how many days? Did he fast
Yes,
for?
60-somethingers.
Yeah, something insane amount of days. It was like 40 days or something.
Yeah. Mania.
Something insane.
And then I think he ate a sandwich and grew there.
Yeah, I'm sure. What the fuck is
Oh
going on?
my God, he's a madman with that fast.
Yeah, well, he's an intense dude.
Yes,
just
yes.
intense with eating too.
Yeah.
Have you ever watched him hit the mitts? You ever watch him hit pads? He can fucking strike.
Yes, I know.
It's kind of shocking.
Yes.
People that don't know him,
Yes.
you see him crack mitts, and you're like,
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Holy shit, he is.
Yeah.
He's fucking legit, and he can roll around good too.
Oh yeah, when he's getting ready for Here Comes the Moon.
Yeah.
Like when he's training with Mark Delagrate.
Yeah.
Damn, dude, he's cracking.
I know. He did let me know in that one thing he did to me. You know who did that to me too? Farley. Farley, we were in the hallway on Saturday Night Live out of nowhere. Oh no, we were at a fucking hotel, and he came at me real fast, grabbed me, put me in some shit, pulled hard. I felt every part of my body crack, and then and Farley laughed, and just like with Kevin, they kind of looked at you like, I could fuck you up if I wanted to.
Farley was a big dude
He
too.
was a big boy. He was like maybe 5'8",
But he was like 5'8" wide
he
too.
was wide.
Yeah.
Fucking athlete though, moved nice.
Oh, when he moved around on stage,
Yes,
when he
yes.
moved around on SNL, he was fucking. That was part of the thing. Is he was so explosive. Oh yeah. Like part of the funny in him was this fucking insane.
Yes,
But he had this explosion inside of him that could get out. I only met him once.
You did meet him?
Yeah, I met him on a set of News Radio, and he was in the throes of addiction. So he was gray like wet cardboard. It was weird. It was weird being around. He just looked sweaty. It's like, hey, what's up?
Was he there to see Phil?
He was there to see Andy Dick. I mean, Andy Dick were hanging out. I think they were both off the rails. They're having a good time.
Yeah. Fucking, it sucks. I hate it.
Well, it's horrible. He
That was a good time of life, though, huh? That news radio shit.
Oh yeah, that was a lot of fun.
It was Spade and Phil.
No, Spade wasn't on that. Spade was on that other show, Just Shoot Me.
He was on Just Shoot, but I thought
Yeah.
he did a couple of.
He did. Yeah, he definitely did. But a lot of people did. Yeah, a lot of people did.
Was that your first big
Yeah,
thing
that
to lock
was the
into?
first big thing. I did a small sitcom that nobody watched before that called Hardball.
What was it about?
It was a baseball show on Fox.
I think I read
lasted
that.
like 5 or 6 episodes.
What were you on that?
I was a baseball player.
Oh, that you played baseball?
I did in high school.
Oh yeah.
A little bit until I started doing martial arts.
Right.
Football sports.
Gotcha. That's cool, man. I want me to tell you my martial arts. It's not that big of a deal, but I grew up in Manchester, New Hampshire, and a lot of guys were tough, fought and shit. The fights would happen, and then I had the idea. I drove by downtown and saw this guy's, I can't remember his name, Nick something, and I fucking saw kickboxing. I was like, let me take kickboxing just in case I could fuck somebody up, because that'd be fun to have that secret weapon of kickboxing, and all of a sudden, kick someone in the face. That'd be great. And so I talked my buddy into it, or maybe he talked me into it. But I think that, anyways, we both go, and fucking like 15 guys in there from school, all already doing it, already advanced. And I was like, all this did was make me realize these guys could kick the shit out of me. I thought guys I could take. I thought, you crush me too? I have no idea. But I'm never flexible, so I think I could do like 4 or 5 sessions.
Flexibility is something that everybody can gain. It's just you just have to go through the process. Flexibility is not something like, there's like a certain amount of explosiveness and athleticism that some people just don't possess. And it didn't take a long time to get there. But flexibility is something that you just have to work at. I've seen very inflexible people become flexible.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What just by doing it every day?
Doing it every day and just sticking to a routine. You just got to force yourself past the pain.
I'm just nervous. It's like hamstrings are gonna pop. It's so fucking tight.
You know what you should get? You ever see one of those things where it's like a strap and you put your foot into it?
Yes.
Like pull
Yes,
back.
yes.
Those things are great.
Yeah, I know.
Just take a yoga class.
Yeah, I know.
Go to hot yoga. That's a cheat code.
No, that's a good one.
It gets real hot in there.
Yes.
And you get a lot looser.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. No, my wife's good at that shit. My daughters do it. I just fucking it hurts my lower back and my hamstrings so much that I end up just going, all right, I get up and do a fake water break and just
So I was working on the special. I saw you in Vegas. I saw you.
I know you did.
It's very funny, man. Very fun. I really enjoyed it.
I appreciate it, man. I had a great time making the special. I have a great time on the road. Can't believe it. I fucking quit doing stand up for 20 years or something.
What makes you want to get back?
I think I was doing Grown Ups and Rock and Spade and Schneider and KJ were always talking about next weekend I'm going to Niagara Falls, and I'd be like, these guys are all fucking having fun on the road. And then I think Apatow was doing Carnegie Hall. He was hosting something, and he said, "You want to do some stand up again?" And I just go, yeah, let me do that. And I did it just to make sure that I fucking put together 15 minutes or something. That got me back to it.
And did you just piece it together by doing small sets, or how did you write it?
I think maybe I did a couple of improvs or something like that. Maybe I went to the improv a couple times, but mostly from doing Letterman. I used to do Letterman and do 2 segments. So I'd fucking sit down with my buddies, write jokes, and just go out there with jokes, and kind of trusted that, yeah, that's a good joke. And I think I started doing that with stand-up too. Just going, this is pretty good. Let me just do it.
And then, when did you start booking gigs?
The same shit. I called a guy, this great guy whose daughter was going to school with mine. He would talk about booking acts and shit. I said, I was thinking of doing stand-up again. Want to book me some shows? And then it just booked like a 10-city tour for me. And I said, all right, I better fucking put it out.
Wow. So how'd you put the hour together? Did you go to the improv? Did you go to the
Improv.
store? Where'd you go?
A couple times at the store, improv. I would drive out of town, the valley, maybe
Like the haha.
that kind of shit. Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Anybody, flappers, exactly, flappers. Flappers, good spots.
Good spot. Yeah.
Yeah, I just did a bunch of. Maybe I went to Comedy Magic Club. That's still
Yeah,
yes, I did. I
for
did.
sure.
Yes, yes, yes.
That's great.
Yes, exactly. Except I remember growing up, I would always see Leno and Joe. What was it? Joe? Was it Brogan? What was
Jimmy Broken?
Jimmy Brogan?
Yeah, the booker.
Yeah, but he did
The stand up as
he
well.
did stand up, and they were so clean, and they would fucking annihilate. And I always felt self-conscious in that place for how filthy it was. I feel like these people.
Well, the Comedy Magic Club was like the cleanest club in the country.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Jimmy Miller used to book it.
Did he?
I think so.
Okay.
That's how I used to always do it.
Yeah, that's a great little club.
That's a good club. So I forced myself to get a good out. Now when I was on the road the last tour, I had so many, I have so much shit that steps on other shit, so I can't really do it all.
Right.
Because if I already said this, so this joke doesn't make sense now. So, but I was fucking doing 2-hour shows, and it wasn't that big of a deal.
Wow.
Can you believe that?
Yeah.
I mean, I struggled to do an hour of my whole stand-up life. I go, my God, how fucking crowd's so bored with me. I can't come up with new moves, But now, got enough shit. Keep them rocking.
So how long have you been steady doing stand-up again?
I think like 7 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
It must feel good, though, right?
It's nice.
To get back into like a real flow, like a real headliner flow again.
100%.
You go, yeah, I missed this.
I did miss it. I didn't even know I missed it. You fucking lose. That was, you set yourself up to do a live fucking special. I don't think I could handle that, man. My head be spinning way too much, man. But
I had to over-prepare.
But you didn't have any pauses. You were just boom, 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 boom. How long were you doing that set?
Well, I did. Well, because I have my own club, that helps a lot, right? So I was doing 2 shows a night, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So I was doing 6 hours of stand-up a week, which is a lot.
Yeah.
And then I was doing podcasts and all the other UFC stuff that I do. So a lot of work. Right? That got to be too much. So then I knocked it down to 3 sets a week, 3 headliner sets a week, and then I would do a bunch of short sets. That's Bottom of the Barrel show that I told you that my friend Brian Simpson hosts. That show's the best.
Yeah.
It's like a premise factory.
Yeah.
Because you have this whiskey barrel on stage. It's filled with notes from the crowd. It's all just different ridiculous ideas for premises, and you reach your hand in, you pull one out, and it's just frogs are gay, like whatever it is, and you just start ranting about it, and you try to come up with bits, and every now and then, one or two every set that you write it down, and like, this could be something.
That's amazing. Yeah.
And a couple of them made it onto the special.
That's incredible.
Because it's like it's a premise factory.
Absolutely.
So I had a lot of. I was getting ready to do a special in. I was gonna do one in August of 2020, but then obviously in March everything shut down, and I did stand up for 8 months, and it was just. And then I thought about it. I was like, I just feel like just working on my material now. I just feel like just working on stand up, not even thinking about the special.
Yeah. That's a great feeling.
It was just I was just enjoying working at the club, on the club, and then there's so many good guys at the club. It was just such a fucking hot spot.
Right.
There's so many people. There's Shane Gillis and Mark Norman and Ari Shaffir and fucking Brian Simpson and Tony Hinchcliffe. It's like every night was just Murderer's Row.
Right, yeah.
And we were all just cooking together.
That's big.
And then when Netflix said they want to do a live special, at first I was like, fuck that. I don't want to do that. And I said no. I told my manager, I called him on the phone. I was like, what? I don't want to do that. Yeah. And then I was driving home, like, why did I do that fucking pussy? And I was like, as I was driving home, I was like thinking, and then when I got home, I called her back. I go, don't say no yet. I go, wow. Yeah. And then the next day I said, all right, I'm going to do it. And she's like, you sure? I go, yeah. I'm not going to do it because I'm scared of it.
That's all you, man.
I was fucking terrified, of course.
I'm scared thinking about doing it. I would never fucking do it. But you killed it. You killed it. You were loose. You were rolling. You crushed.
Well, I did that set in order for 3 weeks straight.
Right.
So I had it locked
Yes,
in.
yeah.
For 3 weeks. I didn't do any, which I always fuck around.
Yeah.
But there was no fucking around.
Yeah.
No
Yeah,
deviation.
that's
for
right.
3 weeks.
You were steady. Exactly.
I also wrote all the bits out by hand. I wrote them all out, even the ones I already knew. I wrote them all out. I wrote all the transitions out. I listened to recordings. I watched videos.
That's big. Yeah.
I beat myself into the ground. I over prepared.
Right.
So that when I got up there, there was no what is next. There was no thought
You
about
didn't have a beat sheet somewhere
No.
just in case you got lost?
no.
That's fucking balls. I would never be able to do that.
But I wanted
Not
to treat it
now.
like a regular show. If I had a regular show, I wouldn't have a cheat sheet.
Well,
So
I never did for a show, but now I need fucking I need to look somewhere and see the word.
What do you like? Put like index cards on the stage?
No,
Oh, okay.
It says like just one
Popcorn.
word.
Right.
Popcorn, and
Yeah.
I'm ready. Because my head goes to space. I get spacey as I got older. When I was young, I was prepared and I
Yeah.
did my shit. But I think it helps me kind of relax. There's no one there. If I
Sure.
look down and see it, oh, yeah, I do that.
Bill Maher brings like one of the conductors fucking things on stage.
Uh-huh.
Where, like they have like
Yeah,
the,
right.
the news,
You're right.
the music rather.
Yeah.
He has that, and he just has
Yeah.
his ideas written out.
That's
And
good.
So we just sit down and
I get addicted to that a little too much. Sometimes in Largo, in LA, I go up there. Flanny runs that place, and he lets me go on and try shit out. And I have a music stand, and I'll be at work all day working on movies, and then 10 minutes left to go. I go, oh yeah. I got a couple of guys in the office who help write jokes with me, and I go, let me try this, and this, and I just put the shoot down, go on stage. Try shit out. Try new shit out. Nothing better than a new joke.
yeah, it's very exciting.
That's the best. If it's working, usually does work too.
Well, you're
excited.
enthusiastic
Yeah.
about it. And
Yeah.
if you really have thought about it and prepared for it, it's like a new thing for you. So it's an exciting new toy.
Yeah. So you can't wait to get to that or open with it or whatever.
Yeah. When you do movies, do you just come up with a premise first? Like when you decide to do a film, like you decide you Happy Gilmore, how do you like make your movies? How do you start?
It's lucky premise. Billy Madison. I remember I thought that this could be great. A grown up who does elementary school. And that's a great idea of I get to be goofy, get to bully these little kids, then all of a sudden connect with these kids and have fun growing up again. So, and part of my head was like, well, Rodney did back to school already, so I was going to say I just ripped off back to school. Rodney went back to college. How the fuck did we kind of do it a step away from that? And I called my buddy Hurley, who I went to college with, and he writes all the movies with me. He's just a great funny man, and I've written almost everything with him. And if he goes, "Ooh, that's good," then we usually go from there and we try to fill it out after that. Same thing with Gilmore Weddings, here, Bobby Boucher, all that shit. We were just came up with a couple of lines of what we thought was an interesting idea, and then see if we can fill it out.
It's so funny because your films get loved by the public and hated by critics. It's so hilarious. You are the lead, whatever the Rotten Tomatoes critic score is for your films means zero. It means nothing. It's only the audience is what counts.
That's all we thought about.
Because your films are all so fun and so silly and so, in my opinion, so underappreciated.
Thank you.
Because this is one of the things I thought about during COVID. We watched it every night. We watched every film that you made while everything was locked down.
Amazing. I love that. Thank you. Yeah, and my fucking, we lucked out. Where we worked our asses off like you're working your ass off now. This is took it very serious.
But you caught a silly groove.
Yes,
and I don't think anybody else has that silly groove like you do. But you caught that groove with so many movies, man.
Yeah. I mean, when I first started, Jim Carrey was crushing. Stiller, Mike Myers, a lot of goofy movies getting made, and I certainly fucking love doing them. And I love being on set, making those kind of movies. I love fucking editing that shit, and making thinking about kids laughing. I always loved that. Thinking of college kids throwing the tape in, sitting down, watching together. That was on our mind when we did it.
When you first started out, did you want to be a comic? Did you want to be a stand-up comic, or did you always think that you wanted to do film?
I think that I wanted to get into the movies. I was fucking nuts, cocky as shit in my own weird way. I think a big thing that happened to me was I told my friends in high school I was going to be fucking big. And I didn't.
So you had to?
I had to do it. I told the boys, I was like, and then when I would check in with them, I remember being on payphones, calling after even eating it as Catch a Rising Star. I call him fucking good dude today. I was like, yeah. I said, what'd you say? I said, this joke fucking killed. Meanwhile, I fucking hate it every time.
So you're faking it until you made it.
I dug a hole for myself. Like, I'm doing great. Robin Williams said I was fantastic. Robin Williams, I remember one night saw me eat it, and I was just like, in front of Robin Williams. But I changed the story up to like, yeah, we like that shit.
There's something that could be very valuable about being delusional and being young.
Yes, very delusional. So stupid, man.
I did this thing once. Do you know Owen Smith? Yeah, hilarious comedian in LA. But he had this. He's one of the best comics alive, but he spends a lot of time writing and doing shows.
Sure, I know.
Unfortunately, which I think he should be headlining arenas. He was just at my club a few months back. I saw him. Fuck, he's a monster. The point is, Owen had this show that he was doing for a while, where you'd find your oldest notebooks and sit down with him and go over your oldest jokes. And it was so bad. It was like a 1991 joke book.
Yeah.
I keep them all.
Yeah.
And I was going through, we were reading, and I was like, it's so bad. I had him like built-in heckler lines that I wrote that were terrible. Right, and this guy was saying this to me, and that was
that's so funny.
If I had to go back there and like give myself advice, I'd say, you got to quit. You're terrible.
Oh my God.
Don't do this.
What are you doing?
Yeah,
man?
don't do
You
this.
sound atrocious.
You're not going to make it.
So, the same thing. Yeah.
No way.
But I fucking thought I was fucking phenomenal. Well, I looked out at the crowd, not laughing, going, these guys fucking nuts. They don't see how great this shit is. So it's almost like I was with my fucking giant afro, and my father would be at the table and be like, you need a haircut up here. What are you talking about, man? He'd be like, you think you look good? Yeah, I look great. He'd be like, you don't. Just so you know, you don't look great up here. You are so.
It's funny. Delusional thinking can sometimes carry you to the once you develop some skill. That delusional is like a little guardian.
Yeah,
or like keeps you protected while you actually develop talent.
And that goes away because I'm more nervous now. Well, I had that fucking fear as a comedian. My head would spin. But when Colin Quinn, he had a club, the Paper Moon, in the city. Was the Paper Moon around when you were growing up? It was like at the Boston Comedy Club.
Like a small place like that?
I think that became Paper Moon became the Boston.
Oh, the same club?
Yes, I think it was downstairs.
Oh,
that one.
Shit.
So fucking Colin, like me, he used to get me on stage. I was going to college around there, and I all day long would be practicing on the elevator in my dorm. I'd be saying the shit. Right when Colin would bring me up, fucking head would spin. I forget where I was, not making sense. I'd say two jokes, and then I'd be like, "My God, I don't know what's coming next." I mean, I had that going for a while, but I still would go home at night and go, I don't know what it was. Psycho.
It's youthful delusion. Yeah, it's also your central lobe is not fully formed yet. You don't even understand the world. You're just a little meat puppet.
My God.
Yeah, but that's how you make it. That's how you make it in kind of everything. Like you're delusional. You know?
Yes.
If you really believe in yourself, that counts for a lot. Up to a point. Because there's people that still believe in themselves. They've been doing open mics for 20 years. And nobody's stepped in to say, hey, this is never gonna happen.
Right. Yeah.
You have to have a spark.
Yeah.
There's got to be a little something in there. And then you could build that little something into something special.
That's right. Same thing in sports, guys, too.
Oh, yeah.
Keep coming, keep trying out, keep doing something. But some people break through. it's interesting, man. I definitely had an amazing time as a youngster. I had a couple of people that I locked in with buddies. We all had that same thing of like, I'm good, even though it wasn't that good.
Yeah. I came up with Greg Fitzsimmons. Greg and I were both like confused and wondering if we're ever going to make it, and just we do a lot of road gigs together, and we were hoping, but the whole idea was only just to like one day you'd be a professional. That was the goal. Not really have any kind of a career, but just like one day to make a living telling jokes. That was the dream. Like, you couldn't even imagine. Like, almost, I would see guys that were actual pros, but I had a bunch of them. Oh, you did? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And so then I would do these nighttime gigs, and I'd meet the real pros. The guys that just made a living doing comedy.
Yes, they saunter in at night.
Oh, my God. Yeah. They've been playing golf all day, laughing. The Kevin Knoxes, and those guys. And I was just like, they were like, you actually made it. You're outside of the system completely. All you do is tell jokes. People love you and come to see you.
And the same jokes. A lot of the guys, they were just like, that's my act.
Oh, in Boston? Yeah. They never did television. So those guys had, and people wanted to go see those same jokes again, which is crazy. Yeah. Like Steve Sweeney? You ever see Sweeney when he was in a car?
Absolute best. Biggest destruction, too. Yeah,
oh, my God. Steve Sweeney in his prime would light up a room, and with Boston accent and Boston material, you couldn't follow him. He was a monster.
I think he went on very first night. I went on Stitches. Sure. Sent me to Stitches. He was going to BU. He got me one of those minute open mics.
That's the first place I ever did too.
Stitches?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I could do. Yeah, I
got a couple of chuckles.
You did.
It was like enough to where I was like, maybe. Yeah. Something. And the second time I got some laughs. The second time I was like less nervous.
Wow.
And like I listened to my record, a little tape recorder with me, and I recorded it.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
I bet that humiliation, the silence on
it was terrible. But it also made me realize like what was wrong. Like, because I was studying it the kind of way I was studying martial arts. Like if you would watch films of fights, and then I would, we'd go, oh, there was a little bit of a timing problem there, and this, I could have done this, I could have done that.
Yes.
And so with my second time I did stand up, I had the humiliation of listening to the first cassette. So I listened and I was like, let me tighten this up, and maybe this could be a little better.
Oh my God, tighten
right a little more there. But I got some laughs the second time, which was like crazy. I was like, wow, I might be able to do this.
Shit, hope that Stitches.
Yeah. And then I think I bombed the third time. That was the first real bomb. Yes. But every time I bombed, I feel like it taught me something, and then I would get better.
Fucking, I ate it last summer. I went up to the comic strip and fucking ate it for 10 straight minutes. And I went, oh shit, I forgot about that bunch of
I ran into you at the airport, and you tell me you just did some fucking horrific corporate event.
I ate it there too. Oh, that was. I mean, if I listened to the tape, I'd say you were okay, but it's humiliating.
Yeah, you had just gotten done with it. But I ran into you.
I was shell-shocked. I remember seeing you and your wife. Yeah. I had that fucking glazed look.
Those corporate gigs are so wrong. White just ate it at one recently. He was like, I don't know why the fuck I agreed to do that.
I know.
They just came out and said no, and they said more, and I said no, and then they came up with a number. I was like, all right.
Holy shit, buddy.
Yeah.
Same fucking story for me.
Those are death.
I don't think
those things are death because the people that are there, they're working with all these people, so they're all like kind of tight.
Yeah, they got shit going on. Yeah.
And they're not really thinking about the comedy show. They're thinking about this is like a social environment with all the people. They're working their way up the corporate ladder, and they're concentrating on all their shit. And they can't laugh at anything inappropriate.
That's
Like,
true, yeah.
I saw Mike over there laughing at all those sexist jokes. Mike's a real piece of shit. you
Yeah,
know,
that's
like,
true, man. That's
Yeah.
good. I swear to God, I felt bad for them. I was like, Jesus, they paid me so much. I fucking feel terrible. I didn't kill for them, but
Yeah, Hinchcliffe just did one recently too. He said the same thing. I'm like, that's why I don't do those. It's not do comedy where people come to see comedy, and that's it. Don't get hired for a birthday party. Get the fuck out of here with that.
it was the only fucking reason I did it was Paul McCartney did it the year before. So they go, well, they don't do these much. I'm like, Paul McCartney, well, fuck, I'm doing that shit.
Yeah, but Paul McCartney can just play his songs.
I know.
You know, and like his songs are great. They're classics. He's not gonna miss. He's just gonna play and if they don't respond, that's on them.
Yeah, it's like,
You know?
you fucking nuts.
You just did Man on the Run. Shit, what the fuck is wrong with you?
I
people?
know, man. That's good.
Yeah, you know, like musicians, they can always just get into their song. They don't need your
close their eyes. They don't need nothing. They don't
need
look
you.
around.
They don't need you.
We're fucking looking at everybody. That fucking dude's not loving it. God damn it. I know.
We rely so much on other people's response.
Like the moments I don't, those are the ones I was saying to you, Joe. I've eaten it before, but still thought I did good because I fucking really kind of confident and believing in my shit still. But the ones where I look out, I see them hating me, and I go, yeah, why am I here, man? That's bad.
It's a terrible feeling. I say bombing on stage is like sucking 1,000 dicks in front of your mother. But
Yeah,
the problem is, it's probably worse than that because somewhere out there, there's probably a guy who wouldn't mind sucking 1,000 dicks in front of his mom. You know, he'd be like, "Look at me, mom. Look
You
at me,
made
bitch.
yeah.
You made me."
99, let's go. My mother was 100% happy and say, you could have done it better.
Yeah.
You could have stopped. Why did you stop on that one man? He wanted to explode in your face, and you stopped. I feel bad. You should call him and tell him you'll suck his dick. But stand up's the best.
It's a crazy thing, and then no one can teach you how to do it either. You have to figure it out yourself. Your way of doing it is different than my way of doing it. My way is different than Kevin's way.
Yeah.
Kevin's way is different than fucking Seinfeld's way. Everybody's got a different way of doing it. And nobody can teach you how to do it. You can learn some things from watching other people. You can learn some things
Oh,
from...
man. But how about when somebody fucking great watches you and says, hey, you know what you can say here, and gives you a great line, you're like, oh my God.
Yes. No, that's
shit.
huge.
What a you just made my okay thing into fucking one I'm excited to do.
Oh, yeah. There's been a couple of bits I've had that got a tag from a friend that just like pops it up.
Oh, you're like, how did I ever do it without that fucking
Yeah. Sometimes like a fresh eye, you know? That's one of the things that I always admired about how Chris Rock used to do it. Because Chris Rock would go on stage, he'd work his stuff out, and then he'd have a bunch of guys that he would hire to sit in the back of the room and kind of workshop with him.
I do similar stuff.
Very smart.
These young guys who are fucking way funnier at writing than me. Only because I'm fucking tired. I'm tired. I walk into the office and I'm like, I thought of this funny thing last night. Maybe something there. I'll say it to them and they'll go, oh yeah, and they'll fucking write something interesting, and we come up with something together eventually.
Well, you used to collaborating when you do films, right?
Yes. I always do. I always got a bunch of guys that help me out.
It's a good process.
Yes.
Because, you know, one mind is great, but a bunch of minds together in different perspectives, people are going to see things from an angle that you're not going to see.
Yes, that's an exciting. Same shit. Same shit. Somebody comes up with a great doing a scene or a line, or maybe you can be doing this at the same time, or an action, whatever the fuck it is. I mean, me and Hurley write these things. We think a lot what it's going to look like, what's going on in these scenes, and what the jokes are, that kind of shit. But on the day, definitely having a couple of buddies around and get it better is the way to go.
Well, you always have a very tight ship too, like doing Zookeeper with you, and like and talking with Kevin. Like you work with the same people pretty much every film.
Yeah,
which is really huge.
Yeah, that's
because it's always you have a very family environment. Like it's always family. Yes. Everybody's fun. Everybody likes working together. No one's an asshole.
Yeah.
it's an easy gig in that sense. That like you know you're gonna come to work with people. Yeah. Everybody's having fun.
Kevin's got that going. You got that going.
Yeah, you have to have that. That's gigantic.
You got like a lot of great stand-up friends, right?
Yeah.
When you do the road, you just bring your guys with you. When you guys, like, how many of you go up on stage when you take gigs on the road?
If I do a gig, I bring usually one guy who's a beginner, and then two guys who are headliners.
And how much time does everybody do?
It depends. Like when I did the live special, I brought this kid, Ari Matty, who's hilarious.
Yeah.
Ari did 10 minutes. Well, he did 15 minutes the first night, but on the live night, he did 10 minutes. So 10 minutes to warm the crowd up. And then he brings on Ron White. Ron White murdered for 15. And then he brings on Tony. Tony murders for 15.
Wow.
And then I go on to that.
You're fucking tough to do that to yourself. Put on big, heavy hitters, because that can get you in a hole sometimes too.
Yeah, but as long as you're having fun, it doesn't. Because the audience is having a good time.
Yes.
So my philosophy is I don't want bad comedians fun in front of me. I want people to kill.
Yeah.
So that when I go on stage, everyone's having a great time.
Yeah.
They don't ever feel like, oh, I may have that one guy for 20 minutes. Oh my God, what am I going to do off stage now? Because there's some comedians that like to do that. They like to bring in terrible acts so they look like a hero.
No, that's bad. That's bad.
It's bad for the
bad
audience.
for your audience, bad for your own brain. You're getting lazy.
You're getting lazy. It's a soft way to approach it.
Yes.
So like when I do shows at the club, sometimes I'm going on stage an hour and a half into the show. And it's like Brian Simpson, Shane Gillis, Mark Norman. It's like killer after killer going up. And then I'm going up late. So it's like running with weights on. Like you gotta like come out of the gate hot.
Yeah. I remember when I first came back stand up, I was bringing in all my friends. They were killing it was good crowds. So everybody would stay up. Everyone's like, I was going to do 15, let me do 25. And so by the time I got up there, I was following like 6 or 7 guys murdering. And it was fucking 2 hours in. And then I was supposed to do an hour and a half. And then I'd be like,
that's too much. That's too much. You wear the audience out. Yeah. I feel like when a show gets over 2 hours, 2.5 hours, it's like, I don't want to see a 3-hour movie. Yeah, if I'm going to watch a 3-hour movie, I want to be at home, okay? Where I can pause, if I can take a leak, go have some popcorn. I want to, like, for 3 hours sitting in some auditorium somewhere watching a show,
that's a lot.
It's got to be a banger of a show. And it's so engaged. We walk out, you're like, wow.
How about that feeling when you know, holy shit, this arena, I'm losing him for about 5 minutes. Let me fucking get him back. When you see people who started the show off, like, and then they're kind of like tuned out, going, "What is happening right now?"
Yeah, people have a certain amount of attention span. You know, that's why I admire bands that still like. I saw Guns N' Roses in Greece, and they do 3 hours.
New shit, or just
all the classics, all the classics. You know, Welcome to the Jungle, Sweet Child of Mine. But they fucking go hard for 3 hours. Those guys are 100 years old. They're still killing.
You sing in 3 hours.
Yeah.
Ripping it for 3 hours.
Yes. Same with the Stones. I saw the Stones a couple of years ago at CODA, the Circuit of the Americas here in town. And it was insane. Mick Jagger's 1,000 years old. And he's still fucking moving. He's still fucking dancing and all that energy.
Yes. It's funny. They do like Stones do 2 a week or something.
Yeah.
That's a really funny shit, because when we go on the road, it's like 5 or 6.
That's the way to do it, though, when you're 80.
Yes.
You know, you need to recover.
Yes.
And also, Mick Jagger works out every single day. He has 2 trailers filled with gym equipment.
Wow,
2 of the trailers when they travel with the Stones is just Mick Jagger's gym equipment.
What a fucking stud, a light little body. That guy looks like he weighs 120.
He was like 120. He's ripped. Still 80 years old. Got a 6-pack.
Got the veiny arms.
Fucking ready to go. And still has his pipes. Still can sing. And Keith Richards can still play. It was incredible. Watching them live, I couldn't believe they were there. It was one of those things where, like, I was almost like I felt like I was on drugs. It was like, am I really seeing the Rolling Stones? Are they actually there? But I could throw a rock, and I could hit Mick Jagger with a rock. He's right there.
I know. And then how exciting when Keith and Ron look at each other and laugh.
Yeah. They're still enjoying it. Like, and when we were kids, there were no old rock stars,
Right. Yeah. That's right.
right?
Yeah.
They didn't.
Elvis
was already dead. You know, he died in the 70s, right? So he was already dead. And so when we were kids, we thought of rock stars as like Van Halen, young, wild people on stage jumping around. That's a young man's game. But no one ever anticipated 80-year-old rock stars singing rock and roll in the 80s.
By the way, I heard David B on your show.
Yeah, he's been on a couple times.
Man, that man, me, when I was in high school, I think I was in 9th grade the first time I fucking heard him. I was into Sabbath. My brother got me into Sabbath. And then I heard him. I was walking up to a fucking party. It was like one of my first house keg parties. And Van Halen was blaring over somebody's Pioneer system. And it was fucking like Ain't Talking About Love or some shit. And I remember just going, oh, this is the greatest shit I've ever
Oh, yeah. They were the kings of the 80s, dude. They were the kings. When I was in high school, everybody knew how to make that Van Halen logo in the notebook.
Yeah, the notebook. It was either VH Queen,
ACDC,
Zeppelin, ACDC.
Kiss. Yeah. They were the kings. They were the kings. But, you know, we never thought they'd be still doing it.
No, that's right. And then you'd see Van Halen the last few years live, and you'd fucking be still as excited.
Yeah.
He still looks smooth as shit. I saw with David Lee maybe 4 or 5 years ago.
He's such a character.
Oh,
you know, he doesn't have a phone. He doesn't even keep money on him. I went to dinner with him, and he has a lady that drops him off with me, and it's like she's like his handler, and she says, "I have her number. She has my number. She's like, call me if anything goes wrong." You know, and just you're hanging out with David Lee Roth, having dinner with him.
I know I'm talking about fighting with you because you love him throwing those crazy roundhouse kicks.
Oh yeah, he was a real martial artist.
Yeah.
He used to train with Benny Urquidez.
That's right.
Yeah. He used to do those things on stage where he'd do like a jumping split kick in the middle of the air.
Unbelievable.
Look at him.
Yeah.
He was a real athlete.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a stud. Fucking sweet dick on him right there. But look at that guy.
Picture he's got his pants hanging down.
Yeah, just enough. Show a little hip.
What is that? Showing some dick root. He's a character, man. Still to this day, he's out to lunch, man.
He'll say some interesting shit. He's smart, knows his shit. Whatever he's into, he's deep into it.
That guy moved to Japan to train kendo, which is a sword fighting art.
Right.
Just him and his dog.
Yeah.
Lived in an apartment in Japan for like years.
Okay.
Just training kendo.
I fucking, anytime you heard that they weren't getting along, you were just like,
yeah. You know.
Anytime you would 4 fucking people too much, shit's gonna go wrong.
Yeah. Especially those egos and bands, and then girlfriends don't like that guy. And then,
Right. Yeah, that shit. Yeah.
Like Valerie Pertinelli apparently did along with David Lee Roth.
Okay. Yeah, that's gonna be
good. Yeah, it's hard for bands to stick together, you know? I think that's way harder.
I remember you two would always interviews talk about how cool it is that they still work band together.
Yeah.
Love it. Sure.
If you can get a band that enjoys each other's company, that's a fucking tremendous asset. Because so many bands, like I was just reading today that Pete Townsend doesn't talk to the rest of the guys in the Who. He doesn't talk to Roger Daltrey. They don't talk to each other.
How? That's funny, man. I just saw them. I just saw the Who at a benefit. And they destroyed. It was Daltrey's band. And he brought the Who on there. And I think it probably was maybe Ringo's kid. If I remember, it's either Ringo's kid or John Bonham's kid. I don't know. Anyways, it was great. But Pete and Roger were funny as shit, ragging on each other, saying quick little insults, and it was like massive laughs like a comedian. But then it fucking had those hits that just take your whole body over, and it was great.
Yeah, I don't know where they stand now or why they stand that way, but I was just reading an article this morning.
Yeah. Oh, yeah?
They don't talk to each other.
It makes sense. These guys, like I remember hearing Sabbath on tour, they would fucking all show up in different planes.
Yeah,
like, I don't know if anything's true, but you're like, fucking, don't even Ozzy don't fucking hang out the whole time? Like,
Well, there's always a problem in a band where the lead singer becomes the number one guy,
mhm.
and everybody else is kind of secondary.
Yeah, that's gonna make you this.
The band's called Van Halen, but the
Yeah.
main guy,
Right.
that's the guy everybody wants. Ain't talking about no.
Yeah,
You know?
badass.
Yeah. Oh my God, Hawk the teacher, he was the man. And so,
Yeah.
like, I could see how egos and feathers would get ruffled, and then the girlfriend on the side, like, no, let's not be wrong.
Yeah. Definitely. That's
Fuck
gonna
that guy.
fuck that guy, and then you got to stand behind it.
You know, with groupies.
Yeah. Well, but they had some. Him and Eddie both had the different people who would talk about who's the greatest. It'd be like David Lee. Roth was just the smoothest and funniest and fucking.
One of the greatest frontmen of all time. For sure.
And he was like a stand-up. Just
Yeah.
dominated the crowd. Just like I think there was some tape going around with. Never some shit. Just like that's okay. Man. That's after the show. I'm like, fuck your girlfriend. I don't know. Maybe that was David Lee Roth or somebody else. But as a kid, you're like, oh my God, fucking what? That's the coolest shit ever. But then I remember Eddie Van Halen when Jump came out, the video, and seeing him smile and throw down that fucking lead, maybe he's like, is that the coolest fuck on the planet? He's like, overalls,
Oh, yeah.
no shirt over. I went with the fucking no shirt overalls move one time.
Really?
Didn't go over.
On stage?
Didn't get the respect. Not as a stand-up, but I thought I was going to get more respect. But I was on stage at a battle of the bands. I used to sing and play guitar. I think my mom tie-dyed my overalls and shit. And I was like, I'm going to do it. We're going. And I showed up, and people were making too much eye contact with me, not wanting to look down at the fucking overalls.
It's a bold choice.
It was one I couldn't make now.
One of the funniest choices is what if you look back at like the metal days, like you look back at like all the guys that dressed up like gay bikers.
Right.
It's from Judas Priest. It's Rob Halford.
Yeah.
Tricked everybody and it's dressing like a gay biker.
Yeah.
Because he was gay.
I love it. Yeah.
So he's like leather pants and the fucking leather biker helmet on and the vest with no shirt on underneath.
Yeah.
And all these guys started dressing like that.
Yes.
Well, they didn't even understand that they had been tricked into dressing like a gay biker.
Yeah. That's super cool.
It's so cool.
I saw them at fucking Radio City with Iron Maiden.
Really?
That was big.
Wow.
I was up on the balcony screaming I want to dress like you. Yeah.
I mean, come on, dude.
Fucking hell yeah. They were nasty. That's a tough one.
Thing coming.
Yeah, that was
Look at him there with his fucking crazy outfits. It's just so funny, all the different styles of bands that exist.
Oh man, I had fucking leather pants. I wore fake leather pants for a bit. I didn't know my body wasn't great. So I was like, you throw that shit on, you look like a rock star. Then I fucking see the pictures that my mom took of me after. I look at me like, how the fuck did you let me out wearing that shit? It never fits right. I never had body for it. Like I would walk into a clothing store growing up. There was a place, Sarah Silverman, comedian.
Sure, yeah, I know.
She grew up in same town as me. Her parents had a store called Junior Debt, I believe, and it was downtown. They sold Levi jeans and all that shit. And I remember just going, okay, it's a cool ass Levi's, go to school, look like a badass. And I remember when I saw a three-way mirror, I was like, they're 50 like I thought. They don't look as cool as Levi's.
You had an idea of your image.
I saw other people wearing that shit. Going, all right, I'm not dressed like that guy, but it didn't reflect the same.
Again, youthful delusion.
Yeah.
Did you want to be in a band before you wanted to be a comic?
Wanted that.
What kind of music did you guys think?
We did a lot of Aerosmith, a lot of Van Halen, a lot of Zeppelin.
Aerosmith just canceled.
I know.
I guess Steven Tyler, he had that neck injury where he fell and broke one of the bones in his neck.
Yeah.
And apparently he just can't sing.
Open his mouth to sing it.
Well, they were planning on doing a thing with the Black Crows. And,
wow.
Yeah. And they just for whatever reason, decided to put the tour out and get going, and then he started, and he was like, I can't do it anymore.
That
I'm done.
is pain.
Yeah.
Because his whole life was that. And by the way, fucking, did you like Aerosmith growing
I
up?
love them.
They were the bad boys that every tune was nasty.
Oh,
That shit
yeah.
was-
Push that microphone.
Sorry, bro.
No, man.
And yeah, I loved. My band played literally like 10 Aerosmith tunes. We'd always fucking play kind of cool ones, not the massive hits, but the whatever, the Mama Kings and the Walking the Dog, and
Yeah.
kind of cool shit. Like
Well, we both grew up in England. They were the kings.
they were the kings.
They were the kings.
Yes.
That was they were the fucking
WA, yeah.
Look at that. Yeah. Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
BCN.
Yeah. BCN, AAF. What was that kind of
Stevie
alternative?
Tyler. He was the fucking man.
Could hit every fucking. Now, how about the fact that I read something that he was a cool bastard, and I met him, and they're all great guys. Joe Perry's a great guy, fucking best. That's a New England accent too on Joe Perry.
Oh yeah.
It's funny to hear them boys talk. I think somebody lived in New Hampshire. Maybe Steven Tyler lived in New Hampshire. That's where I grew up, and they definitely they owned New Hampshire.
Well, they were the kings of Boston. Like they were fucking gigantic. I remember the controversy when they did that duet. They did that song with Run DMC.
Yeah.
They Walk This Way.
What the fuck?
I know. Everybody's like, what's going on?
That don't make no sense. I know.
Wow, that's a fucking great song.
I was
Elaborate
listening.
now.
Fucking Aerosmith came back.
Yeah.
Like they became the kings again.
Exactly. That was their big comeback song.
Yeah.
They're kind of faded for a while.
Yeah.
And then Walk This Way came along, and
That
it's
was
like
great.
young people started getting into them again.
Absolutely. Yeah.
It's funny how bands like they get, like generational, right? Even though they're great, like that's the people that listened in the '70s. Fuck those people.
Yeah.
Now we listen to this,
Yeah.
and all it takes is one thing, and then people start going through the catalog. And like, Jesus Christ,
Holy
these guys are
shit.
incredible.
Say I was doing. Who the fuck was I listening? I play a lot of the old shit from my. And then all of a sudden you just go, wow, man, so many
Bangers.
bangers. Yeah.
Yeah, especially the young drug-taking days.
Yeah.
The wild
The
Aerosmith
first three,
days.
the first three
Yeah.
albums, kind of shit.
Oh.
Zeppelin too. Yeah.
Oh yeah. It's a different world.
Yeah.
Every comic wants to be a rock star, and I think most rock stars want to be comics.
Yeah. There's some of that too.
There's something about the freedom of comedy that they appreciate.
Yes.
You don't have a band. You don't need anybody. All you need is a microphone. We don't have sound guys. You don't have anybody.
Can you believe that?
Yeah.
That's my biggest mistake. Is I fucking use music in my act, so I got it. My piano player Dan Bulla, he's the best. I love having him being together on the road, looking back. We laugh together. That's the greatest part. But the back in the day when I just had a mic, didn't have to show up with shit, and that really just makes it like.
Oh, it's amazing. When I would do these big places like the TV Garden, like one of the things that would strike me is like, we're just showing up. There's no trucks. There's no, it's just a stage. And me and three of my buddies, and that's it. 16,000 people. But bands play here, and they have fucking trucks and shit. All these people have to break down the stage. They're there. All the fucking pyrotechnics and all the crazy shit these guys have.
Right. I know. We're cool. We did good. We chose the right career
For us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Until you watch a rock band, you know what happens.
It's definitely something different. Rock is kind of like a drug. There's something about going to see a band that's really good. It's like the music hits your body.
Yeah, it overwhelms you.
Yeah, like a drug.
Yeah.
You know?
The right tune
Yeah.
pops you up. So I agree. Who were like some of your first concerts as a kid?
First concert I saw was Jay Giles' band.
You did?
Yeah.
With Peter Wolf
yeah.
and fucking. That's exclusive.
Yeah, back
That's
in the
almost-
Centerfold days.
That Aerosmith and Jay Giles, you can battle.
Oh,
for the kings.
yeah, man.
Awesome back then.
Jay Giles was a fucking man when I was in high school.
Yeah.
See him. I saw George Thorogood,
There you go.
Johnny Winter. I saw a bunch of bands.
Where'd you see him in?
I don't remember. I wish I could remember.
I used
But then
to
I
go
got
to
a
Worcester.
Sure, Worcester Coliseum.
Central.
Yeah, is that what it was? The
Yeah, I
Central?
think so.
Then I got a job when I was 19. I worked at Great Woods.
You did?
Yeah. Yeah.
fucking I played there. What a feeling that was.
Yeah.
Because we saw so many shows growing up.
I saw a lot of comics there too. When I saw some comics there when I got paid, and then some comics there I paid to see them.
Right.
Like I saw Kinnison there, I paid to see
You
him.
did? That's cool, man.
Yeah, that was. I saw Cosby there. I saw Rodney there when I was working.
There you go.
Rodney was backstage naked with a bathrobe on.
Yeah, that's a big ride.
That was the Rodney days, where the bathrobe days.
Okay, baby. Yeah.
He would go on stage with a bathrobe just to make him feel comfortable.
Yeah.
He just was completely naked with a bathrobe on and just murdering.
Oh, the best.
And this was before I'd even thought about doing stand-up. I was 19. But I got to see.
You saw Kinnison. Kinnison always dressed badass, like a rock star.
Yeah.
He fucking had the big long leather coat on and a beret. And
yeah, I doubted it. That was just after I'd heard about Kinnison too. Yeah, I had heard about Kinnison from a girl that I was working with. I was working at besides doing security guard work, I was working at the Boston Athletic Club in south of Boston.
Wow, yeah.
So I was
that's still there, right?
Yeah, I think so.
I think they got a fucking basketball court.
Yeah, they got basketball. There was a lot of racquetball there. A lot of people. I met Bobby Orr there.
You did? That's
cool. I had to help Bobby Orr because Bobby Orr had like fucking 150 knee surgeries, right? His knees were destroyed. And you'd have to help him get on the Versa climber machine.
Oh, my goodness.
Bobby's knees didn't bend. Bobby's knees bended like this much. He had like 12 inches of movement in his knees. And so you'd have to like kind of help him get on the Versa climber machine. Wow. He's one of the greatest athletes of all time. You watch him play racquetball, you just kind of fall over. Yeah. Because this,
they put it all out there.
Also, the knee surgeries back then were archaic. Right. They were so primitive. They just used staples and fucking screws.
Oh, man.
Right.
You see, at a certain age, you see different scars on guys.
Oh, his knees, that's Bobby's knees.
Oh,
yeah. His knees were destroyed.
That sucks, man. Man, what a hero. What a stud. I always loved it.
He had 20 knee surgeries. Fucking insane.
Was that your team, the Bruins?
I didn't really watch sport.
Yeah, so oh, yeah? You didn't?
No. Once I got into martial arts, I really didn't care about it.
It's pretty cool, man. You didn't, because I know that's the biggest sport town.
Oh, it was a huge sport town. Everybody called me a pussy because I didn't know anything about football, basketball, baseball. I didn't care. Yeah. I was like,
that's pretty good that you had your own thought process going. I would join right in with trying to make the other kids like dropping something. So,
well, when I was 15, I just became obsessed with martial arts. That's when I didn't care about anything else. I literally didn't care about anything else. I'd watch basketball. I'd like, this is nonsense. Who cares about ball? It's not ball.
Fucking cool, man. My dad always told me to do that shit. He'd be like, martial arts, to martial arts. And like I said, I went to this guy's, I wish I knew his name. And I did that, and then I think a little earlier, I just not buying it. I wasn't meant for it.
It's not for everybody.
No, it's good though.
But that's like everything in life. It's things that are not for you. Yeah. You just got to find the thing that is for you.
Yeah, I found a few, and that's all I do. Hoop, comedy, that's it.
Perfect. That's all you need for a happy life.
Yeah, I guess so.
So this girl I used to work with, she was like a volleyball player. She was really hilarious. She was working at the front desk, and she was like, "Oh my God, I saw this guy." This is 1986. This is when Kinnison had his HBO special, and she told me about it. She's like, "There's this guy, and his name is Sam Kinnison." And she know that bit he did about homosexual necrophiliacs paying money to spend a few hours undisturbed with the freshest male corpses. Remember that bit? So she told me about this bit. We're hanging out in the parking lot of the Boston Athletic Club, and this girl is lying down on her stomach, and she's like, "Oh, your life keeps fucking in the ass even after you're dead. It never ends." And I was laughing so hard.
Ah, yeah.
And I remember, like, this girl, just her doing Kinnison's bit made me go to the video store to get a VHS of Kinnison's special. Right. It was the first time I saw it. It came out on video. Yeah. And then I watched it. I was like, "Oh my God!" And that was like the first seed in my head where I was like, "Okay, this is comedy too." Yeah. Because I didn't know that was comedy. I thought comedy was like something I really liked, but it was so different than me. Yeah. It was nothing that I would ever do. Right. It was just different. It was like I didn't see myself that way, but I saw that guy. That guy's a fucking animal. Yeah. Like this is a different kind of comedy. And that was like the first seed in my head that I had of doing comedy.
Yeah, that's amazing.
And then I got to see him live at Great Woods. But I saw Bon Jovi there. I saw everybody. I quit the night Neil Young was there, and they had a riot.
Really?
Yeah.
In New England, huh?
Well,
Right.
the lawn, you know how Mansfield, Great Woods has that lawn out there? Well, it was cold out, and people were starting fires on the lawn. And so they were like starting these little bonfires, and we had to break up the fires, and then brawls started breaking out. And I always knew that this job was like, what do you get paid like $20 an hour? I'm not gonna fight somebody for $20 an hour. This is crazy. So I always carried a hoodie with me. And so I had my security shirt, and then as soon as shit would go south, I put the hoodie on. I'm like, I'm out of here. And that's what I did that night. I quit.
Oh yeah,
I quit the night.
that's funny, man.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, it's got $20 to get in a full-on brawl.
Yeah, there was brawls breaking out left and right. The first night I was there, I watched one of the security guys beat this guy with a walkie-talkie, and I was like, Jesus, what did I sign up for? It was a crazy job. So because some guy had stole one of the golf carts, and there was this dude named Alley Cat who was the head of security there, and Alley Cat tackled this guy, and he's beating him in the head with the walkie-talkie. And I was like, whoa, okay, what did I sign up for?
Did you get in fights after you learned your shit? Like,
No.
No, that's cool.
No. I avoided them all.
That's amazing.
I'm not interested in fights. I would like fights where they were planned.
Like meeting a guy in what do you mean in
like tournaments.
Yeah, that's cool.
Kickboxing matches. I did a lot of those, but those to me made sense. Like fighting on the street, it's like, no. Like people have guns, people have knives.
Right.
This is fucking stupid.
Sure.
I was always nervous.
Yeah.
Like I never felt like you get in a fight with someone hits you in the back of the head with a bat. Also, if you fight someone, that's never the end. Like they're gonna go get their cousins, they're gonna get their brother, they're gonna try to find you when you're alone. Like you don't want that kind of problem in your life. Just move on.
Oh, that's so easy. Just take whatever they're throwing at you with like that's supposed to start the fight. Just be okay. That makes sense. You're right. I'm a piece of shit. Huh?
Better get out of here now. Well, it all means nothing. Someone says it only means something to you if you believe them.
Yes.
If someone says you're a pussy, you're like, okay. Like, what does that mean? This doesn't mean anything. You're just saying words. Until you try to hit me, this is nonsense. It's like, oh, you have a bad opinion. You hit me? Oh, that's okay. Like, I don't really care. Like, I was tired all the time because I was training like 6-7 days a week. So I was like, I don't want to be involved in stupid shit.
Right. Yeah.
And
it already worked out today. I can't fight you.
Also, I was very aware of the consequences of violence. I'd seen, by the time I was 21 years old, I'd probably seen 40 or 50 people get knocked unconscious.
Right.
At least.
What a terrible sight that
Probably
was.
a lot more than that. I've seen so many people snore. And it's just on the ground, twitching and snoring. I've seen so much of that. Yeah. I grew up with that. So it's like, to me, I was like, I don't want none of that in my life. I don't want to have anything to do with this. Especially outside of fighting. Yeah. Concrete floors and shit hitting the ground. Yeah. Oh. KJ worked with a guy in Long Island when KJ was a bouncer. Right. And this guy killed a guy. He punched a guy. The guy fell, hit his head, and died. Now the guy has to go to jail. Now you're working as a bouncer, just like I was working as a as a security guard in Great Woods. Like you could have gotten a fight, hit someone, and now you're in jail. Yeah. And you're like, for what?
Holy shit.
Yeah.
That's so cool. You work at Great Woods. So that's like what a destination to go to and see so many great fucking bands. And you know what's funny? You said Kinnison. I used to be on MTV when I was young, and we'd go to Daytona Beach.
And you were on remote control.
I was on remote control. Quinn got me on. And it was the best. But we went to a spring break, Daytona Beach, and Kinnison was at the height. Arena. Kinnison and some other bad boys. There were some guys, I forget their names, but they
probably Carl LeBeau.
Yeah, Carl LeBeau, right? And a couple other guys. They're all kind of really funny, tough.
Outlaws of comedy.
That's it. That's what it was. And I saw Kinnison destroy. And it was like I saw Rodney at a theater in Florida where I felt like fucking holy shit, this is a rock show because it was bam.
Yeah,
Rodney,
rapid fire like a machine gun.
The best Rodney would crush for like minutes, and they go, I know a lot of fucking jokes, baby. And they go, you know, that was so cool, man. But Kinnison too, just took over. You saw him in the moment.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
Yeah, I got to see Kinnison decline too. I got to see the decline because I saw him a couple of times live. And the last time I saw him live, it was in New Hampshire, and there was not that many people there. I drove to this theater with this girl that I was dating. I was probably 20 at the time. Again, it was before I did comedy. And he was just, it was already like boozing heavy.
Yeah.
And it wasn't as good.
Right.
Because he peaked in 86. I feel like the Kinnison from 86 is probably one of the greatest comedians that ever lived, if not the best. He was a monster.
Yeah.
But the guy was doing blow, and drinking, and hanging out with rock stars, and just partying. And his brother wrote about it. You ever read his brother's book, Brother Sam? His brother Bill. It's a great book.
Yeah.
It's a great book. If you're a fan of stand-up, I tell anybody, go buy that book because it's a great book. And Bill said that you could see the drop-off in Sam's material because he just stopped writing. Right. He wasn't hungry anymore.
Right.
He had made it. Instead, you know, because there's this hunger inside of him to make it as a comedian, and that's what led him to be outrageous.
Yeah.
Do all those jokes about like the starving kids in Africa, and all those different jokes he did that were just so outrageous, and that preacher's voice and that fucking powerful delivery.
Yeah.
But then when he made it, man, he got real fat and just drinking every night.
Yeah, he was
started wearing the bandana,
slower,
bandana days, the rock star days. It's just. It wasn't the same. It was like a caricature of Kinnison.
That's funny. It just happens. It happens that you're drinking or doing whatever the fuck it was. I got Coke. Yeah, sure.
I mean, that's the one that really. Like,
oh, that makes you think straight. You're jumping all over the place. You fucking you can't stay steady with a thought.
Yeah.
And, but I remember I met him a couple times. Paulie sure was very tight with him.
Yeah.
And I knew Paulie. And I hung out with Kinnison couple times, but I saw him at the Improv. The last time I saw him, and he was a little, he was so sweet. He was so nice to me, and he remembered that, you know, a little bit. You know, I was a young fucking dummy, and he was nice to me, and he had that kind of glaze, had a few too many, in the eyes, but he was just, he definitely was. When he walked into the fucking Improv that night, every comedian was like, oh, holy shit, there he is.
Right.
Man.
Right.
You know?
He changed comedy. He really did. Because there was no comedy like that before Kinnison came around. He was a different kind of comedy.
Mm-hmm.
It's like all of a sudden comedy was like, you could yell. You know?
Yeah. Oh my God, that was his biggest
force. It was just in the preacher's voice, that thing that he had, where he had that charisma of being this revival preacher.
Yes. Somebody would talk quiet. All of a sudden blast that shit out.
Oh my God. And he was a legend at the store. You know, when I got to the store goes through these eras, right? And when I got to the store, it was 94. And the Kinnison era had ended. He died. And then there was this big drop off. Like the store was kind of vacant when I got there in 94. It was weird. Like the shows would be half empty. And,
they were having problems with that. Yeah.
But they all had these stories. All the guys like Harris, Pete, the guys that were still around, they all had these stories about when Kinnison was there. Yeah. He would perform at midnight. And around 11:30, all these rock stars would start showing up. And movie stars.
Right,
And they would all go there to see Kinnison. And so he had the midnight spot. Cool. And they would all go, and I remember thinking, imagine people coming to the comedy store just to see you. That must be so insane.
That's fucking cool.
Oh, it was the coolest because it was all just word of mouth. Yeah. Everybody, this is like 84-ish. Before everybody just knew about it.
Rock. I remember Chris was in Vegas, and I went to see him with Nicholson and Jim Brooks. Wow. And we were sitting there, and fucking Nicholson was laughing his ass off. And I had that thought you just had. I was just going, fucking Rock is so cool. Right. That people fucking fly an hour. Like, where is he? Let me go see him. They sit back in my head. I fucking just going, shit, Rock, you really fucking stuck.
Oh, yeah. The Bring the Pain days. Bigger and
Yeah.
Blacker and Bring the Pain, two of the greatest specials of all time.
Unbelievable.
Of all time.
Flawless.
Flawless.
Yeah, he's a badass. I talked to Rock yesterday, just for like 10 minutes or something, and we got really excited about stand-up again. I go, you right? And he goes, kind of like he can't stop. When he was doing his tour, he's like, I need a break. Blah, blah, blah. He just did like a fucking year on the road or some shit, and then he's right back to like, that's some ideas.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to do it. Take a little break and just refresh your mind so you're not running stale. You know, because he did a live special too.
His live special was I loved it.
Yeah, and it was also like the build up because of getting slapped by Will Smith and all that crazy shit.
Yeah.
I think that was like the best thing that ever happened to him. Because then he became like wild again. Like his stand up was like outrageous. Like, it was like the rock and roll.
That night was like watching him fuck the Super Bowl. He was just like, what? It's a live event. Holy fuck, what the fuck? And then he was a badass, and I think he had some white shit on, and he looked cool as fuck, and you were waiting for him to talk about it.
Yeah.
And he got to it, he got fucking excited.
Well, he didn't talk about it for a while.
Yeah,
on
right.
Stage. Like he would tell people, if you think I'm going to talk about it, I'm not.
Yeah.
He wanted to be ready. He wanted to really think about what he was going to say. And how
that's because of where we are in life, where anything you say is fucking on the internet the next day. So he's like, gotta be careful, not to blow this shit up.
Also,
say
they
it
would
right.
ruin bits. Yes, people would just tell the bits.
Yes,
it wasn't even ready yet.
Yeah, exactly.
Because if you have a life-changing event like getting slapped at the Oscars, it's the most preposterous scenario. The whole thing was preposterous.
Yeah.
I think for him it was also a wake-up call. Like, hey, these motherfuckers don't really care about me.
In that moment.
Yeah, they didn't protect me. Nobody stopped it. He went back and sat down, and then he got an award afterwards with a standing ovation. What the fuck is going on here?
Fucking weird.
Yeah, because you always want to be that guy who's hosting the Oscars and who's starring in the big movies, and that's what everybody wanted. Everybody wanted to be the big movie star. But then you realize, like, well, these people are fuckers. You know, like, what did you do? How did you set this up? How come nobody tackled him?
That was a fucking weird moment.
Oh,
live
weird.
moment.
It's like a guy just showing his ass. Like, you just pulled your pants down, showed the world your ass. Like, why did you do that?
Yeah.
He probably wakes up in the middle of the night going, why did I do that?
The whole thing sucks.
Beyond. It was almost like a guy who doesn't know how normal people act, thinking, this is what you're supposed to do, go smack that guy.
It became fucking just went to a place that he couldn't get out of and started it.
And still there. He's still there. In everybody's mind, when you see Will Smith, oh, he slapped Chris Rock. That's like, I mean, not I Am Legend, not Muhammad Ali, not insanely good movies.
Yeah.
The guy's an incredible actor.
Absolutely.
He's been in so many banger movies. Yeah. He's a fucking blockbuster movie star. And people see him, they go, oh, he slapped Chris Rock. Fuck that guy.
Fucking sucks. God damn it.
Terrible.
It sucks. Fucking, it's scholarship around. It sucks. But, my man, Rock and the Guinness are like, that shit when you spread it, it happens like once every fucking 8 years or something where somebody becomes this shit.
Yeah, that every now and then someone pops through and it elevates all of us.
Yeah,
everybody that gets to see it, they go, oh my god, I want to be better. I want to write more.
Yeah.
When I used to see Chris in the store, whenever Chris would come in and you do a set, I'd watch and I'd go, oh my god. I remember one time I was fucking in the back of the room and his comic stood in front, like while I was watching Chris. He's like, dude, I gotta get on your podcast. I'm like, you gotta get the fuck away from me. I'm watching Chris Rock. Why are you watching Chris Rock?
Yeah.
He's one of the greats. He's on stage right now.
Yes.
And you're talking to me.
Holy shit.
Get the fuck out of here.
That's so funny,
The
man.
guy's never been on my podcast this day.
Oh,
I'm like, get out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
Dude, he Rock is never wasted a fucking minute on stage. Always trying shit out. Always notebook or just trying to remember or whatever. Never fucking got tense with the crowd. Just like, they're not liking this, but I'm liking it. So I'm going to keep going.
Well, he would do this thing where he would go on stage and he would just have raw premises. And he was so comfortable with total silence.
Yes.
Where it wasn't going well. And then he would catch fire and then start killing.
Yeah, man.
And then they're like, oh, it is Chris Rock.
Yeah,
And it would go
yeah.
right back. He was like using them as like a sounding board.
You're
And
right.
he would tell them, like, yeah, I'm practicing.
Yeah.
You know, the same
Yeah.
guy. I remember one time he went on, somebody fucking killed. And he went on, and the first thing he said, hold on, relax. It ain't going to be that funny.
All right, right.
But they
right.
told him.
Yeah,
it's not
yeah,
gonna be
yes,
that
calm
funny.
down. Exactly.
I'm working on some shit.
Yeah.
But that's how you develop a monster
Yes.
hour. You have to start off with building a structure.
Yeah,
and
man.
get a foundation.
Yeah, you fucking, even your first night of the tour, by the last night, you go, well, that's my act.
Yeah.
The friends who saw you the first 2 nights, you're like, fuck, people have seen me fucking.
Right.
A couple of weeks later, I figured out that bit.
Yeah, you don't want anybody to see you when you're doing a workout set. Like, get the fuck out.
Oh, man.
This is a workout set. Like, this could be terrible. This could
Absolutely.
end badly.
Especially when a buddy sees you, yeah, like that. You want to feel it.
Yeah, there's no dismount here. Yeah, it's like, it's interesting how those guys, like a guy like Rock or Kinson or Louie or anybody who's just like really killing it.
Yeah.
It elevates everybody around you.
Yeah, man.
Everybody gets a little better because of that. Because you get
fucking
inspired.
I think Rock was on stage and just killed one time. And I remember John Stewart, who was probably 24 at the time. I think I was like 18 or 20, whatever our age difference is. John Stewart was, I quit. I don't like he was just.
Well, you know, that's what Eric Clapton said when he saw Jimi Hendrix.
Yeah.
He saw Jimi Hendrix. He's like, what am I doing? What am I doing?
You
Why
feel like
am I
a phony
doing this?
after you see you got
Yeah.
great shit. Yeah.
Well, especially a guy like Hendrix that comes along and he's doing something completely different than everybody else. Everybody else is playing guitar. They're all great.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden this guy comes,
Oh my goodness. I know. Oh, that was nasty.
when I worked with Phil Hartman, told me a story when he was 18 years old. He worked at the Whiskey, and his job was they had those stage monitors, and sometimes the stage monitors the artist would accidentally kick them and they'd go into the crowd. So his job was this because they were. You ever been to Whiskey?
Yeah, sure.
Small stage, right? Not that big.
Yeah.
And so when he'd have to stand there, like to be prepared to like catch the speaker. And Hendrix was right there, like where you are to me. Hendrix was, and he was 18 years old. And he said, "Dude, it was insane."
That's so funny.
Because Phil could play a little guitar too, but he was watching. He's like, I'm watching literally the greatest guitarist of all time, and he's 3 feet away from me. That's fucking cool. Insane.
And then Phil did all the album covers and shit. Remember he used to do the
I have
album?
one of them out here.
Oh,
One of them
yeah?
framed. Yeah. One of his album covers. He did a bunch of. He was a great artist. He was a very interesting guy.
Oh yeah.
He
He
did
knew a
so
lot of
many
shit.
different things. Yeah. He studied, so he made me feel like such a fraud because he would study his lines and he would have like little post-it tabs, little different colored ones for different scenes, and you have notes and all these different things, and he would like prepare.
Yes.
And I was like, God,
No, he was the pro for
you're
sure.
such a pro with everything. Like when we were doing the show, he was getting his pilot's license. So like every day in between scenes, he'd be like reading these pilot's manuals.
Yeah.
He was just like
a real
dedicated
man.
to something.
Yeah, I lived in the same apartment building when I was on SNL as well.
Oh wow!
So I'd see it. We'd go up on the elevators together and talk about shit. And I was, of course, he was older, so you were just excited that he'd be talking to you.
Yeah.
He was a cool motherfucker.
I remember the first day on the set of News Radio. Like, I couldn't believe he was really there.
Yes.
I was looking over across the table, doing the table read. And I'm like, how did I get on this fucking show? I had zero acting. Like I did this one.
How did you get it?
It's the craziest story. The whole thing's crazy. I did MTV half hour comedy, right? Do like whatever, 5-7 minutes.
Who was the host? Joyner?
Yeah, Mario Joyner. So I did MTV half hour comedy hour. I got a development deal out of nowhere.
Wow,
MTV.
That's big.
MTV was offering me a development deal, and then my manager started saying it was very little money. It was like $500, and you can lock me up for like 3 years. It was crazy low money. It was so stupid.
But you enjoyed
But I was like thinking about
me.
doing it.
Let's do it. Yeah.
I was thinking about doing it. this was like after Remote Control, and they made Dennis Leary famous.
Yes.
They decided they were going to lock people up to deals now because
Yes.
Leary got famous off that. Then he took off and then kind of went away from MTV.
I see. Yeah,
So they had decided that they were going to lock up talent. So,
Right.
so if I did this pilot, if the pilot got picked up, I would have been there. So my manager said, he said, I have an idea. And so he decided to send my MTV tape out to all these studios and say, this guy's about to sign a development deal for MTV, locked up, but
Right.
he's still available. So then I started getting all these phone, like people would call my apartment. I was at home, like, hello? And like, all right, this is blah, blah, blah from Universal. You know,
Right.
we want to get you on a plane right now to Los Angeles. It's like, what? So I called my manager, I called Sussy, and I was like, hey, dude, these fucking people are calling my apartment. Just don't answer your phone. He goes, go to the pool hall, don't answer the phone. And he goes, just leave it all with me. And so within like 3 weeks, I had this crazy deal for like $150,000, which is the most money I'd ever even heard of in my life. And all of a sudden, I was in Hollywood, like out of nowhere.
So
that I was
what
on
was the deal with like CBS?
It was with Disney.
Oh, wow.
Which is crazy because I was filthy.
Right, yeah. And they would,
And all of a sudden, I have a deal with Disney, and I'm on this
for that much
Fox
money.
sitcom. And so I had to get acting lessons. So I took a few acting lessons. I hated it. I was like, this is gross.
Yeah.
And then, but I knew how to just pretend. I'm like, I pretend on stage. I'll just pretend. Like sitcom acting is pretty easy.
Right.
And so all of a sudden, I'm on this sitcom. It gets canceled, and I'm like, I was thinking about moving back to New York, but I was like, I hated LA. I hated being around actors. You couldn't joke around with them. They were all so sensitive.
Right.
Everyone was on pills. They were all on antidepressants. Like, get me out of here. I can't do it. I want to go back to comics.
Yeah.
And so I was ready to move back to New York, but I got this fucking apartment. I thought that the sitcom was going to go. So I got a lease on this beautiful apartment in North Hollywood. I had a loft and a pool table. I thought I was balling. Yeah. I was making like $20,000 a week. I was like, this is amazing.
Something big, yeah.
It's crazy. I was like, I'm rich.
Yeah.
So I got this apartment. I'm like, this apartment. I can't just leave the apartment. What the fuck do I do? And so then I got another development deal. And then, so I'd done 2 auditions in my entire life. One of them was Hardball, got that show. The other one was News Radio, I got that show. It made no sense. It made no sense. And all of a sudden I'm sitting there, and I'm sitting across from Phil Hartman. I'm like, this is crazy.
That's a biggie.
I had full.
And that show fucking kept going for a while. News Radio was big.
No, it wasn't.
It wasn't? I thought it was. Isn't that
No.
Burlstein Gray?
Yeah, it wasn't big until after it was canceled.
Oh, I see.
And then it went into syndication.
How many years did it?
5 years.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, but it became
Syndication, yeah.
really big in syndication.
I see.
Maybe 4 years. I think we did 5 years. We did like 98 shows. Which was
Who else was on? I forget.
Maura Tierney. She was
Right.
Dave Foley, amazing.
That's right.
Andy Dick. And that's how I met Farm through Andy. And then Candy Alexander, she was awesome. Vicki Lewis, he was Stephen Root, amazing.
All right.
So it was a great cast.
Yeah.
And I felt like a fraud. I was like, all these people have like background in theater and background in films, movies, TV shows, and I was just like,
yes,
dirty.
Phil made everybody feel that way. Everybody was kind of like, well, he's the next level.
Oh, he was the next level, and he was so good. Him and Stephen Root was so good too. He was the only one that wasn't even himself. Everybody else was just being a version of Stephen Root, and he was a different human. Yeah, like he was a sweet, normal guy, and then he would play Jimmy James, and he would just fall into this character.
Yes.
He had a character just like when he was in Office Space.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Yeah, so it was
he's worshipped it.
Bizarre being on that show because I was 26, 27 when I was on the show, and I was sitting.
Big money. Wow.
It was also confusing. I
funny.
felt like such an imposter. I was like, someone's going to figure out that I'm blogging.
That's
Now
funny.
I have to go get a job.
That's nice. Though. That's a good. That's a good person to be feeling like that. I think I was a cocky fuck who was like, they figured it out. I'm here. But I literally didn't get shit growing up. I auditioned for shit and never got nobody.
Really?
Every audition, they were just like, I would talk to my agent after and be like, nervously ask what they say, and then after, did you read the sides before? I'd be like, what do you mean? That's what they said. Of course I read the sides. They're like, oh, you didn't know it that well. I go, well, I thought I knew it real well. They didn't like it. Do you think that they would use words to kind of be gentle with it, but you said, you're not ready.
Yeah. Well, it's funny how you have confidence when you're young and you really do think that you're ready. Like, I remember thinking that, like, at open mic night. Like you'd see someone on stage and they were, oh my God, I wish I could go up there.
Yeah.
You know, that was terrible.
Yeah.
I would bomb too.
Yeah, of course. Yes.
Or watching another actor and you go, when you were young and you see someone your age on a show and you're like, that's what I could fucking crush that
Right.
shit. And then you realize looking back, that was pretty fun.
Yeah. Well, news radio was fortunate because I got to play like a more retarded version of myself. It was like basically like in a lot of conspiracy theories and
Okay.
and delusional. It was like a version of me. So the writers were
Did
very
they know
smart.
that? They
Yeah,
were
they
writing
figured
it
me
out.
out.
I see.
Figured me out after a while. Started writing stuff in.
That's
You
funny.
know, I talked to them about fucking UFO projects.
Wow,
or
man.
secret shit and all that kind of stuff in the script.
That's cool.
I was into stupid things. It was
You
fascinating.
got into that shit really young.
Oh yeah. I was like,
Alone in your head, or you had somebody who brought it up to you and you started?
well, with conspiracies, a friend of mine who was in a band gave me a book once on the road. It was a book called Best Evidence by this guy, David Lipton. It's all about the Kennedy assassination. He's like, you got to read this.
Wow.
What?
Okay,
I'm going to read this book. I'm going, what the fuck? I read this book, which is really funny. And I went on stage after I read it and bombed. And I apologized to the club owners. I'm funny. I read this
My
book.
mind wasn't right.
And they're like, don't read it tomorrow. I got to promise I'm not going to read it tomorrow. Tomorrow night I killed. And I killed the next night. I said, because I put the book down. I said, you got to read it. I didn't bomb terrible, but it was flat. It wasn't good. I was in a weird headspace.
Yeah.
I was like, Jesus Christ, they killed the president.
Yeah.
I was like, this is nuts.
That's funny, man. Wow. Fucked you up.
It fucked me up. And then it got me down this conspiracy spiral. So I started questioning things. Yeah. I was like, what else don't I know? So I started reading about all kinds of different things I didn't know.
That's fucking amazing.
I read this book called The Strange Death of Vince Foster. It's all Vince Foster, a guy who worked with Clinton, who got murdered in hers. They said it was a suicide. He had the gun in his hand. There was less blood at the crime scene that was missing from his body. It seemed like his body had been transported to the crime scene. Wow. Yeah. Jesus. Those things will fuck you up. If you get involved in reading books like that, and you get your head gets filled with that kind of shit.
You know, Quinn was like that too. Quinn read a lot of shit. He would tell me to read stuff, and I remember he knew a lot about crazy mass murderers and shit. And I would start going, what do you do? He would tell me these things. I remember telling my dad some of the shit Quinn told me about. I don't remember. And this guy knew about Ted Bundy and this and that. And my father started getting like, listen to fucking bird. Why is he talking so much about murderers?
Joey Diaz gave me this book called Murder Machine once. It's about Roy DeMeo. You know who Roy DeMeo is? He was a serial killer. And he would kill people. Like, they had a bar downstairs, and they had an apartment upstairs. He would kill people, and then cut them up in the bathtub upstairs. Yeah. And just kill a bunch of fucking people. It's a horrific book. Right. I remember reading that. Jesus, fucking just knowing that there's people.
Oh, that's terrifying. Oh, my God.
You just get in the wrong fucking place at the wrong
guy shows up at your house. Oh, boy.
Yeah. It was just like, those things are terrible to read before you go on stage. Like,
fucks your brain up. That's so funny that you ate it because of that book.
Oh, yeah. I've eaten it a couple times because I did the wrong thing before I went on stage. One time I had a gig in New Jersey, and it was a college. And it was a weird place to get to. It was back in the day before navigation, so they would give you the directions over the phone. Like, go to 405, so get off this exit.
Right.
So they give me the directions, and I leave early because they tell me it's really hard to get to, and I get there about a half hour early. But it was hard to get. I was like, Jesus Christ, this place is hard to find. Yeah. And I was working with JB Smooth.
Oh, wow.
And JB was supposed to open, and I was supposed to close. And they said, JB's not here yet, so why don't you just relax in the rec room and sit down, and we'll tell you when the show's going to start. So I sit down, and I'm watching this documentary on the Malibu fires. And it's all these people lost their family, lost their house. This little kid walking around looking for his dog. Rusty, where are you, Rusty? Rusty! Yelling for their dog. Dog's dead, right? And there's this fireman who's just weeping, crying. people in this community lost his house. And then they come in the green room and go, look, JB's not here yet, so we're going to have you open up. And hopefully when you get off stage, he's going to go, okay. And fucking, I'm crying. I was crying watching this thing with these people losing everything in these riots. It's horrific. And I went on stage just ate shit.
That's
And
terrible.
then finally JB shows up, and he showed up, and he went out after me and murdered. Because he was loose and happy.
Right,
and
yeah, he
relaxed,
came in the right mood, didn't watch that shit.
and he's a killer, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I remember thinking, God, I can't do it. And I was with my girlfriend at the time, and she was like so disappointed. And like, oh.
Wow, but she'd seen you kill before.
Yeah, she knew it was funny.
It's
like,
funny,
what's wrong
man.
with you? I watched that fucking
That
thing.
I have similar. It's not from watching something. I have moments where I'm driving to a club and I'm in this fucking mood. Where I'm going, oh my god, I am gonna fucking destroy it. And I have such a like the last 2 hours been in the right mood. Maybe some fucking song comes on. I'm like, oh fuck me up with that song. And then I walk in, then I'm in this fucking weird mood. A little down. I get on stage. All of a sudden, I let the crowd hold me. I'm like, what the fuck happened? I was so ready to kill tonight, and I fucking turned it to.
Yeah, you're in the club. Just to the moon, and I know you were gone.
That's a good one.
No. Oh no.
Yeah.
Susan the plant. You get sad. You can't get sad before you go on stage. You got to protect your mind.
My wife helps me out sometimes when she sees my head spinning before I go up. She goes, "They're here to see you. They're here to see you. They like you. I don't have to worry so much." I'm like, "Oh yeah. Okay, they're here for the good time.
Yeah.
Don't they're not testing you.
Right.
Go have some fun with them." I go, "Yeah, no, you're right." And then I go, "Fuck, let me go on happy," because the times I go on fucked up and be like, "This guy's gonna like me," or I'm gonna have to fight. I'm like, I've fucked up.
That's why, to me, one of the things I've realized early on is take people on the road. Because in the early days, when I was headlining, they would have like a local middle act and a local opener. And sometimes it'd be fun. That's right. And sometimes it'd be terrible. Sometimes it would be a douchebag.
Yeah. They're like, why are you fucking closing?
Yeah. They would step on your material. Like they'd see your set first night and you cover the same
Holy
subjects.
shit.
And they'd have to argue with them. Why
Forgot
are you doing
about that.
Hey man, you're doing one of my fucking bits. No,
Yeah.
man, I've been doing that bit. Like,
Yeah.
fuck you. Like there was like a lot of sabotage going on.
Right.
It just wasn't fun because then you'd be stuck in this town. You didn't know anybody.
Oh,
You're just
yeah.
watching TV, go to the movies by
In the
yourself.
condo, yeah.
Depressing.
Yeah.
So I realized, like, if you could go on a road with funny people, you're gonna have fun. It's good for them because they get a gig. So I just have to pay the opening act, and I'd have to pay for their airfare. And I would make less money, but I would have more fun. I was like, more fun is more important than anything.
Absolutely.
And it's more important for the show too.
You go up in the right frame.
And I know the comics in front of me are going to be really good.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a good show.
Yeah.
I want the audience to have fun, but I want to have fun too. So then it was a party. Then I'd be on the road with Joey Diaz. We'd be having a party everywhere we go.
He's funny.
We'd be just having fun. And it became family. It was like wherever we were, it didn't matter if we were in Ohio, New Jersey. It was us.
Daytime's fun.
Yeah.
Have dinner together, then go fucking do shit.
But Joey was such a wild card. This is back in the Joey, the cocaine place.
This is Coco, Joey.
Yeah.
Coco.
Yeah. So I brought a second opening act in case Joey didn't show up.
Wow. Yeah. That makes some sense.
Because sometimes I didn't want to tell him he couldn't do the gigs and they're not reliable. Because I loved him. And I love I'm like the times they are so magic. Sure. I want to make sure that he knows he's always got a gig. So I book him, and then sometimes I book him, and we do Friday and Saturday. Yeah. And then I call him on Sunday. Hey, it's show 7 o'clock. I'm going back home. What are you talking about? You know, I don't do Sundays. What are you talking about? You don't do Sundays. I told you, Joe Rogan. I don't do Sundays. Like, you don't do you never told me you don't do Sundays. You have a show in an hour. Yeah. And so having a third opening act or a second opening act,
you got to do longer. Yeah.
It would be like I'd bring Ari. So if it was me and Ari Shafir, it's like, okay, Ari does 25 minutes, and then I'll do an hour and 15 or whatever, and we got a great show. Yeah. But if Joey shows up, okay, great, now we got a 3-man show. Perfect. So I scheduled it just so we'd always have some sort of a fail safe.
Yeah, it's fucking fun. Like I will go up.
Yeah. Hey, Robin. Oh,
It's fucking, and you write shit. You
yes.
want it because you want to make them laugh.
Exactly.
Instead of doing the same fucking shit over and over, you're just like, hey, I'm gonna try some new shit out tonight, and then your buddies come out and watch it.
Yes. And you watch them, and you go,
Yeah.
and
You steal their shit.
Yeah, but you're having a good time. Everyone's having a good time, which to me is like way more important than making an X amount of $1,000 more. I'd rather give them that money, and then we all have fun.
Yeah,
That's
I started at 17, and I had a car, and so I used to get booked a lot because I would drive with 2 kids, you know.
right.
But I noticed that there was always 3 of us, me and the 2 other fucking guys who were good, and they would have the best time again, and they fucking think I suck, but I was fine. I was just getting to be with the guys who were like 25. I was 17, 18. They were 25, shooting shit, but, you know, getting in trouble, but going on stage and destroying it. But and then you see them fucking hanging in the hotels and shit, and always having the best night, and I'd be like, yeah, that seems like the way. I was on my own still. They would kind of be like, that fucking Adam guy, he'll take us home. But he's, I didn't think he was that funny. But fucking learn from seeing these superstar guys on the road.
Isn't it funny how sometimes those guys always think of you as that guy? Right?
Their relationships are the same. Exactly.
Yeah,
They're still like, hey, what's up? They're like, I know you fucking went on.
I remember when you sucked.
Yes, exactly.
Which is why you,
and you talk back to them. Yeah. You talk. I still let them own me. These guys. Who are like, all right, you did see yourself. You're right.
Well, that's why you have to get out of your town, because they always remember you as an open micer.
Hell yeah.
Like, I didn't get any like headlining gigs in Boston.
Wow. Where did you play? You played Stitches?
Stitches, Nick's Comedy Stop,
Yeah.
Connection.
Connection. What a room.
It's great, bro.
Fucking
The little one was the best.
And
Tight,
there
low
was
ceiling.
low ceiling. That's the one I
150 seats.
Yeah, it was packed.
Stuffed in there, bumper to
Fucking,
bumper.
it was packed.
It was
Every fucking
amazing.
time I
Yeah.
played against Sam. Was that?
Oh
it?
yeah. I did play against Sam's. That place was great.
And what was the one that was the Chinese restaurant?
Kowloon and Saugus.
It's August, right?
Yeah.
Right.
When then the
What?
Ding Ho was the
Ding Ho. Yeah,
I wasn't there for that
Oh,
one.
I think that's the one I did.
That place went under a few years before I started.
Uh-huh.
You know, so when I came around, I had missed like the heyday of Boston comedy. It was like '84, and I came around in '88. That's when I started.
Gotcha.
So
Okay,
they would always talk about the Ding Ho, and there was
The
all
Ding
these
Ho, yeah, they
killers
did.
like Lenny Clark, all these guys from the Ding
They
Ho.
fucking Randy Clark. A lot of Tony B.
Tony
Some
B.
of these guys, you just couldn't find. You just would watch them and go, how the fuck can I kill like that?
Well, those guys had, as you said, they had the same act for like 15 years, and that act was like hammered down like a samurai sword. Yeah, it was so tight. It was Don Gavin, so tight. You'd see his act, like, Jesus Christ, this guy would murder.
Fucking Tommy Sledge. You remember he pretended to be a private eye. I backed up. I moved on. He was funny as shit.
Yeah.
Some of those guys, and some of those ladies, they murdered. Yeah.
Did you ever see that documentary when stand-up stood out?
No.
Fran Salamina made this great documentary about the heyday of Boston comedy, when stand-up stood out.
Right.
And it was all about the transition between these guys being these local comics that were as good as anyone in the world, and then Stephen Wright becomes famous. And then Stephen Wright gets on the Tonight Show. He becomes this world. Or was it Letterman or Tonight Show that he first did? I forget what it was, but he became huge. Yeah. And then they're all now. Everyone's like scrambling. Like, what did we do? Like, we didn't have an act that translated outside of Boston.
Yeah, and that's true. Back then, it was very
very.
Stephen Wright, definitely in my eyes. Holy shit! Everybody knew. It was like Rodney. He was like right out of Rodney.
You repeat his jokes.
You couldn't believe it. And everyone was like, he's fucking so smart.
I used to work at a fire hydrant factory. You couldn't park anywhere near the place.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Ridiculous.
I think I tried to write like him in the beginning. I think I, as a stand-up, did like 10 different guys. I didn't know who I was.
Right.
I didn't know what was right. I was doing like Bobcat kind of shit. I do a character. I didn't know what the fuck. But Stephen Wright, we'd always be my buddy. Kind of try to write in that vein. It was really weird and make you think, what a cool joke. I don't
But I also remember all those guys got popped by the IRS. Because they were,
Stand-ups?
yeah, they all got popped because none of them paid taxes.
Oh,
They're all
getting
getting
paid
paid
in cash.
cash.
Yeah.
And so they all
That's
got
true.
in trouble. I remember working at Dick's Comedy Stop. They offered you could get paid in cash or in Coke.
Yeah, I remember those things. Yeah.
That's how wild those days were. And so these guys were just animals. They were all getting paid cash. They were drinking and partying every night, and they were headlining. And there's one time during the heyday where Nick's Comedy Stop had 3 rooms running simultaneously.
That's right. Yeah.
And they have 2 shows a night in each room. So these guys would do 6 sets, and they were making bank. And they all had a deal. Like the way Nick's had them set up, where they were Nick's Comics exclusives. So they would just work for Nick's, but they gave you so much work. Yeah, you didn't want to break.
They booked the road too, right?
They've had a few road gigs.
I remember Bill Downs was.
Connection.
He used to book me on the road too.
I worked for a private investigator when I was starting out. When I was an open micer, and this private investigator was Bill Downs' cousin. I didn't find out about it until after I started working for him. Wow! And to this day, one of the funniest guys I've ever met in my life. Just never did stand up. His name was Dick Dolan. You call it Dave Dolan, rather. He called himself Dynamite Dave, Dickless Dave Dolan. And he was fucking hilarious. I have a phone that he died a couple years back, but I have a phone that I saved. And I'll never get rid of it because I got a voicemail on that phone from him where he called me up. It was like, I did a gig in Boston. I hung out with him. He's like, hey, Joe. Like this, he was just a Boston character. Just a hilarious dude. And he was cousins with Bill Downs.
Funny, man.
He's just small
Bill
world.
Downs, what a guy. That guy used to book me all the time. And even when I would do bad, he'd be like, I heard it didn't go. I'd be like, yeah, in my head, I'm like, okay, it's over.
Big guy.
Yeah.
Call you big guy. Hey, big guy. It didn't go that good, big guy.
Yeah, right. Yes, I know. But then he fucking give me another gig.
Oh, yeah.
In Quincy, there was some place in Quincy. The Naughty Pine.
Mm-hmm. Did you ever work for Dick Doherty?
I think so.
You never did Dick Doherty's comedy hats? Dick Doherty was the godfather. He called himself the godfather of Boston.
Okay.
Yeah, he had a bunch of terrible gigs.
Was that like 88?
Yeah, 88.
I fucking was in the scene in Boston more from 84 to 88.
Okay, so you were in the heyday. So you got there like right.
I got there. It was huge. I wasn't great, but then like all of a sudden I got on Saturday Night Live, I don't know, 89 or something, and those same guys would come see me. All of a sudden I got big in the colleges. These fucking giant shows. Back then it was unbelievable. 2,000, 3,000, 5,000 seats, and the guys that I used to eat it in front of would come do the gigs with me, and they'd watch me, and they'd be like, that fucking loser's killing that? The fuck is that?
Because again, the thing, when they see you in the beginning, they never respect you.
Right.
They remember you sucking.
Yeah, they were right.
They were right back then. Yeah. But it's hard for people to accept that you grew.
Yeah.
Which is weird.
That's true. It's like some fucking pro athletes. It's like Jordan fucking wasn't the man for a while.
Right. He got cut from his high school team, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Shit's gonna happen in every profession. That you just gotta figure out what you just gotta practice.
Wait, did you always want to be on SNL, or was it something that came up?
I didn't even know. That wasn't the thought. I wanted to be a movie star. I was cocky and telling my friends in college, I'm not a fucking movie star. They'd be like, why? Why would you be a movie star? Look at you. They got fucking, I'd be like, you don't get it, man. I'm fucking, and I thought I was good looking too. I thought I was good looking. Like now I go, how the fuck did I think? I know I'm normal looking, but I thought there was something fucking attractive about me that people are gonna be like, that's a fucking stud. And no, I then think I was doing stand-up. Dennis Miller said good shit about me to SNL people, and then Sandy Warnick was my manager. He knew all them, and they got me an audition. And then I did it, and then they hired me asked me to be a writer. And I remember saying to Hurley, who knew about SNL, I didn't watch SNL that much. I was kind of lost in it. It's really good. Dan Carvey's incredible. I go, yeah, he's great. Yeah, and I was like, but I kind of want to get the movies. But my buddies are like, you should do SNL if it's that choice, you know. And
So you were thinking about not doing
well,
it?
I wasn't sure. I was going, let's see. I'm not a writer, so why am I going to become a writer? It doesn't make any sense. I'm not even that fucking good at that.
What was the audition like? What did you have to do?
I did stand up in Chicago Improv. It was me, Rock, Dana Gould, and a couple other guys. And I did decent. And SNL people thought I wrote some funny shit. Lauren thought I wrote some funny shit. Robert thought I had some shit. And then I got on.
Wow.
And Spade was
How
on.
old were you?
I was 23.
Well,
Yes, that was big.
that's nuts.
That's as cool as it gets. Yes,
What was that feeling like?
it was. All of a sudden, it became like you were in a rock band because I had, Farley got on and fucking Rock and Spade, and we would walk down the street and Schneider and Norm and we all with Tim Meadows. We were just always together. So there was this crazy band confidence. If anyone talked shit about the show, we were at a restaurant like, it wasn't that good Saturday. We were just like, shut the fuck up, man. Like, we were fucking ready. Because there were so many of us, It was like, but then when you're alone and somebody says, I saw you, you're kind of like, oh, yeah. There's something cool about having a bunch of guys with you.
Oh yeah, it's confidence. Yeah, you got a team.
Yeah.
23. What was it like when it was popping? Because you were on a great era of SNL too.
Yes.
Look at that fucking cast.
Yes.
Look at that fucking cast.
Oh, fucking.
Look how young Speed looks. Rock. Oh
Cute.
my God.
Cute, yeah.
Al Franken. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Look at that cast.
That's when he was in the cast that year. Neil and everybody loved and Ellen Claiborne I knew from the comic strip.
Wow.
And Melanie, Julia, they all cool, very tight. But we all love Neil. Every comedian loves Neil. Everybody liked the way he dropped jokes in and fucking smooth as hell.
Isn't it crazy looking at yourself back then?
I fucking don't know what I was thinking. Spade sent me a fucking skit we did like 6 months ago, and I was like, this is the first time this ever happened to me. I don't fucking remember that 1 ounce. I don't even know what that thing was about. I don't remember what it was, but I didn't remember saying any of those words. I didn't know what the jokes were. I didn't know what the fucking ending was. And he's like, you don't? I don't fucking remember them. You did? He goes, so you did. But it was weird. That's how I know I've been doing this so fucking long, this shit. I know I've been doing this shit long when somebody comes up to me, a big, famous motherfucker, and we go, hey, man, I go, hey, nice to meet you. And he's like, nice to meet you. We met. And I'm like, I fucking didn't remember meeting you? What the fuck happened?
Well, your brain gets overwhelmed with people.
Yeah.
You know that number, Dunbar's number? You know what that is?
No.
Dunbar's number is the principle that you can only keep like 150 people in your head at any given time. And then there's some people that you can keep kind of like in a distance, like acquaintances, but there's like a tight group of a small number, and then as it branches out, it gets to like 150. Everything after that is very sketchy.
Wow.
And when you're famous, you're constantly meeting people, which is very unusual for human beings.
That's right. Yeah.
Very unusual. Also very unusual that they know you, but you don't know them.
Right.
So there's this weird thing.
Yeah.
Where you go, nice to meet you, like we met. Like,
Yeah.
oh,
Yeah.
I forgot. Sorry.
Yes,
It's not
yes.
I don't like you. It's not I don't care. I'm not mean.
I got
It's just
hit
my
with a bunch
brain.
of them today. Yeah.
Yeah, your brain's overwhelmed with people.
Right.
There's no room. You don't
Right.
have room. It's like,
Right.
remember the old phones where you can only keep like 100 contacts?
Uh-huh.
You only have, that's all the phone. You had like one fucking little tiny hard drive.
Yeah.
And once you got over a certain, nobody keeps 100 people on your phone.
That's fun.
And that's all it could take. And that's how your brain is. Your brain doesn't have room for all these people.
Yeah.
So it's not even your fault. It's like your brain's not designed to be famous. No one's brain is designed.
Never thought of it like that.
That's what it is.
That's great.
And then when you've done so many things, like as many things as you have, it's just normal that you're going to forget.
Yeah.
When the pandemic was going on, my kids found out about news radio. Like they didn't know about because I don't.
You don't talk about your shit.
They're fucking dumb. They're not impressed by me. My
Yeah,
kids,
I got
my
the
kids
same.
diss me all the time.
Right.
They're always cracking jokes. It's fun.
Yeah.
It's fun. We talk
Yes.
a lot of shit.
Yes.
But they watched me on news radio, and I watched one of the scenes. I was like, I don't even remember this
Right.
at all.
Oh, you had that too, right?
Oh,
right,
yeah, I didn't remember it at all.
Don't remember being there. Don't remember that room.
Remember now? Occasionally, I'll remember like 4 or 5 episodes. Oh, yeah, I remember that one. That was a fun episode.
That's funny, man.
Yeah, but it's weird. Your brain just doesn't have any room for it. It's almost like it's a lie. This is a lie.
Oh my God.
This is AI.
Yeah, by the way, not one time have I ever looked back at that shit from 30 years ago and go, whoa, was I good? I'm always like, jeez, what the fuck were you doing? What a fucking horrible performance there.
Well, I think that's probably a good sign. That's a sign of a person who's not egocentric.
Right.
Kind of a good sense of who you are.
Yeah, yes, I hope so.
The people that think everything they do is amazing. But you ever go to someone's house, they might want you to watch something that they don't make them do this.
Oh, that's a
Don't make them do this. You gotta watch my reel.
No, that's a rough.
Don't make me watch this.
Yeah. You can, don't do this.
Don't do this.
This is for the best.
Also, I'll start shitting on you.
Yeah.
If you play that, I'm gonna start shitting on you.
It's fine.
It's got to be a bizarre feeling to be 23 years old and be on an iconic
Oh
television
man,
show.
I was fucking never more excited to call home and talk to my New Hampshire buddies and be like, yeah, I mean, remember all that shit I said that was going to happen? It's fucking happening. I don't have to bullshit right now. It's really going. And then when I would get on the show, say one line, whatever, it was just like parents, my family, my friends, just like, that was incredible. I played the busboy or the delivery guy. It just says half a line. And it's like, holy shit, you did it. You're on TV, man. Wow. My first TV show was Showtime at the Apollo. I did that. That was my first thing I ever did.
Wow.
And they fucking sent a limo to pick us up. I lived in Chelsea.
How old were you then?
I think I was 18 or 19. I think it was 18.
Whoa.
18!
That's crazy.
Went on, and it was the second episode ever of Showtime at the Apollo. The first was Rock, and Rock cursed so much that they didn't use his shit. So I was like the first comedian to be on it. I forget. The host was some great guy. He's in the
Is this it?
Yes, that's Melba Moore. Oh my God, yes. This one goofy guy, terrified.
Look at that face.
Fucking young, dumb. I don't know what's happening there.
How painful is this to watch?
Hurts. Hurts. Yeah, hit mute. Hit mute. Yeah, no, I fucking, yeah. I can't say I was very good back then, but I had some fucking confidence.
What was the first movie you did?
First movie I did was pretty awesome. 22, moved out to LA, did stand up at the Improv. It was probably my third time ever. Get off stage. Two or three nice youngsters, director, writers, came up to me. Hey, that was good. You want to be in the movie? I said, yeah, for sure. They were like, okay, we're going to make a movie. We're doing a movie on a boat. I said, okay. When? Next week we were like, okay, great. I said, so I do have a big part. They go, we're the star. I go, okay, cool. So I go home. I tell Judd, I was with all my buddies, and Judd comes over and goes, what happened? I said, and they said I can start. And they go, do you have a script? I go, oh, I don't know. I didn't even know there were scripts. I knew nothing about it. And then I just fucking went on a boat for 6 days and shot this movie. At the time, it was called The Unsinkable Shetty Moskowitz, but now it's called Babes in the Boat. And I was 22.
Wow.
That
And
was
you were
the-
the star of the movie?
I was Shetty. Whoa! I don't know how it happened. Milton Berle was in it.
Whoa.
I had a scene with him, and so I got to tell my parents I'm doing great.
What was Milton Berle like?
Very nice.
I already showed everybody's copy.
Was accidentally seen, if I remember, that big hog of his fell out of his shorts, and
He had a monster
he had a
heart.
very,
Apparently,
very
he would
good.
show everybody his heart.
Imagine that. Getting to show you dick and being there. He
Look
is.
at you.
Yes. By the way, I was in shape then. Yeah, that's Adam.
Look at that.
Yeah, that's me. Skinny. And that's, I get shut down by a girl there. Yeah, that's when I was fucking young and happy.
22 years old.
22.
Wow.
Thanks for showing that. It's good without body.
And then what?
I don't know what happened. Whenever my kids see that shit, my like, what, talk like that. I don't know. I was in acting class at school, and I did a scene. I thought I did great, and then they opened it up to the class to say shit. One kid goes, "Why is he talking like that?" And in my head, I'm like, "Who's this guy talking about that? Why does he use that dumb voice?" And I was like, "Fucking dumb boy." But then I watched shit back and I go, "Oh, that kid was right." It's fucking pathetic.
What was the first movie you did?
I was in Bobcat Goldthwait made a movie called Shakes the Clown.
I remember that. That was a great fucking movie.
That was good.
That was the alcoholic clown movie.
Exactly. Bobcat was funny as shit. And he made me and Blake Clark, we were his best friends. And that was it. That was the big time.
Wow.
Loved it.
Shakes the Clown. That movie doesn't get enough love.
That was big. That was like, a lot of people liked it when, it wasn't a massive hit, but it was cool as shit.
Yeah, it was cool. It was a crazy movie.
Yeah.
It was like Bobcat stretching his wings. Is this after Police Academy?
I think he did Police Academy first, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow, man, you got every fucking thing ready to go. Julie Brown. Yeah. Wow, man. Yes. There's Bob on the ground. Oh, I think. There's Bob. Yeah. And Florence Henderson was in it. There it is. Yeah, he knew what he was doing, Bobcat. Yeah. He knew how to direct. I didn't even know what he was talking about back then. He's like, I'm directing. I was like,
he directed the first episodes of the Chappelle Show.
He did?
Yeah. I was in New York, and I was walking down the street, and I was doing Caroline's for the weekend.
Wow.
And I was just walking down the street, and I ran into Bobcat. And I go, hey, man, what are you doing? He goes, oh, I'm here with Dave Chappelle. We're doing the show. And I ran into Dave, and Dave had a fake mustache on. I go, Dave, what are you doing? He goes, oh, hey, Joe, you want to be on my TV show? I was like, okay. What do I got? I go, I got an hour. He goes, we're handing out medals for the best New York boobs. And so he gives me this box of medals, and me and him just walk around with this box of medals. This is like 2001-ish, something like that. Yeah,
wow. So funny.
So he had, I mean, you could never do this today. You got the best New York boobs.
Wow, look at you.
Yeah.
Fucking A. Wow.
And it was just completely random.
Shit, he's just like Dave Chappelle there, too. He wasn't coming up with a new guy. He's very,
like he's got his arm on her boobs. You go to jail for that today. You go to jail for that today. Yeah. It was just, Bobcat was directing.
It's so funny.
Yeah, just complete random running to Bobcat in the middle of nowhere.
That's cool, yes. And he was older than us, where he was like, he knew shit.
Well, he was a guy that, like, Bobcat had that crazy act early on, which and then this guy didn't want to do it anymore.
Yes.
He would just do stand up. And
yeah.
Like, hey, where's Bobcat?
Yeah, right.
Fuck you.
Yeah, he fucking had. He stayed strong with quitting it.
Yeah, he had to say
he did a show with me about a year ago. Came out a couple times, I think, and fucking murdered.
He's a funny guy. Yeah. He was always a very funny stand-up. Yeah. But he was trapped in that character that he did, that screaming, crazy, pull your hair out.
Yes.
It's like there's guys that have characters like Emo Phillips. He had that.
Wow, yeah.
And then, but you can't do that when you're 80.
Yes, I know. I know.
It's like,
but I was trying to do that. That's what I'm saying. When I was young and I wasn't doing well, I was like, I started doing a guy who's drunk on stage. I started doing a guy who was very nervous. I don't know. I was going for that shit too.
Just trying to find it.
Trying to be comfortable on stage,
Right.
And that's what you had going on your live show. I was like, oh shit, comfortable, fucking not terrified. You sat in moments, not easy to do.
I was in the zone.
You were in the zone. How about the fact that you got in the zone when there are times when you walk on stage in these pressure moments, you just go, I'm here. I'm talking, but I'm not here right now.
Right.
My mouth is moving. I don't know what the fuck is going on. But you didn't have that.
Well, I've been through a bunch of those before. So I knew never to let that happen when I was out there in the live show. It's also why I was scared of doing it. So I just really over prepared. I made sure that when I got out there, I just said to myself, everything that I'm talking about, every time I want to be only thinking about that subject. I'm not going to let my mind deviate or go, oh my God, this is going good.
Right,
Don't fuck this
right.
up.
Yeah.
Don't fuck up this
Wow.
segue. Don't fuck this up.
That's funny.
You can't think like that. You got to. I felt like when I'm at my best, I'm only thinking about the thing I'm talking about.
Yeah, yeah.
And then you lock the audience in.
Yes.
I think stand-up is a form of hypnosis.
Yes.
Do you think so too?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
I get exactly what you say.
You lock them in to the way you're. When I'm seeing a guy kill on stage, I'm locked into the way they're thinking. I'm letting them think for me. I just think for me.
Right.
You know, and here's the thing. And it's like, it's a form of hypnosis. And I said the only way that that's going to really work is I have to just be completely dialed in. Like I wrote out all my bits. I listened to recordings. I watched videos. I prepared for 5 hours the day of the show.
Wow.
Just watching video. I went to the gym. In the gym, I'm listening to myself.
Shit. Yes.
I'm just like, I want to be this
I get that. Yeah.
100% dialed in.
Oh, that's a fucking great feeling.
Yeah.
When you go, I know all my shit, man. Because sometimes I'll do a tour, then I'll break down for 2 weeks because I got, I can't be gone too long. And then I go, oh, shit, I got a gig again Friday. And then I listen to the shit. And then I start going, oh yeah, fuck.
Forget tags.
But then that 2 week break on a tour, and then you go back out, man, you're psyched to say that shit again.
Oh, yeah.
You come up with other shit to say.
Yeah, but you do have to go over the material. Your brain doesn't remember it anymore.
No.
Like, your stuff just goes away.
What about you with having shit that steps like that? The hardest part of doing it now is fucking having the 10 minutes up front that hurt the fucking accent. It's just so crazy.
I got a lot of stuff. You know? But it's been 6 years since my last special. Like I said, I was thinking about doing a special in August of 2020.
Yeah.
Then the country shut down. And then I didn't do stand-up for 8 months. And when I did do stand-up again, I remember I had to listen to old recordings.
Yeah.
Luckily, I record everything. So
that's good.
I have all my recordings on my phone. So I listened to
that's
stuff
smart,
and
man.
I had to write things out. But I remember the first set that I did the Houston Improv. And I hadn't done stand-up in forever. And I remember when I was on stage, I was like, ooh, this is weird. I had never in my whole career. I got knee surgery, and from my knee surgery, I took 2 weeks off. It was the most I'd ever taken off ever. And I think one other time I took a month off for some reason. I forget why, but that was weird too. But that was like when I was in the middle of a bunch of other stuff. I was just working so much, I didn't have any time. And then I remember don't do that again because it feels awkward to get back. But 8 months was crazy. Yeah, it's just such a bizarre feeling.
Yeah, you forget how to do it.
Yeah, but it's kind of even just 2 weeks. Take 2 weeks to go back on stage again. You feel weird. You're like, what am I doing?
It's all new shit in your brain again.
It's also the experience of doing it is weird.
Yeah.
You know how to do it, but it doesn't feel comfortable.
What a fucking odd feeling you think about going on stage and just going, I'm basically telling all you people, just watch me for an hour. Right. Just watch me. It's worth your time.
You drove, you got babysitters.
Yeah. Here we go.
Yeah, you bought tickets in advance, you planned your day out.
What a psycho of a human being to just go, you fucking don't look at this.
Yeah, you have to be out of your fucking mind. Or just really prepared.
Yeah, man. My special, this one, I did probably 2.5 hours of shit. You had to cut it with, Josh Safety. We all had to pick the shit we thought was the right shit. But I did have so much shit. And by the time I did the special, it just came off the road. And so I just
Where'd you record it?
A place in Glendale, a little theater.
Oh, cool.
Hey, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can I pee for one?
Yeah, we can wrap this up. We've done 2 hours and 40 minutes.
We did?
Yeah.
We've been in that long?
Yeah.
Fucking insane.
This is the setup.
Oh, that's my first.
I like the backdrop. The backdrop too. It's just normal. It's like, did you set it up like that, or is that just what it looked like back there?
That was it. That was that theater. That's the name of that theater. It's a cool.
So just left it the way it looks.
Yeah. That actually, that day was, Paul Thomas Anderson, a great guy and a great director. He shot that shit.
How many people were there in the crowd?
That one there, that's that first special I did like 5-6 years ago. That some are like big ass joints, like bigger than some are like 200.
But the new one,
The new one was only like, I don't know, 200 people, 250.
oh wow,
It was real small.
nice. That's a great way to do it too, because the people that are in the audience, there's 200 people. Like, so people at home, it's going to be like you're there instead of being in an arena where you feel disconnected. You can laugh at the jokes, but you don't feel like you're there.
That's exactly what. So Josh said he directed it. He wanted it to feel like you're getting to hang out with me, and it's kind of like just shit goes on throughout the show that's wasn't supposed to happen, and that's that. It shows me before a show, during the show, and man, we had fun. It is a great fucking vibe, that place. That was not a comedy club. It was just a little theater that they do. These people bought a theater. They put on little plays there and shit, and then Josh liked it, and they made it kind of feel like Spain. 27. Yeah.
Okay, just a couple weeks more.
Yeah. All right, man. Congrats on yours. Congrats on everything, bud.
Thanks. Congratulations to you too.
My piss ended the whole thing. I appreciate it. All right, right on.
It's amazing you hung in this long. A lot of people, I don't want to get in this. Clamping up.
That's good, man. I just mentally said I got to get past that piss.
Well, thank you, brother. I appreciate you. Thanks for being here.
Good to see you, Joe. Congrats.
Thank you.
Keep up to all the good work. Say
You
hi to
too.
your family.
Thank you. All right. Bye, everybody.
Good job. Rogan. Experience.
Swing by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Okay, we're up.
So what were you guys talking shop about? What is it?
Jim's gonna fucking run a train on me.
I felt that there was some controversy.
There was some tension. There was some.
Yeah, a little tension.
When we had the lovely dinner after your show, we went at it a little bit, and we had a little disagreement about compression technologies. We had
What is your position?
Well, my position is okay.
Hold on.
Okay.
From a different place, though. Okay.
Yeah, very different. Let's just say financially, we're coming from a very different place. But I try to use the Shure SM70. We actually got for my podcast, shout out. Here we are. It's a statement. Well,
what did you just shout out?
It means direct translation is pussy munch, which is my podcast.
You're pussy munch, motherfucker. What's that?
Is it in Estonian?
Mm-hmm. And it's
Do you think Spotify will translate it to English? Maybe you'll be the first that goes the opposite way.
If AI translates this podcast, I'm fucked. Oh, yeah.
Take it down. See, this is the thing. They're going to do that. I know. Spotify's going to
But they
do
don't
that.
get my charisma and timing down.
No. Also, sense of humor, sarcasm. And when you translate
gonna
things to English, you sound like a Nazi.
I will be a Nazi.
That's the problem with satire and humor. And what is, for lack of a better term, it's called talking shit. Okay? And this is what we do on podcasts. This is what we do in the green room. This is what me and my friends love to do all the time. Right? We do that all the time. We say things we don't mean because it's funny. We say things that are inappropriate because it's funny. And it is 100% done with fun. And the problem is today, people like to take things and pretend you're saying something, but that's not what you're saying.
Yeah, there's a funny comedian in Canada. He's an American who moved to Vancouver. He's Dino Archie. He used to say off the record talk.
Right. It's shit talk. We're not saying things that we mean. We're saying things that are fun to say. But what I was going to get to before we did is that the thing that Jamie told me about, and I said, well, Tulsi Gabbard was the first person to tell me about it. So I was talking about how great Tulsi Gabbard is, about if you really wanted a great Democratic candidate that was a woman of color, congresswoman for 8 years, served overseas in a medical unit twice, where she got that gray streak in her hair. She's like an exemplary human being.
She likes my Tony bits on Instagram. So.
And they tried to say that I was talking about Kamala Harris. So they edited it out of context.
Dude, I've seen your edited videos with ads because
there's a lot of AI ads.
Because Estonia is in Eastern Europe and the Russian bot system in that country.
It's crazy, right?
Well, it's crazy. I've seen fake podcasts where there's a guy on your podcast which never has happened.
Right.
And the guy has a Shure SM7B. Not this mic stand, let's be honest. It's some shittier version. And the backdrop is similar, but you can tell it's not that podcast.
Right. But you can do amazing things now with AI. You can do it with video editing for sure. Like you could just have a guy splice in him being in this chair, me being in that chair. If you did it right, you just take your time on it. You could make it very convincing. And that's just the beginning, man. There's a podcast with me and Steve Jobs. I never met Steve Jobs. There's I think it's 40 minutes long. How long is the podcast with me and Steve Jobs? But it's a completely AI generated podcast. It's just audio. But from what I've heard, you can kind of tell, but it's getting close. It's getting to the point where you're not going to be able to tell. When you hear enough computer-generated sentences, you're going to catch little glitches in the matrix. It's going to sound a little off.
But you can only catch those glitches in the matrix because you're a person who's also around technology, internet, so you can kind of see the scam going on.
It's not a super visible scam. It's like I see it scam. Yeah.
So how long are you?
20 minutes. Okay. So it's just me. Let me hear something. Now, they seem to have a soul in the way. And some people almost get religious about this stuff because it's so powerful and it means so much. Is that good?
If a company gets to the point where it's successfully doing a few things, you don't have to try and do everything. We're in the process now of trying to cut the things we're doing so that we can concentrate on the few that are really high on our priorities. Because if you try to do too many things, none of them get done.
Well, that transition.
The transition's clunky, but even more importantly, the sound is very different between where the environment that I'm talking in and the environment he's talking.
For sure.
So either he's not in the room, which I don't do Zoom calls. Those suck.
Yeah.
Or that's good.
Yeah.
So let me tell you.
An audio engineer is pretty different.
Yeah, 3 minutes.
Yeah, it sounds so much better.
Oh yeah, you can you could 100% make it sound like you could 100% make it sound like somewhere, but they didn't. But this is also like how many months old? I think that's like
2 years ago.
Oh, crazy! So what they have now is way better. It's way better. It's getting to the point where we're not going to know, and for sure we're not going to know what things are real, what you can generate. I'm sure you've seen these on the new Unreal Engine, the most complicated video game engine. What is it called? Engine 5? Is that what it's called? It's like, this is spooky.
Yeah,
it's so good. It's spooky. It looks like a damn movie, like a real movie.
Like in Estonia, the movie industry is moving really well, and the government was financing for a while the building of like a movie, factory, or like a whole, like a production studio.
Yes.
Which could bring more revenue to the country. Great idea.
Right.
But it's been paused now, and people are like, why isn't it making? But I know exactly why it's paused. Because they're waiting to see how this AI thing plays out.
Yeah.
Because let's be honest, green screens and shit, that might be like fax machines.
Yeah. It might be like Morse code.
Yeah, exactly. And it happens like this.
Well, you saw that Tyler Perry shut down the plans to build this enormous studio. He's going to build an $800 million production studio. And you saw Tyler Perry. He's the guy that does all those Maeda movies. He's got a bunch of TV series.
I thought he's an Extreme Makeover. Oh my God, remember that guy? He does my shit.
No, he plays a lady in a bunch of films.
Yeah.
Maeda. Yeah. So anyway, point beta. Yeah, that's right. Sorry. The point is, obviously, super successful dude, and has this enormous. This is the Unreal 5 engine. he has this enormous production company that he's about to build, and he goes, he sees Sora, and he's like, "What? You guys can do this now?"
We got to see how that plays out.
Dude, it's gonna play out real strange.
Yeah.
Because what you see already. So this is the video game. This is hard. This looks pretty good. This is not as convincing as some of the other footage that I saw. The nighttime footage. There's something about daytime footage that looks a little funky, or a little better.
Well, there's more reflection.
Yeah.
I went to Red Band's place and tried the AI for the first time in my life.
Oh, nuts.
He was saying like he has a second life and they are happy with his girlfriend there and they're like living in a whole nother world there.
Well, Red Band's slightly insane.
I know, but the way he was describing to me, I imagine it's like the Neo where I put the thing in and I'm happy now. But it was literally PlayStation 2 graphics.
Whenever I want to nerd out about electronics, it's always Red Band. We always talk. We always talk about the newest phones and the newest this, or this does that, that does this.
Yeah.
Like, he's just a techno nerd.
Yeah.
He loves that shit.
And he's already giving up on this life because he knows VR is here.
That's such a Red Band move.
Every time I tell him to eat something else,
but you know what? AI's taking over. I'm just going to get my brain teleported.
Exactly.
That's the ultimate move, right? Imagine if they get to a point that we can download your brain into your computer, but you will cease to exist right here, right now. And you just have to assume that it's whatever consciousness is in your head is your life. And it's not just a fraction of that consciousness being in a very particular state and time, that consciousness being attached to this particular biological body in this particular place. Like, what makes you you? And if you take that shit out and stick it in the machine, what
Everybody needs to know it's aqua shark,
existence is
motherfucker.
that? What's screaming into the abyss, unattached from a body, but trapped in a newly created computer dimension, because you didn't get to go to heaven because you got trapped in a metal box. Maybe that's how the aliens obtain souls. Maybe that's how they get. Get you to think that you can download your soul into a computer. Well, I'm going to live forever. I'm going to download my soul into a computer. And what all you're doing is you're so smart that you're stupid enough to think that technology is capable of recreating you as a whole, not just your consciousness, but what if your fingernails have memories, motherfucker? What if what if it all is a part of a system, and disconnected from that system, your soul's just like, just separated from love forever.
That was what I really liked in the Matrix franchise. Remember when they got out of the Matrix to into Zion? There was that scene where they were fucking, and then there was that scene where they were dancing, and the whole thing, Morpheus was explaining that, yeah, you're not feeling the things with your physical body in this Matrix work, you know. You're going through, it's just the synapses are firing in the machine. And I remember, because I was like a teenager when I saw that movie, and I remember that scene when they were fucking, and I was like, oh shit. See, that's the thing, if you download your brain into a system, and then they came back, the world was shitty. Remember how shitty Zion looked? Like, no beaches.
Like us in 50 years.
And then they were eating, remember that food, everything the body needs.
Yeah.
But I remember when they did a dancing scene, I remember that like inspiring the thought where I'm like, maybe even if there is a secondary fucking AI world that comes, they'll be rebel. See, that's what I'm saying.
No question.
That's why I love when people go, is AI gonna destroy stand-up comedy? I always love to say that stand-up, luckily, is the art form that can comment on its own demise, kind of, you know? Yeah. Like, even if AI creates the perfect act, the perfect ha-ha laughs per minute, there's gonna be, you're gonna be able to comment on how fucked that is, you know?
Yeah.
So
100%. And then on top of that, what we're really doing is we're performing for live audiences. And so how is AI going to do that? Yeah, like, so there's a thing that happens when you see a singer on stage, and someone's got an incredible voice, and you see them sing, and that the voice just echoes, or someone like Gary Clark Jr. is playing guitar, where you're in the room while they're hitting those keys, you're like, God damn.
And then there's the story. It's not even only the technique and the incredible voice.
it's also
It's your experience.
the history of his experience.
Yeah.
I remember when I was like 19, I worked at a jazz bar. Didn't know shit about jazz. I don't know shit about music. I don't know how to play. Do you know how to play?
No, I
anything?
don't know.
Literally, I don't know how to draw or play, and like my hands just don't work like that. I tried guitar, it just doesn't happen. Dudes are just, and they're like, feel that nothing, disconnection, nothing's happening.
Interesting.
But I remember working at that bar. There was like, there's a famous Estonian guy who was performing like an unplugged. He was like a rock star, and he was performing an unplugged version on the weekends, you know. And technically, he sounded amazing. He was an amazing guitar player, but he was a young guy, maybe only 5 years older than me. Technically perfect from that traditional training, the school. He had all the things. And for me, that sounds amazing, right? But then I remember we started having, because it was turning, we had blues nights on Tuesdays, and the owner would fly out from America, like New Orleans, these 65-year-old black dudes that live a rough life. You can see from their face, from the way they move, it's been a rough life. And the way they would sing, maybe technically, it wouldn't be sound as clean, but what you would feel, because I was bartending, and I would look at the audiences, and would see them also, you feel it. Right. You can't expect, dude, I don't know. Of course, later, when I got to be friends of musicians there, they would explain, they would be like, no, that guy, the other guy was doing the basic ABC, DDD, he's doing a whole different shit right now.
So it's something that only the people that really know how to play recognize.
Like stand-up.
Right.
But I feel it.
I think that's the case with everything, man. I really do. I think that's the case with everything.
Everything.
Yeah.
Especially art.
I think everything that's a true form of expression. You know, even like chess. I think games people play. I think it exists in everything. You know,
because I even remember when there was peer-to-peer before torrents. Peer-to-peer.
Sure.
What did you guys have? Kazaa, iMesh.
What do we have? What was that one?
Kazaa,
what was the one that everybody used?
LimeWire.
What was the one that everybody used? We started off with Napster, and then we went into Kazaa.
Metallica
yeah,
Napster.
Yeah, I remember the Napster.
Metallica sued Napster, you know?
Oh yeah. Lars Ulrich was very upset.
Yeah.
And so was Paul Stanley from Kiss in the podcast.
Wow.
He's just flat out saying those people are stealing. They're stealing money. You know, my position I was like, okay, a bomb just went off. And you can either recognize you have a hole in the ship, or you can go full steam ahead with the original plan, and this motherfucker's gonna sink.
It's like that cartoon when Tom and Jerry, when he's trying to ship is sinking.
The moment music becomes a digital piece of information that can be uploaded to a hard drive, the moment that happens, it's over. Mm-hmm. So if you don't realize that the war has been lost and devise some sort of monetization of streaming platform, make it simpler, quicker, faster than anybody else's, and then get it up there quick. Because they should have done that the moment Napster came out. Mm-hmm. They should have hired like the best coders and said, okay, there's no way you're stopping this. Like we did, the dam broke, water's coming through, and record sales are gone. Record sales just so quickly. Guys were making millions of dollars from record sales, and then they'd go on tour.
But even live touring was on a downslope because you didn't need to do that much. Record sales was the bag.
Right.
That's why Madonna went back on tour. I mean, yes. I don't know this, but
that's why. So for sure, just now, for sure, still around, for sure. You know,
but there's a lot of bands that went back on tour for that very reason.
Yeah, for sure, definitely. Yeah, their revenue dried up, mm-hmm. Which is crazy. That one of the biggest entertainment businesses in the world lost all of its sales revenue from recordings. I mean, I don't know. It didn't lose all of it. I'm sure some people still buy some of them. But like the drop off must have been crazy.
Because it was all like, you guys had not cassettes. What did you guys have? 8-track.
We had 8-tracks first, and then we had cassettes, and then we had compact discs.
Yeah, we only got cassettes. Then it was CDs. So the format was always changing, and then it was the Blu-ray and the Microsoft, whatever format they had, battle. So there's always that battle of data, Then for a while, like USBs were tried, where there was small USBs. But then just the internet was like physical.
Yeah.
So,
isn't that crazy? And not only that, it's way better. Like imagine if YouTube was just a bunch of discs that you had to get.
dude,
That's totally that would be. But then again, that's a good example of how much things have changed. Is the fact that YouTube exists and that YouTube is not a stack of discs that you have to go to a library or a bookstore to get. Yeah, YouTube just exists instantaneously.
but then again, there was that magic of, I feel lucky at least to have that childhood where I remember that my attention was actually not raped by technology that much, but I had to actually look forward to consuming something and work, physical exertion to get it. Go to the DVD thing. You would read the back. You would look at the, you would put it. It's there's a more maybe commitment to consumption.
I think it's going to be very interesting when we look back on human beings. And I think we're in the middle of it right now, so we probably don't really objectively understand how much of an impact it's had on us, because it sort of trickled in slowly with just regular cell phones. And then, like, remember those sidekicks? People had the sidekicks that you could send texts on. It would go sideways. Remember? We were like, wow, that's crazy. That was like next level. And then Blackberries, if you were fucking serious, really getting some shit done, answering some emails. Yeah, Blackberry. And then when the iPhone came out, the whole game just fucking flipped on its head. And now all of a sudden everyone's connected to everyone everywhere, and everyone's anxious and freaking out. And I think that we grew up before that. And I'm older than you by far, so I grew up way before. How old are you now?
32.
Yeah, so I'm 57. No, almost 57. I'm
And you're
57
also like, those very important years.
That's the big transition years, because there was a series of factors that happened in my lifetime. Number one, answering machines. Like, what the fuck? You could call someone and leave a message, and you would come home and your answering machine light would be like a little dog. Like, if the red light was going on, like, oh, someone loves me, someone loves me. And you'd go listen to your messages. Right. And then it got to a point where you could call your own phone and get your answering machine to play you your messages. That was next level shit. Okay? Crazy technology. We couldn't believe it. You got to see caller ID, who's calling you. And then you get to call them back, *69, what's up? And then VHS tapes. Maybe not even, and then. It was kind of along the same suit, because it all happened while I was in high school. So while I was in high school, there was probably answering machines before I was in high school, but I was aware of them in high school, then caller ID, and then VHS tapes. All that happened. So now all of a sudden, you could just get stuff and play it anytime you wanted to. So it changed like watching movies. You could pause it if you had to take a leak. The whole thing changed. People started watching movies at home. Blockbuster became the giant thing. Nobody would have imagined Blockbuster's going to go bye-bye. Nobody. It was the thing. You go to Blockbuster on Friday night to see what's the fucking latest movies. Oh, great. There's one left.
Yeah, we had the Video Planet. It was like the top 5 most making money companies in the country.
They were on an ice cube. They were on an ice cube on a hot
That's what I'm always wondering. What is the industry right now?
I think there's a lot. I don't think it's up. I think AI is going to fuck up this system that we have going for us. I think that's part of the reason why there's a lot of scrambling and clamoring for power right now. Because I think people have a real understanding at the highest level. We only have so much more time before this AI thing becomes one of the most enormous aspects of society. And the power consumption that it's going to need is astronomical. They're literally building nuclear power plants for these fucking things. And they're going full throttle. And we're headed towards whatever this is, and no one knows. And I think that's one of the reasons why governments are trying to crack down on social media and trying to control it and stop people from saying things. And in the UK, they're arresting people for saying certain things. Like, they're trying to stop this thing from overwhelming them. And you can't. It's going to overwhelm all of us. It's not just going to overwhelm government. It's going to overwhelm civilization. And it's going to happen in a bunch of stages, just like it happened with us, where we got caller ID, we got answering machines, we got VHS tapes, then we got computers, and we got online. We got 14.4, then we got 56K, and then you start seeing pictures show up Like they download them nice and slow, and then people got cable. Oh my god, you get cable internet. So people had cable internet where you could just like.
Remember how many pixels porn used to have? Like how low?
Blurry.
I remember I had a point when I was like mom goes to store, and you know how you ask which store, so you know how much time you got in the bank.
Right.
And I remember like jacking off, and halfway through the video, it's two dudes. I just didn't. The pixels. It was just such shitty quality.
That's uncomfortable.
It was just very well.
Do you know when they're both sucking each other's dicks?
Yeah, when there was.
Where is the girl?
Yeah. When is she coming in? But it was like in a sauna in the dark, and I saw the dudes like hog hanging. But he had a nice butt, and it all looked.
Do you ever flash in the sauna by a dude?
We're flat. We only go naked. You know that, right?
Oh, in your country?
Of course. And if you have pants on, that's creepy and that's weird. If you come with pants, we would have an issue.
Really?
Because it's weird. What are you hiding? What's the thing? You have a boner? Exactly. What's going on?
Dude's just staring at my dick.
We all stare at each other's dicks. I've seen.
Good luck with that.
Like in the green room, comedians were talking about how many dicks they've seen in their lifetime, and I remember they were saying like numbers. Bro, I've seen I've seen 16 to 22,000 dicks.
Do you think that's healthy?
Yeah. Yeah, it's normal, you know. Normal shit. Just look at the dicks. And then sometimes I remember in high school we all showered together. There was always one weird kid that would not shower with us and make fun of him, show me, you know, what are you? What's going on? Why didn't you show us your dick? You know? That's fun. And then sometimes the shower would be a bit warm and you would get a little bit of a vein going there. You know, you get a
not good.
Not 25%. Good.
Not good. And then you lathering it down.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm trying to just fucking mentally just make it go away.
Yeah. Naked dudes in saunas is an odd thing.
I only feel comfortable when it's naked.
There was a I used to be a member of 24 Hour Fitness in Woodland Hills, California, and the guy was the manager there. Just a cool guy. I used to talk to him all the time. Mm-hmm. I used to live there, and he was the former manager of the West Hollywood Mall. So he said, he goes, bro, the West Hollywood 24 Hour Fitness, he goes, it was basically like a gay hookup spot. That's all it was. Like these guys would just go ham, just get after each other.
Oh yeah.
And like you'd have to say, hey, don't do that. But it's like you've got guys who want to fuck guys hanging out, all working out together and getting sweaty with like guy mentality. Yeah. You know, like, oh, let's do it here. Like, yeah, and they're doing it there. And there's all guys that are gay there. So they're like, what are you going to do? And he was like, dude, it was crazy. He goes, I used to have to stop people from fucking in the sauna.
In the showers.
I'm sure they don't do that anymore, folks. Yeah, I'm sure that's all they put down. But back then, he was telling me it was.
I can imagine that 24 fitness still existing, and then this podcast coming out, and there's just 800 gay dudes wearing the fuck. They're like, Joe Rogan, can you stop saying this is the suck and fuck spot?
Make sure make sure it's the right gym. I don't want to slander anyone, but. There is a 24 Hour Fitness, right? Because I know there's another one. There's another gym like that. I used to actually work out at a gym that was in a gay neighborhood. I used to have a bit about it. I used to work out at Gold's Gym on Cole, and it was in full-on West Hollywood, like super gay gym. But it was really close to the studio where we filmed news radio. So I just got a membership there. So I get off work and I go lift. I just go lift with these like hungry gay dudes. These dudes were hungry, man. Yeah.
They like look at you and
they're friendly. Nobody fucked with me. Nobody like no unwanted attention or anything like that. But I didn't take a lot of showers there.
I remember there was an old guy at the gym.
Yeah,
it's closed now.
Good. Okay, good. It's closed. Okay. So Gold's is the Gold's on Coles, what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's the one. Not West Hollywood, like East Hollywood.
Yeah. Whatever it was good. But like men, you know, like big, hairy, muscular gay dudes looking for more of that. So it's like
men's fucking men.
Yeah, it's like a wounded gazelle going through a pack of hyenas. And it's like, excuse me, pardon me, just want to get to the river.
I remember there was an older guy in my gym, and that was the first time I also experienced where it's like, it's an old guy, you know. I'm not threatened. Right. I'm not threatened, but the look he had in his eyes just made me feel vulnerable for, it's weird.
Because he wanted to penetrate you.
Because men have a certain, and I remember then I started thinking, that's when I was like younger, and that was the first time I started thinking, oh shit, that's how women feel, plus the physical.
Oh yeah,
like that's like Brock Lesnar looking at you like, that's like a,
dude, I have had gay guys hit on me that I could kill, and it made me uncomfortable.
That guy,
like it just gets to this like, hey, I'm not gay, so what are you doing?
Exactly.
You're just trying to make me uncomfortable.
Exactly.
And you get nervous.
And this old guy would give me looks. And I would just feel, and it was the first time in my life, I'm just like, dude, I'm jacked. I'm doing fucking MMA, but I'm feeling vulnerable. And then one point in the shower, this was like, when showers at the booths, the separation booths, and it was me and him. So I go in the sauna. The gym is empty. I go in the sauna. I'm alone. And it's Dick Nation, Dick Nation. So I'm in the sauna. I hear the shower door open, and in my head, I know. In your head, you're like, there's other people at this gym, but let me bet. As I saw him looking at me, I go, let me bet. And you know it. He comes in, he sees one towel up, so there's somebody in the sauna.
Right.
He comes to the sauna. I wait for him to go to the showers first, because I know if I go, the next booth over, this guy's joining. So he goes into the corner. I pick the opposite corner. And then at one point, I'm showering, and it's that human thing. It's that human thing where you feel something is watching, or something.
How you living, baby?
And I look through the fucking, all the separation booths. They had a small gap.
We've been waiting for you. How you
That
living?
you can see through all of them.
And he's got shampoo.
And in the other end, I just see his one eye like this, and his dick in his hand. He's not jacking off.
He's just holding on to it,
but something's going on.
He's getting ready. He's warming up. He's showing you that he's got a dick.
But then, and he had this look,
serious, angry,
and I'm leaving the gym, and I'm passing, and I know the administrator girls working at the gym. I pass them, and in my head, I'm thinking, I just got like sexually assaulted. Actually,
no, that's not assault.
See, don't do that. Yeah, exactly. See,
no, he made you feel creepy.
I didn't feel creepy.
Yeah.
So I feel I can't keep this in. I turn around, I go to the administrator, I go, hey, and we're laughing about it. I go, this fucking old guy. Then we wait, and he takes 40 to 50 minutes to come out of that shower. See, what I think is he's shameful. Because, and he comes out, his face is red, he has a hoodie on, and he's just ran out of the gym, never came out. I think that's that post-nut,
Well, he probably is embarrassed and did it again.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably one of those things. He's probably been kicked out of gyms before. Like he's got an exit strategy. Yeah, that's what he does. He's a shower jerker. Yeah, those exist. That's why I don't like walking around like that. Okay, like if you were a woman and you have your beautiful vagina and they're co-ed showers, would you really be comfortable washing your butthole and your vagina in front of a bunch of men? No, of course not.
We
so,
are.
Gay guys are real, and your little booty hole and your little dick is out flopping around in front of them. To me, as a person who doesn't want any of that, I would imagine that I would not enjoy watching someone stare at my Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
Who wants it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, that's we don't need to think about that.
But I think we have just
men think that way. That's why you can't have men in a room with naked girls.
We did that. That's no, in our culture. When I was a little kid, I saw grown pussy all the time in
this
saunas.
This is why your country's so fucked up. You guys, you barely survived Viking wars, and then what's left over? You're just a bunch of fucking maniacal crazy people showing each other's pussies and dicks to each other. I feel like some things should be sacred. That's what I'm saying. Like, I have no problem with being around gay guys, but I don't think I should be showing them my cock. I don't think that's the right move. I also don't think ladies, as comfortable as you are naked, should be in a room full of men and just show your bare pussy. That seems problematic. It seems like it's going to cause issues for you. Like, I wouldn't do that if I was you. If you want to wear a bikini, great, everything's covered. Which is like, how funny is that? The bikini thing is hilarious. That there's this
little tiny little piece of cloth, little tiny
You know,
little
on
piece,
Instagram they have that
little Dorito.
and you see, all I don't see is the actual episode. But
By the way, I like it. I'm not saying you shouldn't do it. Please don't stop wearing them. I think they're great. I like G-strings. I like girls' beautiful bodies expressing themselves, wearing whatever they want to wear. I'm just saying, it's so different than shorts. Like, if a dude wears Speedos, he's a freak, right? A dude in Speedos, unless you're in your fucking country.
exactly.
But a dude in America in Speedos is a weirdo. Some dude in Speedos, that guy's a weirdo. If you don't have goggles on, if you didn't come from a long-ass swim, you fucking weirdo. Why are you wearing Speedos? Everybody wears shorts. But ladies, that's for Christ.
That's Estonia. Every stepdad, every man I've ever seen growing up, I've seen their dick.
That's inflammation in its human form.
That is true. That is an inflamed body.
That's an inflamed body. I wouldn't recommend that. But that's what makes the G-string funnier, right? The Speedos, that's what makes all of it funnier. But it's funny, the difference between, like, okay, women's formal attire, right? So not even formal, but like, say, a woman who's a presenter on television, right? Skirt, no problem. Bare toes, open-toed shoes, no problem at all. Have one of them ones that dangles off your foot a little bit, not all the way on. No one cares. Vagina curtain that covers about 12 inches from your waist down, that's fine. Boobs,
all out,
pressed out together and pushed up and forward.
I love how that's
no sleeves. No sleeves.
Yeah.
Bare arm, as much skin as you could possibly get without being naked, and to be dressed on television.
And that's formal. Yeah. They're always hot.
Painted nails, painted toenails, everything smooth and polished and shaved. That's fine. That's the news. This is totally fine.
And that's formal, you know.
Imagine if men in gym shorts and tank tops were giving the news. How fucking stupid it would look. Imagine if, like, all these people that you see on the news, like, imagine Don Lemon in his boxer shorts with tank top on, giving the news.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of what, like, a dress is.
For sure.
A dress with a skirt for those Fox News ladies. How is that different than me and, like, these shorts that I'm wearing right now and a tank top? How is it different?
It's just less threatening. And it's nice.
It's nice. I don't want to discourage it. I just think, how crazy is the difference between what men wear versus what women wear? We have a jacket on, like it's cold out. We have a fucking vest and a tie and a shirt and all this shit, and women can essentially be almost naked.
Yeah.
And you only assume they have underwear on.
That might be a thrill. If you don't
Yeah. Oh shit! I know now. Maybe you can see it through the garments from the outside. That'd be terrible. That would ruin the look. That would, no one's gonna look at my pussy.
If you're like that, you would want to drop on your not wearing underwear.
I would imagine that's a wild lady. Yes.
I was one time dancing with a girl.
And she told you?
No, she grabbed my hand. We were holding, and she, walking to the dance floor. You know how chicks just fucking push people out of the way. Right. And then we get to the dance floor, and she pulls my arm. Oh, what is this? It's soaking.
Damn. She's a wild one.
Wild.
Viking babies. That's what that is. That's what it is. The survivor.
And she was strong out there.
Survivor.
Strong out there.
Of the massacres.
And she was living in Australia. She had one of those jeeps that has one of those fucking things up front that kills the kangaroos, you know.
Oh. We saw one of those in San Antonio, right in front of the truck, or in front of the production trucks. You see that fucking crazy thing that got super tall over the top? Oh,
it's a big. Yeah, and it looks Mad Max. It looks like I'm not fun. It looks crazy. And she had that jeep. She had like horns, and then the balls hanging from the back. You know, the soft balls that they put in the back. They had that, and she was just a fucking wild one. Wow.
And they had a kangaroo shield in front of her vehicle.
And this was like when I visited Australia. In my head, I was like, kangaroos are like cutie patooties. But when you go to Australia, they'll tell like, we hate that. because they just keep jumping in front of cars.
Well, they're everywhere.
They're
now,
fucking
too.
everywhere.
They have a lot of kangaroos. It's a weird animal, man.
Mhm.
It's a marsupial. Like, it's so strange. They have a pouch to keep their babies in their skin. How'd they develop a backpack?
It is the insanest evolutionary. A little,
Oh, yeah.
a bag.
How does that? I mean, how does nature make you get a bag? That's so crazy. It's like one of the like, out of all the animals, I'm like, where the fuck did that come from? Like, if you look at a deer and then you look at an elk, you go, oh, I kind of see. You look at a moose, you look at a caribou, you're like, oh, I'm kind of seeing. And they're like, what's that? And why is it only in this one spot?
What does it jump like?
Yo, is that? What is that?
Yeah.
Why did it develop on Australia and nowhere else? What the fuck is that thing? And how come there's nothing that can kill it?
And how come you stand on your tail and do like a Steve-O kick?
Kick you.
And do like a
Hard.
Steve-O kick?
They kick you hard.
Yeah.
They fuck you up. They disembowel people, man. You gotta be really careful with those fuckers.
Oh, and they're
People die from the big ones. The big ones, the gray ones. But the gray ones are the big ones, the red one. And Eddie If went over there. He said he was walking through a backyard and there was like a 6 foot tall kangaroo.
Jesus
he thought it
fucking
was
Christ.
fake. He thought it was fake. He didn't know what it was. And his friend was screaming at him, "Get, turn around. Get the fuck away from him." Jesus Christ. The red kangaroo. That's the big one?
marsupial. That sounds like a fucking idiot.
100 pounds. So you got to think a 100-pound thing that can run 43 miles an hour and could probably strangle you. Like those ones that are jacked. You ever see the one that that choke out dogs and shit? Look at the fucking muscles on that thing. What a freaky animal to have all over the place. But it just looks. Look at that one.
I've seen all those pictures.
That's one that went to my gym. That's Gold Gym. Look at that thing. These guys. Yeah, he's just chilling.
Flaunting giant muscles.
Look at the fucking guns on that.
So, player,
Can you imagine getting in a scratching match with that thing with its giant claws?
No, you're done. I mean,
they fuck you up, man. They're dangerous. And they're all over the place. But that was my question. Like, what was supposed to be killing them? Because there's no, like, infestations of wild animals like that unless something disrupts the ecosystem. You know, because you don't usually there's a balance, right? Like, there's always going to be a balance between wolves and antelope, or wolves and bears, wolves and deer, because they're going to figure out who wins. And if the wolves kill off too many of the deer, then their population's going to drop. They're going to run out of food, and there's going to be like some sort of consequences. And then their population drops down, and then the deer population comes back a little bit. Nature has a way of balancing itself out in most environments until human beings step in and start fucking with things. So my question is, like, what happened over in Australia that thing, that one crazy animal, becomes like hordes of them, swarms of them? Like, you've seen, show some of those videos of the swarms of kangaroos just running. So these people are in their car, and you see just like, I don't even know what the number is.
Oh yeah, and they're fat.
They're fat, but it's also like, why are there so many of them? In any environment where there's something like this, there'd be something bigger that eats it. In every environment, there'd be a bear, there'd be something. I guess Australia has crocodiles, but I don't think they're doing such a good job of killing these things.
Yeah, initial predators are just like dog-like animals.
Oh, maybe the thylacine.
The fuck is that?
Okay, the Tasmanian tiger that went extinct. That's a native of Australia as well. That they have that in Australia.
But they have to shoot so many kangaroos.
Where is that, Jimmy?
With a dingo and a wedge-tailed eagle.
Okay, so the humans probably killed all those animals. The humans probably killed all the dingoes. And what was the other animal? Makes sense. That's probably exactly what it is. So I bet. So the thylacine was Australia, though, right?
It says Tasmania. I just typed in marsupial natural predators. Tasmanian wolf is the first one listed.
Thylacine? Tasmanian wolf. Yeah, but the thylacine, the Tasmanian tiger.
And yes, it's Tasmanian tiger before they were extinct, and also humans.
Was that ever in Australia, or am I making that up? I feel like that's in Australia. Right, that movie was this good movie about a guy who goes to kill it because they're trying to find it. The last thylacine. Willem Dafoe. Yeah, Willem Dafoe. It's a good movie. So what it is Australia? Right. Okay. So that there was that thing. You ever seen that? Freaky. Show the video of the last
living
thylacine.
was in.
That's a thylacine. Look at the mouth on that fucking thing. Look how big its mouth is. Isn't that insane? It's like a heart. Look at this fucking mouth. You saw that thing open its face at you?
It's a dog with a stripe and shit.
Yeah, it looks like a tiger. It's a weird marsupial. In fact. Yeah. I'm pretty sure they're marsupials as well. So they think that thing might be still alive. There might be limited numbers, I think. Well, this is. That's not good. Oh, this is in color. Oh, they colorized it. Oh, okay. Because I think the film is from like the 1930s. But this is the last one. And look, they have it in a fucking box, man. Ugh, God, seems to creep me out. We just get so comfortable with torturing some animal mentally. I understand, but can you bitches afford a larger piece of land, goddammit?
This concrete.
That's crazy. At the last of these things alive, and you make it suffer in a small box with no pillow. There's nothing in there.
I'm not a big zoo guy either. Even as a kid, I remember, like, I just didn't. Yeah. I remember, like, even seeing I remember seeing like a hippo in a zoo, and all he has is a small. It's a custodian zoo too. Yeah, and it's a small, like, just a dribble of water on his head, and he would just because they're all drugged out, and they would just do this, like, just because also, the animal doesn't know.
Dude, I was in Massachusetts once, and I was on my way home from just when I was driving limos, and I was coming down this highway, and I saw this really rinky-dink zoo. And I think I was coming from Hampshire. Don't really remember, but I remember it was a long drive, and I had the rest of the day off. So I said, "Fuck it, I'm going in this zoo and see what the fuck's going on in this zoo, just for funsies," because I was out there, and I saw this polar. I'll never forget this dude just pacing, just pacing. And I was like, "Oh my God, he's in hell." It's a horrible thing to watch, man. It's a horrible thing to watch. Because, like, that's a sentient being that's experiencing a very bizarre and prolonged suffering and a disconnection from its kind. There's no other bear with it. It's just by itself in this cement thing, and while people stare at it. Something that would never happen in the real world.
He doesn't know what the fuck is happening because it's the wrong climate. Everything's wrong. And he's like, why is my shit all so shitty? Yeah. But he doesn't even know that he's in a totally wrong.
He probably is happy in Boston, like 5 months a year or 4 months a year. But even then, it's probably not cold enough for him. Like, those fuckers, they're used to living in places where there's nothing but ice.
But it's also like that thing of, like, they say that, but if you let him go, he would die. But that's also because you just...
It shouldn't happen in the first place.
That's the Matrix, the real world thing again, that animals also will have that thing where if they're in the wild, I'm sure it's exactly like being in the Matrix where in the zoo, you have all your food, all the stimulus, you're alive. Yeah. But it's that you gotta get that stimulus. You're created to struggle, to hunt, to fucking...
Right. Yeah. Which is, there's a lot of similarities to human beings.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of people that are zoo out.
It's like when you go to nature. Yeah. Like in Austin, because I do so much comedy, I'm into cycling now. And sometimes I'll cycle out of the city, but every 2 weeks I have enough energy to do like a long cycle. And when I get to complete, that's why I love Estonia too, the silence in the woods that you have. And you just feel, because that's where for thousands of years we've been there. That's where we've been, in that silence. Yeah. With no, and then you just feel rejuvenated immediately. I love the sea, I love the ocean, I love woods. I've always been a big... And that's the same feeling you get, It's just, you feel it in your blood. Something's fucking raw.
Yeah, you're alive.
It's uncomfortable, but it's raw. Yeah. Of course I want to be on Twitter and my farting and ordering Uber Eats. Of course I want to do that. That's the Matrix. That's the zoo. That's the Matrix.
It's the human zoo animal.
And of course outside is a fucking mosquito, there's a guy, there's whatever, there's fucking, you hear some fucking animal you don't know. I'm scared of fucking spiders, everything. That's
bomb goes off, you're the first recoil.
You're out there when you hear it.
And your feet start vibrating.
Yeah.
We took Chicago. Yeah. So that's what we have to look forward to. Where these fucking goofy places being around. They're pushing us closer and closer to accept
so my luck that as soon as I come to America, the fucking country collapses. Huh?
It's not collapsing. But boy, it's in a weird state of this strange struggle where people kind of forgot we're all supposed to be united, and that's our strength. And being divided the way we're being divided, especially being divided by bullshit. You know, like, you shouldn't be allowed to lie, and you shouldn't be allowed to lie in a campaign ad. You shouldn't be allowed to use CGI to make your crowds look bigger. Like, you shouldn't be allowed. You shouldn't be allowed to do any of these things, and we're allowing it, and it's having this tremendous impact on the way people see the news. The news is so filtered. Everything in this country that's in mainstream news, you have to follow a certain set of rules in order to be able to get information out. And if you want to talk about the campaigns, and if you want to talk about the war, and if you want to talk about what's going on in Ukraine, what's going on in Gaza, you have to have like very specific narratives. And you're not allowed to deviate from that at all. And then that's what's giving you the news. And so we're all like, what the fuck is real? And so anytime anything happens, even the president gets shot, we're like, was that even real? But we don't think anything's real. And
Absolutely.
When no one knows what it is, it's so much easier to just slide right in, slide right in, and fuck the world, dude. I'm in a secure apartment complex. It's level 5 security. There's bank vault doors that lock to make sure the marauders don't get in while you're connected. And you can just be free in this other world. Ride around your drag, Pandora. You know, fucking that blue lady with the hair. Remember they connected hairs with the dragon? Yeah. Wow. Yeah, that's what's going to happen. And we're going to give into it because we're making this world such a goddamn mess by not paying attention to what we're doing, not paying attention to really important things. Like, don't let corporations tell you what's true. They're not going to tell you what's true if they don't have to.
Yeah.
If they get away with not telling you, if they make more money, if they don't tell you, you can't have that. That's not how you get your news. You can't have that because it's just too easy to manipulate.
So easy to manipulate.
You know, insiders trading is illegal, but that's legal. That's legal to manipulate the news. Like what? You can have certain companies can advertise on the news, and then you'll never criticize those companies. That seems weird. That seems weird.
Yeah, somebody was explaining how isn't it crazy that how any politician that wants to get elected never mentions tobacco, alcohol, like never the because the back.
Yeah. You can't mention that shit.
Which is crazy.
You can kind of mention cigarettes because people are so stupid they don't smoke them. It's just like you can kind of get away with it. Cigarettes are terrible. No one should smoke. Yeah. As soon as they can figure out like a spray, like an inhaler,
They outlawed those. Excuse me? They outlawed those a long time ago, which is weird.
Outlawed what?
Cigarette ads. Or like, sorry, commercials.
Yeah.
The TV and radio.
Do they still have them on the internet?
We haven't had tobacco or alcohol commercials for like 10 years now.
They used to only be in magazines.
And then your cigarette packs were so cool. It's like a throwback to my childhood because it's like the red, beautiful marble design. Yeah, in Europe and in Australia, they have like cancer on it.
And you have photos
dead
of
baby, all the
tumors
photos,
and shit.
dead baby,
Premature babies.
lung, black lung.
I'd like to see what else we're doing.
100%. 100%.
They're blaming it on cigarettes. That guy is probably all fucked up in a lot of different ways.
Yeah, 100%.
But I mean, you can criticize tobacco, and no one really cares because people are going to keep smoking as long as it's legal. It's like alcohol. People are not going to stop drinking. Shut up. They're not going to. They want to drink. You're hanging out with friends, have a cocktail, clink, salute.
Absolutely.
You know, congratulations, yay, clink glasses. People like doing that. They're not going to stop.
And part of
all the shit.
Part of the excitement of the clink is the fact that it's back. Come on, that's the
part of the fun.
Yeah, it's part of
a little bit. Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's a little bit of the tough fun. Yeah. And, you know, it's a good feeling when you're with friends and you have a couple of cocktails and you're laughing your ass off. Like, it's a good feeling. But you shouldn't do it every goddamn day. It shouldn't be your whole life. You shouldn't be drinking 12 hours a day, every day.
But that's why it's so exciting, is that life is not infinite and you do take those small risks, and that's what's That's what's so exciting.
Also, people that do drink 20 hours a day, those people in your life, in your journey, those people are examples where you can learn something without having to actually do it yourself. Like, you don't have to become an alcoholic and ruin your life. But you can see someone do it and say, okay.
My stepdad was a bad one. Bad. One of those where in the mornings, because your system is done in the mornings in the bathroom, you would take 2 to 3 hours of like shitting and then just heaving, because your body is just rejecting all this poison.
Oh, God. So you hear him throw up every day?
Every day. And the violent, there's no throw up left, but it's just the heaving. And then put on a suit all day. Put on a suit, all happy puppy, survive for 8 hours. And then I remember he would come home, and as a child, he would come home and he would be in the car and just sit there in his car. And I would see him sit there. And as a child, you're like, oh, wait, he's just taking the moment, maybe. You don't understand that this guy is barely keeping it together.
Yeah.
Because he's about to go down the rabbit hole. And he's fighting the rabbit hole. Every day, he's just like, I don't want to.
And then if you're drinking
all the time,
always
small vodka bottles, all the time. Get him quick.
The airline ones?
Yeah, and his hands, when the sobriety starts coming.
Ooh,
yeah,
it's a sketchy disease.
It was bad. Yeah. And but as a child, you're like, oh my God, I never want to do that. But when you start getting older,
was he ever happy when he was drunk?
There was a tipping point.
When he became happy?
No, it was like the first drink, always happy because your addiction is giving you all green lights.
Right.
When you have an addiction, the first hit of that substance,
right,
all your body's saying is less. It's all green lights, baby. This is the night. This is the night. Yes. Let's fucking go. Because it's your addiction. It's your addiction. Right. Yeah, let's fucking rock and roll. But then, as a child growing up in that environment, there would always be that point where you see him on the couch and that look. An alcoholic's look is, the detachment of the soul.
Yeah. It's dangerous look.
Then it's time for you to go to your room, and just fucking hang out there and wait for the storm to pass, Yeah. And it's like, and it was like, there was always that point. Like,
such a creepy fucking.
And when you're a child, you're like, oh, don't do that. But when you start getting older, you also start feeling empathetic of like, I don't know the life he lived as well. Substance abuse always works with trauma really well. They go hand to hand. But this guy's childhood, the more
Which is true.
Because I hated him. I fucking hated him. He was,
if he's drinking heavily, it also could be like family influenced.
See, that's what I found out later. Absolutely, that's what I found out later. That he was I thought I'm in a dark spot when he's home.
I had friends that became alcoholics that didn't necessarily have childhood trauma as much as they had childhood influence, and then friends that kind of all went down a bad road. They were all like doing hard drugs and drinking a lot. And, it just becomes a part of the culture of your little community. If you're hanging with a group of people that just get fucked up all the time. Yeah, it can. I've seen it suck good people in. Like, everybody wants to say that there's like some sort of a reason why you get sucked into it. I have had friends that have nothing wrong with it. They're happy people and they take oxys and they don't want to stop taking them. They get injured, something happens, they take them. They don't want to stop. They feel good. They don't want to stop. And essentially, oxycodone, we learned this recently, is what Hitler was taking during the war. They were giving him form of oxycodone. We have this gentleman on the podcast the other day that, what's his name? Norman, sorry. Norman Ohler. This is all about Hitler's drug use during World War II. But he was talking about that video, and he didn't think that video was real. I was like, why do you think that? And it's because he had a direct, like a line of history between when Hitler gets introduced to this one doctor and the drugs this doctor's giving him.
That's the Olympic Games.
Yeah, so that's 36. That should be before all that stuff happened in his mind. But I'm of the opinion that Hitler, if you can get him to go on oxycodone a year from now, he's probably trying some shit that he didn't tell you about. That's what I would imagine. So the doctor, he's getting notes from the doctor who treated Hitler. How the fuck do we know how honest Hitler was with that doctor? He was probably already taking a bunch of shit. They already knew the stuff was real.
And when you're a leader, you don't want any of that information out there. You know, that you're out there.
Also, there was zero stigma when they first created meth. Oh, when they were all, yeah. Norman was showing us this. What was it called? Pervidin? Was that the right name? So they had a literal brand of methamphetamine that they would sell in
those
Germany.
commercials. You know, those German commercials. I've seen those.
It's fucking crazy. They were all
history
taking
teacher
meth for
for
productivity.
Yeah.
They were taking a low dose of meth, and they were giving it to the soldiers. This Blitz book is insane, because it's a story about how the Nazis were jacked up on meth, and they just went all the way through Poland in 3 days. And that they never slept. They just kept marching.
I used to have a bit that, you know, while Germans were testing with meth, you guys in America were testing with LSD, and I would have loved to see those two armies meet.
By the way, no, that's another part of this thing. The Nazis were testing with LSD. They were running tests on the prisoners. They were running tests on concentration camp prisoners. Yeah. The test never came to fulfillment because the prison camps got liberated, but they were doing it. So they had record of them doing that with LSD.
But meth is the perfect drug if you think of it. You just fucking get amped up and jump into a ditch with a bayonet. Right. You're going to go, you need some meth to have a bayonet.
100%. 100%. That's the right drug for a good soldier.
Yeah.
At the front of the line. And they had different dosages for different people. So if someone was in a tank, they get the most. They get the most meth. Because they're fucking, let's fucking go. That's the front of the line, you know? Because the ones that are going to get attacked first. So they have to be the most pumped up.
And who will you put on LSD? That's the attack or something.
Do you know that was it Iraq or Afghanistan where soldiers listening to like death metal while they were operating tanks? You ever seen videos of dudes like operating from inside of tanks?
It's death metal.
That's gonna be the craziest job in the world ever known. You're in a giant metal box.
Clack, 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 clack,
moving
clack,
it
clack,
towards war, and you're hoping that thing doesn't break. You hope it doesn't break and leave you out there. You're hoping that when it gets shot at, or who knows, the transmission fails, and then you're out there in enemy territory while they're shooting missiles at you.
I've always thought that because the Germans were the first ones with the tank, the Panzer, right? That was correct, right?
I don't know.
I think so.
I think so.
And I remember always thinking, like, imagine like being like a Russian soldier or something, and you're with a like bolt action rifle, and
you see that fucking
but you hear it, you don't even know what the fuck that is.
Yeah.
And you're like, but then you see, and dude, that's the clunk, nothing, cluck, cluck, clunk. Oh my god.
Oh my god. A tank.
What a insane night. You see what the scene is from my last. Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, exactly. First time you see the tank.
Look at this. Look at this. Imagine.
You can't stop.
It's literally like seeing a transformer right now. Like if you would see.
This is nuts.
And nobody told you.
It's a good movie.
Yeah, nobody.
Okay, I'll watch it.
It's an amazing movie.
I heard it's awesome. I heard that's the new one, right? Different from the book. Yeah, well, I'm sure. There's no Happy War movies. That's it.
Well, some American ones are fucking awesome. Black Down, Jarhead. Those are all fucking amazing.
Missing in action. Chuck Norris.
Really?
That's
That's very cool. And America made
karate kicks in the jungle with cowboy boots on.
American movies made war seem the coolest shit ever.
Not always. Saving Private Ryan certainly did.
Yeah, fair. That was like
it's Full Metal Jacket certainly didn't.
Yeah,
that's my favorite.
That is a good.
That's my watched all the war movies.
I was too young when
but
I saw
Apocalypse Now. Here he is. He's missing in action. Chuck Norris just fucks everybody up. He's driving around on an inflatable.
This is the America I grew up in.
They're all shooting at him, bitch. You can't hit him. He's Chuck Norris. And so they just.
They're shooting at a boat and nothing happens.
Nothing happens, dude. They can't even come close to hitting him. And then they go chase after him. Guess what's going to happen? Well, I'll tell you right now. Chuck Norris is going to fuck them up. It's Chuck Norris.
So funny.
Oh my God! He's like, oh, what the fucking machine? Look at him! Bitch, you didn't get Chuck Norris. I mean, these movies are amazing.
Amazing.
They're amazing because they're like almost like you're watching a cartoon, you know. But then you can get like Full Metal Jacket, which is that's a totally different experience. Like that's war, I think, in a much more realistic light, for sure. What those people experienced.
Yeah, for sure.
Could you imagine a fucking kid back in the '60s when you didn't really have any way of knowing what the fuck was actually going on?
And also, yeah, they're saying that the fucking end of the world's coming and the last frontier. You know, you have no way to check it, and even questioning it would be in bad taste. You know?
Yeah, you're not supposed to. The people are labeled traitors like Muhammad Ali.
That is true. That the American truth. Oh yeah, that's crazy.
Right.
I saw this too young. I saw this too young because I didn't quite get it. You know.
Oh, you should watch it again.
Yeah, that's fucking crazy. It's fucking dark. I remember that scene when he was in the bathroom before he shot himself in the face, and he put his toe through the fucking rifle. That is true that the American troops were much more because you've never been invaded, so. At least our trauma that we heard from grandfathers and shit, which was about, like, it was almost a heroic thing of standing up for your country. Whereas American, maybe, yeah, it's kind of like, why are you going there, you know? And that trauma must be bad when you're coming back. Because they told you that it's, you're the fucking, you have to save the world, basically.
Well, they were telling them that they had to fight the communists, right? And they told them that the communist North Korea had attacked a boat, an American boat, that never happened. The Gulf of Tonkin.
Oh, yeah.
They just made up this story. So they made up this propaganda bullshit, and they created a false flag. And through that, they justified us going into war. But it went on for a long fucking time, and it didn't make any sense. And no one today thinks it made any sense. No one today thinks it makes a good idea, or it was a good idea. Unless you're some insane war lover. Anybody look at Vietnam? Well, Vietnam overall is a net positive. Because here's what we got out of Vietnam. This is what came out of it. Okay, first of all, the culture shifted. That's how it happened. Like, you can even come up with justifications. Why would we go into this country and firebomb them and spray Agent Orange? And who knows how many people come off with fucking cancer because you used a deforestation technique that's like this horrific chemical that kills people.
Crazy.
It's nuts. It's nuts. And they did it because people back then didn't have any access to information. There was no way to know. There was no exposés showing that, you know, this is not a real attack. There's no reason for us to be over there. There's other things involved here that's causing people to want to send U.S. troops to Vietnam, and probably none of them good for you. Like, you really, as a United States citizen,
that's what I'm saying.
Best served. The world would be best served with you right here.
Well, 100%.
100%. You need to go over there and firebomb a village because someone told you to. You don't need to go over there and fucking climb into a tunnel and go and try to fight some Viet Cong guy. This is insane. Why are you there? Makes no sense. But they trick people. And they did it for a long ass time. It went on for years. And so the fact that they can still pull it off today, that they can still, I mean, who knows today, like what we're going to look back on, like we look at the Gulf of Tonkin incident, or what we're going to look back on and realize that it had been manipulated. So the event was real, but the event was caused by a series of moves behind the scenes to ensure that war takes place. And there's so much complication when it comes to these things because there's so much money being thrown around. Yeah. And then, at least today, we have other outlets for information. At least today, you can kind of get a sense of how things are true or not true based on really intelligent people that you know that are online that are talking about them. And you go, no, it's actually this. Like with that female boxer, like that was a big one, right? Where it's like, okay, what is going on?
Yeah.
Is that a female? Is that a male? Is that someone who has XY chromosomes?
I saw that information that it was the XY thing early, but it was just the lavine of that it's a man just came a bit too strong. Because both information came out pretty much, I would, in my sources, I would say I saw a similar time where it was like, oh, it's a man, but then you just open another, scroll a bit more, and then you see the XY chromosome thingy, and then you're like, okay, but just the Levine, it's a dude came out a bit strong.
Well, the XY chromosome is male.
Yeah, it's the male. Yeah, but the definition of like was because I think the first reaction was that it's a man transitioning to a woman.
Right. That's what people thought initially, and then they realized no, this is someone who has a genetic issue. But there was there's a boxing committee that had. I'm going to send you this, Jamie, because this kind of makes it all make a little bit more sense. But it was essentially that there's different versions of these kinds of diseases that people have, and depending on those versions, some of them they go through male puberty and they have male frames and they're male, but when they're born they have like some significant issues. Okay, so here it is. I found it and I'll send it to you, Jamie. But it's European Vice President of the World Boxing Organization has come forward to confirm that Algerian boxer Amin Khalif is male. This person said he warned the Olympic Committee about several male boxers in the women's category, but nothing was done. Who knows? You know, I don't have any direct information about whether that is a male or female.
Let's just say that 1-2 slaps.
1-2's not bad, but also that person's lost before.
Yeah.
To female boxers. But here's the thing.
But that doesn't
mean that like there's a lot of girls out there, boys, that kick your ass.
Exactly.
There are, you know. Get in the ring with Amanda Nunes. Good luck, bitch. She'll fuck you up. And she's a woman. Right? There's women that are really, really good, and this person might not be that good. But it seems like they went through male puberty, which should exclude you from competing as a woman. They look male, they have male frame, they have XY chromosome. Like, you're being told that you're a bigot for looking at very obvious, what we have always considered biological representations, right? So, like, what is it? What is it in biology when something is a male human being? Do they have an XX chromosome or do they have an